Jesus, sorry. My God. Hello, hello. How are we doing today? The big DGG universe. There's just so much stuff going on. Jesus. Okay, I'm here. But I'm like half here. Wait, I think I did my emails. I just don't think I did my... Oh, I didn't even do my emails or my messages. I did them last night, though. So not that many. It's like 10 degrees in Kentucky. Nice. No kick stream today? Oh, shit. I have to turn off the sync sometimes. Sorry. There you go. I want to do kick or keep. My God, there's just so much stuff going on. Okay. There's so much more ambient noise on the kick stream. I doubt there would be. More the audio encoding might be different, but yeah, reticent to say. No, not reticent. I'm reluctant. Reticent is when you're hiding something. I'm reluctant to say, but it wouldn't be. I'd hesitate to say. What would you say? Like, I don't think I'd necessarily say this because I don't know if it's true. What's the word I'm looking for there? I think I'm hesitant to say that it's because of the audio coding. Yeah. Why don't you call it the orbiter more often? Listen, Kelly is unhinged. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say about it, okay? Milk it? How am I supposed to... I don't even know what to milk. It's just weird. I don't know, but I don't know what to say. It's just weird. I don't know what I would say. Happy birthday, Unreal Funk Dev. What happened to Hans of Harkir? I don't know. I think he did like real life stuff. Is your store down or it's just me? I think it is redirecting to Cameo like it always does. What happened to the Georgia DA that's supposed to be prosecuting Trump? No, what happened? Huh. Allegations of improper relationship with prosecutor. Ooh, we got some real music for this. Oh, sorry.
The same black man I hired was acceptable when a Republican in another county hired him and paid him twice the rate. Why is the white male Republican's judgment good enough, but the black female Democrats not?
My God, we got a lot of intersectional grievance there. What do you want, RTBA? People have talked about this girl to death. I don't know what else to say about her. There's a really popular surgery. Fuck, I don't remember what it's called. Where you suck the fat out of this part of your body here. Oh, buccal fat, maybe? Is it buccal or buckle? I will say though, you should always be careful judging pictures because like people will choose like a picture to prove a point. So like for here, obviously I think the left one I think kind of looks better than the right one. The eye is kind of weird here. I would say. However, in this picture, I think it's a lot harder to tell the difference. Or not difference, but like it's harder to tell like what looks better. So like for instance, like I could totally see somebody posting this picture and being like, look at this. That's why I would never do this surgery. And then I could see somebody posting this picture. I don't know what's supposed to be the before and after though. Is the before on the left and the after is on the right? There is no difference here. Is both before pictures? Oh, okay. I don't know. But I mean like she looks totally different in these two pictures. But it's because you've got like different angle, different lighting, maybe even different focal length. Hi.
Can you hang out for a little before I go run my errands?
Sure. Wait, when are you planning on running your errand stuff?
Like, just a little bit. My phone's dead, so I'm letting it charge.
Oh, gotcha. Actually, fuck it, you don't need this. Just for a little bit. I don't have to hook all the audio stuff up. But if you want to talk, you have to talk about this.
Okay.
Hi. You have the cancellation of Noah Schnapp because he shared pics holding stickers that said Zionism is sexy and Hamas is ISIS. I don't even know who Noah Schnapp is. Should I?
He's in Stranger Things.
Oh. Yeah, what, is he like a kid or an adult?
Like a kid adult. He's like 18, 19.
Okay. That's an adult. Aren't the Stranger Things kids in the TV show, aren't they like 9?
Yeah, but it's been going on for like 10 years, so they've had to...
Oh, okay. Damn, I don't know. Jeez.
Plot armor, I don't know. I want the headset. It's more fun with it. I feel like a streamer.
Yeah, but then I gotta hook up 20 things. I'll do it when you get back, okay?
Okay.
Go over the Houthi effort post today. I'll do it, August. Give me like 20 minutes, okay? Do you play any games at all or no?
Me?
Yeah.
Not currently. Like, yeah, but it's like unserious games.
Oh yeah, you play that Wizards game.
Well, no, I played that when I was like 9. But I play like Animal Crossing and stuff.
Why is Animal Crossing not serious?
Because, I don't know.
Build us a better home.
Like if someone was like, yeah, I'm a gamer, I play Animal Crossing, like you would not think that's serious.
Okay. Is on serious, is that like a Zimmer word or?
Starving.
Okay,
More
gotcha.
people, more mouths to feed. They treat us like animals.
What
Left
is
to suffocate.
It's a video game. It's called Frostpunk. You wouldn't get it. It's a huge
Can you
brain.
explain it to me?
It's a huge brain game, okay? You build a city, you gotta manage your people. It's cold, they're dying.
like SimCity?
Yeah, but imagine it like being way harder. Okay.
Like medieval SimCity.
Like SimCity, but your city is freezing to death constantly, and you gotta build shit and blah 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 blah.
Game of Thrones SimCity.
There you go. Yeah.
I need your help again
With what?
with my glasses. They're scuffed.
Why don't you carry like a thing?
Because I'm in Miami. I forgot it. I don't live here.
Like a cloth thing.
Yeah, I did. I didn't bring it.
Do you have a case for these?
Not with me.
Well, what's the point of having a case if you don't bring it with you?
Well, I forgot.
There you go. Be careful.
Because I don't have my phone, so I can't read chat.
Nice. Do you like Anno 1800? No, I didn't like that game. The reason why I did... What?
I said I forgot.
True. The reason why I didn't like that game is because I just didn't like having to rebuild so many times. I feel like you have to destroy and rebuild your whole city like fucking 20 times as you upgrade your shit. I didn't like that gameplay loop.
What games do you play?
Well, right now
Destiny?
I play 60 milligrams of Vyvanse a day, so I don't play video games. I haven't for
Did you
months.
take yours today?
Yeah, obviously. Why would I not? Did you take your medication today?
No.
Oh, wow. You're going to go crazy.
No, I'm not. But what did you play before?
What do you mean? Like like a month ago, or like when I was younger, or?
Well, I don't know. I guess you do have a large time frame for when you could have been playing games, huh?
Okay,
So-
I was a professional StarCraft 2 player, okay, for years, all right? Have you even heard of that game?
I've heard you talk about it.
Okay, well, it's a very hard game, very challenging.
Is it like Star Wars?
No, it's no. No. It's listen. And then I played League of Legends. You heard of that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I played
Did you ever play WoW?
fuck no.
Okay.
That game's for losers. Okay.
Good. I'm gonna not swivel my chair because yesterday I was like swiveling it and then the audio was messed up.
Well, good job.
Thanks. Are you proud of me?
I'm so proud of you.
Aw, yay.
What wheels do you have in your Focus? I don't know, whatever comes with it. Or it might have been the next upgrade package or whatever, but I didn't buy any new ones or whatever.
I tweeted the pictures again because I deleted them yesterday because I thought that they looked bad, but then I fixed the coloring.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Did you delete the cum stains from my shirt?
No, that's still up. But you didn't like them this time.
Oh, well, that's because I'm not looking at my Twitter constantly, okay?
Well, I look like a simp.
Yeah, well, I'll look at it, okay, later.
Okay. Were those really cum stains?
It was probably water from the fucking glass of water we were drinking before we left.
It looked like grease on the shirt. I should have face-tuned it out. I'm sorry.
No, I don't give a fuck.
I didn't even notice. I think it adds to like the juxtaposition of our outfits, though.
I agree.
We went out yesterday on it. Was it a double day? I don't know. Well, I don't know. And
Wait. What do you? Hold on. Okay, all right, we're good. I'm just checking. Okay, we're unmuted.
And he was like, it's this really nice restaurant. And I was like, okay. So I wore a dress and like boots and stuff. And then he wore the same outfit that he wore.
What? Yeah,
on
I've told you
street.
that before you came here. Okay, don't bring anything nice because I'm just gonna wear the same shit constantly. Okay, obviously. It's not like they're gonna kick you out because you don't wear the right outfit. They want
but
your money.
It was
all
just
right?
unserious. And I thought you would change into a different pair of sweats.
What? Like a nicer pair of sweatpants?
What?
Do they make? I'm sorry. Hold on. Do they make like fancy sweatpants that I could buy?
I feel like if they do, Hassan probably has them.
Okay. True. What sweatpants does Hassan wear, guys? Somebody link me that, okay?
The ones that say "Eat the Rich."
Stop.
Just kidding.
We're Hassan lovers here, okay?
Yeah.
You ever played Forest Story when you were younger? I don't know what that means now. We went to a restaurant that has a dress code. I think one restaurant in my entire life had an enforced dress code. Everything else is they'll say they have dress codes, but they'll never actually kick you out. I think the only time they would ever enforce it is if you're like obnoxiously undressed. So like a girl going into a restaurant with like a bikini, or maybe like a guy going into a restaurant with like a tank top. But like,
I thought Nobu had a dress code, and then when I went to Nobu, like, well, I don't know, but the one I went to was in Scottsdale, and it was just like hella teenagers in like very casual clothes.
yeah, I've been turned down for jeans more than once. I'd be shocked if you. I mean, it depends on if it's like jeans and if it's like blue jeans and a white T-shirt, maybe. But if you showed up in like jeans and a dress shirt, I doubt they would care. But I don't know. I've been to a lot of nice restaurants, and I've only been in one restaurant. They had an extra button-up shirt for me to wear in the back. They brought it out. They're like, you have to wear this. Like, okay.
It's because you're famous.
Yeah, not that famous. I think it was called Thai, T-Y, Thai Steakhouse, and I think it might have been in Maui.
We should get tacos today.
There's a really good taco place near here, so.
You've told me about that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I need to be a clout goblin. I feel like
Okay, well,
despair.
clout yourself up. You just said you privated all your shit. So
No,
isn't that
I said I tweeted the picture of us.
Yeah, but then didn't you say you deleted all your tweets or whatever? You were worried about getting canceled?
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't getting canceled. It was just like my boobs, and I was like, well, I don't know if I want that to be like my only tweet up right now. So I tweeted the picture of us.
Oh, gotcha.
So go clout me up.
Okay, well, they linked it in chat, so. Wait, what? Does Amazon not sell Supreme?
Why would Amazon sell Supreme?
Why not?
Oh my god, I have to show you something.
Wait, why is that so ridiculous?
Because that's like not an Amazon brand.
An Amazon brand? Doesn't Amazon sell other brands?
Isn't that like a Hypebeast brand?
I don't know. What is Hypebeast? Is that like the... Currently our socials are blocked. Yeah, you can post your Twitter if you want, I guess, yeah. Supreme is also off season right now? Supreme is a season? Supreme is seasonal? What the fuck? This sounds autistic as fuck.
Look. You're mad. You're mad that I'm a hype beast.
Are those for guys?
Yeah.
It has like a dick bulge.
Yeah.
Is it to make guys feel like they have big dicks?
I don't know. I don't wear them. It's just a meme.
Oh my god. Why would you bring these as a meme?
Oh no, I found them.
In my apartment?
No.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Can you imagine?
Oh my god.
Are you buying a suit?
No, I don't know why some losers linked this. Oh my god. Oh, these are sweatpants. Oh, and you thought it was a suit, see?
Ooh.
I need to get like into fashion sweatpants. That's what we need. Dry clean only? Nope, never mind. Fuck that.
You should let me dress you one day.
Yeah, you and every other girl that wants to. Fuck that. I'm
Wants
an
to fuck
untamed.
you?
I said you and every girl that wants to fucking dress me is never
Oh.
happening. I'm an untamed wild beast. Okay.
Aw,
Yeah.
yeah, you are.
I am. Yeah. Where's the cost on this?
It's
Payment?
market price.
What does market price mean? What does that say?
I don't know. Isn't that like what they put on like lobsters and stuff at restaurants?
Yes, it
Like,
is. Select a size domi. Oh.
Oh, like it's in store only.
They don't have a price listed?
That means it's like retardedly expensive. And
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what is retardedly expensive. Like $200 or like $3,000?
Well, if it was $200, I feel like they would put it.
Oh my god, look, and they put together the whole outfit for you. The look. Wow.
No, you'd rock that.
And they've got recommendations.
Do you like sweatpants that have like the like?
Does that mean 2,400 euro? Is that what am I reading this correctly?
I believe so. Actually, I'm just gonna do my errands later.
Why the fuck would they list this shit in? Okay, never mind. We're not buying these. What is this? No.
Give me the headset. It's my last day here. I want to infiltrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What time does the suitcase store close?
I don't know, but isn't there like a Marshall's like right here, like really close?
Well, I have no idea what Marshall's is. What does that mean?
You have like Marshall stuff in your bathroom.
Do you think I kitted out my bathroom?
What?
Do you think I bought stuff and put it in my bathroom? You don't know what kitted out means?
No.
Okay.
Look, and I changed the caption this time. It says it's Steven time.
Good job.
Thanks. At Meep Moment, if you want to see Steven with cum stains on his shirt.
I hate this thing. Hello?
Hello, hello.
Test.
I can hear on one side.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Hello.
Hello, hello. I can.
Never
Okay,
mind, I'm
yes,
fucking
there we go.
an
There we
idiot.
go.
There. Hello? Does this work?
It does. Do I work?
I don't know, do you?
Wait, can you hear me?
Oh. Yeah, do your headphones work?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, there we go. Jesus.
Can you like see me on screen? Because yesterday I was like half off like the whole time.
Yeah, you're seeable enough. They can see enough of you. Okay. Okay. Okay, I don't know why I have this. Okay.
Do you count OnlyFans people as unemployed?
Nope. The IRS doesn't, so why would I?
True. Because some people are like, it's not work, but then like, what do you call it?
Listen, if what I do is work.
Keemstar. I made $4,500 off of Keemstar in 2011. 2011, I made
10, this is 13 years ago? Who cares?
$100 off of Keemstar because I snitched on him. Because he admitted on you want to know how I prove it? Hear me out. Because everybody knows when he was leading Federation of Asshole Gamers, he would brag that people would pay him a lot of people. He bragged that he was making about $10,000 or so a month off of people being friends with him on Xbox Live. And he would charge people $20 a month to be friends with him on Xbox Live. And then he would charge them like $50 a month for like something special. So they would like play with him like priority. He admitted to never paying taxes on any of that money. He was providing a service.
Why would he admit that?
And
Because 10 years ago, nobody gave a fuck.
IRS got his ass.
True, they did. Were you, what do they call it? The great, there was a name for this. Oh, the thought audit or whatever. Do you remember that? Were you alive for that? It was like 5 years ago, I think.
You think I'm 5?
Shut up. The
No, but what?
I think it was back when. Do you remember when? Fuck, you don't remember. This is so.
How do you
awkward.
know I don't remember? If
Because
you
you're
haven't
a
asked?
child, okay?
You don't think I have memories from my childhood?
Not of these things.
Well,
do you ever remember when girls, before OnlyFans, girls used to sell their Snapchats?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Back then, a lot of people online got really, really, really mad about it. And so a bunch of people started like randomly report like girls that sold their Snapchat to the IRS for the finder's fees. I think people called it like the thought audit, basically.
But now on OnlyFans, you have like a 1099.
Yeah, all of your taxes is going to be automatically reported. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Usually for the beginning of stream, so I haven't responded to any of these messages, and I still do these emails. So I usually will make them watch a video while I do this, and I pretend to pay attention here. So I'll say like a random filler word like every 2 minutes, and then I'll focus on these.
Turkey Tom made a good video about.
I don't steal Turkey Tom's videos unless I'm going to step away for a long time. Like that's
Okay.
like 5+ minutes or 10+ minutes.
Shout out Turkey Tom. He made a good video about CoffeeZilla victims. But I don't think they're victims. I think they're.
Criminals.
Yeah.
Okay. We saw this maybe.
Are you gonna watch the Malaysian one?
Not today.
But it's my last day here.
Sucks for you. I got to finish the Epstein stuff. I got to go over this Houthi stuff. I might have to start doing Iranian history. We're figuring it out. Oh, and I have to do the Iowa Caucus stuff. I got real life political shit.
That can't wait a day.
Nope. Especially the Iowa Caucus. I already technically missed it last night, so.
I'm sick.
I'm sick. Oh, that means like I'm disappointed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Ah.
All right.
Oh, the Cat Williams interview.
2 hours? Really?
Malaysian one's only an hour and a half.
Well, what's the one that everybody's talking about?
That one. The one with 7 million views right there.
Is it
12
this?
days ago.
Oh,
Or the top one maybe, actually. I don't know.
top one is 2 hours and 46 minutes. The one
Yeah.
below it is.
Oh, well, those are just clips.
Mm-hmm.
This is the other side of Kirk Franklin prank. This is the reckoning. 2024.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle paid the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life I've been grinding all my life. Look, all my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice.
I watched it and was bored as fuck. Watched the highlights of the cat shit, not the whole video.
On blind date.
That HIV story came out and it was fake.
Yeah, no shit. I can't believe people believe this.
You can kind of tell by like the messages because no one would be like, I didn't want you to leave me, so like I gave you.
I've
like-
known some girls that would say shit like that. The biggest giveaway that was fake is the idea of giving.
That's happened to you?
It's a long story, okay?
And
Giving.
you don't have it, right?
Don't have what? HIV or crazy girls that would want to give me HIV if they could?
Like HIV.
Who cares? Why would it matter?
I care.
Do you know how hard it is to get HIV from a guy if you're a woman? You'd have to have sex like 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Yeah? Why do you think I was sick when you came back? Wait, do you really not know this about me? Wait, I can't tell if you're fucking me right now. Now you're going to be wondering. Yeah, you better get tested when you go home. You might be dying. You
Oh
wouldn't
my
even know
God.
it. Yeah. But also the biggest takeaway was a guy giving a woman HIV. That is pretty difficult to do. Unless he's like fucking her raw in the ass every single night. Probably not going to happen.
Wait, like for real?
For real. It's pretty hard to give a woman HIV. Unless,
Did you know that it used to be called GRID?
yeah, what was it? Gay-related immunodisease?
immunodeficiency.
Yeah. But that was before they knew what it was. But again, it's because it transfers way easier during anal sex than any other form of sex.
So I'm safe?
Well, no, you shouldn't. If somebody has HIV and they're fucking you.
Well, do you have HIV?
No, I don't have HIV
Well,
that
why'd
I'm
you
aware
say-
of.
Well,
It's interesting because
Wait, is this the ABBA video? What is there a highlights video? I'm not watching 2 hours of this guy that got beat up by a high schooler talk. Okay. There's 2 ABBA ones. ABBA, I'm pretty sure, made 3 videos about it. Damn, they're milking him like they milked Sneeko. Cat Williams and Dave Chappelle expose sick Hollywood. Do you like cookies?
Yeah, I like cookies.
Eat some of this. It's so good.
Okay.
I have my Invisalign in, and I don't know if I want to take them out to eat it. Fuck me.
I can like chew it up and like baby bird it into your mouth, and like it just goes down your throat, so you don't have to chew.
I'm good, thank you. Though.
Oh, you were fine with it yesterday.
Thank you. Yeah. Only when it was our Bulls cum. Okay.
Oh, you better put that nasty ass tongue back in your mouth or rip it out. Yes, ma'am.
Well, you ain't gotta protect me from Cletus. Come on, Cletus. Come on.
Miss Hillary?
The water.
It's nothing new for male comedians to wear dresses and portray women on screen for laughs. You just saw Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, and Robin Williams in some of the iconic movie roles. Is this part of the recipe of success or a cheap humiliation tactic? Comedian Cat Williams brought the debate to the forefront during a one-on-one with Shannon Sharp.
Yo, he did not just put him in a dress. He said Sharon Sharp.
He did.
That was a crazy slip.
That was the crazy slip.
Yeah. Yeah, Sharon Sharp.
You could.
She had a great NFL career. That is wild.
But he was really good with the heels. I mean, the cleats. I mean, the clits.
Martin tried to put me in my first dress. When he had to go on his hiatus, he tell me, Cat, when I come back, I need you. You my young partner, you my brother in comedy. When I come back, just promise me that my next movie, it'll be me and you. We gonna do it together. We gonna do some buddy cop shit. I said, Martin, you got my motherfucking word. Go do what you gotta do. When you come back, I'm in your movie. Don't trip. I don't need to see the script or nothing. You know we get in that.
You know what? I'm gonna take a strong prediction right now. Before he gets into this, I am gonna say something. We need to go over a Jesus, sorry. Okay. We need to find a good conspiracy next to go over. I need a good one that's real.
JFK.
Because from the little I've looked into JFK, that also seems like a retard conspiracy. I'm getting so irritated. All these conspiracies are so quickly and easily debunked. It's driving me crazy. But the thing that... Sorry, let me tie it back to this. I feel like people, I don't know why, people really, really, really want... MK Ultra would be really interesting over, actually. People really want there to be, like, pedophile rings and, like, child sex trafficking rings of, like, politicians and wealthy people and all this shit. Like... People are really bought into this. I don't know if I believe this, and I know that Chappelle kind of popularized it. This idea that like all of this crazy shit is happening in Hollywood. I kind of wonder, is it true, or is it just like diva people? Like, yeah, there is some crazy stuff. Wasn't there like was Dan Schneider the guy like taking pictures of like little girls like feet or whatever?
Oh yeah, he's sick.
And then there was the I know there are like managers in the music industry. Do you know who Kesha is?
Mm-hmm, Dr. Luke.
Yeah, and then there was the guy in the Olympic
doctor that
yes.
was like diddling the girls.
Yeah. I don't know if like is Hollywood like uniquely a sick and horrible, terrible place, or are there just like kind of weird people everywhere and it's not actually concentrated or focused on one particular thing?
Well, if you like listen to what he talks about, he says it's like Hollywood, like specific.
I don't know. Well, listen.
That is a good cookie.
That office and this fool pull out Big Mama's house too. I almost died. And I gotta read this script from all these good white people. Where this nigga want me to get in a dress with him. And I'm literally saying to everybody, why is he in a dress again? You already played the old lady as an FBI agent. We can play anything now. We can be playing a dog catcher this time. Why do we need to be in a dress? And I get so mad, I say, you don't want me. You want Brandon T. Jackson. And that's who they went and got. Twice I said it, they went and got him. Just like I'm telling you, I had that other dude's work. I had all of it. That's how I got in this position.
I sure hope I have.
He's drinking that cognac like he's sipping tea. I love it. Cognac is the new tea of 2024.
Kevin just shook it off and said that all.
So okay, some people are thinking like the Corey Feldman shit. What? Okay, I've read. Keep in mind, I very briefly dipped my toes in any of it, so I don't know that much about any of it. But a lot of people cite the Corey Feldman shit. I've also seen a lot of people say that like Corey Feldman is fucking crazy. Is that true, or was everything he said like credible, or
Sorry.
yeah, when you, because of the way this mic works, when you, it like carries through that really hardcore. Yeah.
Though it never happened to him, he never messed with something that could mess up his whole brand.
I definitely haven't ran into to put on the dress. I mean, you know, you have to have boundaries. You have to have limits that you refuse to cross. At the end of the day, you got to know that you're a brand. Yeah. I'm a brand. You need to protect your brand at all times.
But get this, a few years down the line, Kevin popped up in an SNL sketch in a dress, and almost immediately his whole career skyrocketed.
So, you know, some of us make choices. I think it's not a biggest choice for others. I'm saying...
Wait, is this like, what was the implication there? That like Hollywood was holding him back until he agreed to do the dress thing, and then they artificially promoted him to the top? Or what is the implication? What are your thoughts on Coleman Hughes? Would you ever consider speaking with him? I don't know.
That they want to humiliate a black man, and they won't let him be successful until he does that, I think is the implication.
Oh boy. Do the Jews get roped into this at some point?
I don't know, but they were digging tunnels.
They were.
Kevin doesn't have to worry about what people are going to say about him wearing a dress because of the long line of dress-wearing people before him. So now we had Big Mama's house 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. I've never seen Medea in a pantsuit. I think she wears dresses. So now I'm saying, why are we picking on poor little Kevin Hart? Because it was his turn next. Okay. Some of us are against the Illuminati, and we are against the Illuminati at our own detriment. When people are against the Illuminati, then they get punched in the face all the time. The press hates them, and nobody likes them.
Now, this was a hot topic. I remember like 10, 20 years ago. Like, this was a thing that a lot of comics were talking about. Yeah.
When I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, why all these brothers gotta wear a dress?
Both of us who watched the Jamie Foxx show loved the Jamie Foxx show. That is
facts. I used to watch that when I was living in Ethiopia. Okay. Loved the Jamie Foxx show. The whole cast was amazing.
It was on reruns.
Yeah, is this QAnon for black people?
different than the fact that Martin and Jamie are really gonna do Sinead and Wanda as a movie.
Cat Williams was trying to always say, Brandon, don't wear a dress.
You see, because once you do Sinead and Wanda as a movie, and we already have Big Mama's house, and we know Brandon T. Jackson, that nigga showed up with his dress.
Oh, yeah. He was saying in the media, so I thought he was heckling me.
He was ready to be in 1 and 2.
He was really trying to help me at the time. I didn't know that. I was immature. Right. I feel like, dang, why I'm trying to make it.
You're already going to research Iran, the Mossadegh overthrow, etc. Why not go through some real conspiracies and compare them to the fake ones and see how the real ones actually play out? Maybe. We'll talk about that. Remind me, after this video, we're going to talk a little bit, because I saw some good ideas about, like... I also have to figure stuff out, because my YouTube is going to, like, die if I'm not careful. I feel bad for August right now. Okay, sorry. All right.
So I wondering how many niggas really need to wear a dress.
Why you bashing me? And then he was trying to warn me, don't get in the dress.
I'll say this: all the celebrities getting mad at Cat right now. All these guys, all the top people having something to say about him. I think it's crazy that all these people got something to say, but they kept their mouth shut when it was Harvey Weinstein. They kept their mouth shut when it was P. Diddy. Ain't it crazy? You got people actually doing physical harm, pushing themselves on people. None of these motherfuckers have nothing to say, but then when it's Cat, who has no power over them, all of a sudden now they outspoken. That's why I wouldn't take much credence in what most of these goofballs have to say. Because most of these celebrities are just for the cash. They can talk about they for the people, they for the security, they want to protect their own, blah, blah, blah. But y'all let P. Diddy run through a bunch of your homies. And you clapped. And you showed him love. And you linked on his Instagram.
That's a good point.
And okay, all these motherfuckers do. They all know.
That's a good point.
They all know. So don't take none of these people seriously when they got so much to say about Cat. I'm not saying Cat is Jesus. I'm not saying Cat walks on water. Okay? I'm not saying Cat hasn't lied or whatever it is.
Or don't have his fault on whatever.
It doesn't mean that he's not saying the truth right now about a lot of this stuff. Mm-hmm. So all these people who have so much to say, I'm like, where were y'all when all this other shit was happening? It's crazy how quiet y'all were because you were protecting your career. But all of a sudden now...
Fuck! I wasn't paying attention, but I think I'm big true. Wait, what was he just talking about? I hope he was talking about how there were so many widespread, like, sex cult, weird fucking things going on, and nobody seemed to have shit to say about that, but everyone was talking about, like, the Illuminati and the trans agenda. Is that what he was talking about? Because if so, big true. If not, I just made that all up and forget everything. What did P. Diddy do?
He is, like, an absolute freak. And then, you know Cassie, his ex?
No.
Well, she's suing him.
Okay, absolute freak. Like, did he
like R. Kelly level?
That still didn't help me. Because I was going to say, is he like getting pissed on or is he like raping young girls?
Like raping young girls
Okay.
and boys.
Okay.
Allegedly. But he did settle the lawsuit for like...
People are saying he literally did everything bad you could do. P. Diddy
Yeah.
is probably gay and forces guys to fuck him. Jesus, power bottom.
They all know. So don't take none of the people who has physical harm, pushing themselves on people. None of these motherfuckers have nothing to say, but then when it's Cat, who has no power over them, all of a sudden now they outspoken. That's why I wouldn't take much credence in what most of these goofballs have to say.
Yeah.
Because most of these celebrities are just for the cash. They can talk about they for the people, they for the security, they want to protect their own, blah, blah, blah. But y'all let P. Diddy run through a bunch of your homies. And you clapped. And you showed him love. And you linked on his Instagram. That's a good point. And okay, all these motherfuckers do. They all know.
That's a good point.
They all know. So don't take none of these people seriously when they got so much to say about Cat. I'm not saying Cat is Jesus. I'm not saying Cat walks on water. Okay? I'm not saying Cat hasn't lied or whatever it is.
Or don't have his fault on whatever.
It doesn't mean that he's not saying the truth right now about a lot of this stuff. Mm-hmm. So all these people who have so much to say, I'm like, where were y'all when all this other shit was happening? It's crazy how quiet y'all were because you were protecting your career. But all of a sudden now you might have the integrity to come out and speak about things when it's
Cat don't have power over you, so you say shit.
Listen, a person's character is tested when they have something to lose. And y'all noticed when they got...
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Is he saying that... Hold on. I'm sorry. I think I was just reading this whole statement incorrectly. Is he saying that Cat doesn't... His statements don't matter now because Cat has nothing to lose because he's out of the industry? Or is he saying that people criticizing Cat have nothing to lose because Cat's out of the industry? Who is he being critical of? Is he being critical of Cat or the people criticizing Cat Williams? I need to not half listen to this. Cat has nothing to this. Wait. Fuck me. Okay, never mind. I have to listen to this. Now I'm too roped in.
This stuff. Mm-hmm. So all these people who have so much to say, I'm like, where were y'all when all this other shit was happening? It's crazy how quiet y'all were because you were protecting your career. But all of a sudden now you might have the integrity to come out and speak about things when it's...
Cat don't have power over you, so you say shit.
Listen, a person's character is tested when they have something to lose. And y'all noticed when they got something to lose when it came to P. Diddy, all these rappers who all about the street life and all this other shit, they keep their fucking mouth shut. Mm-hmm. But now that it's Cat, they want to say something. Listen.
And why is it so important?
Oh. But like... Couldn't you levy that same criticism at Cat? Why wasn't he saying anything when he was part of the industry? Because it seems like he got his and left too.
No, because he's saying that he never let anyone like do things to him.
Yeah,
and that's why he can speak out. I think his exact quote was like, "I kept my virgin whole," or something.
He always said it. He was Destiny. Wait, how often? Or like for real? Or just like the little random like I'm not gonna wear a dress things?
No, like he was saying that like he's had to turn $50 million from P. Diddy down like 4 times because P. Diddy wanted to like pop his butt cherry.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe he said it, or you don't believe it happened?
I don't believe anybody offered him $50 million to
4
fuck his
times?
asshole, and I don't believe he would turn it down. I don't believe that. No shot.
I'll find the clip.
$50 million? 50,000 I could buy. If that guy's worth over... How much is P. Diddy worth?
Like billions.
My God. Okay, almost $1 billion. $1 million, I could see him offering it. $50 million to fuck his ass? $50 million? No shot. That's a retarded amount of money. $1 million is the upper limit that I would believe on that.
Look.
No shot. Hold on. Wait. Where is P. Diddy now?
In hiding, because he settled his lawsuit with Cassie for like a retarded amount of money that it's like, okay, like obviously you did it because you wouldn't pay her this much if you hadn't done it.
How much would you pay to fuck Diddy's ass? I don't even do anal with girls. Why the fuck would I pay to fuck a guy's ass? Getting that boy pussy. Jesus.
Bussy.
Yeah, true.
You know that picture of like the car and it's like doing the face?
No.
It's like cussy.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, but hold on. 50 million to fuck him in the ass, no. But because hold on. I want to believe. I'm going to believe in a conspiracy,
Let me
okay?
send you the clip.
Let's make it work, okay? It wouldn't be 50 million to fuck him in the ass. It would be 50 million to fuck him in the ass and to know that he fucked him in the ass and maybe to have a video of him fucking him in the ass. And now, if he's got relationships with other execs or talent managers, now he can like say, hey, I need you to go and do this movie, this show, this special, and you got to do it because you know I've got video of me fucking in the ass. That's the thing. Also, does anybody know the girl that wrote a book called Scammed? No. This. No. Hold on. Don't mind me, guys. Just chill.
If you won't watch the video, can I tell you what happened?
With who or what?
The flight.
The flight? Oh, we got it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's called Scammer. Caroline Calloway. Has anybody heard of this person before? Is this a real human being? Does anybody know? Adriana Lee. What? What's better, StreamYard or Restream.io? I don't know, just use OBS. What's the price for you, Destiny, to allow someone to record you getting ass fucked? There has to be a number. I don't know. I mean, 10 million, I'd say yes instantly. For 1 million, maybe, probably, maybe. I'd have to think about it. It would depend on who it is and like what the video's for, right? The race of the person, the age of the person, if they're a content creator. There'd be a lot of
If you
consideration.
had to pick someone right now, like can you still hear me even though I angled the mic down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, you should angle it down and do this though. Yeah. Speaking English is always good.
Is there still a shadow on my face?
Why do you have a shadow on your face?
Because it looked like weird.
Who cares? It's stream, okay? This is real life, okay? We don't...
You just said it's stream. It can't be real life if it's stream.
No, I mean it's video real life, okay? No filters, no angles, no tricks. It's just raw, captured footage, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd my glasses go?
Okay. We got sidetracked out of sidetracked. Oh, I just somebody reached out to me to set up like a dinner, and I have no idea if these people are real or not. I might get abducted and killed. I think tomorrow or the night after. Just good luck. Okay. Oh, P Diddy, Sean Combs. Let's born out of this. Don't care. Don't care.
Just lost my glasses.
Yeah, that shit's gone forever. Okay, that's what happens when you roll your chair around too much. Where do you normally put them when you take them off?
Just like on my. Oh. Found them.
Nice. Okay, can we do something real quick? Hold on.
Yes.
Okay. Get off my carpet. All the way back. Look at this.
Well, why don't you get the little sticky things that hold your carpet in place?
What are those? I'm never gonna hurt that. Keep going back.
Like they're like little like pads, and you put them like on the corner.
Sounds based.
I'll get you some when I go to.
Okay.
So then just lift the chair.
There you go.
Thanks.
Let's go over. All right. Oh, also, Superbad, great movie, right? Destiny, when have you last taken the Pendulum to Blinkerton? It's been a while. Right?
What?
Superbad was a good movie.
Oh yeah, it was a great movie.
Thank you.
We watched it last night.
Okay. What was she going to ask before you interrupted her? Oh, wait, what were you going to ask?
Doesn't even remember what the beginning of my sentence was.
She said if you had to pick ...
Oh, if you had to pick someone to like fuck you in the ass, like gun to your head, gun to your mother's head, you have to, like a famous person.
To fuck me in the ass?
Mm-hmm.
Does that have to be a guy or can it be a girl?
I don't know.
Well, if it's a girl, I don't give a fuck. If it's a guy, I don't know. Probably the one
Would
with
you
the...
let me do it?
Listen, we'll think about it, okay? It's an off-stream
No, I'm not
discussion.
into that, sorry.
Oh, really? Because your mom is.
She's not.
She is.
She's not.
She is.
We're really open about that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
trust
No,
me.
we're not. She's not. That's weird. Are you gonna run through my whole family?
Depends how many of them get on their knees for me. I'm just kidding. That's so unserious. Is that what you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, stop. Okay. Watch this. Messages, emails. Okay, I'm working.
Okay.
Okay.
And they tell you shit like, but it's funny, is it?
And it is crazy. Hey, listen, editor, put in the pictures. It is insane how many guys during that era put on a dress. Now, I'm not a conspiracy brain person. I don't even think it's a conspiracy like that. People might, that's not. I just think Hollywood's lazy. The same way they won't put out stop putting out nerd superhero movies because they make money. They just put niggas in dresses because they thought that's how black guys were always going to be successful. They always typecasted black people and minorities in general. Asians were always relegated to this. Latinos were gang members and gangbangers pretty much every time. And then black people were often put in dresses, and it changed over time. But I just think that was the mindset back then. And this is sound weird. I'm not against cross-dressing. I actually think, like, especially in the world of theater and stuff like that, it has its place, okay? But when it's compelled so you can fit some kind of stereotype, when it's like a typecasting thing, I'm against all typecasting, okay? I'm against all typecasting.
Is this racist to suggest that ABBA might have low... No, I'm just kidding. Do you think that part of it might play into the fact that, like, I say historically, but like as rap has exploded and then you got like black character archetypes that exist on TV and movies and everything, isn't the idea behind like a black guy going in a dress, isn't it quote unquote funny because black is usually seen as like hyper masculine and kind of like homophobic, so it's like them in a dress is like even more funny? Isn't that kind of the point? Isn't that why it's funny? It's kind of like in porn, like why the BBC and the bull being a black guy and all of that is always like so important, and it's like such a mindfucker. Like I don't think I could date a white girl that got fucked by a black dick. Like all those things come from the idea of like the black hyper masculine barbarian or whatever. So putting that person as a dress is like the contrast is what makes it funny, I guess.
Can I tell you something? I know this. Wait. Yeah,
That's a really, it was a really serious follow-up question to this. But go ahead, yeah.
I know this girl whose ex-boyfriend, he got like beat up by a bunch of like, he started like beef with the black guys at his school, and then he got like beat up by them at McDonald's. Well, they got in a fight, but like they beat his ass because he was like a scrawny white guy and he like deserved it. He was being evil. But then after that, he got like this weird obsession with like BBC porn.
After the guy got beat up?
Mm-hmm. Like, what do you think happen, like psychologically? I'm talking like obsession, like could
Yeah, I
only get off to
understand.
that.
The how deep do I want to go on this? Have you ever heard of something called a just so story?
No.
Okay. A just so story is when you take a collection of facts and you find a way to weave them together, but you don't actually know 100%. So let's say I walk into a room, I see a person on the couch, they're laying, there's a pool of blood coming out of their head, and there's like a firearm like laying next to them. I would say, I came in the room, he killed himself. He must have shot himself. It's a just so story. I'm taking some facts and I'm saying, just so, like, this is happening because I can tell because
So
these
it
guys
could be a
right?
coincidence?
Could be. One of the
but
things
the
that's
timing.
difficult about human psychology, I think, is that sometimes we want to explain things by pointing to a particular event or something, but we can get lost in the sauce and we can start making explanations for things that aren't actually real.
But it was over like a girl who was Latina, and then one of the guys like stole her, which I don't even think is like a thing. She just like left him for him.
No,
and
I'm saying I understand
was, like,
all of these.
BBC like cucks.
Yes,
stuff.
I understand. The fact pattern can be literally whatever.
Mhm.
But what I'm saying is that like there are so many other things going on in a person's life that what I would look for stuff like this is my very boring answers. What I look for is that like, is there any type of like large like data or like studies that support this idea that like a traumatic event can create a fetish or whatever? Because otherwise, let's say that there's like 1,000 white guys.
Well, some people get like CNC kinks after getting assaulted.
I don't know how true that is. Like, maybe they do, but also, for instance, a lot of women have consent, non-consent kinks, right?
Mhm.
Like, a lot of women just do. So, like, maybe it's the case that a woman... So this is what I'm talking about. Let's say, I'm making numbers up, but let's say 40% of women have, like, rape kinks, right? Yeah, it's probably low. It's probably like 70% of women, right? Okay. Yeah, because women are crazy, okay? All right, let's say 40% of women have rape kinks, okay? But let's say that of those 40%, let's say that only like 50% of them really know, because the other 50% don't even know to explore that because they're like, that's like fucked, right? Let's say somebody ends up getting sexually assaulted and it's a horrible event, obviously, and all of that, but, you know, once they processed it, or maybe even without processing it, they look back on it and some part about it turns them on. And it's unhealthy, obviously, because that event was actually rape and that's not good. And like, well, fuck, this turned me on. Maybe when they...
Or maybe it just like warps their view of sex. And
Possibly.
like,
But I'm saying like maybe, I'm just saying at this particular thing, maybe they come away from that experience and like, fuck, like I think I got a rape kink from my actual sexual assault.
I don't think...
Maybe that could be the case, but maybe they had it before and they just didn't even realize it.
No, I think it might be they're like trying to like cope with their trauma and then...
These are just those stories. Maybe.
Yeah.
But does that happen with any other trauma? Like, is that normal? Like, let's say, for instance, you have... Because... One, we would imagine, what would we imagine the evolutionary response would be? We would imagine the evolutionary response to a traumatic event is probably to escape the trauma. That's the whole point, right? Like if obviously I'm not hitting you enough. You should be cowering when I do that, right? Okay. You need to be abused more, okay? But like if you're used to getting hit a lot in a bad way, right? And somebody like raise their hand towards you, you might like flinch a little bit, right? Because obviously we would expect a trauma response to be like, oh, like you don't want to get hit again. The idea that some people have these opposite trauma responses where they go in hard, like, oh no, I just want to go do it over and over again. This is like, I would imagine this would be like the worst type of response, right? So I wonder, are they actually like going back into it because their trauma made them like it, or is there a lot more complicated of a mechanism going on there? You know?
I don't think their trauma made them like it. I don't know.
I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. It could be true. I'm just saying sometimes I get scared jumping to conclusions on things sometimes. You know? Yeah.
Okay. Continue your emails.
It could also be that I've met people who have like adverse sexual events, and then because of that, in general, they kind of spiral a little bit. That like maybe you get raped, or maybe you have like a bad sexual assault encounter or whatever, and then it kind of fucks with your head, and then you kind of like you start spiraling because you've got a whole bunch of like personal like self fucked up shit right now, and then as a result of the spiraling, you start engaging in increasingly just self-destructive behavior, more drugs, more alcohol, more reckless around guys, and then the situation kind of repeats itself. And somebody might look at that and go like, oh, look, they got raped once, and now they want to get raped over and over again. It's like, not really. This first event set off like a self-destructive spiral, and it ended up leading to this, but it's not like they went from here to like, oh, I want to get raped over and over again.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe. But maybe not. Maybe there's a more direct line. I'm just saying like, it's hard to like, I think it's really hard to draw direct lines sometimes. It's very difficult, I think. But you know. Okay, ready?
And also, I also come from a culture where men wear what people call dresses, okay? We have these long robes. You would qualify as a dress if a woman would wear it. Men wear it. But that's different. It's cultural. It's not compelled. It is something that we all do, and they're not made to be worn as if it was a traditional woman's dress. All right? Hold on. I should have it in here somewhere, okay?
Yeah, why does he? Oh, this is true. How does he know so much about cross-dressing?
Okay. Oh, I mean, I don't know how you call it in Ethiopia.
All right, just so you can see, it goes all the way down. Incredibly comfortable. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Wearing one of these is my favorite.
Oh, never mind. This wasn't cross-dressing. I need to stop half paying attention. I'm sorry. I'm doing these. Forget I just said anything, okay? In regards to comparing it to a non-sexual assault experience, this could actually be played out by someone engaging in self-protective measures, i.e. going to the shooting range and buying protective guns, testing waters by going to places similar to where the situation occurred, and egging on a fight, taking fighting lessons, etc. Yeah, I mean, there are some self-protective things you can do, but self-protective is the opposite of throwing yourself back into it over and over again. At Destiny, aren't fetishes often linked to shame in childhood or adolescence? My understanding is, I believe that was the Freudian explanation, that in the oral or in the anal, it's like stage 2 or 3 of like one of the stages of the psychosexual development. If you are chastised, or if you get in trouble, or if you're ashamed or embarrassed about something, that from there you can develop a sexual fetish from, you know, whatever your eyes gaze at, or some dumb shit like that. I don't think there is any evidence linking that to being the case, though. I don't think that's just like a theory I think that Freud has, but I don't think that any of that came out to being real or not. Like I don't think there's any data on that.
Thing, especially when it's hot, you don't wear no underwear, you feel the wind on your balls, shit feels amazing. Pause. But I do it out of my own wants, okay? I would feel incredibly uncomfortable if they, pulled up one of them fucking Forever 21 skirts or whatever these women be wearing, okay, and said, yo, you need that for... There's not a chance in hell I would ever do that. Wow, it's weird seeing Jamie Foxx in a dress.
No, it was back then in living color.
Yeah.
It was. I remember that clearly.
Yeah, I'll say this. I know exactly how this dress thing happens. Okay, this is what happens. You're with your...
Hold on, I'm going to guess what he's going to say. This is how I would guess it would happen. You're with your agent. There's not any like attractive scripts floating around. He's like, listen, some shit just came by. It's a little weird, but like if you do this dress shit or whatever, the movie's going to be popping. It's an easy gig. You make a lot of money doing it. It's kind of goofy, yeah, but like it'll be funny. Like fucking, why not? It's an easy job, easy payday for both of us. Like, why not? That'd be my guess for how these happen. But who knows? We'll see what he says.
Agent, you're in a meeting, and then some producer comes out of nowhere. It's like, listen, guys, I have an idea. Stay with me. What if we put you in a dress with lots of makeup on, it's looking very feminine with your broad shoulders, and make you do a dance?
Yeah, basically. Okay, sure, yeah.
I think you're like, nah, like, come on, I think it'd be really good. It's gonna be a hit. You didn't see when Martin did it? And they'll start selling you on this shit. And then the meeting will end, and you have some reservations. You have some issues. Then your agent starts nudging you because they want to make their commission. Like, yo, come on, this is your big break. Don't you want to make it in Hollywood? Huh? Don't you want to make it on the big screen? There's other movies lined up. Do you know who that guy is and who he's connected to? If you reject him, you're gonna cost the studio so much money, and you're gonna pass on the chance, and someone else is gonna take your shot.
That's whenever you have a sleazy fucking agent.
Most agents are sleazy.
My agent is my homie. My manager is my best friend, and shit like that. It's a weird thing that I didn't want to be part of. Happen, because you have to understand one thing is that we do this, you do thing, and it's one thing, but you have to understand that I have a whole ass career here where we at right now. Okay, so I got movie gigs and stuff, I got TV gigs and I got commercial gigs and stuff like that, and shady shit has happened in the past, and stuff that I don't want to be part of has happened proposition of that. And the minute I say no, it's a no. I've never been put in a position, but I know exactly what you're talking about because I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it from other people. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Being pushed on, what you're talking about is very real. I'm very, very grateful and very lucky to have the people that I have around me. But what you're saying is exactly how it works.
But I also wasn't saying that like everyone that gets assaulted gets like a CNC kink. But I think that like it's like a way to kind of like reclaim.
No, I don't
trauma.
believe that. I don't believe that.
But like I've talked to people who like have experienced that, and like
I wouldn't believe. I'm saying I just don't believe it. A way to reclaim it is to, like, here's the thing.
So it's like something like really, really terrible happens to you, and it like fucks up your brain. So then, like in your mind, you're like, okay, like if I'm the one, like if I'm like reversing the rules and I'm putting myself in control, so I'm like allowing it to happen, then that just kind of like makes up for it in their mind.
I don't buy it. Mm-hmm. It's possible, but I don't buy it. Maybe though.
Talk to you like that. And sometimes if they know your agent is going to back you up all the time, like my agent and my manager back me up, they're going to not want to speak to your agent. They're going to want to speak to you directly. They're going to bypass your agent, right? And sorry about that, no pun intended, go by the back door. Yeah. That's what they're going to try to do, and that's 100% true.
So the writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress.
Isn't that literally what I described?
Yeah.
Yo, these producers are the corniest motherfuckers you've ever seen. I don't even know how they have jobs, bro. Talentless hacks. And they come at you like it's a good idea. And you as a talent are sitting there like, nigga, are you high? Yo, what the did you smoke? That's what you think. You're not gonna say because you don't want to lose a job. But anyway, hey, are you high? You find a
I think that, fuck. I don't want to dive too much. Actually, why am I saying that? I can't dive into it. I don't want to say I lost a lot of respect for Dave Chappelle. I really started to wonder a lot about Dave Chappelle when he gave his whole, it was a, I don't know if it was as a part of a stand-up routine, but it was a thing he was talking about in front of an audience a few years ago about how horrible Hollywood tries to fuck you with contracts. I think it might have had to do with the negotiation of his Netflix deal. And when I was listening to him talk about that, I was like, this sounds like standard contract negotiation. Nothing about this sounds fucked or weird. Like, nothing about this sounds out of the ordinary or like horrible. But I think that, was it the Chappelle Show on Max? I thought it was in regards to, or maybe Netflix came in and saved him at the end or something. It was about hip hop record deals. Maybe, but he related it to, I thought he related it to his Netflix stuff. But something that happens, was he trying to present it as weird? Yeah, everybody does this. Not Tfue. Who was the guy in Phase that kind of fucked them when he left? Anybody know who I'm talking about? Banks? No, it was the guy that got like the huge contract and then wanted to, or he got a kind of a bad contract. And was it Tfue? It might have been Tfue. Let me explain like a phenomenon for writing contracts real quick that people have a really hard time understanding, and it's very frustrating. And when you explain it, people just call you a bootlicker. But this is something that happens when you're writing contracts, okay? Let's say that I've got 10 talent that come to me, and they want to be signed into my org. Now, all of these talent, okay, all of these talent, we'll say, have 10% potential to become worth, okay? They've got 10%, hold on, let me write this here. They've got 10% potential to become worth $1 million, all right? No, fuck it. Well, let's gas this up. We'll say $10 million, okay? Okay. In their present state, though, they're all worth maybe, we'll put 90% for the rest, I guess, right? Hello? Color, black. Oh, I can't have the same color for both. Okay. We'll say in the present state, though, these guys are only worth, for advertising and shit, we'll say like $1,000, okay? When I'm looking at each of these talent, okay? When I'm looking, also these numbers are, maybe I should skew these more to make it more, no, it's fine. You can. When I look at all these talent that are coming to me, these guys, they need money to play games. They don't have like time to go full time. You know, they need computers on the ship. Okay. When I look at these guys, I'm like, okay, well, I'm trying to figure out like what talent has potential. I'm trying to figure out how to value my talent. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at each of these guys. Okay. And they have a 10% chance to be worth $10 million to me. 90% chance that they're just gonna be worth $1,000, right? What I'm about to do is incredibly crude. If anybody well actuallys me on any of the math here, I am permabanning, okay? A really crude way of calculating the value of each of these, assuming that I know both these figures are accurate, is I would say each one of these talent are worth to me 10% of 10 million plus 90% of 1,000, okay? So the expected value is the term we're using here. The expected value of each of these individual talents is going to be $1,900,000, okay? That's what the expected value of each of the talent are to me, okay? Because I know I got a 10% chance of one of these guys popping off. So when I go to these guys and I go to write my deals, okay? Now, this is the value that they bring me. That's just going to be the gross value, not the net. So I've also got like all my expenses. I've got my employees. I've got all this shit, right? When I go to write contracts for each of these guys, I'm probably going to write them contracts for let's say that I got to cover all my expenses. Let's say that I've got to, I want to make some money, obviously. Maybe I'll write each of these guys a contract for $400,000, okay? This is my cost, okay? I'm spending $400,000 to sign each of these guys. Now, all of this process happens here behind the scenes. None of you see any of this, okay? Here is the only thing that you see, and this is what's frustrating about these types of deals and how they go public. The only thing that you see is one of these guys ends up blowing up and going big. Tifu was the one for FaZe. And then when he blows up and goes big, he's looking at his 400K like, what the fuck? I'm bringing you guys in $10 million in receipts. $10 million gross. How the fuck is my contract for 400 fucking K? Are you serious? So this guy, in the Tifu example, goes public, and he's like, by the way, I'm getting fucking shafted. Okay, I'm actually getting fucked. I made these guys this much money last year, and my contract, by the way, is for 400K. Everybody looks at the company, they go, wow, greedy fucks, you're writing abusive, horrible contracts, you're fucking over your talent, blah, 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 ignoring the fact that the initial risk on this guy was a gamble. They didn't know he was going to be worth that much, number one. And number two, you also have to subsidize all the people that aren't worth that much, because these guys aren't all going to be worth that much, right? One through 9 here, right? And chances are when talent blows up like this, you're probably going to write these contracts a bit lower so that when it does blow up, you can renegotiate this guy's contract, because obviously you don't want to fuck them over. Because in the real world, you don't actually want to fuck your talent over, your good talent, because they're going to fucking leave and then make a big public stink about it. But yeah. This is a frustrating reality, and I felt like Dave Chappelle, it sounded like he was describing this exact thing where he was this guy, and he's like, oh, I can't believe I was getting fucked, or I can't believe some people in record labels get fucked. No offense, most people that go to record labels and shit, they don't make anything. They're I don't want to say losers, that's mean, but like they just, the investments don't return anything, right? There's no ROI. Yeah. Also, by the way, the same schema here can also be applied to pharmaceuticals. That's why pharmaceuticals are so fucking expensive, because it takes about $1 billion to get a drug over the phase 3 trial finish line. And you've got to pay for every single failed drug. And when one does make it, you want to make a little bit of money off it because you wasted money on all this shit. I shouldn't say waste money. That's mean because we're talking about human capital talent. But yeah. Yeah, but shouldn't these contracts have clauses if the talent skyrockets to 10 million that their fees increase with the success? Usually, yeah, you'll start writing that. But keep in mind, in order for the company to work, they have to be able to gamble on all this talent. If you write in too many stipulations, like every dollar that you earn us, we're going to pay you. If you start writing crazy stipulations like that, well, these guys, you're not signing these guys. Why the fuck would you take a risk on somebody? You're only going to sign like the talent that's already made it. I want somebody with a 95% chance of making me money. I'm not wasting my time on these fucking no names. Why the fuck would I do that? If they don't make any money for me, I'm fucked, right? And I don't get to make any money on my big talent now because now I've got to pay him out every single dollar that I earn on his name, you know? So, yeah. This is the Chappelle bit. The first one is him giving context. Sure, okay. Real quick, we'll watch some of this.
2 weeks ago, whenever it was, I call Lauren Michaels and I tell him, okay, I'll do it. I'll do Saturday Night Live on election night. And the day I made that phone call, the day I committed to it, it gets announced that Netflix is streaming Chappelle's show. Not just Netflix, HBO Max is streaming it too. I'll tell you another story about HBO. No, hear me out. Did you know, before Chappelle's show was at Comedy Central, I pitched that show to HBO. I told them what I wanted to do. Now, these are executives. All they have to do is say, yeah, we'll take it, or no, thank you, we won't. But they...
Okay, hold on real quick. Okay, I know that we all grow up and we learn things and, you know, it's part of the grow up process, okay? A lot of people make this criticism of Chappelle. Okay, I hate the new brand of comedy where there isn't comedy. It's just some obscure story, okay? All comedians do this. This is not just Chappelle, okay? Everybody, Richard Pryor told stories of him fucking going to Africa, okay? George Carlin told stories when he was on stage. Like, everybody, when they're a comedian, and especially when they get big enough, they start to tell stories. People do that. That's part of comedy. That's what happens. The reason why we like comedians is often that's because they take things that we like and things that are relatable, and then they make them funny, right? Part of the relatability of a comedian and them telling us truths or revealing truths about ourselves through, that's probably where Sneeko got his truth through funny bullshit from, is because he liked stand-up comedians, right? People, this is like super standard, okay? The idea that like Chappelle has turned into some weird storyteller, but that's, comedians do this. They get high off their own shit, okay? They do. But to be fair, I mean, like, if you make a whole audience laugh that loud, you know, of course you're gonna think you're a god.
They didn't say either of those things. They went too far. They said, literally, what do we need you for? That's what they told me. As they kicked me out of the office. What do we need you for? And here we are, all these years later, and they're streaming the very show that I was pitching to them. So I'm asking them, What do you need me for? People think I made a lot of money for Chappelle's show. When I left that show, I never got paid. They didn't have to pay me because I signed the contract. But is that right?
Sorry, yeah.
They didn't have to pay a lot of money for Chappelle's show. People think I made a lot of money for Chappelle's show. When I left that show, I never got paid. They didn't have to pay me because I signed the contract. But is that right? I found out that these people were streaming my work, and they never had to ask me, or they never had to tell me. Perfectly legal because I signed the contract. But is that right?
And so, I hate to be mean, but like, here's the thing, okay? I'm trying to think. Before the Chappelle show, Chappelle was pretty popular, but the Chappelle show, I'm pretty sure, is what made him explode into popularity. The Chappelle show is the thing that like put him from like, that's a pretty popular comedian to like, whoa, I'm Rick James, bitch. Like these skits or whatever, these were the things that like fucking blew his shit up. The idea that he tries to put this as though like he got fucked because he signed a deal early on that wasn't, what was he looking for? Like royalties over a flat fee or, yeah. Nobody knew who Chappelle, I'm trying to think of, did Chappelle have, hold on. Specials. Hold on, also I want to say one more thing. Fuck, I don't want to get into all the business shit. Destiny, for Devil's Advocate, is this not pay you an exposure? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to reiterate this a million fucking times, okay? Because it's true. There is nothing wrong with being paid an exposure. Paid an exposure is sometimes the best way to get paid. In fact, if you're growing or you're famous, you always want to be paid an exposure, okay? That's the best way to get paid. The reason why paid an exposure is a joke is because when people offer to pay you an exposure, it's usually some fucking loser that has no exposure to pay you, okay? If Rogan said, listen, you can come on my show, but you gotta pay me $1,000, I'd already signed the check before you even finish the sentence. I'll pay, of course, Rogan, I'll pay to be on your show. Because the exposure would be insane. Obviously, I will pay to be on your show. Yeah, I'll fly you out there, motherfucker. Damn, I don't care. Yeah, of course I would pay to be on the show. The exposure would be worth it. The issue is that when people say, I'll pay you an exposure, it's usually some guy with like 400 followers on Twitter who's like, once we're big, you know, you'll get the exposure be so good for you or some bullshit like that, right? Like that's the reason why paid an exposure is bullshit.
Someone in Kick Chat said, why don't you pay Carontos an exposure?
Because I'm a more ethical and moral person than other people would be, okay? You should
humble.
You should pay people because that's the right thing to do. In my opinion, if you're making a lot of money, you should pay people because it's the right thing to do, okay? But the reality is, okay, if I wanted to be an ice cold businessman, I don't need to pay anybody for kick or keep. First of all, I don't even need to pay Carontos. I could have told Carontos, listen, I'm not paying you shit, I'll host you. He probably still would have done it, is my guess, because it's a good opportunity for him. Or if Carontos didn't, I could literally find a billion other people like, yes, I would gladly host a fucking show on your stream so I can be in front of 10,000 viewers every night. 100%. Absolutely you could. And I don't want to make arguments for unethical employment, but people sometimes that are willing and hungry to work for exposure, oftentimes these people do the best work because they're hungry for it. They're going to do their best fucking effort because they know the only shit that they're getting from the work that they do is going to be people that like them afterwards from it, right? Sometimes your best employees is when you do the paid exposure. When you start offering...
So if you were paying him an exposure, like it would still be ethical and you would still like feel good about it, but you're just doing it out of the kindness of your heart?
I don't know if it would be... I'm not trying to make argument.
But you just said it would be ethical.
I think that if everybody's getting paid somewhere and they bring in other workers, those people should be part of the success. Do you know anything about like the I was going to say the NAACP. That's not what I'm thinking of. The NCAA. Do you know like college football?
No.
Oh fuck. Okay. Like for a long time, people would make the argument that college football players can play college football, but they shouldn't get paid because they get like free schooling and they can go to the NFL afterwards if they're really good, right? In my opinion, that argument could work, but it doesn't work when college coaches are the highest paid public employees in like 40 states. Do you know, I'm from Nebraska, Omaha, right? In Lincoln, our coaches were signed for like anywhere from $1 to $5 million, I think, a year.
Wow.
5 million per year.
Would you rather pay all of your
Fraud.
employees?
Did this guy win more than 3 games in any season? I still can't believe they dumped Callahan for this. No offense, but oh my God. In 2017, does anybody know? Where are my Nebraska boys at? Unbelievable, dude. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm just saying that when the coaches and everybody else around this area is like making so much money, it's weird that the players who are out there risking their bodies don't make any money, you know?
Would you rather pay all your employees in exposure or equally distribute your wealth between all your employees?
I mean, I like to pay them because I make a lot of money and it feels good. Like I want people
No,
to
like if you had to choose, like you're all making the same or you're only paying them in exposure.
If we all made the same,
Like equally distribute.
like me too,
Yeah.
they're getting exposure. Fuck that. That's wild. Okay, damn. He had a great recruiting school at UCF and couldn't do the same in Nebraska because he doesn't know the area / boosters and no one wants to move there. It doesn't matter. He had no chops for being a college football coach. And Callahan was always like 1 or 2 games off of he was always like 1 or 2 games off of fucking playoffs, postseason games. I don't know what the fuck you would even call them. The bowl games? I don't remember, bro. It's been a long time for college football. He was 12-0 at UCF. What conference are they a part of, though? Florida? I feel like I've never heard of them in a fucking football game in my life. I don't know shit about other conferences. What was UCF in? Was that a Big 10 or Big 12 school, or? Because it was not one of those 2 conferences. Why the fuck would I give a fuck? Why would you tell me? That's like saying you won Little League football games, okay? American League? American League? I don't know what the fuck that means. What, are they playing football against the Cubans that are swimming here from fucking Castro land? Like, what? I don't, yeah. Okay. Why would you bring that guy on for a Big 10 school after Callahan?
Do you follow college football?
No, I don't.
Do you follow NFL football?
No, I don't follow any sports because fuck sports. I'm from Omaha, and the only thing we had there was college football. So I grew up. There was a man, the myth, the legend.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about it.
Tom Osborne.
Never heard of him.
He's a great football coach.
Yeah.
Back in the days of Tommy Frazier,
Who's Tommy Frazier?
A great American football player.
Yeah.
We just had a really good college football team. But then it never came back, basically. So. Yeah. But anyways, nobody cares. Go to, who are the best ones now? Like it's like Alabama or fucking, I don't know, one of those fucking losers. No one cares. Okay, sorry, I don't know where we went to. We got way off. Okay, Chappelle Show, sketch comedy, 2003. When was his first did he even have a stand-up special before the Chappelle Show? No way, was it that extreme, right? Chappelle specials, Wikipedia. No, Chappelle Wikipedia. Oh, Michigan is good as well. Yeah. Destiny probably doesn't even know how 2 points is scored in football. Do you know how 2 points is scored in football?
Is it a touchdown?
No. 2 points is technically scored when we like run the conversion, but I don't think anybody actually does that. Isn't that just some shit you do in video games? Actually,
is it the kick?
Wait, somebody said a safety? Is safety 3 points? I don't know how much a fucking safety is. Is a safety 2 points? You can run a conversion. I don't know about the fucking safety. Damn. Who's getting tackled on their own fucking? That sounds like some Tabor snap. I'm just kidding.
I know the basketball.
Yeah. This is a somebody donated $25 ago and said this is a 5-year real-world police interrogation video of a man who shot up the Trump Doral. He claimed he was a sex slave for Diddy. The video corroborates Cassie's claims against Diddy in a $30 million lawsuit. I believe you. Okay.
He's sick. Sick in the head.
P. Diddy or the guy that shot?
P. Diddy? Well, I don't know anything about the guy that shot.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know where we are. God, fuck. Have you ever listened to football? Have you listened to any sport on the radio before?
Like, what do you mean the radio?
Like a radio in a car where there's a AM, FM.
What's up?
Oh shit.
If I don't come on, everyone's gonna say I'm a
Hi,
coward.
Miss Kelly.
Here I am. What's up?
I just want to say that the only time I had ever heard of you or heard you speak on the stream was when you were speaking about ADHD medicine, where you did perpetuate misinformation. And so I asked, is she the British girl that said wrong things about
Okay, what is that
ADHD medicine?
misinformation? I'd love to know.
I don't remember exactly. You can pull
Oh,
up the
that's
bot if you want.
interesting. Nobody ever knows. Nobody ever gives examples, do they?
Oh no.
They just base it on their feelings.
Oh no.
Stop. That's a British.
Oh no, I don't remember why I'm mad.
What did
and
Kelly
why I
even
think
talk
something's
about
wrong.
regarding ADHD medication?
It was when, well, I asked to come on, and then I don't remember exactly. It was like forever ago, but that's like the only thing I know her from.
Nobody ever does.
But like, is that really an excuse to like go after me like that?
So I said your tattoos are ugly and look
No,
like they
and
were
you said that
drawn
he
by
found me in a
toddler.
dumpster.
Yeah,
And you
look
called
kinda
me unwashed.
Yeah.
You know what? It's okay. If I looked like Mark Zuckerberg, I would probably be really upset at other girls too, but
I wasn't attacking your appearance, by the way. That could be applied to men. It could be applied to anything. If your shitty tattoos were drawn on a piece of paper, would I not be allowed to critique that as art then?
you know what? I can get my shitty tattoos lasered off, but you are unfortunately stuck with your
True.
shitty personality.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, if you clap at me, obviously I'll clap back.
But it wasn't
Like,
a
it's not
clap.
that
And if you're well, obviously it's that deep for you. If you heard, is this the girl that says wrong things about ADHD medicine, and you
I mean,
got
you were
so
going around
anal about
saying
it?
I was insecure, so obviously I'm gonna keep clapping
Yeah,
back.
because you came after me and you said a bunch of
I mean,
mean things
just
about me. That
actually-
points to you
just
being
actually
insecure.
attacked my appearance, whereas I just said your tattoos are ugly and you look unwashed. Those are not immutable
Oh,
characters.
Wait.
Yeah.
You
okay.
can
Never
take
mind.
a
Sorry,
shower, right? Like,
Okay, Kelly.
so just to clarify, you don't remember why I am wrong. And you're mad that I said your tattoos are ugly and you look unwashed. Just FYI, wasn't meant to be sexist. I understand how other people interpreted it that way. I should have just said
Oh, you're right. You were
emo,
just being
unwashed.
a cunt. You were being a cunt, but you weren't being sexist.
If I said that to a man, which all of those insults would apply perfectly to Darius,
How come you
by the
haven't been
way.
involved in any drama until a new girl comes on stream and then all of a sudden you're up in arms? How come you were
Are
saying
you
that my
forgetting
tattoos...
that you brought me up? You
So-
summoned me. This is
you-
what you get. Like,
Literally, how was it summoning you? You were...
by mentioning me.
Are you fucking Voldemort? I'm sorry. Am I not allowed to
Yep.
mention you without you becoming
Why
an
not?
enraged cunt?
Yeah.
Well,
Here we
then
are.
maybe you should get some help for that. I don't know.
I mean, you're the one that's saying that your feelings were so badly hurt. Did you not see the actually unhinged things people were saying? Like, how is like me saying your tattoos look like they were drawn by a toddler more
Because
hurtful than the
I
actually
would
shit
expect
people
better
say?
from like a woman in the community because like there's
Why?
not that many.
Like,
and I
nothing
feel
I
like
said was actually sexist. You can interpret it that way, and I get it, but that's not what I meant, and it's not what I said. I didn't call you a whore. If people are, like, reading into it and reading whore, that's on them. Didn't mean to say that. Didn't say that.
Okay.
Is that it?
Anything
Damn,
else, Mr.
I even
Zuckerberg?
said, like, people cherry pick shit what I said, right? I said, just because she has ugly tattoos doesn't mean she's ugly. I even said you're pretty a couple of times, right? Because people are, like, trying to get what I actually think about things. It's irrelevant, right? Anything that I say that's positive is ignored. Everything else is just clip jumped, right? So, like, I feel like you're finding shit to be angry at that point.
How am I finding shit to be angry at?
Because you're just ignoring anything positive I said, and it's
Well-
just everything angry. Cause like, and you're both perpetuating misinformation, right? Both of you were saying earlier, like, that I didn't respond to your clip because you can't like understand time zones, or that like you're not America brained and you're like
Kelly
realizing in fucking
Jean,
Britain.
you're being a Weasley little liar.
How am I being a Destiny just said this like an hour or two ago? What do you mean?
Oh, I think
You said
technically,
it
I
in
think
chat.
Kelly didn't say anything until after your comment on stream. It looked different though because there were
Yes,
people
thank
posting with
you.
different timestamps. Is what I looked at.
But then it's like, if I just ask, is that the girl who was wrong about ADHD medication? Does that warrant her calling me unwashed, saying that you found me in a dumpster?
I mean, I
Talking
don't
about
think so.
my-
I think that's a little unhinged, but you know.
Are they not really mild insults in comparison to the shit that gets said daily? Like, are you trying to like convince me that those are really harsh insults?
Yeah, but like, why are you like, you're just like not a girl's girl? It's weird.
What does that have to do with being a girl's girl? I would say the exact same insults to Darius, bro. Like, it's not girl specific. If you're gonna say like, who is the guy in the community who seems like an emo, unwashed guy with bad tattoos, I'd be like, yeah, fucking Darius.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying, you're not like arguing, are you? You're not making an argument. You're just saying shit.
Well, because I don't have anything to argue about. I said, is that the girl who said wrong things about ADHD medicine? Yeah, that's you.
Except I didn't, and you can't even remember what I said, but you keep saying that like it's a fact. And then you're like, oh, why would she ever be annoyed by that? I can't imagine fucking why.
Are
and then
you like a
imply
really
that the
insecure
things that you
person or
said-
something? I'm so sorry. I didn't know that me saying
Do
that
you know
were...
what community you're in? And you also say, oh, I don't make personal like insults, and then you say I'm insecure. What is calling me insecure if it's not a personal insult?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna call you insecure after you go after me for literally just saying that you were wrong about a thing.
Yeah, that's like the most mild response to being called wrong without you actually giving any information on that. Like, where you don't even remember what I said.
Okay.
So you got nothing. What's Wolfgang in
Well,
it for?
I don't...
I wanted to figure out this critique of the tattoos. That's what I wanted to hear because they're clearly so bad, right? I wanted to hear why they're so awful.
They're on my body. Like, why are you so pressed over tattoos that are on my body? Like,
it was a quick throwaway insult because the shitty looking scratch tattoos. I don't know, mate. What's your...
Who's
What,
the
if you want
honkers?
sexism, Wes is here. So there you go.
Hey, Kelly Jean,
Congratulations.
commit suicide.
Call me a whore. Okay.
Destiny, who's the
Awesome.
honkers?
Stop. Okay, we're not doing this. Wes, if you want to come in, you can come in at a different time. Not as part of this conversation, though. Okay, this is a serious conversation.
That
Yeah, I
means
don't-
that he thinks you're sexist. Okay. What did you say, Wolfgang?
I just wanted to hear the critique because, I mean, you admitted as much, so I had no reason to be here. I think it was just a thinly way, like a way to disguise an insult, to just sneak something in there. But, I mean, you said it as much, so never mind.
Something can be an insult and true. Like, I never said it wasn't
can
an
you
insult.
find the ADHD conversation?
Why am I doing your work for
I wasn't
you?
talking to you.
Who were you talking to?
I don't know, maybe the person that's sitting next to me.
You might need to, like, specify that for people in a voice call.
Okay.
Fucking
Oh,
I'm not a
actually-
mind reader. All the same people that complain at me so badly for making, like, the most mild fucking insults
Yeah,
are
but it's
currently
like
being
for
the
what?
most
Like, why?
unhinged.
Like, for what? Like, what is your... Like, I just don't understand.
Do you know where you are? This is like a fucking... People argue with each other here all the time. Like,
yeah, but like, you're just being, like, retarded with peace and love.
you
Like,
were
it's
saying,
just-
I was being mean. Like, do you know
You
where
were,
are?
like, saying that Destiny was, like, dumpster diving for me, and that he's, like, fucking girls that come out of dumpsters, and
Do
that...
you know what, like, I didn't say anything about fucking, actually. Also, like, do you get what a joke is? Do you think I literally think that he went to a dumpster and pulled you out?
Okay, yeah. You're being fucking obtuse on purpose. You can't just say something mean and then when you get called out for it, say,
It's
it was just
obviously
a
a
joke.
joke.
It was just a joke. It was just a joke. Like, no, be a fucking, like, stand by what you said. You can't just, like, walk it back and say that it was a joke. No, you were being a fucking cunt, so stand by that.
Are you dumb? It can be both. It's a joke and it's an insult. It doesn't mean I literally think that he got you out of a dumpster.
Yeah, no shit, he didn't get me out of a fucking dumpster, but
So why
it's
are
not
you
a joke.
implying that I'm walking it back? Yeah, of course it's a joke. It's a joke and an insult. Are you unaware that those two things could be coexist at the same time? Like, they're not mutually exclusive.
I can't argue with her. I literally feel like I'm being ableist. Like, I can't argue with someone who has
I'm sorry,
this little
you're calling me
brain capacity.
ableist when you can't understand that a joke
No,
and an
I'm calling
insult can
myself
coexist.
ableist because you're retarded, and I literally cannot. Like, I literally feel like I am doing a disservice by arguing
How am I
with
the
you.
retard because you don't know that jokes and insults can coexist at the same time? Do you think insults can like never be jokes and jokes can never be insults?
I thought jokes were supposed to be funny.
Are you dumb? Well, just because you don't find them funny doesn't mean they aren't a joke. Like,
Okay.
I would consider it a personal failing if you were to find me funny, quite frankly.
Because you yourself know that you're unfunny?
No, because I
feel
would
like-
not
okay,
want to appeal
I-
to 21-year-old Zoomers. Like, why would that be my target market of jokes?
Okay.
Well, you ask, I respond. Jesus. You don't have to be a stand-up comic to say a joke.
No one... Literally no one said that.
The point you're trying to making it is that because I'm not funny by your definition of it, therefore I can't
No,
do
Kelly,
jokes.
if I look at you and I'm like, you're fucking... Like, who's this cunt who looks like Mark Zuckerberg, who's ugly
you
as
called
fuck?
me Mark Zuckerberg twice now, so you've actually actively attacked my
Yeah,
appearance
because
more
you
than I've done
attacked
to
me,
you.
so why would I take the high road now after you've already attacked me? Like, this is so stupid.
Tattoos are not like your appearance, bro.
They're
It's just
directly
fucking art.
tied to my appearance. Like, this is so unserious.
No, it's not the same. Are you daft? They're not the same. Like, if I
And saying that
critique
I look
artwork-
unwashed and that I was found in a dumpster
you can
is...
take a wash. I can't do anything about apparently looking like Mark Zuckerberg, can I?
You can.
How? Although I don't, so it's not exactly a problem that I've ever had run into before now. Being called all sorts of insults, but not Mark Zuckerberg. That's a new one.
I just think that your response to literally just me saying, is this the British girl who was wrong about ADHD medication, was completely disproportionate to like what was said. I think the things you were saying were extremely mean and just uncalled for. You're being unhinged. And then you come in here and you're like, it's a joke, it is like, you can't take a joke. Yeah, like, being a fucking cunt isn't being a joke. That's not funny. It's not, like, I don't...
never said that it wasn't mean. I said it was an insult. But do you know where you are? Like...
Yeah, I know where I am, but
this
it's
place
like...
is insults 24/7. Like, what are you complaining about? If you can't take me giving you the most wild insults, like, how are you going to manage with the fucking rest of them?
Like, it's... But, whatever.
Well, then your argument is just that I'm mean. It's like
if
you're sat next to someone
no,
who has said
if
far
someone-
meaner shit than I ever have.
If I mess up and then the community wants to, like, quote unquote turn on me, which is like, I'm fine with taking accountability if I make a mistake or being held accountable if I do something wrong. But you coming out of the woodworks, like, saying all this like rude stuff about me, just like makes you look bad. Even if it's not misogynistic, even if it's like not morally wrong, like, it just makes you look bad, first of all. And it's just like unserious.
I mean, you're complaining that I behaved unhinged and had
Because
a
you did.
disproportionate response. But you just did the same to me. So, like, you had a disproportionate response. You just got triggered and said I look like Mark Zuckerberg. You
Yeah,
tried to
because
do the
you've
same
been-
thing.
because you attacked
Honestly,
me
so
for
it's okay
hours.
for you to do
No,
it.
but if-
like, for me, it's bad. That seems kind of hypocritical.
I admire your ability to do the mental gymnastics that you're doing to justify your behavior.
Like, what do you think that was so bad that I said that you're like, that is so beyond the pale? Like, which bit? Because in my opinion, those are mild insults, but if people want to correct me and say, oh, those are really bad insults, then by all means. Generally speaking, I do not insult someone's appearance on things that are like immutable characteristics and shit. Like, if you were, you know, like, I'm not gonna, and also I'm not gonna talk about female related shit. I'm gonna say talk about your tits and shit. Like, but shit like tattoos, like, that's fucking open. Like, if someone's got ugly tattoos, regardless of the gender, like, who gives a shit?
How come you have a problem with like every single woman that's on stream?
See, now you're just reading what everyone else says, and that's your lack of having your own opinion. I have plenty of female friends within this community. I don't like all of them, but I like a lot more women than I like men. I shit talk way more men than I have ever had issues with women. I fucking hate mind waves before everyone else did. I fucking can't stand Wicked Supreme. I call Booksmart's Bookfucker because he's a weasel and he's never fucking turned up. I have had World War III with Forethought. I had issues with Darius that involved two or three explosive fucking conversations.
Did you
on
hear
stream.
that, guys? She has female friends, so she can't be misogynistic.
Are you dumb? I was just talking about men, right? So, like, I can shit talk men and people don't, like, apparently they don't acknowledge this, yeah? But the moment I have a mild issue with a woman, and I don't hate you, you said some shit about me, I responded. It's not that deep.
Yeah, but
the
your
moment I
response
have,
was
like, a
completely
criticism of a woman-
disproportionate.
And so was yours afterwards. Big whoop. That's what being triggered
If
is.
you
That's just,
attack
like, blinging
me,
shit.
if you attack me, yeah, I'm gonna. I was being nice even last night in DDD chat. I was saying I don't
No,
hate
you
you,
weren't.
but
You were being
hello?
passive aggressive.
No,
You
I
were being
wasn't. I said I would.
aggressive as shit. Do you want to
Okay.
go over those messages?
We can, yeah. I said
Yeah.
I think you have a lot of like internal hatred, which I still believe.
Yeah, and said I was insecure. How the fuck is that being nice? Like, in what planet? is
I
saying
said
I'm
I hope you
insecure
get it
being
figured
nice?
out.
Yeah, and you were whining about your feelings being hurt, and yeah, that's not being nice. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Like, whining and then saying, oh, she's so insecure. Like, that's not being nice.
I didn't whine. I just said like, yeah, what she said was mean and it kind of hurt my feelings. Like I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, that's the impression it's giving. And everything else is passive-aggressive as fuck, so I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, do you think it isn't?
I don't know. You tell me, you're clearly the expert on everything.
Well, I'm saying what you think about yourself, but how I don't know how you couldn't see that as being passive-aggressive.
Anything else, Dr. Kelly?
That's not your job to anyone else, me. But hey, if Destiny wants to. I don't think this is that deep. If someone insults me, I will, like, insult back. If you don't think that that was a mild insult, like, making fun of your tattoos, then I think you should seek help, to be honest, because, like, your skin is incredibly thin and you won't last really
You're
long.
projecting. You're projecting.
No.
Your skin's
How?
fucking thin.
How?
May I finish, please? Your skin is fucking thin. If you're gonna look at someone who just said, is this the girl who said wrong things about ADHD medication, and then go on a fucking 2-hour stream, go on a big tangent, pull up my Instagram, pull up pictures of me, start shit talking my appearance.
Bro, that
and
wasn't my stream. And it was other
but
people
you
that
were
were
on
shit-talking.
it, dumbass.
Yes, I was on it. So what? Were you watching all of that?
No.
Alright, so how do you know what was on it if you weren't watching all of it?
I can't. She just keeps like moving the goalpost.
That's not what moving the goalpost is. It's me asking you a question. And you'd say, yeah, pretty much like that. So, like, you don't remember why I'm wrong. You don't remember what I've said or done. You read into implications of things which I understand. I didn't call you a whore. I didn't mean to imply you were a whore. And I can say that that was my bad on my phrasing. I didn't assume other people would take it that way, obviously. But shit, I didn't say it, so I don't need to apologize for calling you a whore because I never said it.
I think...
I don't know what else
Me
to say.
personally, if someone was like, oh, Anna, is that the girl who was wrong about this and this and that? I would be like, oh, yeah, maybe I was. I wouldn't go to the links that you did, but if you felt that was appropriate,
Why
then...
do you think Destiny cut you off? Maybe that's because a lot of people in this community are just automatically going to start a fight with you if you say they're wrong. Like, that's just like the default response. You call people wrong, they're going to start a fight with you.
They're gonna say that he found me in a dumpster because I said that they were wrong about ADHD medication?
I mean, why
maybe you're
not?
the one with thin skin.
How does that make it thin skin? Because
Are you fucking retarded?
Are you capable of giving any type of response that isn't just calling people retarded?
I've given you plenty.
But you don't give me anything. I have gotten absolutely nothing from you.
I said, is that the British girl who was wrong about ADHD medication? And then
I know that's what you said.
And
You
then
said that I am
your response
retarded.
was completely disproportionate to that. Yeah, now I'm calling you retarded because I'm seeing the way that you're handling the situation.
Do you not understand that it's enjoyable to argue with people? Like, what do you mean? My handling of things. If people clap at me, I clap back. That's the fucking point.
Like, I can't with her. She's like...
Okay, well...
You don't have to have thin skin.
All
I just
right.
want to argue with people. This is dumb.
Do we feel like
So
we've
she's
gotten...
just, well, she's just saying that she's like just being purposely obtuse to like argue with me. I don't like what am
Where
I
do you
supposed
think
to
I'm
say to
being
that?
obtuse?
In your whole fucking argument. You're being a
that's not
hypocrite. You're
response.
saying that I have thin skin.
Give me an example.
May I finish? Miss Kelly Jean, may I please
You
finish?
keep using words incorrectly. I don't think you know the correct definitions of them.
Whatever.
But yes, I would like an example because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about half the time.
First of all, you said that I have thin skin when this whole thing started because you have thin skin, because I said that you were wrong about ADHD medicine and you said that I was found in a dumpster. So how am I the one who has thin skin? Does it make me have thin skin that it did hurt my feelings that you said that I was found in a
Yes.
dumpster? Then
Because I never said it hurt my feelings. I said I clap back when someone says something stupid.
Well, I wouldn't respond like that to someone if I wasn't affected by it. And it seems like
that's
you were.
I am not you. If someone says that I am wrong, my immediate response
Is to be a raging
insult
cunt?
them.
Yeah, then get help.
Again, do you know what community you're in? Like, this is what everybody here does. Like, all of them argue with you. If you tell any of these losers they're wrong, they will fucking tell you to kill yourself and get in a debate.
That's fine if they want to get into a debate about the thing that we're arguing about. But I think it's fucking weird for you to just say that Steven found me in a dumpster and that I look unwashed and like say all this shit about my appearance and like go on a 2-hour stream like talking shit just because I made one simple comment. If I had attacked you first, like in a way that was proportionate to your response, I wouldn't be saying this. I just think the way you responded was just unhinged and stupid.
And just for clarification, the insecure comments and all that shit that went along with it, that also happened whilst the stream was active. It happened an hour after it started. So yes, that stuff got discussed too. If you start saying that stuff, then I'll be like, okay, fucking, let's continue. Like, I don't know what issue you have with the stream otherwise beyond that. Like, we said plenty of fucking positive shit too, but like, people
Well, I
don't
wouldn't know.
pay
I was at
attention to
dinner with
that.
Steven and he said you were unhinged too, so...
Yeah, of course he says I'm unhinged. Like, I never said anywhere they weren't insults. If you want to see that as me being unhinged, okay. Everyone else here is
done.
the
Like,
fucking same.
She keeps moving the goalposts. Like,
You don't know what moving the goalposts means.
Yes, I do, you fucking retard.
You
Yes, I do.
don't.
You don't know what anything fucking means. You are being
Saying
so
I'm a retard
purposely
is not an
obtuse.
argument.
You are being so purposely obtuse. This is so fucking unserious.
Okay. All right.
I don't think you know what any of those words mean.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna calm down. Okay. All of us are calming down.
I'm calm.
Okay.
Steven, do you think her response was warranted based on what I said? Like the things that she said to and about me? Like just me
I mean,
saying.
if you're gonna ask me, are those insults a little bit harsher than the stuff you said, then I'd say sure. But like, fucking hell, if that makes me unhinged, then everyone here is unhinged.
Okay. I'm sorry. These are super interesting fights to watch. All right. Kelly, you have like the perfect like abuser mindset. Are you aware of this?
Am I being an abuser?
Absolutely. It is unhinged. It's crazy to watch it in real time because I can sit here and just like pick everything out because it's not like my fight, right?
Destiny,
Okay. There's
you
like
would
5 or
lose
6
your
different
mind If
things.
someone says you're wrong at any given
I would lose my mind if someone says I'm wrong. If somebody were to say something like I can't tell if what you just said right there was part of it, was part of what you do. I don't know if you're aware of you're doing this like cognitively or if it's just like a natural thing. What you just said, Destiny, you would lose your mind if somebody said you're wrong. That's true. if you were on a stream and you said, Destiny doesn't know anything about ADHD meds, I'd say, oh, here's Dr. Kelly, the fucking retard, talking about ADHD meds again. If you said that, and then I looked at your stream and I was like, why is this plastic cosplay fucking slut talking about like what? Does she like not have some other fucking streamer to go suck dick of or whatever? If I were to say that and then you were to come to me, yes, no, yeah, 100% actually, 1-to-1. If I were to say that to you and then you were to come back to me and I were to spend 30 minutes telling you, whoa, what? People argue here all the time. Don't you know where this is? People insult each other all the time. If you can't take me giving you mild insults, what, saying you dick suck? People tell people to kill themselves here, right? Like you're appealing to this, like kill yourself is a worse insult. That's not true at all. You know that's not true. And I know you know that's not true. Somebody telling you to kill yourself isn't even remotely the same as having a woman go in on another woman's appearance. You know how you know this? Because if you go to radfem communities,
tattoos.
Kelly, why would you even say that? You know that's retarded, right?
Tattoos and being unwashed is not gender specific.
I'm sorry.
Why are we
Whoa.
making
What
this,
are we
like,
talking?
light smoke about
Wait.
plastic
Wait.
surgery?
What does it have to do with being gender specific? It has to. You're going hard on appearance. The gender specific is that it's one woman to another, which you know changes the flavor of everything. You know that, and you're a notable woman in the community. You know this is the case, right?
So we can't critique like someone being unwashed or fucking art.
I'm not even asking for what we can or can't do. I'm just curious if you're genuinely so fucking retarded that you can't tell the difference, or if you're just like playing dumb because you're intentionally trying to hide it. I don't know which one it is.
I genuinely do not think they are the same. Saying that someone has disgusting surgery or whatever it is you just said, and they're a whore or whatever, is the same as saying
Wait, what
their
horror?
tattoos suck.
Wait, why is it
and they're
whore's not gender
unwashed.
specific? Is it?
I think most
Wait,
people
wait.
associate whore with being women. Yeah.
Wait, what? But talking about like that Destiny went dumpster diving for somebody? What is the implication?
Well, I was thinking homeless Riz, but people were thinking whore Riz instead. I guess that's on me. Should have been more specific in my insult. I will keep that in mind in the future.
Yeah, but again, you're brushing it off here, right? The point is that like you're a notable woman in the community. You got another woman who accused you of being wrong about something, right? Which, by the way, if I was you, I would get mad and I would talk shit. But the thing is that you didn't give very mild insults. You said, I gave a very mild response. No, you didn't. You gave an unhinged response. And then you try to say that you were just like, oh, I just said she was homeless and tattoos aren't part of your appearance. Can I make fun of a woman for being fat? You know that being fat isn't an immutable characteristic, right? Wait, here, don't worry. I don't need this.
The thing is, it is for some people, right? If they actually have like medical conditions
no. That is not true.
Here,
Being fat. No, wait. Hold on. I don't need it. Being fat is not an immutable characteristic, Kelly. If anybody's,
it is if they have a bunch of other health issues that mean they can't lose the weight.
You can lose the weight. It's called eating less. No, there's no thing in the world that will make you be fat if you don't eat the food.
That's not true. There are like literally disorders that make you gain weight.
There are disorders that can create energy, that can reverse entropy and put mass in your body while simultaneously allowing you to sustain homeostasis. Can you tell me what condition this is? And then can we ship this to like the Large Hadron Collider so they start making black holes to like shoot us into another galaxy?
There are a bunch of disorders and medical conditions, right? A lot of them are like endocrine related, but there's some others. Yes, they definitely do.
Okay, well, we don't have to get into that right now, but they don't exist.
But also there's things like disability and shit. Am I really gonna like shit on someone that's missing a leg because they don't exercise more and they're fatter? Like,
I'm just saying that like again, like getting lost in the weeds here is, yeah, the battle you picked was you're a woman, she's a woman. You saw some easy shit you can go in for appearance for. I understand it because it's like super typical radfem behavior because this is what all, I don't know if you're a radfem, but it's like now that I've spent time in these communities, yeah, you go on the woman's appearance because why the fuck wouldn't you? This stupid, disgusting fucking chick that looks like she came out of a fucking dumpster with nasty fucking surgeries and tattoos and blah blah blah. Like this is the go-to.
I didn't say
but
anything
this is like
about
the most.
Surgeries. You
Wait, hold on, wait. If I look at anything from Gistigal Stream of the 50 million clips and everything, people, because then you talked about it for like 3 hours afterwards. Neither of you make any comments about that.
They do, and I linked it to you.
Wait, I'm not asking Kelly.
Comments about surgeries. I don't know what surgeries she's had, or if she's had any at all.
Hold on. Did you make any comments about lip fillers? You're gonna say
well, first to start with, I actually said she didn't look like she had fillers and she looked pretty normal on stream. And then people started sharing the Instagram shit and they were saying
either
some
she has
unhinged
fillers or
shit,
Destiny's
so, yeah.
retarded.
if the Instagram pictures are actually accurate.
Okay, so then you did
Which I
say,
said,
right?
well,
okay.
maybe
There's
it's a
another thing that you're
filter,
doing that I
because
think is really
it doesn't
interesting
look
because
like
this is
how
a
she does on stream.
I don't know if this is a lav tactic or if it's an all abuser tactic you're doing, but this thing where you're like, can you give me the exact specific line that I said? Can you give me the exact specific thing that I said? In the hopes that, because now I asked that question initially, you said, you
I
didn't.
also said she was pretty several
That's
times.
fine.
and
That
people just
doesn't
wanna, like,
undo
ignore
anything, right?
that.
But look, notice how after the specific thing was brought up, now you own up to it. But it was, but you had no problem just telling me. I never said anything about lip fillers or surgeries, and now you're like,
I
okay,
said
well,
surgery,
if
I
the
never said anything.
exactly, yeah,
That's
oh, it's just
true.
surgery, not lip fillers, and I didn't say anything about lip, but if the Instagram
filler
pictures,
isn't
if they're true, blah blah,
surgery.
yeah, you're doing like the whole thing, okay? I just think that yeah, the conversation is super interesting. Obviously, like what you're saying is, as a woman in the community, you're going hard on another woman for her appearance, and then you spend like hours afterwards on another guy's stream getting drama fired about her appearance, and then when you have the conversation, you're like engaging in all these weird like mindfuck tactics of like, oh well, you insulted me, yeah, of course you did, after you did the unhinged salvo, but why is that even relevant to the conversation? Like, of course she's gonna insult you after you go fucking hard, right? Like, and you
I
did.
didn't go that's hard on anything until she said I was insecure and shit. So
No,
I was like, okay,
the
fuck
dumpster
this, I don't
comment
care.
would have gotten anybody perma-banned from my community, or like a 1 year. That's an insane comment. Did you find this girl in a dumpster? That's an insane comment.
People were making comments on stream and shit saying that you had been speaking about her, like not about me. Okay, so I was.
What
just
was that
making a joke
deflection?
with
Hold
that.
on, I'm sorry. Let me recenter, okay? Saying
I
that you
didn't
found someone
think
from a
the
dumpster is an
comment was
insane
deep.
comment. Then why didn't you say it in chat? Why did you say it in a Discord?
What? I did say it to you, didn't I?
No. Didn't you type these messages in a Discord?
Yeah, I typed that in the Discord, and then I typed something to you.
When you
Somebody
type something to
linked
me, I'm
somebody
asking.
linked me the clip in Discord, and I was responding to the clip.
But okay, but why would things that people are saying in chat? How would that? At what point is like, oh well, if somebody sits in chat, then like as another woman in the community, I'm gonna say that he found this girl in a dumpster. What's the connection between these two statements?
It was just a joke, bro. I didn't.
Wait.
think anyone
Why do
would
you say
take
it's
it
just a joke?
Because it went along with like the other things that I was saying.
Okay,
right?
sure. Why are you such a slut? Like honestly.
What does that have to?
Well, I'm
okay,
just
that's-
curious because you're like
I
a
never
whore,
said
right? I'm
she
just
was a
joking though.
slut
No.
or a
I know, but
whore.
I'm just like telling a joke, right? But like seriously though, why are you like a fucking whore? Like assuming like things I've heard are true, right?
Okay.
But I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Wait, Kelly, hold on. I can call you a whore, right? Like if you can't handle that insult, you know people in this community tell people to kill themselves, right? Like I should be able to call you a slut, right? It's not a big deal, right? It's just
I mean,
a joke.
It would just be kind of funny calling me a slut because I haven't had sex in over 4 years.
Sure.
so I
Okay.
find it
Well, that's not
amusing.
what I heard, Kelly. Do you think that jokes can never be insults?
By who? I mean, I would personally find these quite mild, right? Because I've spent a lot of time around other people that have called me worse than a slut.
Would you
Like, I've been
wait?
on panel shows with
Would you
Zerka.
find these
I've
quite
been on
mild, or were you
Hip-Hop
not? Haven't you explicitly complained about how women have been treated by other women, or by the community in general in the past? Didn't you explicitly say like I should make some woman a mod in my DGG chat just because she's a woman? Didn't you explicitly get really mad because I unbanned some guy that kept bringing up some stuff related to your?
Do you want me to actually? Can I respond? Yeah, because I don't think actually saying someone like women are whores and sluts is good, which is something I never did.
Okay, and isn't it kind of like the go-to for a woman that if we don't like a woman, that we just like start trashing her appearance and we imply that she's like a slut like immediately?
I didn't imply she was a slut. I didn't say she was a slut.
Sure, but the
Ayla's just like,
dumpster
not
the
true.
dumpster diving comment is pretty unhinged. Like it goes in that direction.
I was implying homeless. If people read whore, then that's on me for not being clear.
Okay, if I were
will
to go
be
through,
more clear
okay,
next
maybe
time.
that is what you were implying. If I were to go through the totality of your Justical streams, do you ever make comments about how like maybe I'm just nice to this one and not to you or whatever because of like who I'm fucking or anything like that? Is that a comment you made? Or do you make
I'm just
comments
gonna-
relating to her
hang
like
on.
juggling stuff?
Can I respond to the first thing and I'll respond to the juggling thing afterwards? By the way, I said juggling as in juggling. Justical made the implication it wasn't me, but anyway.
What was the juggling
I
joke,
said
Matt? Can you explain the joke?
For me, it was just randomly thinking of a thing that she could do. That she has a skill that I don't. I can't fucking juggle.
Okay.
Like, Justical made the, like,
A
comparison
dumpster
afterwards.
find that juggles that I'm... Okay, go ahead.
Those two things weren't related. Anyway, I said she looks like she does her tattoos with random trash she finds on the floor, right? That's
Okay.
like homeless fucking Riz.
Why
It's
are we
not
talking about the
all
tattoo
Riz.
shit? That's not what we're talking about, though.
Because we spoke about it beforehand, and then you ping-ponged over here. So now I'm just trying to backtrack, and now we can continue if you want.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't like you. You don't give me a chance to respond to everything that you say.
Oh, what do you feel like you haven't gotten to respond to?
Now people are gonna think I hate the homeless at this point, quite frankly. Never mind, like, just making a fucking offhanded, what I think is a light-hearted fucking insult.
What was the
Apparently
message
it's
that you
not.
responded to saying that I dumpster dove for? Do you remember what the guy said?
No, what? I just put it
At Kelly
straight in
Jean,
the
some
email.
random hoe slandering you.
Yeah, that was Crow.
Can you play
That was like
the
the
clip
And then you
so
say,
that
and then you
people
say,
can see what
and then
she
you
was
say that,
responding to?
oh, he must have found her in a dumpster.
Can you
Like,
play
what
the
is
clip
the-
of what I said originally so that people can see like how
Sure,
disproportionate
we'll get
it
there.
is?
Yeah, that's not even important right now, but we'll get there. Hold on.
I said, Jesus, which dumpster did he dig this one out from?
Did he dig this one? This what? This hoe that the guy just referred to?
No, I didn't call her a hoe.
No, but that's what you were responding to. Kelly, why are you treating both of us like retards?
Oh, so now I've got to like fucking tell other people not to call each other hoes. Is that why you got rid of Wes? Because he would have done it 100 times by now.
Is that what you're implying? Is that
So,
I'm
like,
saying?
it's
I'm
not
telling you
just-
that you need to correct every single person in Discord? That's not what my issue is. My issue is not with you not... Hold on. Do you think that I just said, Kelly, why don't you correct everybody in Discord? Is that what I just said?
So do I need to
No,
correct
wait. Don't
anyone?
answer my question. I'm asking you. Is that what I just said? Did I say, Kelly, why don't you correct everybody that calls people a hoe in Discord?
You
Is
did
that what
not
I...
say that.
Thank you. Okay.
Do-
Now,
Am
Kelly...
I obligated to correct anybody?
No, you're not. Kelly, do you think there's a
Okay,
difference between
good.
you? Do you think there's a difference between correcting somebody versus agreeing with somebody and adding to it?
I didn't agree that they're called a hoe anywhere in that like statement.
Okay, if I say, who is this faggot that's on my stream? Or somebody else says that, and I go, oh, it looks like another one of Destiny's AIDS friends. And then somebody
I've
comes to
also
me and they're
given
like,
up
wait,
on
Destiny.
arguing about
And then
that.
somebody says, wait, Destiny, why did you call that guy a fag? Or why did you co-sign that message? I'm like, wait, hold on. Am I supposed to tell every single person this not to like slur? What do you mean, bro? No, what kind of a response is that? That's an unhinged response. Obviously, I'm co-signing his message. I'm amplifying. I'm agreeing with him. Yeah, he is one.
No, responding does not mean you are co-signing someone's statement.
You didn't
and I
respond.
disagree.
You agreed. You amplified. That's literally how English works, isn't? Don't you guys pride yourselves on doing it better than the Americans? If somebody said, "Look at this.
disagree.
Look at what this hoe said," and you're like, "Oh, did Destiny find this one in a dumpster? This what?"
I'm getting an L because of something Crow said.
No, it's
I
not
guess.
an L because of something Crow said. Firstly, it's just an L because really the L is, and the difference between you and Wes is that Wes will come in here and he'll own his behavior, whereas you engage in like 40 million different like self-defense tactics to never like own any of it. Like I think if you
It's
just came
because
in,
I don't think she's a whore, and I didn't mean to imply she's one.
no, but the goal was as like a woman in a community, you know where to hit on other women, and then that's the thing that you lean into, and then that's like the go-to easy insult. Yeah, 100%.
Go look at the Reddit post.
I don't think she's a whore, and
I know you don't. I didn't say you think she's a whore. I just think
what
you.
else am I supposed to say? Like, because now at this point, the fact that other people are sexist is not an issue. It's that Kelly
We're not
Jean is
talking
not
about
100
other
miles
sex-
above them.
Hold
Like,
on. Is that
I-
wait? Am I telling you? Did I say Kelly? You need to be 100 miles above everybody else. Is that what I just said?
Oh yeah, I'm getting the impression that like the bar for me is a lot higher than for everyone else.
What I'm saying is, okay, let's explore that for a second, okay? When you say the bar's higher, why am I treating you differently than other people? It's funny because the girl behind me,
Because
okay,
people
Anna said
shit
it like
on
20
me.
times.
I
So I'm
don't
curious.
know.
No, wait. What was the answer?
Answer to what? Sorry,
Why would you be treated differently?
I don't know. Actually,
You have no
I would like
idea?
to be treated the same as everyone else if that was possible.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Answer it, Steven?
Yeah, well, she knows the answer. She's just playing dumb because it makes her case look
No,
bad.
just tell me. If
No,
it's that
obviously it's because you're a large figure, like woman in the community. Of course, obviously, like the way that you talk about people and like especially other women is going to be seen a certain way. Of course, obviously, that's obviously true. You know that though. We all know that. You know that because I'm sure if I were to think hard enough, you've probably had these exact same fights with other women that treat other women a certain way in the community. 100%, of course, obviously.
Even though I've said multiple times I don't wish to be seen as a representative for my vagina, and I've taken like umbrage with this type of thing on multiple occasions.
Well, it doesn't matter if you want to be seen as a representative, as a vagina, or any of that shit. It doesn't matter. The reality is there is a certain status that's conferred on you because of that, and other women will look at you because of that to a certain way, of course.
But just as well I don't go around calling any of them whores then, I suppose.
Or how about dumpster diving, tattoo-ridden, like lip filter
Gender
disintegrating? It. Okay. So if anybody makes any disparaging comments relating to, say, for you, say for surgeries, say for age, say for wrinkle lines, for hair, for weight, all of those comments are A-okay because those are gender neutral, right?
In some contexts, they could be, but it depends on the context, right?
Okay, what
If
about the
it's
context
coming-
where somebody
Can I
says,
give
"Oh,
you
look
a-
at this"? No, I don't need your context. So you're about to provide a dumb example because you're pivoting from
No, I was
everything.
just gonna say
what if the
Darius,
context?
'cause he's
What if the
done that to
context
me.
is? What if the context is oh, look at this hoe on this stream, and then the
Probably not going to be good. Probably.
I'm not asking if it's good or not. You can be mean. I don't care if you're mean. This is a mean community. Remember, that's the fallacious argument you keep trying to appeal to. Go, oh, everybody in this community is mean. Yeah, of course people are mean. But that's like somebody calling somebody the N-word. And then people are like, oh, well, people tell them to kill themselves, so that should be okay. What do you mean? But anyway,
So
listen.
calling someone a hoe is equivalent to the N-word.
Yes. That's exactly what I just said, Kelly. Congratulations.
no,
you got it. Yes,
that's
no,
what
that is what I said.
heard.
I know, that's what I said.
asking.
Yes, that's what I just said. I said that. And I do agree with that. Calling someone a whore is the same thing as calling somebody the N-word.
Well,
Yes.
sorry, if you didn't say that, can you just clarify?
No, I'm not going to clarify, okay? This is the strategy.
just
This is the
misheard.
strategy. This is the strategy,
I just
okay?
misheard
You
you,
didn't mishear.
Jesus Christ.
The strategy
Yes,
is
I did.
you don't
Why are
engage
you
on
treating
any of the
me
points.
Like everything is bad faith.
I'm not treating no, because you're in an abuser mindset. Because that's what I just listened to. I'm watching you. You're navigating the conversation like an abuser. You don't ever address a point directly. You always pivot to things that are completely and totally unrelated. Even when the other person tries to refocus the conversation, you continue to pivot away so they feel fucking insane. You don't ever address what both of you know is the underlying point. You ask for incredibly specific details, like it's changing any of the overarching argument. Like all of these things are like super abuser 101 things. And then as soon as somebody trips up somewhere, you start making these really dumb comparisons to make the other person feel like they're fucking insane. And then they don't even know how to respond. Is it like abuser 101 conversation tactics? Like I've seen this like a million
you
times.
think I'm doing that to you?
Well, you try to, but I don't care that much. So I'm not going to be abused. I'm the abuser-resistant person, okay? Only my wife can
So-
abuse me, okay?
Can you give me examples of why I'm being abusive?
Sure. I broke them down into 6 different categories. So the first category is you constantly alluding to the idea that you're only using mild insults. That wasn't a mild insult. Saying that somebody else, that somebody just referred to as a hoe on my stream, is somebody that I found in a fucking dumpster. That's not a mild insult. That, especially coming from another woman. That's like
I didn't say she was a hoe.
You
and
didn't,
I
but you responded to a
apologize if
message.
the
I don't care if you
implication
apologize.
was
We're way
there,
past
because
apology.
It wasn't intentional.
No, hold on. Apologies don't work once you've been called out and caught like this. It doesn't matter at this point. I don't care. Okay, she might. I don't know if she cares. I don't care if she cares actually. But yeah, so
I'm
that
not
was the
allowed to
first bucket.
Apologize for an intent that wasn't even.
Can you
meant
let
to
him
be.
finish?
You can apologize to
Oh,
her.
shut up.
No, sure. You can apologize to her if you want. Or you don't have to. I don't care. I just don't give a fuck about apologies. I'm not worried about it. Because right now you're only apologizing because you finally got like cornered on it, right? But until up to this point, really,
I
okay.
will not apologize for calling her a hoe because
So-
I never did it.
Okay, so if I go back and I listen to the 4-hour, 3-hour talk that you had with Gisticle, are you apologetic at any point in that? Or is it just you going in for hours and hours?
I said positive things too.
I didn't ask if you said, do you know, do you see how you just did it right there?
I felt like
I
that
asked
was-
you, okay? I was like, did you rape John? And you're like, I bought John dinner. That's what you just did. Do you acknowledge that you just did that?
Can you repeat what the question was?
I asked
and I'll
you
see
that
what
in
the
Gisticle's
issue is.
3-4 hour stream last night, at any point, were you apologetic?
No, because I didn't think there was anything
Thank
to
you.
apologize
Okay,
for.
of course, that's fine. So now I definitely don't care if you apologize. Now, why would I give a fuck? Again, she might. I don't. Okay, so that was the point I was making. Okay, so the first thing is, yeah. So you saying over and over again that, well, I don't have to tell you you don't want to. You ask me if you want to. I don't
No,
have to.
because the thing is, I just said I apologize because other people in the community inferred that I was calling her a whore, and obviously she's got a bunch of messages saying, "Oh, Kelly's calling her a whore."
Kelly,
I'm
I understand what you're
apologizing
saying.
for the behavior of
Kelly,
other people.
Kelly.
And I said it
Yep.
as to be nice.
Okay.
But apparently that makes me bad.
Kelly,
now.
you just did it
I can't
again.
fucking
Kelly,
win.
yeah, you just did it again, Kelly. You just said that the reason why you're apologizing is because people are calling her a whore, right?
Yes,
There's
they
two.
were.
There's two.
Because of something
there's
I said
two.
that was like badly put together.
There's
I get
two
it.
huge problems with this, okay? The first one is part of your initial justification for saying she was a dumpster diver is because you told me you were aware that people in chat were saying crazy things about her. So you already knew people were saying things like this about her. And then number two, you know that people were saying things all about this in the subreddit last
I
night.
wasn't
So
aware
when
of all
those
of
two
this
things
stuff before. No, that's
oh,
not
okay. I'm sorry.
accurate.
I must have misheard you then. I'll take the L on that. I thought earlier you said, why would it matter if I say this in Discord because people in chat were saying crazier things? I thought I heard you say that, but maybe I didn't.
Yeah,
Maybe
but I didn't say I knew all of the stuff that they were saying that was crazy was before I was on the stream.
Oh, so you knew they were saying crazy things, but you didn't know what any of the things were, but you knew they must have been worse than the thing that you typed in Discord?
Until I was on stream. Like,
So
I
then
didn't
how
know
did you-
when I was making the comment initially.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't know
maybe
what,
that is
like,
the timeline. Okay,
you're
so maybe
getting,
you
like
had...
time frames. of
Okay,
it.
maybe I am,
stuff.
okay. But then the second thing is, you know that people last night were calling her a whore, but you didn't apologize then. The only time you apologize when you get confronted right now. That's why the apology doesn't matter.
Because I shouldn't have to apologize for the things.
Then don't. Then why the fuck did you just apologize at all? Don't say fuck it. I disagree.
Because I felt like I had to, but I guess that was the mistake. I don't fucking know at this point.
Okay,
because you're calling me an abuser, which makes me feel like I should have to say something.
Okay. Another abusive tactic. You call me an abuser, so I just apologize for everything, and now it's good. But anyway, yeah. So the first category was.
It's
what?
just so amazing that you're allergic to accountability.
Wait.
Oh my god.
Sorry,
I
go
don't
ahead.
want to talk to someone who doesn't know what
Sure.
moving the goalposts is obtuse.
You did move the goalpost, and you are being obtuse.
No, she did not give good examples for those.
She
either
was
of these
giving
things.
examples. Actually, I didn't counter her time, but she
No.
tried to recenter the conversation like 8 times, and then you kept pivoting to like another comment that was completely and totally unrelated. Yes.
No. Like, anything she was saying was not relevant to what I was saying at the time.
No, I agree with you. Nothing she was saying was relevant because you kept trying to change the topic. Yes, that's the whole point of changing the topic, is to say the other person's not being relevant.
Okay, give me an example of that. Where have I changed the topics?
When you would constantly pivot, sure, we can go into abuser tactic number 2, was comparing yourself to criticism from the community when her issue was never levied at general criticism, but specifically at you because you were a woman in the community. But you would keep going back. I wrote 4 quotes. You said, people argue here all the time. This isn't about an argument, though. Why would you say that? You said, do you know where you are? This place is insults 24/7. This wasn't about just random insults, though. It was a specific one from you. And then you said, if you can't take me giving you the most mild insults, so downplaying the insults, how are you going to manage with the rest of them? Well, she, again, wasn't complaining about the entire community. She was complaining about you specifically. And she recentered on this several times. And then the last one I wrote down was you said, if they tell you that you're wrong, they'll tell you to kill yourself. And she even said that kill yourself comment wouldn't have been that bad. It was the appearance related ones that were coming from you. And then the implication of the co-signing for being a whore.
Okay, firstly, some of those things are just based on my genuine beliefs. I felt that genuinely those comments were pretty fucking mild as insults because I get worse on a daily basis.
Can you give an example of worse ones?
No, wait. That doesn't matter. Hold on. Let me finish it. Yeah, sorry,
Don't
sorry.
ask me, bro. I'm the worst person to ask. You could just, like, somebody got banned for saying unhinged shit yesterday, and I saw that as well. But, like, okay, we'll just gloss over that one. Yes, I get unhinged comments. Maybe that has flavored what I think is, like, actually an insult. That's possible. Maybe my perspective is somewhat warped. Although, I'll be honest, I still, if you're gonna put a gun to my head and ask me right now, is saying if somebody's tattoos are ugly or saying someone is unwashed looking is, like, that bad of an insult.
Can I ask a
I
question?
would still
No,
probably
hold on. Let me
say
finish.
no.
I'm sorry. I have to, yeah. Okay.
Like, you can convince me I'm wrong. That's fine.
Sure. Well, I'm not here to.
That's
I'm
my
not here to.
genuine belief.
It's not your genuine belief. You're lying. Okay. And I'm not here to try to convince you of anything because we both know what you think, right? Because
Well,
the
you're
obvious
accusing
answer.
me of being an abuser and a liar.
I'm not
So,
saying
like,
that you're I'm saying you engaging in abuse. I don't know if you are an abuser, okay? But the whole conversation has been like incredibly like an abusive conversation. We both know that you're lying though, because if it was me saying something or a guy saying something and somebody gave you a clip like that, you'd probably say, oh, well, what a fucking retard. Who's this guy? A fucking streamer? You would go after something relevant to what they're insulting you over, which was like a knowledge claim or an intelligence claim. You'd be like, oh, like, that's why I'm saying if you would respond like, oh, who is this? Oh, wow, some 21-year-old fucking retard. Did she even go to fucking college or whatever? And I'd be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's not where you went, though. You went right for the appearance insults because you know as a woman that those are the places to go when you're trying to fuck somebody up the most. And you know, as an attractive-looking woman in a community surrounded by 50 million fucking guys, this is why Anna couldn't phrase it well, but when she says that girl thing, you know that you're doing super ultra hardcore pick-me behavior, right? That's the whole point. Right? Yeah, I am pretty attractive girl. Look at this fucking.
That doesn't make sense.
1,000,000%. That's why you go for those. That's why you go for those. Everyone in that chat that you were shitting on her with was picking you when you were going in on her appearance. Of course, it was the whole point. But you know this. You know this. You know this for a fact.
Everyone has been disagreeing with me, and I've only been interacting with people disagreeing with me. So I don't understand how that's
Really?
true.
How much was Justical disagreeing with you on the 3-hour stream last night?
We had like several people on that were disagreeing. Justical disagreed with me, not on as much stuff. Like, I think he agreed with me on more stuff. But
Okay.
like other people disagreed with me. And other people in the chat, like somebody came in and fucking
Gotcha.
just yelling at me.
That's fine.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
there might be
like-
people that are disagreeing with you. It's still pick me behavior. when you are.
Who am I being picked by?
You don't have to be picked by anybody for it to be pick me behavior.
So it's pick me behavior to make fun of like. So like.
Is that what I said? Yeah, you realized, you know that I was going to ask a question, so you stopped because you realized how
because I
retarded it was.
just
No,
don't
do it.
understand.
Do it. Pretend that you were going to do the thing to me, but I wasn't going to call you out for the 50th time. What were you going to say?
No,
you were going to say,
I
is it
don't
bad
know
for me
how
to
to-
insult girls? Is that what you were going to ask, right? Do you think that's what I'm telling you,
I
Kelly?
wasn't even gonna say that because I just don't understand how you're getting to this point. Like, how is this pick?
How am I getting to a point to where you're a woman in a community surrounded by a bunch of guys, and then they look at you and they go, oh, wow, this woman called you dumb. And you're like, boom, insult, appearance. You really don't understand that interaction? You can just say that too. If you would just want to say, like, I don't understand that at all. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, so pick me is because of insulting women based on appearance. Okay, that's fine.
Is that what you think? That's what you think pick me is?
No, is that not what you just said? Sorry. No, genuinely, that's me misinterpreting.
Okay.
I thought that's what you
We're
said.
at the.
Is that
We're
not
at
what
the.
you said?
No, it's okay. We're at the play dumb part of the argument.
Fucking
Okay.
hell. No,
the other
I'm
four
trying
parts.
to analyze what you say. A lot of words.
No.
I'm trying to simplify it so
It's
I
fine.
understand.
It's the goal is restate what I say verbatim in a monotonous voice, and then act like that is the totality of a definition that I haven't given, and then act like incredulous that I could ever say that way, right?
Okay, so pick me doesn't have anything to do with insulting women based on their appearance.
And then restate that same monotonous point now in an incredulous way and pretend like, oh, so that's not the thing? I'm
Can
not
you
like, this is
just
retarded.
answer?
No, hold on. We're human beings. Our manipulation of language is way more sophisticated. You're acting like a year one student's like fucking syntax on some Merriam-Webster dictionary thing, okay? Where if you typo,
it's just
all of a sudden your
because
brain
you say
breaks.
a lot of words.
No, it's not a lot of words.
There's
There's concepts that I know you are intimately, especially you're a woman on the internet, part of a cosplayer community. I know that you're aware of these things. I know you know all of these things, 1 billion
Yes,
%.
and I
I'm not going to
wouldn't
re-explain
make
it to you. It
fun
makes
of-
me feel retarded, okay?
I would not make fun of a lot of people's appearances in a lot of areas, but things that are like you can change, I don't think are like a big
You don't
deal.
believe that. You don't believe that, Kelly. If I make fun of a girl's small tits,
So now
is that
your
okay?
argument is that I don't believe what
Correct.
I believe.
I
Like,
believe
what
that.
am I
Okay.
supposed to do
If I
with
make fun of
that?
a girl's small tits, is that okay?
No.
Why? She can get
That's
implants.
Like I also said that's like female specific.
What? No, it's not. What do you mean? You don't think tits? You don't think chest? You don't think guys can get implants? Or guys can get like gyno? What if I make fun of a guy for gyno then? Right? You can make tit jokes for guys as well.
That's shitty for the same reason, right?
Well, if it's shitty for the same reason for a guy and a girl, doesn't that tautologically make it not gender specific?
If you say that they're tits, that's gender specific.
If I say a guy has tits and he's got gyno,
If you're making fun of a man for having gyno, that would be shitty.
if I make
sure
fun of a
it's
girl's
something you can
hair,
fix, but-
if I make fun of a girl's makeup, if I make fun of a girl's weight, all of these are okay because they're not gender specific.
Hair and makeup would probably be fine. Like, I think makeup is maybe slightly sexist, but it's on the very mild end. But hair is like fine and not gender specific.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that you use a different definition of gender specific than every other person on the internet? Can you acknowledge that? Or do you think that this is actually what most people go by when they use... Wait, so what is a gender specific insult then? I have to make fun of literally their pussy? Or make a period joke?
I mean, and I just said that makeup could be considered mildly.
You said it was
gender
mildly
specific,
on the very edge,
yeah.
which was a pointless statement. It was so vacuous it meant nothing.
Well, I also said tits would be, if you're talking about tits specifically aimed at women, that would be gender specific.
Okay, what about lips or lip filler?
Yeah, I would say so. Like, most men don't really get lip filler, so it's like female associated.
The other 4 sections I had here are, one is you constantly saying it's a joke over and over again. I don't know why you're saying it's a joke. It wasn't a joke. You were just being mean.
Well, it is a joke because I don't literally, and you also don't literally think that I think that you went to a dumpster and pulled somebody out.
That was one part of it, but that dumpster comment was the preceding thing for all of the appearance insults. But you weren't joking about those, were you?
I also don't think that a toddler with on acid literally drew her tattoos either. That also is a joke.
Do you think that was the part that I thought you were serious about, Kelly Jean?
Okay, which part?
No, hold on.
About?
When I asked you, were you joking when you insulted her tattoos? Do you think I was asking you if you seriously thought a toddler with on LSD drew the tattoos? Is that what you thought?
Well, I'm looking back at all of the things I wrote, and they were all joking.
Oh, so you think her tattoos look nice? You like them?
Joking doesn't mean I think the opposite. something can be a joke, and also, like, it doesn't mean I literally think you went to a dumpster and pulled somebody out of it.
What do you think
Like,
when somebody says
a
something
joke,
is
it
just
doesn't have to be literal, right?
true? But what is usually happening with a joke? Usually there's some underlying element of truth. Isn't that kind of how?
Amusement for my purposes. I don't expect to appeal
good
to the
pivot.
amusement
Good
of
pivot
other
answer.
people.
Good pivot answer. Not engaging with the material. Again, that's good. You're good at that. The next section was this thing where you're like,
Hang on, you just
yeah.
Okay, so you just give up on that then. What is it you think I missed?
Oh wait, hold on. To be clear, I'm not giving up. I just call it out when you do something like abusive in a conversation, and then I move on to the next thing to make at least the audience aware of it. Because what you do is because when you get cornered, yeah, you're doing this is a laugh strategy. To be honest, right? A lot of these conversation texts are when you get called out and cornered on something, then you kind of make a cute joke on it. And you think you can like walk away from it because maybe guys let you do that. I don't know, but that's what you're doing. I'm just making people aware that that's what's happening. Well, I don't know.
See,
That's my
just
guess.
A weird comment.
What? No, that was a sexist comment. Yeah, I'm assuming because you look really nice that you can say retarded shit like this and people don't call you retarded for it. That's an assumption I'm making. It might be sexist. It's a little sexist, sure. But yeah, I am. At least I'm not. But notice how notice how I just told you honestly that that's how I felt, and I didn't just say, oh, I was just joking, Kelly Jean. It was just a joke. I don't really honestly know if that's actually happened to you, right? Notice how I just told you what I felt, and I just said it honestly, like immediately.
So could this insult come from somewhere that's not like, I don't know, sexism? Could it not just be shit? I felt insulted by her saying that I am wrong, and I just felt like clapping back with something. Does it have to be that deep?
Why do you
can say
pretend...
that my insults are shit if you want, and they should have been clearer. I agree, but like beyond that, is it that deep?
Maybe not. Like if Abba said something in chat that really pissed me off, and I just like called him the N-word. Is it like really that deep? I'm not trying to be like super race or anything. Like you just like pissed me off. But I mean like, it's not that deep, right? It's not like.
Do you think what I said is comparative to saying the N-word?
Did I just say that what you said is comparative to the N-word? Do you see how you're doing the thing again? Where like you're playing,
you gave the
acting...
example for a reason, didn't you? What was the reason if it wasn't to compare?
Comparisons aren't one-to-one.
Yeah, a comparison, I'm not comparing the severity of both. It doesn't have to be one-to-one. It's completely and totally analogous in the entire scenario. Like you're playing stupid on all of these because you realize how dumb what you said is.
That's not playing stupid. I'm saying
being
that you're giving a
stupid, or-
comparison that is obviously a lot worse than anything I did.
It's not. No. The comparison wasn't about the severity. The comparison was how ridiculous would it be to say that Abba said something in chat that made me mad, and then I called him the N-word. That's the same as you saying, "Oh, that girl called me dumb." So in response to a guy that called her a hoe, I said, "Where did he find this one from? A fucking dumpster? Look at this chicken scratch tattoo shit all over her fucking body." That's the same level of like stupid response.
Well, then I guess in that case I would just disagree. I do think I went harder. That what I would agree with. I was meaner, obviously, but I don't think it was anywhere near as bad as other people are trying to make out, especially considering like the insults your Twitter, bro, is probably more unhinged than anything I've ever said in my entire life.
Very
like,
nice. Another pivot.
No, but it's fine to point this out. Like, I don't think you believe that these insults are that extreme. I think you're trying to make the argument for it. I don't think you believe it.
Why do you think I'm arguing it?
Because you can.
Because
That's
I
why
can?
all of us do. Our motivation is because we like fucking arguing with people.
That's okay. So
Which is
I
part
just
of
like
what I was
arguing.
saying before.
Okay.
I mean, do you not enjoy it?
Why do you think that question is at all relevant to what we were just talking about? Because obviously I'm taking issue with the fact that I'm doing this because I'm arguing. Why are you not asking if I enjoy arguing, right? You see the constant attempt to like refocus the conversation on some other dialogue tree that you can just run down that has nothing to do with what we were just talking about.
Am I
The
not
point doesn't
allowed
have to do with
ever do
when I
that?
ask
You
when
do
somebody
it
says
all
like
the
why
time.
do you do a particular thing? You're like, oh well, people do what they do. What a weird non-answer to anything. We don't do anything randomly at all. And arguably, the entire universe is causally determined. So it's the exact opposite of randomness. No.
Do you never just do things?
I don't think any of us just do things, and it's especially wouldn't be using hyper-specific insults targeted at somebody of the same gender in a Discord where I'm a minority gender. No, that wouldn't just be doing things. That's a pretty specific thing.
How about not thinking deeply about it? How about just doing things and not really thinking about it?
So like calling
That's
someone the
something a lot
N-word?
of people do.
Couldn't you just do that? You don't have to
Maybe
like.
people have done that and it's not worked out too well. Sure. I
Okay,
get it.
so then you do agree with my ABBA example then. You just weren't thinking too. I just called him the N-word, right? So why'd you say that was a ridiculous example? Why'd you just say that was a ridiculous example then? If now you agree that could actually
was
be.
that a fair comparison?
Wait, why
Because
wouldn't it be a
obviously
fair
it's
comparison?
not.
Can't you just call someone a racial slur without thinking about it?
Because what you say is worse than what I said. That's why I don't think it's a fair comparison.
What you
It's just
say
trying
is
to say
worse
that
than
they're
what I
similarly-
said.
Can I talk?
It's trying to get.
Wait, I'm
Well,
sorry,
obviously
sorry.
we don't think those comparisons are equal, right? that we think
a
that
comparison doesn't have to be
calling someone
equal.
the N-word in that way, yeah, okay, that's fine. We agree it's not equal. Obviously, I'm still gonna have umbrage with someone giving an unequal comparison.
Let's say this.
Statement.
Let's say Abba said something mean in my chat, and I said the last time Abba was here, he actually smelled like shit the entire fucking time, and every single friend that I took him out to dinner with thought he smelled bad.
I mean, that would be bad because he's your friend.
But
I'm not friends with this person.
Oh, okay. So you're not friends. So things that you maybe shouldn't say, or things that would be certain types of insults, are now permissible or okay, or
Yeah,
what is
because
the
if I
relevance
ran
to that?
into a random person on the street and they smelled like shit, then I'd probably say they smelled like shit because they're not my friend.
Dude, I can't. You just went so wide with that. Where I don't even think we're on the same playing field anymore. Okay, the other two things, real quick, with it. Yeah, one is the calling for specifics. Like they change any part of the argument. They don't. We know generally what's being spoken about. Also, when somebody's in an argument with you and they ask you for specifics, but they don't provide it themselves. That's always a trap. They're trying to see if you remember what Kelly is doing, what Lav has done, and what other people do. Is they try to see if you remember
Can
exactly
you stop
what was
calling
said.
me like Lav?
No,
That
because
is
you're
not
doing this. I'm
fair.
watching you do it in real time. It's actually insane. Okay, if somebody says something wrong, here's what you say. You go, I didn't say that. I said this. But when somebody says something and they slightly misquote, you're like, do you even know exactly what I said? The reason why you're not, and you did also something very interesting with this. The reason why you didn't volunteer what you said exactly, because you knew it was bad and indefensible. But if they don't remember the exact words you said, somehow you think that you're beyond impeachment, that your character is you're safe. But it was funny because earlier when she was saying something earlier, you said, it was funny because it was the first time you said it. You said, let's go find the logs and look at exactly what you said. You offered that for her when you wanted to fight her, but you didn't say the same for you, which I think is interesting. I think it speaks to intent. And then the final thing was
somebody can go look up my logs.
the final thing was you saying you insulted me. You kept bringing up the fact that she insulted you, which is true, but that was only after you went hard on the dumpster comments.
Yep, and I think her response was meaner than anything I said, but I'm not here crying about being called looking like Mark Zuckerberg.
Why would you be?
'Cause obviously, I don't take it seriously.
Why would you be crying about it when you're the one that started it?
Well, I don't think I started it. I think her calling me wrong started it. But
You
that's
think
a
that
difference
her
of
calling
opinion.
you wrong started?
Yep.
Okay.
Because it would make you mold as well. It would make most of the people in this community mold.
But his
Well, you refocused
so
it. Yeah,
disproportionate.
you did the thing again. It would make most people in the community mold.
You can say my insults are disproportionate, and I can say that your as insults right now are disproportionate. But apparently, it's okay that when you have disproportionate insults.
You're
when am I?
so allergic to accountability. It's insane. The mental
What do you want me to
gymnastics
be
that you have
accountable
to
for?
Literally the mental
what?
gymnastics that she has to do to
Can you
make
talk
her
in
arguments.
not buzzwords? Is that possible? What is the problem? What do you think that I'm missing here? That I'm not being accountable for?
The biggest problem
I said, yes, I could have been clearer with my insults, so people didn't read whore.
The biggest problem that I would say, and she might feel differently, but the biggest problem, I think, broadly speaking, on the entire conversation is the crazy making. That's the biggest problem. That if she or somebody else that confronted you, like, yeah, you know what, fuck this bitch. I didn't say she looked like a fucking whatever dumpster bitch. Fuck her. She insulted me. Sure, I think that's fair. I don't think there'd be a problem. Well, you could maybe have a problem with what we said or whatever, you can fight over that. But the problem with the conversation is you engage in an unbelievable level of crazy making. What did I say exactly? This is like every other insult from the community. I didn't even mean, that's not insulting somebody's hair and makeup and weight. That's not sexist. Like, that's crazy making. Like, somebody would feel insane after arguing with you if they didn't have a really stable foundation to argue from. And then the constant pivoting.
I already just said that makeup could be considered sexist, right?
You said it was on the very edge. You said it was on the very edge.
I said it was mild. Yeah, it is mild.
Can you
obviously,
pull up
'cause
the
just
Reddit
wash
post that goes
makeup
over
off.
what she said? Because she's not going to take accountability.
Are we not allowed to acknowledge that some insults are more mild than others? Like, Jesus.
No one is saying that they're not. We're just saying it's disproportionate, and it doesn't make sense to go after someone's appearance and say that he found me in a dumpster because I said you were wrong about ADHD medicine. If you had been like, what the fuck
never
is she?
said that my
may I
insult
finish?
wasn't mean.
Kelly Jean, may I finish, please?
No, because you keep saying shit that I didn't say. I clarified some of this stuff before. I said,
What,
yeah,
you
I
said
was
that
mean.
he didn't found me in a dumpster?
But then
She's
you
retarded
are mean in
twice,
response.
and
Like,
he's
I was
not
mean,
screaming
then you
at
were
her.
mean. Isn't this just chatting shit? Like, bro, I don't know.
She's It's called gotta him be a retarded
If you're saying your
twice.
feelings are getting hurt, maybe that's not really chatting shit. Maybe you are, like,
Wait, hold
taking
on.
this
Give
on
me
board.
15 seconds. 1 second.
She's
called him retarded twice, and he's not screaming
I'd
at her.
assume people would not get...
I
She's
It's
called
gotta
him
be a
retarded
siblings-
twice,
Okay, hold
and
on.
he's not screaming at her. That's interesting.
I mean,
I
She's
would have
literally
got
like a random
booted
alien
into another
person.
continent, bro. I would be in Africa by now. Okay,
you're not
just
providing
saying.
the services that this woman off the streets of Miami is providing.
Yeah, we're not saying what those services are. They could be something
I
I
mean, I'm
just
implying
I
something.
can't juggle. Maybe she's just really
longer
good
than
at
I
juggling.
thought.
Kelly, you're such a snake. Holy shit. You and Justical are legitimately calling her a prostitute. Bro, you're unhinged.
I did not call her a prostitute.
You didn't. Of course you didn't. Now the plausible deniability comes out. I don't care. I think these conversations are funny. I like having them. But like you, seriously, you are like an ultra abusive person. Especially if you're not even aware that you're doing this. Like I would.
How is it okay that you can just say that I'm abusive?
Because the way that you engage in
would lose your
conversation,
mind.
the way that you engage in lose my mind of what?
You have lost your mind when people have implied that you're abusive.
Depending on the type, depending on the
like a fucking
hold on,
psychologist.
bro.
You can't say I'm
Depending on the type, I don't have to be a psychologist to tell you're abusive. Okay, number one. Number two,
Bro,
depending
well,
on how you're saying I'm abusive. In some ways, bro, I fucking agreed with this. I've literally said some of this shit before. Yeah, I could be an abusive partner. I'm fucking horrible. I've scraped a fucking million. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I've at least said all this shit. What do you mean? I would get mad if somebody accuses us. You don't own any of this. I'll own any of my bad behavior, even though sometimes you've even said publicly I don't. I do. If I fuck up or whatever, I pretty much said it. It's not like there's anything that's gonna leak of me that like, oh god, this is this fucked up thing that nobody knows about. I've owned almost everything I've done badly. But like you right now saying like, I'm not gonna say what those services are after Jessica implies she's a streetwalker, and then you saying here like, I didn't call her a prostitute.
Jessica did, and I
you
said
co-signed
that
it.
Jessica did.
But
me existing is coexisting. Like,
hold on, Kelly.
co-signing.
Is that what I just said? Did I say
Did
just
I,
you?
okay, so what did I say that was co-signing? Play it again.
When he said, when Justical said, she can't hear through this thing. When Justical said she's offering, she's a streetwalker offering services, and then you go, oh, I'm not gonna say what those services are.
Yeah, that's a joke.
What's the joke?
Oh my god. Yes, that's the joke. Because it's based on Justical's implication that happened beforehand.
Yes, so you're co-signing it.
That doesn't mean I'm co-signing the belief. Because I'm joking. I have to have a sign over my head that means everything is not literal that I'm saying. From, like, forward onwards. Like, I
Is
don't
that
know
Kelly? Did I just
if
say that?
people
Do you need
want-
to have a sign saying everything that you say is not literal? Is that what I just said that you need to do? Is that what it sounds like I'm
No.
implying you need to do?
I just... Fuck's sakes. All of this also happened after she made more comments. So, like, I didn't feel the need to give a shit.
I'll pull up my comments.
That's
You can
fine
see
if you
how-
didn't feel the need to give a shit. But then you can't say that now. Look, okay, hold on.
Obviously,
Second abuser
I don't
tactic. Second abuser
believe
tactic.
that
Hold on,
she's
no.
actually
It's nice
a
to see. No,
whore.
no, no, wait, hold on, shit. You almost got me. Okay, that was clever. That was clever. Okay. So you just spent however long just saying you didn't say this, you didn't call that, you didn't do that, and then now when you're like, oh, you did. Now you say, okay, well, fine, I did, but it's because she did this thing first, right? You're literally like, we're walking through the narcissist prayer right now, like.
This isn't even true. I literally said the juggling comment and then Justical's comment. I spoke about it earlier.
Go through the rest of the Reddit.
I never
thing. It
said
just
these
says way
comments
worse
didn't
stuff.
happen.
What
For
was
fuck's sakes,
it?
Yeah, if you clip champ the shit out of me, then everything's gonna look
Oh,
bad.
it's a clip champ. Okay, wait.
Yes,
so when you
it
said
is
that
clip
she's
champing.
behind me and
This
she
is
called
the
me.
literal definition of clip champing.
When you said, oh, so there's more context that would have changed the statement?
Yeah, if you watch the whole fucking stream.
Oh, I need to watch the whole 3-hour stream. And you think I would come away from that stream thinking like, oh, Kelly thinks she's actually like.
Are you trying to imply that clip champing isn't a thing that has happened to you as well?
Because
Like, why are
clip
you
champ
trying
doesn't
to,
mean clip champ doesn't mean you need to watch the 3-hour stream. Clip champ means that you've taken a small clip and you've misrepresented a comment such that additional context would make you feel differently about the comment. I don't think that's the case with
I
this.
don't know where in the stream off the top of my fucking head this part is, but yeah, the time in and around this part, yeah.
So when she's behind me and she calls me retarded twice,
I
and you
can't say
said,
anything that's not literal.
yeah, that's what I just said. You can't say
No,
anything
I
that's not
didn't say
literal.
you just said that. That's how
Oh.
I feel.
Oh, you feel that you can't say anything that's not literal. Okay.
Yes, because it gets treated literally.
Gotcha. So when you said that she's behind me and you're like, oh, well, if I would have said that, I would get kicked out, but it's not with her. What's the implication?
That I get kicked out at the the minor inconveniences, like saying Feliz Navidad, which is true.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Hold on one sec. Give me 15 more seconds.
That's kind of bullshit.
Yeah, this girl can sit there and call Destiny a retard a bunch of times. Jacob says, you are wrong. These are just probably is also correct. Immediately banned.
Yeah, again.
Says, you are wrong. Probably is also correct. Immediately banned.
Yeah, again, Jacob doesn't provide the services that this girl does.
Yeah, Jacob. Get better tits.
Maybe if he could juggle.
Yeah, Jacob. Learn your circus tricks, pussy.
Okay, so
And then the other one.
when you say Jacob, you need to get better tits. You just meant that he needed to like do more chest work, right?
Yeah, that's a joke. Obviously, I say get better tits. It's like, yeah, be a woman.
Okay.
Am I not allowed to make jokes like that anymore? Are we all
That's what
banned
I
from
said.
this
Yeah, you're not
too?
allowed to make any jokes like that. That's what I said. Yes.
No, I am
Huh?
asking you. Like, is there actually an issue with any of these things? Because you keep trying to twist it back on me when I ask you questions like this.
To be
like,
clear,
is it
hold on.
actually a problem?
I'm not
for
twisting.
me to say these jokes. Like, what is
Mhm.
the problem then? Because
Mhm.
you know that these are jokes, yes?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm not.
Is there actually a problem with them?
So I'm not twisting anything. Okay. My macro perspective on this is very clear. You're the one that wants to try to twist each of these individually to divorce them from all the context of everything that's happened to try to make them seem like they're just jokes.
No, I'm not twisting anything. I'm asking you, is there an issue with these things?
Uh,
Because if there is, maybe
is
I
there an
need to
issue
shut
with
up.
any of the jokes individually? No, I don't think so. But that's not really what we're talking about, is it?
I mean, that's important for me to know because I don't know if I need to stop saying things. Because I don't know at this point, like, if any of these things are actually an issue or not.
Okay.
Which I think is fine.
What?
Which I think is fine. Obviously, we're having such a heated debate about something. I don't know if any of these things are actually an issue.
Is it that you're misogynistic, or that you're a pick-me, or that you have abusive conversations?
Is it because I'm abusive or a pick-me or what was the last one?
Misogynistic. Although I guess I kind of goes in with the pick-me.
Like, I don't think I am these things. Do you think I am these things?
I think you acted like them, yeah, yesterday for sure. I don't know if you normally are.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't.
No,
I haven't
I feel
watched
like you've
you
known
interact.
Me for long enough
Yeah, but I don't watch
that
you
would
interact.
Probably...
Okay, keep going.
How
Keep
about
saying
the
irrelevant
times where
stuff.
I've-
Yep.
How about all the times where I come on and defended women, right? We're just ignoring this. It's like
Gotcha.
Kelly hates women, but ignores when Kelly comes in to like tell other people to stop calling the women on kick off.
There are times you defend women. Don't you also have a reputation for also shitting on women, though?
Based on other people in the chat,
May I say
sure.
something?
Do you think that
Go
that's
for it.
fair?
My
reputation?
response, by the way, that she said that, like, is why she started attacking me after, is me saying, quote, I'd be willing to talk on stream with her if she wants to be a big girl and say it to my face. I hope she addresses her internalized hatred for herself someday. Sad to see someone so clearly insecure about themselves take to judging others instead of looking inwards.
Yeah, of course I'm going to respond negatively to that.
Not just negatively, but
Yeah, but if someone says that, am I going to give a shit when
And
just people make
that
a
was
whole
after she
joke?
called
No,
me a
I won't
dumpster.
make
That was
it.
after
No,
she
I won't
said
give a
that she
shit.
found me in a dumpster. And that's what my response was.
Just again, I don't think you were literally found in a dumpster.
Oh my god.
no one is saying that. But okay, all right. I need to go back to my stream content. Thank you for the diversion. We were looking at Dave Chappelle. Anything else?
No, you want to call me abusive anymore?
Well, just don't have abuser-style conversations, okay?
I think that's pretty unfair.
I think it's super fair.
I mean, considering the way that you've been trying to engage with me, when you admitted that you don't really think that any of these jokes are specifically a problem, and that the
It's
whole
not the
implication
specific
is,
jokes,
right?
it's the context, and it's...
You just did it right there. Yeah, you just did it again, right?
No,
I
no,
didn't
I
say
wanna
the issue
speak
was
about-
not the individual specific joke, right?
No, it's because I'm a woman and I'm saying these things that makes it bad.
And it's the context,
It's
and
the-
it's
yeah.
what it was in response to. You cannot be this purposely obtuse. Like, I refuse to believe that someone actually is
What is the
unable to
context
connect
I'm
the
missing?
dots.
Stop. No, don't even. It's not worth.
Go back. Go
No,
back.
hang
Watch,
on, I
watch
want to
the-
say something. Like, because I just want to actually give my thoughts on something without getting, like, fucking interrupted.
Okay.
I don't think that anybody thinks that any of the jokes I said were particularly deep. I don't think most of them, if any of them were hurtful, I don't think you think any of them are problematic. So the basis of the issue is that everyone thinks I'm hypocritical because I've spoke out against sexist shit that's a lot worse than anything I've said in the last 24
Deflection,
hours.
queen of deflecting.
No, you stupid bitch. I'm just talking about what I don't like. You can't laugh at me. You called me Mark Zuckerberg twice. You said I look like a man. Like, I don't care about you anymore. I called Merk a bitch. I probably called Lav a dumb bitch. Like, I will continue to call dumb bitches. It's mild. Don't care. Either way.
Based.
Um,
Okay.
like, No, because it's not hypocritical if I only care about things that are actually particularly bad, and especially if it's coming out of men. Like, it is different. Sexism coming from a man, and the context of where that sexism
I really
comes
admire
from
her
is
talent for like
worse.
finding random words and just like jumbling them
No,
together in a
I'm
sentence
not
that makes no
talking about
sense.
you or anything involving you. I'm speaking about why other people are like losing their minds of me being a hypocrite. I can use sex as insults if I want to. I've said this specifically on multiple occasions. Like, if I want to call someone a cunt, I can. It's my fucking word.
I called you a cunt. That
Yes,
that has nothing to do with what we're talking
Awesome.
about.
I never said it. Any of this stuff has to do with you. I just already clarified once it's not. But the problem is the arguments being made at me are on the basis of hypocrisy.
Do they have like government benefits in the UK for
Stop.
people with like
Stop.
low IQs?
Stop. I don't want to
Do you have
do
any
spin
type
around.
of argument that isn't just like trying to attack someone's intelligence? Like,
Wait, is that an
just
immutable
very
characteristic?
mid.
Okay, we're good on this.
Technically, it is.
Okay, are you done
Peace
doing
and
your?
love. Have a good evening, Kelly.
No,
I have
wasn't
no issue
done
with
because
you.
I kept getting interrupted. every
Okay,
fucking
finish
2
your
seconds that I
thing. Hurry
spoke.
up.
Jesus Christ, it would have been
Rent
done if I
free.
hadn't. Right, so the argument is on the basis of me being a hypocrite.
Okay.
No, I'm asking you, is that it?
No,
Because
I already
that's
gave you
what I was
everything.
seeing
Your
from other
goal
people.
right now, what you're trying to do is you're trying to reframe this entire thing into something that like shifts
No,
everything away
I'm
from you. Yes,
asking.
you're saying I feel like the only reason people are mad at me about a bunch of these like jokes that you even agree, Destiny, aren't even really that bad on their own, and you've even said worse things. All the reasons people are attacking me is just because they're calling me a hypocrite. It doesn't have anything to do with this situation. And that's what I've seen people type about. Yeah, you're shifting this whole thing into some macro argument that doesn't have anything to do with your thing.
Okay, so it's not hypocrisy. Then what was the whole point in speaking about me being a woman and anything to do with sexism if it's not to prove that I'm a hypocrite?
None of
Because
that has to do.
if-
The hypocritical arguments that people are making about you didn't have much to do with you being a woman, and they didn't have anything to do about any of that. They had to do with specific statements that you made. They were about Kelly Jean things, not about being a woman things. Do you know that? I know you know that because if you bring up these arguments, you read them. So you just tried to reframe it again in a dishonest way. People weren't calling you a hypocrite just because you're a woman.
reframing.
You
I'm
are.
trying
People
to
didn't call you.
understand.
Wait, why were people calling you hypocritical? Because you were a woman? You think that was the argument on the subreddit?
Did I say that?
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought I just heard you say it like 30 seconds ago. Did I? Maybe I
That's
misunderstood.
not what I said. I
Okay, go
said
ahead.
a whole bunch. I was like trying to. Like, this is me trying to understand.
Okay, wait, hold on. Here's the understand. This is the macro. This is what happened. Okay, was there's a girl on my stream. Your name comes up, and she says something about you. And the reason why I went to strap her is because I think that you fight with women in a really bad way, and I think that anything somebody says, especially a woman about you, is going to trigger the fuck at you. That's why I try to stop her from saying anything. Okay. And
Okay,
that
could
is
you
what
give
I
me an
thought,
example
right?
of a situation that's happened that's anything similar to this?
No, I actually can't think of one off the top of my head. Doesn't change my impression of what I just said though. But if you want to challenge
So
me,
now it's just
again,
like, because now you said that, that's just going to be all people say. Like,
that might
Kelly hates
be.
women
Well,
and this is
that
all
was
she
the
does
impression
now.
that I had in my head
Even though it's
before, and I
one
tried to stop her
fucking
from doing it, and it seems like that's exactly what happened. So I can't actually think of anything off the top of my head. I can't, but that was the impression, and it seems like that was 100% mapped onto reality. Nope, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Number one, and then number two was because you're a woman in the community who's seen as a large, like, figure in the community as a woman, that when somebody pinged you and they said, hey, here's this girl on Destiny's stream.
Ho.
Okay, girl on Destiny's stream, this fucking hoe. Okay, she said that you were wrong about ADHD medication, and then your go-to
You
is
just said it has nothing to do with
Let
me
him
being
finish.
a woman, but then you just said it's because I'm like a
Don't bitch
no,
about him not
hold on,
letting you
wait.
finish and then not
I
let him
didn't.
finish.
Also, I didn't say that this had nothing to do with you being a woman. I said that when people were making the hypocrisy arguments at you, the hypocrisy arguments were not about you being a woman. They were about specific statements that you said. Okay? Stop trying to trip me up, all right? I'm vibing
Okay,
out right now. It's not going to work, okay?
that's fine.
Let me
That's
rewind back
fine.
to what
I
I was
get
saying
it.
now, okay? So somebody said, look at this hoe on Destiny's stream, and then your response as a woman in the community, okay, that is a big member of the community, was immediately to go fucking hard in the paint on her physical appearance. Okay, we using also
I
the phrase
disagree with that.
found in her found in the dumpster. Okay, and then you spent the next 4 or 5 hours that stream or like afterwards, like talking in Discord and then getting on Jistical stream and having a huge cope session about this fucking street walking slut who needs to like learn tricks and have tits, and that's the only reason why I'm even being nice to her. Blah blah blah. That's great that you didn't say anything, but you were on a stream next to a person saying it. You were giggling and laughing with them, just joking. That's the macro picture of everything that happened.
I
But
feel like Justical should probably get to defend himself if you were saying that stuff that he said, because he didn't say anything.
no,
Why are you
Gesticle
allergic
is
to accountability?
Gesticle is smarter than you. That's why when Gesticle says retarded shit, he doesn't come in here to
Alright,
defend
brilliant.
it. Gesticle stays out
Well,
of
you
here.
had to fight her whole argument for her, so like.
I just wanted to put it a little more. Yeah, I'm fucking
Yeah, 'cause
35
you know
years
she wouldn't
old.
Be able to manage.
I don't know if she could. You're also my age, Kelly. Yeah, we're fucking
No,
adults. Yes, we're
don't
both in our
know
fucking
my
30s.
age.
Yeah,
She's
no
in
shit.
her
I'm gonna sit here and
30s?
write down. Yes, no shit. I'm gonna sit here and write
literally
down every
don't
single fucking
know
thing you
my
say.
age.
Can I Google it?
Again, it's just like no.
Why is this middle-aged woman
Stop.
45 or 53
letting this 21-year-old live rent-free in her head?
He doesn't even know my age, but it's cool that you're trying to insult
Wait,
me.
how? Wait, are you not 30 plus?
I do not put my internet on the age, and I do not put my age on the internet, and that's not accurate. No, and I'm not saying what it is, obviously.
That's fine. You
Why
don't
are
have
you
to, but I'm
behaving like a high schooler?
Okay, stop. Okay, hold on. Regardless of if you say it or not, I am almost positive you're 30
When you were
plus.
in high
Okay,
school
stop.
before I was
Hold
born.
On. Stop. Chill. Okay. So I'm just saying that.
You are literally with a man that's older than me. You
Yes,
dumb.
true. I am, but I'm also not like calling her a whore, dumpster diving bitch, and then
I
defending
didn't
it.
call her a whore.
No, you
again.
co-signed it and giggled along with it, right?
No, because those two things were separate. When Justical made jokes, yes, I joined in, but there was hours of difference between those 2 points. When
Okay.
I made my comments, I did not mean to imply
That's fine,
she's a
Kelly,
whore.
but I bet if we go back earlier, I can find more and more, and you're gonna have another excuse for why you said those and those. I'm just saying, I gave you
No,
the
there
macro.
isn't.
I gave you
The stream was already hours after my comments that I initially made in like Discord.
That's fine. I gave you the macro for why I thought it was kind of bad, and I broke down on this conversation. These are things I think were kind of bad, and then yeah, I jumped in to like go through the conversation, of course. Yeah, because I've got like 15 times as much adulting experience as she does, because I'm fucking 35 years old. So of course, and I deal with people like Max and Lav and all that shit. So yeah, of course I'm gonna sit here and like make comments on it, because that conversation was fucking insane, and I don't want people walking away thinking like, oh, this is what a
That's
normal
just copium,
conversation looks
though.
like between two people that are having a disagreement, because all of the strategies that you employ in that conversation are like 101 abuser, gaslighter, crazy making strategies. So of course I'm going to say something, obviously.
I mean, sure, you can say that, but it's just copium for her not fighting her own argument.
I did fight.
Well, she did. She argued with her for a bit.
Did you? Because you just made dumb comments and didn't really do anything else. But all right. Sure,
Okay.
Copium. You did not like. You had an argument with me. You like formulated concepts and thoughts.
Because you were engaging with this. You were engaging with his points more than you were engaging with mine. All you were doing was moving the goalpost with me. And
Yes,
sure,
because
maybe
saying
Steven,
you're moving the goalpost.
Shut up.
Is
Let
not
me
giving
talk.
an example.
Because you won't fucking let me speak, you dumb cunt. You're so fucking unserious.
You're speaking right now, aren't you? Jesus Christ.
I can't. How
should I really care
how
about
is
being
a middle-aged
sexist to someone
woman
who says the things that she
behaving
has
like
said
this?
to
How
me
are
in the
you
last 10
conducting
minutes?
like yourself like this?
How am I getting criticized so much for stuff that is so less than what she's just said to me? Like,
Because Kelly, because you were the instigator on the you were the instigator of the situation. Why do you keep saying
being
that?
an instigator, technically, in my opinion, I don't even think that's true. She said I was wrong, and that's instigator in my opinion.
Okay, that's
But
fine. That's good.
Being the instigator being the instigator,
that's
does
good.
that mean you can't say things that are as bad as the other person now, because that person just gets free reign to say whatever the fuck they want, and they don't have to take any responsibility for it?
Then you can't be mad at any of the stuff that I said, because
I'm not mad at it. I'm saying, how the fuck am I supposed to care if you're
Okay,
saying worse
then
things
don't.
than me?
Okay, I want to talk about
Like-
Dave Chappelle and the industry.
you're a grown-ass woman and you should act like it.
You don't know anything about me, and neither does Destiny apparently. But like, you don't know anything about me. You're trying
from my
to use that as an argument.
experience and from my conversation with you, I know enough to know that you're.
What? I'm waiting for the
Stop!
most enlightening
No,
insult
stop! Because
in
I don't
my
want
life.
the spiral. Because this is now is boring. Okay, I got it. We
No,
understand. You guys can have a conversation if you guys want. You can have your own stream. Okay, maybe Justical can invite both of you, and you can go and find on his stream because he loves the viewership so much. Okay.
There is one thing I wanted to say.
I don't want to
because
participate in
spiraled
elder
apart from
abuse.
that.
Okay. What is your one thing you want to
Literally
say?
younger than he is. Okay, that's it's just, the point is all of this. seems to
Justical, why were
center
you calling
around
me a prostitute?
Oh my god.
Because
It
it's
centers
funny.
around me, fucking being a woman, and therefore I have a higher, like.
And then you're in my DM saying like, oh, you know, I
God.
didn't mean any of it. Where, you know, if you want to come on and talk on stream, like I like
Hold on. Do I have
literally.
your permission to publish our DMs then?
Let me see what you said exactly.
Wait. she say? It just seems like I have a higher bar for being a woman, but then if another woman wants to insult me in a worse way, that's also okay because I started.
I got the impression you were kind of excited about being a part of the community. Kelly just likes making caustic comments. I don't think she was trying to imply anything to you. She was just trying to shit talk. If you're uncomfortable in some way with anything you see from my stream last night, feel free to reach out and tell me. If you're uncomfortable with comments you're getting from people, feel free to send me their names and I'll ban them from my stuff.
True.
I'm a terrible person.
I
I
don't-
admit it.
Okay.
Wait, that makes you terrible?
I don't think it is, but I think it's like it's weird that you were on stream implying that I'm a prostitute and then like messaging me being all nice. Like just keep the same energy.
No. That was a long-running stream, and it just became a joke because Kelly, during the stream, seemed to be refusing to admit that anybody could read it that way, right?
Yes.
So it was just a running joke. I can link Destiny a clip here really quickly of me mocking this exact
I feel like people are missing the context of a 5 or longer hour stream where Kelly constantly gets wound up slowly like a ball until she says and just like joins in with the stupid.
Well then,
arguments.
just to
This
go,
is
if I
why-
misunderstood, I apologize. But from the clip we just watched, it looked like you and
No,
Kelly
I was implying that, but I'm saying it was a joke. It was like a meta joke over the course of the stream.
Yes, like people were giving me shit for hours. That is the context of what everyone is missing at this point. It's like, oh yeah, Kelly joined in with a joke at some point. It's like, yeah, after being wound up for ages.
Okay, are we good, guys? Are we all?
Are you can watch that clip real quick?
Not
I don't
really.
really care that
Just
much
had my
now.
fucking character assassinated.
Wait.
You did it to yourself, girl.
You don't care now?
Shut up.
Did you ban this guy, by the way? The Reddit thread that you have open?
No, why should I?
Yeah, I mean, he lied a whole bunch. He clearly hates me, and that's why he made the
Yep.
thread with a
You
ton
had
of
to
lies in it.
cross a bunch of it out because it was like wrong.
Lies that Destiny repeated in chat this morning, by the way. Good one.
True.
I'm so sorry for making a minor timeline mistake. That's definitely the worst thing that's happened here. Do you accept my apology?
It's not the worst thing that happened.
Kelly,
here.
can I say
feel
something
like-
from the
I
bottom
feel
of
like
my
you could
heart? Like
cross-check a couple of these
not
things,
being
no?
sarcastic, not being anything. I think that you should just try to look inward and see
Stop,
why
stop.
women upset you so much. And
I literally could
I
give you a
hope-
list of the men I hate here, and I
But
don't even
that's
think
not
I
what I
could
asked. That's not
tell
what I
you the
said.
women that I hate.
I really hope that
Just
you
'cause
get
you say
whatever
things doesn't
internal
make
hatred
it
you have for
true.
yourself figured out. And I hope you have a good day. And that's
I
it.
don't have internal hatred.
Okay.
Again, these
I
are
hope
just
you realize
like
it one
it's
day.
okay for you to make insults, but if I say shit, then
Yeah.
I'm a bad person.
Okay. I think we're witnessing a schizophrenia right now, and I don't feel comfortable engaging with it anymore. It feels
Yeah, if you want to
icky
keep
me.
making any more mild insults, you can continue to do that. I've heard these all before. They're pretty mid.
Okay. Is that
At
it?
least be creative with your insults.
Is that it?
If you're going to make them, I'm waiting for Justical to, because he was going to say something else.
Oh,
I'm not-
well,
I'm not
I
worried
was
about
just-
you.
I was just gonna say, Anna was reading this thread and propagated another lie that's in here that says I pulled up her Instagram on stream, which I never did. I explicitly refused to bring shit up on stream.
Yep.
People
And
kept
we
linking
also-
me memes that were making fun of her appearance. I refused to bring those up on stream.
We also
I
said do
banned
not
everybody who
harass
did it.
her, like multiple times.
Well, then if that was wrong, I apologize.
Like that's another thing both of us did, and I said maybe we shouldn't even put a disclaimer on the stream. Like, obviously, don't harass these people. So
Well, I
there's
said
no
that
way...
was stupid. Obviously, I don't want
Yeah,
people to harass
obviously.
anyone, but
But everyone ignores this. This is why I'm saying a lot of this shit's like context dependent. It's like, yeah, if you wind Kelly up for 5 hours, she's probably gonna be like.
To be
tilted.
clear, Justical is saving himself a little bit. This exonerates you 0%, Kelly. Just I know that you're trying to like hitch your wagon
do
to
you
like
mean?
Justical not being a horrible person, but Justical's pretty honest about what he does in terms of like shit stirring and everything. And especially because he rides that line so hardcore, there might be some things that are misrepresented a little bit, but none
Are
of this
you
changes
saying I'm a
anything.
horrible person?
Did I say you were a horrible person?
Well, you just said Justical isn't one. So what is the implication?
That he's not like being two-faced and lying about like what is going on. I think she asked Justical, "Why did you call me a whore?" And I think Justical said, "Because it's funny."
So where am I lying?
Because if you would have asked why you you called her whore, you was like, well, technically, I actually didn't actually say this, and by the time that I did, she'd already said the one thing anyway, and are you saying that I can't even call somebody a whore when one time you tweeted about a girl getting raped by a shovel in 2016, and actually in the Discord, are you saying now that I'm held to a different standard than every single other person, and everybody insults everybody in this community all the time, and sometimes people tell people to kill themselves, so you're saying that I can't even make a thing, and you're calling, like, yeah, that's the difference.
I send you peace and
hang
love.
on. Do you think it's fair for me to talk about my Discord messages, Discord and DGG messages, which were many hours before, as being separate to anything that was made as a joke by Gisticle many hours later?
I don't think, I
Or
can't.
do I have to consider all of that the same thing?
Okay, here's a quick thing that you're either really autistic or really abusive. It's one of these two things.
Obviously
I can't
autistic.
tell.
It's
I don't know.
the autism.
The problem, I don't know.
It really
no,
is,
I don't.
but-
I don't. The problem is, I don't think Kelly
It's
is.
not an
I don't
excuse.
think. I don't think.
She has to learn how to deal with it.
As somebody
right?
that is unfortunately, no, I'm sorry, I shouldn't even say that. Somebody that has met autistic people, Kelly is not autistic at all. Okay, I don't know why people that are clearly capable of navigating social spaces and clearly capable of like maintaining different types of friendships, being in different social settings, and doing more or less fine, call themselves autistic just because they're assholes. That's not autism. That's just being a dick. When you say over and over again, like it's just a joke, right? That's not autistic. Even an autistic person knows that. Oh yeah, of course. Like humor can have underlying messages that have. In fact, for the two people that I've known in my real life that are autistic, our biggest issue is usually I can't joke with them. Because if I say a joke, they're going to take it seriously. The idea that you're saying, I'm very autistic, and that's why when I say a joke, none of it ever means anything. Now, maybe there are different types of autism, but that literally sounds like the exact opposite that I would expect from any of the autistic friends that I've ever had in my entire life.
I never said it didn't mean anything. I said it didn't mean that she was a whore.
No, but when you keep appealing to this idea that it's just a joke, you're not saying anything, right? That's like me calling a black guy an N-word and saying like, it's just a verbal utterance. That doesn't mean anything. The whole point of the joke is you pick a particular joke because you're hinting or you're implying or you're conveying a certain message. That's the whole point. Like Kelly sucked off 200 black dudes last night probably. I can tell because she was happy on Twitter this morning. That's just a joke, but the joke is that you're a slut. That's the joke, right? Or that's the underlying fact that makes the joke funny, right? That's what makes it funny. It's not just a random utterance of words that mean nothing.
What makes it a joke is that it's absurd. That's why it's funny.
No, but no.
Like
nothing that you're saying is absurd, though. Do you know what absurdist comedy looks like? No, it's not.
Can I tell you why it's absurd? Because obviously I don't think that she was picked up from a dumpster because that's absurd.
That's not
or
absurd.
Imagining a toddler on acid gave her tattoo is absurd.
But it's not absurd. The underlying fact of the dumpster is she looks like a homeless person. The underlying fact of the toddler and LSD is that the tattoos look like fucking dog shit chicken scratch. Those are true feelings that you have. You have both of those feelings. Do you admit that or no?
Yes.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. So then it's not. So then it's not. Yeah, but exactly. Yes. Yeah, thank you. No, thank you. We got there. Thank you. Okay, thank you. But then, yes, but you keep trying to reduce it to it's just a joke. But in your world, joke is true insult.
No, I said an hour ago.
That's what you just said.
No, an hour. Okay, now you gaslight me because an hour ago I said multiple times to this girl, an insult can also be true. But that doesn't mean that I think in this case she was a whore because that wasn't my insult. It was like homeless Riz. It wasn't whore Riz, okay?
And you were implying that I'm a prostitute and that the only reason that Destiny was quote going easy on me was because I was like sleeping with him.
Many hours later, Gisticle did and I joined in. Yes. That was separate, in my opinion. If you want to
so then why can't you just take accountability and be like, what I said was wrong? It was disproportionate to your.
I just did. These were two different examples, and that's what's fucking
really
my head
warped.
Okay. There was like 5 hours between these things happening, and we were talking about the fucking Discord and DGG messages, which was separate. Obviously, when other people start making these jokes over and over again for hours and trying to wind me up, then yeah, I join in.
Good job. Okay, anything else?
Fucking Christ.
No, have a good day. Peace and love. I hope you get better.
This is what I mean by passive aggressive.
Yeah, obviously she's being passive aggressive.
That's just being nice, Kelly.
She's being passive aggressive for sure. But so, what does that have to do with anything?
She doesn't seem to understand that she was being passive aggressive earlier when I tried to point it out in her messages when she said she was being nice.
Oh. Well, if you want to have a separate conversation, if she was being passive, she probably was being passive aggressive in some of them. I don't know. You sure?
She was.
But yeah, of course, you've already you've already struck first blood. Of course, it's fine. Yeah. You giving her credit of saying it's fine doesn't exonerate you at all.
What's really wrong is like first blood to me. Like anyone else in this community is the same. You said you'd admit to it, that you would be the same.
Really? Did I say that? What did I say about that, Kelly?
You said you would lose your mind if someone else.
Yeah?
Was saying
What did I
you were
say,
wrong.
Kelly?
You
What did I say?
literally banned Jacob yesterday for saying you were wrong.
What did I say? What did I say, Kelly?
You said that.
What did
You
I say,
said
Kelly?
that
What did I
you
say?
would
If somebody
lose your
insulted
mind.
me, what did I say my response would be, Kelly? You keep trying to bring things up. I don't know if you either think that I forgot or if you forgot, or you're just hoping to sneak it by and like reframe an argument and then walk away thinking that you've like made a good point.
No, this is what I thought you said.
Oh,
I'm fairly
okay.
sure you did.
Well, what I said explicitly was, yeah, let's see. What was the example that I gave? That if it was either and calling a woman like a slut or something in response to her calling me stupid, I would say I wouldn't say that. I would say, oh, this person is stupid. So I gave the exact opposite like statement of what you just implied that I said. You're implying that I would go unhinged against anybody that would say anything about me, but I literally explicitly said, yeah, I would, but in regards to the thing that they say. Not like I'm going to go attack your family
I guess,
now.
So my issue with this is that any type of comment on appearance is automatically like something you shouldn't do to a woman.
Oh my God!
like-
Hey,
It's like
we
the
just
Men in
stop.
Black come
We
and
just
shoot her
got.
with
We
the
literally
memory
got.
zapper
No, no, no,
every
no, no, no.
5
Hold on.
minutes.
No, you don't understand. But Kelly is actually dead right. Yes, Kelly, that's correct. That's why 6 months ago I literally made that post in my subreddit saying we're not going to talk about people's appearances anymore. Welcome to the stream. You've caught up
You
to
were literally doing
20
it earlier on this stream with some women in from the boys.
No, that's.
Yeah, you were. You were talking about buckle fat removal.
I'm sorry. What do you think the rule was, and what do you think that I did?
Okay, so you're saying
I can't tell. No, you're not. Is that what I just said? I just asked you a
He's
question.
saying that you
No,
can't do it to
Jessica,
people
hold
in
on.
the
I want to see.
community.
I want to see because it's more funny when she lies because she realizes she's gotten caught
She's
saying something
not
stupid.
lying,
She
I
is
swear to
lying.
God.
She is lying,
I've
bro.
experienced
Dude,
it many
I've run
times.
into way too many girls that do this act of like, oh, I'm dumb and autistic, but they're not because when you watch the way that they make comments and they insult other people, it shows a high level of social awareness, right? And I can see it and I can tell with the way that Kelly insults people. She has a high level of social awareness because if you were
Yes, but this
autistic
is
or you said some random
sociopath
thing,
now.
it's not. You would say like random shit. Again, I know autistic people that are actually autistic. Okay, it's the people that that seem to have the perfect insults or the exact cutting words to say, and then when you call them out, you're like, "Oh, I'm autistic." No, you're not autistic. That's insane. It's like the drunken kung fu master. No, you know exactly what you're saying. You know exactly what you're doing. So earlier,
I wasn't using it as an excuse. You said it's either abuse or it's autism.
yeah, that's.
Like,
I'm
we
sorry.
didn't
That
have
was
the-
a
we didn't-
rhetorical
there was no
question.
other
That's
third
correct.
option.
It was a rhetorical question. I think you're just being abusive. Yes. So when I said earlier that we made a rule about not commenting on people's appearances, and then earlier I was talking about buccal fat removal or whatever. What was the rule that you think I was referring to? What was the thing I was referencing?
Well, I thought it was not talking about people's appearances.
Gotcha. So you think that if I were to say, oh, yesterday I hung out with Hassan again. I forgot how tall he was. Would you come and say, Destiny, you said that you weren't going to talk about other people's appearances because I referenced his height?
But you're talking about how bad the buckle fat looks, and you've also like spoke about how bad.
I'm sorry.
the
Did
feathers
you?
look.
Did we just skip parts of the conversation? Is your internet cutting out? Did I say something on another internet that got to you before? I just asked you if I would have referenced a guy's height. Oh, I hung out with Hassan yesterday. He was taller than me. That's crazy. Would you say you shouldn't be talking about people's
No,
appearances?
obviously that would be fine. That's
There
what
you
you
go.
said.
Okay. Now, if I looked at something and I was like, wow, look at that tall fucking freak. He's a fucking troll height guy or whatever. Would that be okay? Even though I'm still talking about a guy being tall.
I mean, it seems like something you would say, so yes.
Notice you don't know. You just have no idea.
Well,
just to be clear,
I
also, when you say things like you don't understand there, that's not autism. What you're speaking to now would be like a developmental disability. Like you're having an issue understanding or parsing the English language. There are apraxia, I think, is speech.
Developmental disorder.
No. But this is like an intellectually developmental.
ADHD.
Sure. This is intellectually like your IQ is being decreased here, or there's something happening here that's not just like a social signal thing. Like you're legitimately having trouble understanding the English language, right? And on top of that, you're British, and your whole society revolves around things like irony and sarcasm and shit. So, and your humor
Someone
even
tell
revolves
me
around
when he's
sarcasm and irony. So the idea that you don't understand anything about what I'm saying is like insane because your people use this type of humor more than Americans do. Okay, so. You think that
What
I would
was
say
the
that
point before
calling
you started
someone
spurging about the British?
Kelly, are you
what was the
huffing
point of
paint in
wait,
between sentences?
Wait. What was the point of me bringing up that you were British? What did I just say?
It's shit to do about sarcasm. I mean, you were ranting a lot about the British, so
Wait, what did I just say
Yeah.
after bringing up you were British? What did I just say?
there was like a comment about sarcasm.
There you go. So then why did you ask me why I brought that up when you were just able to tell me exactly why
I
I brought
mean,
that
you
up?
didn't need to go on a rant about the British to just make a comment about sarcasm, did you?
Why did I bring up the fact that you understand sarcasm, Kelly?
Because you're trying to prove that I'm not autistic.
Look at thank you. Look at that. You got
That
okay, so it's
doesn't
all the
prove
information
that
is there in
I'm
your head.
not
There you go.
autistic.
There you go. All the information's in your head. Okay, that's great. So you understand exactly what I'm saying. Okay.
I also want to point out you could also be abusive and autistic. Like, these two things are not mutually exclusive. That doesn't really
Possibly.
make it better for my case, but just saying that is a
Maybe,
thing
but
that
I think
can
people
happen.
with autism have a much harder time like being manipulative in conversations because sometimes they don't even have the social wherewithal to like do it. They don't know how to navigate those conversations.
Depends how bad their autism is.
Sure, I guess so. But if yours is not bad enough that you can make all these cutting, precise insults and then dance away from topics in such an aware manner of like what makes you look bad and what doesn't, it seems like you have pretty high social awareness such that can't be an excuse for why you're making some insults and having no idea why that might be taken that way.
Okay, I have no issue with things being insults. I never said that they weren't insults. So, like, I don't get the point of, like, going on this long spurt about fucking sarcasm.
What I was
Let's watch
asking
Chappelle.
was
She needs
what I was
some
asking was
time to let it absorb into her
that
brain.
I'm just saying that like if I was watching if I said this guy's like a tall fucking freak, okay, I bet he can't even breathe, right? And I had a rule saying no comments on people's appearances. Do you think that comment would be breaking the rule?
Probably.
Okay, there we go.
But would you really ban people for that? Because people say worse than that all the time.
We try to police it. Sometimes we ban for it, sometimes we don't. Sometimes I make comments that I shouldn't. But we've gotten a lot better at it over the last several months because we try not to comment on appearances. And people do tend to get downvoted in the subreddit. Sometimes they don't. But it's a thing we're working towards. Okay. If I'm looking at a post and somebody says, "Oh, look at this like buccal fat removal," and I go like, "Oh, I think we looked at it," and I'm saying, "Oh, I'm not too sure if this like looks good or bad, or people shouldn't get the surgery or blah 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 blah." Is this like, do you think that this is a comment on appearance that falls under that rule that we were making about commenting on people's appearances?
I mean, you were talking about that it looked bad, so I would assume it was pretty negative.
What were we talking about?
With the buccal fat?
Yeah, we were talking about the surgery.
Yeah.
Not like,
and you were
I wasn't saying
giving examples of women putting it up in the stream.
Well, the post was an example of a person in reference to the surgery.
Like, just for reference, I don't have an issue with this, but I don't.
Do you
and
think
I don't
there's
think
a?
you have
I
an
didn't.
issue with
Hold on.
this.
I don't care
I
about
don't think
your.
anyone has an issue with this.
We literally nobody needs any of your references, so I don't know why you would say for reference and then say some shit that nobody cares about. I have no idea what the point of that was. Well, I know the point. The point is for diversion because you hope that I bite on one of it.
It's not an argument.
Well, the point of a conversation is usually you're saying things that are relevant to like whatever the conversation is about. So when I say nobody cares, the implication is that you're saying something that's not relevant to the argument. So we do care what's being said in the argument. That's why we're saying certain words in the argument, right?
Implicated, but they're not the same words. They don't mean the same.
That's fine. So do you think there's a difference between saying like, I think fake tits look bad versus, ooh, that girl's fake tits look horrible? Do you think those are the exact same type of comment? Or do you think that those two are like categorically different comments?
No, they are different, sure.
Thank you. Okay, well, there we go. Cool. Well, I'm glad we figured that out. So,
but you have said it specifically at people before, or the
Oh,
implication
yeah?
is other people have figured out who you've been talking about. I wouldn't say that was recently.
Cool. Okay. Okay, so I've said bad things before that break my rules. Okay. What's the point of bringing that comment up?
To deflect. I'm just saying.
No. You're not just saying. Do you see how you did that? I'm just saying. You're not. You picked those words and that idea and that concept to push for a very particular reason. Why won't you say what the reason is? Why are you saying that? I'm just saying. You're not just saying.
Kelly, do you have a specific example?
Wait. No. I
But
definitely have. I definitely have. Don't point
Point
at me.
is, I don't think you care because of the things that you say. I don't think that you genuinely think that me commenting on her ugly tattoos is like a problem.
Okay.
Or saying she's unwashed.
Wait. Okay. So if you don't think that I care, okay. 1, why would I put the rule in the community? And 2, have the comments changed a lot over the past year for me and other people? Are you saying that I make just as many comments on physical appearance now as I used to a year or 5 years ago?
I mean, I don't really monitor this shit, so maybe not. I don't know.
Okay, so then you don't know, so you have no basis for the comment. And then 2, so if you say I don't care about the comments, then why am I fixating on this one?
I don't have fucking statistics going
That's
back.
fine. I'm not
years
asking
to
for. I'm
know,
just
like,
looking for
how
a general.
much you
I'm
said
just
about
no.
what.
The difference between how I approach conversation and you is I'm not saying like give me a specific example of this blah blah blah. I'm just asking in general if you think that it's common. If it is, maybe you have the impression that it is. I'm just curious. I didn't ask you for specifics at all because I'm not doing that because I know you're not gonna have a specific example in the conversation. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put this up on anybody. Okay. But
I didn't say specifics. I said statistics because you asked me like, have you been doing it less?
Sure. Yeah, because I asked what your impression was. Okay. Also, if I don't actually give a fuck about any of this at all, then why are we talking about it right now?
Because she's here, and you had to argue for her because she couldn't do it herself.
Gotcha. So I'm a simp at the end of the day.
Well, no, she's just incompetent. It doesn't necessarily have to be.
Do I defend all incompetent
sexism.
people? Why would I defend this incompetent person?
Because she's there.
Okay. Haven't there been other people here before that I haven't necessarily defended to the chat?
Has there been a situation similar to this, like, in the past?
Well, if there's never been a situation like this before, then how are you so confident saying this is exactly why I'm doing this particular thing? You don't even have anything to compare it to.
Because it's an unusual situation.
So because it's an unusual situation, I'm defending her, but I don't actually care about any of the underlying stuff that we have a history of creating rules on and modifying behavior for.
No, Destiny, you don't get it. It's because I'm providing services for you.
But Kelly just meant juggling, like in the circus.
Oh, okay.
Justical took the argument further than it was. I didn't make the initial joke. Did I join in?
He just feels bad for me because he found me in a dumpster. I don't know how to stand up for myself.
And actually, technically, Kelly said she didn't even know what services those could be. She didn't want to imply anything, so.
Well, I said I joined in with the joke.
Yeah.
I did.
Yep.
After hours of being tilted.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you never done that, Destiny?
I've never joked
hours
ever.
Of people winding you up.
No, I've never joked ever. That's what I said. That was what this whole conversation was about.
No, but you should be able to relate to that, surely.
Hey, do you want to mute and turn the camera off so I can pay you back for defending me and for letting me stay here in a little bit?
Stop. Okay, that's what Justical believes. Kelly only jokes about that.
Oh, okay.
You don't get to
I
make
do
these...
believe that 100%. Not the
I know,
thing.
you would, Justical, of course.
All right,
It's called projection. It's okay. Okay, well, anything else?
Makes no arguments, just makes stupid comments, is incapable of actually
What do you mean, no
You want
arguments?
to be on an actual debate? What do you mean? We just
Destiny,
spoke
did I
the
make
last hour.
arguments?
You're
She
saying
did.
there
Wait.
was no argument.
What? Wait, who's saying there
This
was
is
no
the
argument?
first time I've memed about it.
Who's saying there's no argument?
Kelly just said I made
I said
no argument.
she made no argument. She just made stupid
No
comments
argument
in
when?
the background. For the last hour, we've been talking.
When you
All
guys
she
were
does is
having
make
the whole
dumb
conversation, she was
comments.
making arguments the whole time. I was literally writing these down in my notepad. I was listening to you guys talk. You just pivoted and deflected from every single thing. The only thing that I did in our conversation.
I'm talking about the last hour.
Oh yeah,
Well,
she's
I've
just
been
memeing
talking
because
to
I'm
you.
telling her not to talk because I'm trying to like hold you down on like all of the like snaky, shifty, weaselly behavior in the conversation.
All right. I'm just gonna say, just because you're accusing me of those things doesn't make
Okay.
it true.
I agree. That's why I tried to
You
supplement
can
the
say-
arguments. That's why I wrote down the different categories of snaky, weaselly things I thought you did. And I went through each of the categories and I gave you the quotes and I asked you for an explanation. And I feel like none of the explanations you gave were adequate. But yeah, you didn't just
if
believe
you
it just because I say it.
assume
Sure. Mhm.
That everything I've ever done and said is in bad faith, then yeah. Yes,
I'm not
a
assuming
fucking saint.
everything you're doing. I think some things are incredibly intentional and incredibly good faith. Like when you insult people or joke about people being whores or prostitutes, or I think you're being pretty honest with what you are meaning and saying. But when the accountability part rolls around, then the bad faith comes out. But
No, because those are two different things. Did I join in with what Justical was saying hours later? Yeah. But the things that I said originally were not that. And it's really unfair to claim otherwise.
Okay.
You don't have any proof for that.
I literally do. It's called the English language. Somebody said, "What do you think
No,
about this hoe?"
the English
And you said,
language is
"Oh,
not
he found
proof."
this one," referring to hoe in a dumpster. That's what that response means. Yeah.
No, that's not fair. And I don't think you believe that.
I think this one means like the carousel of randoms that come through the apartment, right? Which is kind of the same thing. But I'm just saying that's what I think this one means.
That's
as in
fine,
there are
but
a
the
lot of
comment that
this
she was
ones.
responding to was literally talking about a hoe. Now, it might mean that maybe Kelly didn't actually believe that, and I do agree with Kelly. That's not enough to indict her on that one thing. But then when I look at all of the other statements over the next like several hours on Jessica's stream and everything, it's like, oh, that is probably what she meant.
You didn't look at all of the statements. You didn't see all the times where I said I don't think she's a whore, or that we shouldn't harass her, or that I actually think she's pretty. You only looked at the negative clips.
Because it
That's my
doesn't-
fucking
because
point.
unfortunately-
you just took the
Mhm.
negative
Go
of
ahead.
some fucking clip champs.
Mhm.
You don't take into context of like me getting wound up for hours.
Okay.
You don't look at all like I'm not expecting you to watch fucking 5 hours of stream. Okay,
Mhm.
that was me being facetious.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean you have an adequate amount of context either.
Gotcha. Okay, so that was another abuser tactic. Okay, and I'll
I
explain.
beat my
Stop, wait,
girlfriend.
hold
No,
on.
that is
yes,
not
what you're about to say,
abusive to
actually.
say that
yeah,
you're
it's,
missing
no,
all
no, no, no.
context.
The
I
abusive
beat
part.
my
The abusive part
girlfriend,
is
But you're not talking about all the times that I got her flowers or all the times that I was nice to her.
That's exactly what you're doing, right? If I were to call Melina, let's say somebody was watching a stream or some other girl or whatever, and I called a girl a cunt like 5 times, and then somebody else watched it and they're like, bro, like, or the girl comes to me, she's like, why'd you say I was like a stupid cunt like 5 times? Like, yeah, okay, but hold on. But if you look at other parts, they're like 5 times. It's like, oh, you know, I don't necessarily think she's a
You
stupid
don't want
cunt.
me to say why it's not? Because me saying that somebody's tattoos are ugly is criticism on the tattoos only. Me saying I think she's pretty is to make it very clear that I don't think that she's ugly based on the ugly tattoos.
Gotcha.
That was me clarifying.
Gotcha. For instance, no, it wasn't. It's for you to have plausible deniability. So when
is
you
it
called
not?
out later for it, you can say, well, I said nice things too. Like, it somehow deletes the other
she's
things.
ugly, because that's the only way that would be true. Is if I think that she's ugly.
I don't know. I don't.
That she's ugly?
I don't
No, you
know.
don't.
I don't know if
have
I don't
eyes.
know if you think she's ugly, but I know that you know that as a woman, calling another woman ugly is like the go-to like hardcore woman insult. That's why Lav does it to people, to women especially.
I have fucking eyes. Of course, she's not fucking ugly.
None of this matters now. You can't. It doesn't really work this way now.
I
But.
said it before. What do you mean it doesn't matter now? I said
Okay.
it yesterday.
Okay.
I made it very clear on stream. I wasn't trying to say she's ugly.
Okay.
Ugly tattoos does not equal ugly person. They're
Okay.
not the same fucking thing.
Or looking
The fact that I have to
unwashed,
explain
or
that
comes
to
from a
other
dumpster, or
Yes, and
if
Ayla
these
is
Instagram
unwashed,
pictures are
and she's
real, the
also
lip
very
filter.
hot.
Yeah, okay. So you said that she looked unwashed because she was hot?
No, I said you can be unwashed and also hot.
Why does she look unwashed?
Because she looks like the same emo girls I used to hang around with when I was like.
Do emo
in
girls not
bands
take
all the time
showers?
as a teenager? A lot of them were depressed and they would not look after themselves. No, and they were disgusting and they smelled bad.
Okay.
A lot of the men were bad too.
Gotcha.
If anyone's been around musicians that just smoke really badly and they don't fucking brush their teeth and stuff and
Steven, can you confirm that I showered yesterday?
Yep.
There you go.
But okay. So it actually is just about how you look, I guess.
No, it's just the tattoos are fucking ugly.
Okay.
How? Okay, if I was to put those tattoos on a piece of paper and criticize it, that would be fine, right? But if it's put on skin,
Good thing
that
they're
is
on
bad.
me and not you.
Yeah, obviously. But I don't know what that has to do with it.
And I can get them lasered off, but you, unfortunately,
Yes.
cannot get your
Yeah, go on.
raging cunt personality
Yeah, go
removed.
on. All right, get it out. Let's go. Okay. Well, criticizing art is not the same as saying that someone's.
Base Garantos in Kick Chat. Thanks for the comment.
Good one,
What
Justical.
did he say?
That I'm getting pussy for this because I'm a big simp, like what Kelly thinks too. So that's good.
I didn't call you a simp. Are we
You
accusing Kelly of saying all things she
literally
didn't
said that
fucking
I'm
say?
defending her because she's here.
Yeah, because she's there. If she was a guy and it was a similar type of argument, I feel like you would defend them as well. That has nothing to do with being a woman or a simp. It's
Wouldn't-
because she's in your near vicinity and you feel like she's your guest.
When I just, if I thought she was in the wrong,
Like-
when I just tell her to leave, when I just say like, "Well, don't come on stream today because Kelly's gonna be dramatic, or when I just ban you or tell you not to come or remove your perms, there's like a million ways that I could avoid having this conversation,
I am
right?
surprised that I haven't been banned.
But there's a million ways I
appreciate
could have
that.
avoided this conversation, right?
Hi, Krontos.
Okay, I don't know who kicked me out. All I just wanted
I
to
mean,
say
yeah,
is
but beyond banning me, I don't know how. Who's
I-
doing that?
I'm probably forethought of someone. Anyways, I didn't say that. Please don't misquote me. I didn't say that. You know what I mean? I just said you're gonna get rewarded for this later. I didn't insinuate. Maybe she would have bought you dinner. You know what I mean? Please don't do that.
Oh. Oh, maybe you looked at her and you thought she was really young. You thought she was 9, and you thought that when I was gonna get rewarded, it was gonna be by Allah in heaven
Listen,
for like
at
marrying
this
a
point, you could
9-year-old.
be her
Oh,
father,
that's
okay?
my
You're
bad.
36,
Okay,
she's
my
like
bad. Okay,
21.
gotcha,
Stop,
gotcha.
stop.
Okay.
If
Alright,
anybody's a pedophile between me and you, it's probably you in this situation.
Yeah,
Stop.
okay, that's
Okay, don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that. You're like 40, she's 20. Okay, stop. But I'm enjoying this. Kelly, don't let little Steve gaslight you, okay? You're doing good. Jay Stillick, good job
You laugh
instigating.
so loud for someone who has done nothing in the last hour.
Oh, shit.
He fought your entire battle for
No,
you.
I didn't. She did her whole early argument. That's what I took notes on.
I said whole battle. I'm not taking into context like the 10 minutes of spurg that happened.
It wasn't 10 minutes. It was a good like 30-minute conversation. I wrote down all the notes, all the
It
little
was
strategies.
absolutely nothing of
We
interest.
have to do something about the UK tap water. It is infecting their brain. It is giving them parasites. It is
Yep,
giving
that's
them schizophrenia.
all she's been saying for the last hour.
Yeah, because now I'm fucking memeing because you're
You
being
could
a
have
dumb.
someone actually good at insults feeding you them in this time, so that you come out with something more imaginative, and yet you just give me this. At least, like,
Well,
I
listen,
love
you guys do this.
insults,
I go brush my
especially
teeth.
if they're
I go put my
imaginative. It's great, but these are mid.
Anything else?
Did someone serve at me at Karantos?
Hope I'm not.
Why? Why are they fucking with Karantos? Unmute him. Someone unmute him.
Is he actually trying to say something? Also, I saw that you joined the Kick or Keep Discord. Are you going to be on next Kick or
Anna,
Keep?
lean forward and take your mouse and right-click Karantos, and then
Just to
go
go-
down
I
to
didn't
server
hear.
mute and unserver mute him.
Who are you talking to?
There you go.
Did you
Oh
also
my
kick me
God.
out?
Wait, did I?
Bro, listen, the side character that keeps muting me, listen, munch on my ball sack. And forethought is probably you. You know what I mean? But I'm just here enjoying the show. I'm not even saying much. Jay
I
Stiller,
gotta go back to work.
congratulations.
Wait,
You did a great
Oh,
job. That's all I wanted to say. I'm a big fan of what you cooked up here. You know what I mean? It takes talent.
Who?
And you took
Thank
zero
you.
of the blame
Thank
too.
you.
Okay, it's impressive.
Yeah, said worse things than I ever
Said all of the bad
Got
things.
0 of the blame.
No blame. Yeah.
Fucking
You're a smart guy.
figures.
You're a smart
All
guy.
right.
You know what I mean? You know how to play the game.
We'll see everyone later. Bye bye.
No, but Kelly, this no bunny on snow bunny demon violence is unacceptable. You know what I mean? You guys gotta stick together. I'm serious. This
I
is
don't
like
know. I would not go that far. I am not sticking together with anybody.
She's
Are you
allergic.
saying that because-
She's allergic to being nice to women. Don't. It's not her fault. Don't
Stop making this a fucking women thing. I hate more men than I do women.
that's fucked up. So you're like the girl that just likes to be around the boys. You know what I mean? Because
Or
you know,
maybe I
having
just
friends
hate
that are girls is
most
a
people.
Guys, I'm not like
be
other
a
girls. I'm not
sexist
like
thing.
other girls. I'm not like other girls. I'm Kelly Jean.
Explain
I'm
where I've
not
said
like
anything
other
that falls.
girls.
Explain where I've said anything where that makes sense.
Go, just rewatch the pod. Rewatch
That's
the
not
pod.
an answer. Give me an example. Or shut up.
Shut up. I'm like
There
I'm
we
Kelly
go.
Jean.
No example. No actual anything.
Because you won't
Just a
engage
bunch
with
of hot air.
anything. You won't
The
engage with
engagement
anything.
is me asking you to give me an example of where I've said a pick me thing, like you just suggested. but you
Where
couldn't
did he
give me
find
one.
this one? What dumpster did he pick this one out of?
What does that have to do with the pick me behavior you were just doing a second ago? That is not the same. You were suggesting I'm trying to like appeal to other
She
people.
can't keep
here.
getting away with it.
No, you just don't make any sense. That's why when I asked you for an example, you couldn't give one. I am disliked by more people.
I can
than
see
most.
why. I can see why. Good for
Genius.
them.
That's
Good for
the
them.
opposite of being a pick me, you stupid cunt. If I was being a pick me, how would that make sense?
You're a pick me. You're just not a good one because your raging cunt of a personality shines through your pick me-ness.
So if
They're
my
not
motivation
mutually
was
exclusive.
pick-
They're not mutually exclusive.
So people used to say this about Erudite, that she's a pick me, and I don't believe it when they say it about her.
What does
either,
it? What does she
okay?
have to do with
But
it?
in my
Queen of deflection. Queen of
No,
deflection. Please keep
because
moving
we
the
use it
goalposts,
as
please.
an insult
Please.
without putting any meaning behind it. You can't give me an actual example where it makes sense, therefore it's meaningless. Just in the same way they used to do it about Erudite. It's a bunch of nonsense. I don't appeal to most people, not just on stream, but just in general. I'm not an appealing person. I don't try to be. Alright? So saying I'm a
Pick me behavior
doesn't
was
make sense.
laughing along with the prostitute jokes. That's pick me behavior.
So laughing logistical makes me a pick me.
Is that what I fucking said, Kelly Jean? Is that what I just fucking said?
They spent hours, okay, disagreeing with me. You find 2 seconds of me laughing at Gisticle's joke, and that proves that I'm a pick me. How about the fucking many people that came on stream and said that I'm a dumb bitch and that
They
I
were
am
right.
wrong? Okay, but that's the opposite of what a pick me would do.
No,
is
it's
engage
not.
with people like
no,
that.
it's not. You.
What do you
You see
mean?
everything so one-dimensionally. Not everything is so black and white. Not everything has to be mutually exclusive.
Explain how I am having black and white thinking.
I gave you an example and then you pivoted.
No, I'm asking you for an example now. I'm not pivoting by asking you for an example.
If I give you an example, you're just gonna keep moving the goalposts. What is the point?
You keep saying the same, like, catchphrases.
Because you keep
without
doing the
implying
same
meaning
thing.
to it. No, I ask you for an example. I'm like, okay, where have I had black and white thinking? And then you don't give an example. You get flustered, and then you can't answer.
Are we good? Hello? Okay. Wait, what happened?
I asked for an example of black and white thinking.
Did you
Did
mute
not
him?
get one.
No, I unmuted him.
Oh.
Probably forethought.
Oh.
Although
Okay.
if it was forethought, I feel like I would.
I'ma just say, NPC side characters do not need to have perms of that degree. That's all I'm gonna say.
Who has wait,
Forethought.
who's NP? Oh, I don't. Yeah,
Yeah, Forethought.
Forethought, you do need to chill. Okay, you need to chill. Forethought, careful.
Holy shit, you need to put a leash on your fucking
Steven.
dog.
We
You know
don't
what I mean?
stop,
God,
chill.
damn.
Steven.
What?
I said that she was being a pick-me when she was agreeing with Justical and like calling me a prostitute, and then she's like, she just keeps moving the goalposts.
Okay,
and she won't
wait.
engage
Okay.
with anything.
Well, obviously, hold on. You guys are
agreed.
not
that
agreeing
I laughed
on.
with logistical. Okay, I did join in at that point.
Okay,
that's 100%.
you guys are not-
I don't.
you're not gonna
disagree
agree.
with me.
Okay.
I don't agree. That makes me a pick me.
Okay, good job, both of you. You guys. Okay, good content today, guys.
Wait, you're gonna end it?
I want to get on other stuff. I got like political shit I need to do. I've already here for 3.5 hours. I haven't done anything. We're still on pop culture.
Okay, but like
My
at
YouTube
least
channel is
bare
dying.
minimum-
August has no content. Okay.
Yes.
No, clearly August has content when it's
You
stealing
think
kicker
that
keep the
political
piece of
stuff is
fucking
gonna do
shit.
better than
Yeah,
this?
you fucking deal with him. By the way, I don't want to speak about it on stream, but that shit's pissing me off. Anyways. I
Oh,
wanna
did
get
he
into
eat
that.
your kicker keep?
Yes,
bot?
he did. Like, listen, fucking hell. Like the guy has a million fucking videos he could make of you. You know what I mean?
Oh, it only took
Let the
51
guy-
minutes. If he links back to your channel, isn't this
Only
good for
took
you?
1/3 of the show. That's pretty much.
You should be
you
linking
know,
back to your channel, and then boom, there you go.
linking back. No. There's a fucking 10-second graphic of my channel in the nastiest way possible, and then I get like the first 2 links. Nobody reads the description, by the way. You know this. So, and anyways, listen. When we were doing the show, whatever, it's like you get exclusive YouTube. It's all yours. But now it's like, oh, he only took 1 hour. We're moving the goalposts. Is that what we're doing?
I don't even remember 100% that's what we said, but we might have.
Yes, we did. Stop. We did. I'm not making this up. There's no reason for me to make this up.
think
So it's
by
fucking
doing
annoying.
the
Honestly,
phrase
it's
moving
like
the
that's a
goalposts
violation.
One more time.
Well, listen. Stop, Kelly.
myself to
All
death
I'm
with
gonna
the
say is this. All I'm gonna say is this. You saying that a blind man took the fucking tattoo, whatever, to her and like fucking.
Toddler
That's
on
just fucked up.
LSD.
That's
It was
just
a
fucked up.
toddler on acid, to be specific.
Toddler and acid is even crazier. You know what I mean? So you can't, like, when she gives you the smoke, you can't say, you guys are taking me out of context. No, you gotta stand on business. You gotta say, yeah,
No,
bitch.
it was an
That's what I did.
insult. I wanted to clarify that my earlier comments were not meant to imply she was a whore. And then when I apologized for that, that somehow made things worse. So I guess
Okay,
I
so
take that
she's
back.
not a whore, but
No.
what is she then? Because
It's so
you did
interesting
make
how we
some
can
comments
see
that was
her
disrespectful,
rewrite the
though, right?
narrative in real time. Like,
no,
it's like I said, the Men in Black come
Also,
and
let's see, but
shoot her
Aaron,
with
I
the
can't believe you're
memory
not
zapper
subscribed.
every 10 minutes, and she just like rewrites things in her brain.
I
Like,
wanna
that's the
point
only
out-
explanation. Or like, there's just
At
something
the
like
start-
wrong with you.
Jesus Christ. I want to
I
say,
mean,
I
yeah, Kelly,
pointed out
defend
at the
yourself.
start that we couldn't find any other examples of me
We should
apparently
just
having
end
an
it. It's just
issue
gonna
with other
loop.
women in the community like this. So I would think if it was that prevalent, people
Wasn't there
could
that
give at
girl
least
that
one
really
other
liked
example.
XQC that she had an issue with?
I never had an issue with her other than I called her a dumb bitch because she was being a dumb bitch.
Okay.
No,
By the way,
she's a dumb bitch.
Lil Steve, do you
I
think
also said
that
I had
Kelly
no
is
issue
that
with
like
saying that.
No,
That is
no,
not similar.
okay?
Merck
No,
never complained to me that I called her a dumb bitch. She just insulted me back because that's fucking normal.
Okay.
I never
true,
had an
W.
issue.
Lil Steve, do you think that Kelly is, because you made a lot of comments in your back and forth with her, pretty much insinuating that she is one of those type of women that's, or people I should say, that
Yeah,
likes
I've
to
never
shit
been
on
called a
people, but hide it
pick-me
behind
before
jokes.
now.
And like you said, a pick me. That's
Not
crazy.
to your
Yes.
face.
Yeah, I have
You-
never been called a pick me before now.
Wait,
I'm
listen,
not
to your
listen,
face.
to come
listen,
in.
you stand by that comment. You stand by that
Stand by
comment. You
which
still believe
comment?
that she's a pick me. Do you believe that Kelly Jean is a pick me?
No, I don't think there's a lot of evidence of that, but sometimes she does dumb shit. I think right now Kelly is caught in a classic DDS trap, double down syndrome, where you say something dumb and now you spend way more time than you should trying to justify it, even though she probably knows it was
That's
dumb.
because you character assassinated me, mate. You called me abusive.
Your
you called
character
me a pick-me.
suiciding.
True.
Who asked? You. Jesus. But yeah, obviously, if you say a bunch of this stuff about my character, then I'm gonna feel the need to defend it because these retards are gonna like parrot it, right?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Is-
I have to point this out when it happens, okay? Because I think it's good for people to see this when it happens in their own lives, because it's way more damaging in like relationships. I don't know if Kelly does in relationships, but like you keep doing
don't
this
have
thing.
any.
You keep doing this thing where you are giving time traveler justifications, okay? All the things that you said about me, I don't know if I said anything about you until this conversation right now today. So don't use what I just said now for justifications for everything on Justical streams the other day. That's Yeah, I don't know if you're doing that intentionally, but the time
no, I
traveler
didn't-
justifications are showing that you're lying
do
on
you
like
mean?
12 different levels. Why did you just
I
say that
have
like?
no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it sounded like you were
And
trying
you
to
just
say.
called me a liar.
Yeah,
as
because
well.
it's because
I've
you.
been called abusive and
Okay,
a
keep
liar
going.
and a
Okay.
pick me.
Mhm.
Like,
Kelly,
Okay.
Kelly, let him finish. Let him finish his sentence. Let's Steve, go ahead. Finish your point.
No, Kelly knows I'm right. That's why she kept rambling and cutting me off.
no, I
People
don't know why
keep
you
saying
called
all
me a
these.
liar.
she
people
wants
keep
you to
saying all
finish.
these
Don't do
horrible
that. Don't
things
do that.
about
Make
me.
your
it
point,
can't
man.
be
Come on.
anything that I'm doing. It has to be they're wrong. They're wrong. I can't be doing
Well, why is
anything
Kelly
wrong.
still talking? Yo, Kelly, relax. Stop.
That
Let's
was
finish
me
your
mocking
point.
her.
Okay.
How does it
Oh,
feel
my
like
bad.
hanging out
no,
with
what?
someone who was in nappies when you were an adult?
Oh,
What?
Let's go, Jeffrey,
What?
Stephen Panetta. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, let's
What'd
Steve.
she
Go ahead
say?
and finish your point. She said, "Let's Steve, make your point." AKA Destiny.
I
make
was
your
not
point.
using anything that was said in this conversation retroactively, logistical stream, and I'm not too sure how you got there.
Okay.
No, but like, why? You just called me a liar. Now you're just like, okay.
Well, I'm scared now. I don't know if you're gonna try to show up at my house and then barge in and then recount the story later or Twitter in a different way and make me at fault for it. So I'm kind of
Oh
a
shit!
little bit worried about fighting now. Maybe we should just like call the conversation here. You know?
Yo,
So
Kelly,
now,
what were you?
what you're doing again is a lot worse than anything I said.
You just called me a pedophile. What?
Wait, what?
I'm 21. How is he a pedophile?
Or didn't you just imply that I like am fucking children? That I'm an adult when she was in nappies?
No! The point is she's immature, not that you're a pedophile. How the fuck did you get there?
So then why does it matter if, like, whether or not we're sleeping together if he's, if I'm not a child?
I didn't make a comment on
You
you
already
sleeping
got her
together.
playing defense for
I
your relationship,
said-
little Steve. Come on.
I said, how is it hanging out with someone who was in nappies when you were an adult? I didn't say anything about fucking. So
When
you
you were-
just made, again, a statement I never fucking said, and then decided to go more unhinged on me.
What would the difference be?
Kelly
wait,
G,
so
when
wait.
she makes an implication and
Okay.
someone picks up on it.
Yes, implications can be wrong. You can get a wrong implication from something.
You're
If you
so
read-
dumb.
If you read into something, you can be wrong if you don't ask for clarification.
Absolutely true.
Okay.
Or do you think
yes.
the
I'm going back to
implications
emails
are
and messages,
always
good luck, guys.
correct?
Let's Steve, don't run away from this.
I'm not running away from anything. People are screaming at each other.
No.
about everything.
No, don't scream.
Implies-
Don't, Kelly.
A lot
we
of different
understand.
things can be implied from one thing. Like implications,
Yes.
as in that equaling something, it's not the same.
Let's have their side also like defend themselves. You know what I mean? Because you got them on the ropes right now. You know what I mean? But Muhammad Ali over here, aka Destiny, please defend
I
your
would
woman.
like
What am
to
I even
know how-
responding to right now?
You said that something I was saying in the context of this conversation was being used retroactively for the stream yesterday with Logistical. And I don't understand how or what. you
Well,
were
we're way
saying.
past that part of the conversation. It sounded like you were saying
'cause
the
you
only reason I
randomly
said
insulted me
I
instead.
didn't run away and insult you. You decided to levy 4 or 5 other things at the end of that claim instead of letting me address it.
Address it. Go ahead.
I don't remember what was specifically said earlier. It sounded like what she said earlier was the reason why I acted this way or did these things because of all the things that you said about my character. But the things that you're being criticized for, a lot of it were things that were being said yesterday. So I don't know how me saying anything today is making you do things yesterday. That was the time traveler comment.
No, I'm not saying that making me do anything yesterday. I'm saying that if you're going to criticize my character now, obviously I'm going to defend myself right now.
Oh, well then
That's how
okay,
I took
that's
it, by
fine.
the way.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
I'm not-
Then maybe I
that's how I took
misunderstood.
it as well.
Okay, then maybe I
Do you have
misunderstood. There we go.
comprehension issues?
Insulted.
Because it seems like people say things to you and you manage to like
I didn't do anything
misconstrue
wrong
it in
there.
your mind. So I'm asking like, do you?
Can you just put a leash on her for fuck's sake?
Ooh.
Holy shit.
BDSM? Okay, wait. Listen. I think this could all be solved by both of you, or at least, both of
I
you like
tried to
kind
take
of
the
understanding.
mature
Okay,
way
maybe
out.
I fucked up. Maybe it's
There
like
was
yeah.
nothing mature.
Do you want me to read it? Do you want me to fucking read it verbatim, Miss Kelly
Okay,
Jean?
bringing the temperature down.
Sorry.
Read literally.
Oh shit! Immediately, sorry. Listen, that's red pill as fuck. Let's
Shut the
keep
fuck
it
up.
Good
No,
job.
it's because we're
Good
literally
job.
sitting
Keep
right next to
her
each other,
alive.
so if we're screaming at each other, it's a lot for me to listen to, okay?
Okay, double autism activated.
I just
but,
want
like,
to point
come on.
out, I've never made any these types of things against any of you people. I've never said any of you are liars. I've never
Kelly,
said
apologize.
any of you are abusive. I've
Just
never
stop.
made any of these type of fucking really more
Kelly, say sorry.
extreme statements, and I haven't done that. I just
So
been
you don't want to
dealing with the
apologize
things
for
that I
being
said
rude to her randomly? You don't want to apologize for being rude to her randomly?
I mean, I did apologize for some of it, and then I got made fun of.
By who?
Destiny made fun of me.
Now fuck that nigga. It's between you and her. Who cares about him making fun of you? Like you're taking it out on her now. You know what I mean? That's crazy. So
She's
if you
insulted me so much since. What would
yeah,
the
but
point
it's
be?
because she was cooked. You know what I mean? It's like if you punch somebody and they retaliate, you can't feel bad because they retaliated. You know what I mean? You gotta take the ass whooping and be like, you know what? Now we're even. So would you
She
both
called
acknowledge
me
that you're even?
wrong first. She said I'm really wrong, and then she called me insecure.
Are you that
Of
insecure
course-
about your own intelligence that someone can't call you wrong, someone can't question someone like that's the root of the
woman, talk
issue
about
then,
intelligence,
right?
bro.
Like
What the fuck?
that's the root of the issue. Like you
Nothing
yourself
else.
think you're retarded.
This
So
girl
you
is not gonna last long. Jesus
okay.
Christ.
So you get so
Wait,
offended
why are you
at
saying
someone
that, Kelly?
calling
See,
you
why are you
wrong.
saying that, Kelly? It's like
Because
you're the
I've been
gatekeeper
around
of pussy
for
for
like
Steve
7
over here.
years, and I just know.
Okay. You acknowledge that you fucked up. You apologize. She accepted your apology. Okay, so
Did
Miss,
she? Very
her
sure
name's
she
Anna,
just
right?
like randomly insulted me.
I hope I'm getting this right. Anna acknowledges that maybe she went too hard
Anna?
on you, and she also feels bad, right? So both of you like kind of apologize to each other. You can move on, right?
Feel bad, and it would be disingenuous for any of us to imply we
Destiny,
feel
look,
bad.
open what I just sent. That was what she says was being like super passive aggressive and like justified everything.
Stop doing emails,
I
boy.
can guarantee
Open the
that
link.
that's not all of what you sent. Like
But
you
literally-
sent
yeah.
Okay,
random
also, hold on.
messages.
I don't want to perpetuate this, okay, a ton, okay? But also, this is super passive aggressive.
It is.
Thank you.
I hope she addressed her
It is.
internalized hatred for herself. That's obviously that's passive
the belt,
aggressive,
please.
right?
Well,
Steve,
yeah,
get
I
the
never
belt.
said that it wasn't.
Then why did you send it to him?
Because that you literally started calling me like a whore and stuff
Yeah,
after that.
frustrated. No, I'm saying why did you just send it now, you genius?
I can't. This feels like elder abuse. I can't engage in it.
Again, I'm younger than Destiny. You stupid idiot.
Well, she's not abusing me, damn.
No, I would never.
One of you needs to take the high road.
But
You know what I
she's
mean?
calling me an elder.
You gotta pick. Kelly, as the elder, take the high road. She's just a child in your eyes, I think. So just,
do
just
I
have to
grew
take
up
the high
in a
road
dumpster,
all of the
Kelly.
time?
Kelly, I grew up hopping from dumpster to dumpster in the streets of Miami. You have to be the bigger person here. I don't know anything. All I know how to do is juggle and provide other unknown
What's juggle?
services. I don't know.
Where's the
You
off
ask
fucking
her.
switch?
what did you say? All she knows how to do is juggle, Kelly. Did you actually say that?
And provide
No, I
other
didn't
kinds of
say
services that.
that.
she didn't want to specify.
I just said juggling.
Wait, oh my god. Oh my god. Speaking about juggling, we got Mr. I juggle Destiny's balls day and night forethought. Let me just mute myself.
That's gonna get annoying. So
Brilliant.
Look at that.
Stop.
Steven.
Q, maybe before that, you gotta stop. You're going, listen, I love you and I appreciate you as a mod, okay? But you're going unhinged, okay? The DGG bans, the Discord mutes, just rein it in a little bit, okay? We can't lose you, okay?
Okay.
I've only got one
Did the
RTBA.
wife's
I don't need another
boyfriend
one,
beat you
okay?
too much today? Like, are you trying
Okay,
to reclaim
stop,
some power
go.
in your life? Okay, sorry. My bad. Go ahead, forethought.
Steve, you saw my request that you not ban Kelly Jean, correct?
Why would I ban Kelly Jean?
Please, just play along with it for a second.
Okay,
God
I'm not
damn
banning.
it.
Yeah.
No. Well, listen, Kelly, I believe yesterday I made an offer to do a contest of intellect with you. Do you still accept that?
You really want to do a bunch of quizzes about rheumatology?
Yes, I
It's
do.
gonna be so boring, but sure.
So here's the
No,
idea.
Kelly, he knows content.
ADHD
Let him
while
go.
you're
Let
at
him go.
it,
He knows
too?
content. Please stop, Kelly. Let him finish.
So here's the idea. You pick a subject, I pick a subject, and then a third moderator picks another subject, ideally hosted by Stephen Bonnell himself. And of course, a best of 3. And whoever loses deletes their account, deletes their online profile, and leaves DGG forever.
No,
Why
that's
the
not.
fuck
We're not.
would I
No one
agree
is.
to
That's
that?
a unhinged.
He just thinks we're in an anime, bro. What the fuck is
Come
that?
on, man.
DDG Hunger
Come on.
Games.
So you just want to do a quiz? You just want to do... I'll do the quiz, but I mean, what's the stakes?
I mean, you could always come up with stakes that are a bit less extreme.
Less extreme? Banning your DGG account is extreme?
Well, permanently.
Okay, well, we'll just do some quizzes. Okay.
Well, I don't know why you wanted to in the first place, but sure, I like quizzes, I guess.
All right.
Wait, Kelly, you're entertaining
figure it out
quizzes? Like, you guys want to open a Quizlet right now and do that shit?
He thinks I'm a moron who doesn't know
Holy shit!
anything,
This guy
so-
came in and he was like, "Guys, I propose a challenge. I would like to do quizzes about the anatomy of a woman, and the loser has to delete their account. What that is the most nerd shit I've ever witnessed in my fucking life. Oh my god, bro. First of all, I'm surprised each and every single day I hear his voice. Like, he's black. I think he's black and he sounds like this. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna be one of them. I'm gonna be Bruce. Drop him off for a second, because holy fucking shit. Oh my god.
I kind of like quizzes.
Holy shit. We're talking about autism and being challenged. Holy shit. That guy's challenger and being challenged. Holy fucking shit. God bless.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
but I
guys
will be
have.
fucking
I'm giving
bad.
you 5 minutes, and then I'm kicking all of you out. And I'm going back to my stream content. You got 5 minutes to finish up whatever the fuck shit you want.
I was enjoying listening to this for like 10 minutes before I joined. You guys were doing great. But listen, you did go crazy on Kelly. Just a little bit.
Yeah, because I listened to her try to like gaslight this 21-year-old chick for like an hour. It was insane.
What did I say to you? What did I say to you
Nothing.
that made like that response to be okay?
What?
Like, I didn't say anything about you or to you to make you go that unhinged.
Wait, to go what? Unhinged about what?
Saying I'm gonna turn up at your place and you're obviously invoking like really bad
Because it
shit
sounded
for
like
me.
you called me a pedophile. Why are you
Maybe
hanging
you
out
should
with some?
have
What's it like for you to
clarified
hang
that
out with someone?
before.
What? No, what? I'm not gonna. No, what? You said what it's like to hang out with somebody who was in nappies when you were an adult? What the fuck? It sounds like you're calling me a
true.
pedophile. That's great.
That
And what
doesn't
I
make you a
maybe
pedo.
it's true that I'm. Okay, true. The plausible deniability is strong with this one. Very,
No, because
very
she's
strong
implication,
plausible
Kelly,
deniability.
implication.
Very strong implication of the plausible deniability for someone who's supposedly plagued by
unless
autism.
you-
Insane how you're able to navigate
because
those
it's,
things.
Like, impossible by physics unless you go back in time to like know her when she's 3. Like obviously
But you're
she's
trying
an
to
adult
claim that he
now.
likes the younger types, you know? Like, come on.
It was making fun of her
That was a
being
good joke.
immature. Jesus Christ. The fact that everyone else goes to pedos or goes to whore.
Ah,
Like, I
you-
guess
come
there's something wrong with me, I guess, that I don't immediately go to these fucking things.
This is like a failed episode of Suits, you know what I mean? The one that just didn't make it into any
Just
of the
not,
seasons.
like, fucking
You guys' debate logic the
sex-addled
fuck out of
brain.
this. You know what you were trying to say. It was funny. I agreed with it. This Jeffrey guy over here, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I was making fun of her for being annoying and immature. Not for him being a pedo, for fuck's sake.
You know what?
Yo, Destiny,
Epstein
I
just
got
has a
some
fucking
DMs.
YouTube channel. Those followers.
Destiny, I got some DMs. Apparently, you've come to the conclusion that Kelly Jean's a horrible person, and you finally accepted it.
I didn't say Kelly Jean was a horrible person. I just said that she
You
conducted
kind of
this
did.
last conversation in a really abusive manner. She might be different
That's not
to.
what you've been saying to me in private, so that's crazy that you're now in
Shut
public.
up. Why do you guys keep implying that I'm saying shit in private that I don't say? Here's what I say about Kelly Jean in private. If I say anything, this is probably what I say. Sometimes she can be really autistic, but she's been in the community for like 12 or 13 years. I don't think she'd ever back somebody or do anything fucking weird like that. This is basically what I don't know. But that's what I say to literally everybody, okay? I say this about everybody, to everybody. I've said it all publicly about Kelly Jean. That's it.
Okay, so Abba just leaked the pillow talking in the DMs. I'll take his word for it because he has nothing to gain from saying this. So
No,
it's kinda crazy.
I just personally really dislike Kelly Jean, so I was just happy to see that.
Why? Like, when have we ever really had
Because you're
Kelly Jean
incredibly
stream? Okay.
dislikable, but that's all. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, you used to be very polite and nice to me, and now you don't like me because
I'm very
nobody else
polite,
does.
and I'm-
You
I'm very
just
polite.
follow. You're just a sheep, Abba. You just follow what everyone
No,
else does.
I'm very polite. I'll politely tell you that you're really dislikable. That's
We had a whole conversation about D&D, and it was like, I don't know, but we just.
You
pretend
took
that
one
didn't
conversation
happen.
as
I
him
don't know.
liking you. Stop being parasocial, Kelly.
No, I never said that means he likes me. I'm saying that the fact that he dislikes me when he doesn't know me, he's never met me, and is just going with like the common opinion. As soon as the wave turned and people started disliking me after the lab stuff, then that's just what Abba does. He just goes with what everyone else thinks, which is fine.
Abba has nothing to say
but
about this because you're beneath
at
him, by the way.
least
That's why he's
have
staying
your
silent.
own like fucking opinions. I don't know. Whatever.
Whatever cope you have to tell yourself for why you're so dislikable.
Yeah, it's not cope, Abba. All right, I'm saying like your opinions are just like milk toast and follow everyone else's. You don't really have a reason.
Oh,
I have no problem with you saying that. I still really dislike you.
They
You
call
can
him
cope however
the
you want.
lukewarm pill. Oh my god.
So go on, like, give an example of why I'm dislikable and why it's like so problematic to you.
Because
like, I
every
haven't
time,
even been around.
okay, just shut up so I can tell you. So whenever there's arguments happening, you always have to bring the most brain dead arguments against everybody else. It just derails the conversation, and then we have to autistically focus on your stupid fucking examples for half the 30 minutes. And before you say, "Oh, what are you talking about?" I remember we had a conversation about trans women in prisons, and you had to be a retard in that conversation. And I mean, people go look up the clips. Like, you just do it very often. You're very dislikable. Absolutely. That doesn't mean that you're a horrible person. You're personal. I don't know, but I know on stream you're insufferable, and I think think that's why the majority of the community hates you. Is when you join the stream, you just make it infinitely worse. You're like Lav 2.0, but you just don't have like the same mental problems.
And yet you
Your
said
abuse
very
is
different
sick,
things
Kelly
after
Jean.
the last Lav issue,
Your
right?
abuse is
Like
sick.
you've said positive things, and I have one like. It
Okay,
wasn't even
okay.
on. That wasn't even on stream, Abba.
All
The fucking,
right,
like,
Steven, you
the
got 20
trans
seconds.
medical stuff going on. It's just like.
All right. So this is
it's
all
like,
I'll say.
fine. I
Uh,
can
hold
accept
on,
that
hold
you
on.
found me annoying in one
You got 10
conversation.
seconds,
I'm
Alba.
gonna
Come on,
leave.
Jake,
I'm gonna
quick,
leave.
one.
I'm gonna leave in 30
But is
seconds.
that it?
Hold on. I'm gonna leave in 30 seconds. I'll just say this. I've told you how I feel. Rather than taking it in, even pondering on the potential that any of this is true, you immediately became defensive, and you became this loser who had to come up with some stupid conspiracy as to why I
because
hate
you gave something from like a year ago. You hate me based
If
on
you
an
don't take
argument
feedback,
about
you don't have to take it.
trans
It's fine.
medicine.
Okay.
Like, that's
If you don't take
weird.
feedback, that's fine. I just said what I had to say. You
No,
have to-
you're saying that you hate me. That's a really extreme feeling based on like an offline conversation about trans medicine.
And he just left the call like that, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
that's
Abba just exited the call.
It's just
He couldn't
weird.
handle.
Whatever.
This is debate pervertry.
No, it's just farming. Because anyone that comes in here when Kelly's getting dunked on by Destiny because this girl couldn't manage it on her own, then everyone else joins in to just join in and like take the wave, get all the positive, avoid the negative, make shitty comments in YouTube chat because they're not really capable of doing anything
Kelly,
else.
have
or
you ever
formulating
considered
their own
that your
argument.
abuse is sick?
Yeah, you also are just reading shit from the chat. You don't have any type of opinion of your own. Like, you are incapable of formulating your own argument. I would like to see you take on, like,
You
either-
did.
and, like,
You did. We talked one-on-one for like
just
30 minutes.
resorted to insults and then got flustered a bunch of times when I tried to actually ask
To be-
you something.
to be
You
fair,
couldn't
Kelly, to be
respond
fair, Kelly,
on multiple
Kelly,
occasions.
To be fair, Kelly, you've made several comments about several women, even men, even my ex, that you've made horrible comments about people, and when confronted about it, you would
Your
do the
ex
same.
isn't a woman,
tactic.
Xena.
Stop! You would do the same tactic where you literally go, "Oh no, you misunderstood what I said. Maybe you just can't comprehend what I was saying, but that's not what I was saying." You've
It's
done
the
that multiple
menopause
times. You
hormones.
called
She
my
can't
ex-
help
No, you
it.
called my ex a sex pest, and for months
Okay,
you said
sexism again. That's cool when
yes,
it comes
you
from
do it
her, I
to Lab,
guess.
you do it to every woman, and then when you're confronted about it, you literally pull a tactic where you say it's either a joke because, oh, you're a woman, it can't be sexist. Sexism can happen from any gender. You can have internal misogyny.
I never said the internal misogyny wasn't a thing, Xena, but you proving
but
that
you
I in
literally
fact
will
say
derail
insults to Darius as
tactic where
well
you
just
say all
proves
this
that I do
insult and
insult
this
men as
insult.
well. I don't know.
Yes,
Otherwise,
you
what the
insult
point of the
everybody,
ramble
but-
was?
Okay, see, here you go, misunderstanding what's being said. You will make comments about people, whether male or female, and then when confronted about it, Kelly, you will turn around and say that we didn't understand the comment or it
No,
was a
it's
joke.
because people accuse me of saying things I never fucking
And then-
said. Like I never
God,
called Darius a
no problem.
rapist, you retard.
And then there you go.
Fucking
And then
hell.
mind you, I like you. I have no issues with you, but I'm gonna keep it real. You do this all the time, Kelly.
If anyone else had to deal
Even
with
just
the
now,
amount
you
of
called me
times
a
that I
retard.
get accused of
Even
saying
just
things
now,
that I
you
never
called me a-
fucking said.
But wait, you call me a retard because I'm in a disagreement with you. That's literally your insult.
Yes, it's an
literally
insult.
based off not agreeing with you. Had I
No,
come in
it's
here
because
and
you accuse, like you're going down the same line of thinking where you accuse me of saying things I never said. It
But you
was
have
Destiny that was making fun of me in the Darius thing by responding to somebody else about sex pests. I never fucking said the word rapist. Okay.
I didn't say you said rapist. I said sex pest.
No, I know what example you're talking about.
shit
No,
on
but I
YouTube?
was accused of saying rapist. That's why Darius lost his fucking mind over something I never said.
Okay, well,
it was
what he
something
personally told
Destiny
me,
wound me up about.
he personally told me was that you called him sex pest. So I don't know anything about
Well,
rapist.
if he
but my
said
point,
that, that's fine. But in
turn it
conversation
around,
with me and
it's low,
Darius,
it's
that's not
low.
what happened.
Or if what's being said isn't verbatim what you said, that's the argument because it's not verbatim. Oh no, pull up the logs. I said this.
Yeah, it's
not
almost like nobody likes being accused of shit they never said. It's really easy to just accuse me of the things I actually said. Why doesn't anyone fucking
you
do
said
that?
this girl, but you did imply this girl was a prostitute. Come on, Kelly.
You did.
You did. You implied.
But I
Yes,
joined
and
in.
you agreed. But you
But
agreed.
it wasn't
You
the part
literally
of the
called
conversation
back
we
and
were
forth
talking
and you
about.
agreed.
It
Kelly,
was
you literally
5
had a
hours
backhanded
before
comment where the fuck
then.
you agreed.
Oh,
You
for
literally
fuck's
had a backhand comment where the fuck you agreed because it's a cute young bitch on there. Like, are you hitting the wall? Is that what it is?
Does anyone else want to join in?
Don
Come and ride
DeMarco.
the wave and
Now
be
you're
sexist
pissing me
to
off.
me?
No,
Anyone
because now
else?
you're pissing me off. Because now you're
Don
pissing me off.
DeMarco.
Anyone
accountability.
else want to try and get their stocks up because they're that desperate because they have no fucking personality and cannot actually take me on properly?
You have no personality. That's why you had to attack a girl that Destiny's
It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right if I wasn't
Brilliant.
here.
Like
Okay.
Supreme. Yeah, cool. Bye.
Okay.
I
It's
just
kind of
wanna
crazy.
point out- no, I just want to point
Okay.
out every single person that's come on has said worse things to me today than
worse
I've
things
said
too,
about
but I was-
anyone else earlier yesterday.
I'll say fucked up
Honest-
shit, but at least I'm gonna admit what the
But I
fuck I
don't
say.
care.
You're not even admitting it. You're
fine.
sitting here
This is
justifying
a
everything you
stupid
do
fucking
as something out of context and you misunderstood this instead of just being like, yeah, I said some fucked up shit and what? At least be about what the fuck you said. If you called the bitch a hoe, then say you called her a hoe and say check me and then leave it at that.
I didn't even call her a hoe. I responded
Yes,
to somebody else saying
you
it.
implied she was a fucking prostitute and that she was from the dumpsters, bro. Yes, the fuck you did. Yes, the
You
fuck
literally
you did.
said that I
Dumpster.
provide
didn't-
services from him and that I'm from the streets of Miami. Like,
yeah.
The
And the girl's
first
not even
comments
lying.
are not the same as the fucking last.
Oh my god. What's this?
Here she goes again. It's not the same. as saying-
Bro, what in the
because
WWE?
even- Wait, the
Yes,
argument
because
now
someone
becomes,
said 5 hours fucking before is not the same as what I said 5 hours later when people
Girl,
have been
the
winding up and
argument-
Justical made
literally
a fucking joke and I joined in.
argument that you
when people
present-
spend 5 hours winding me up over something, then I join in. People
are you
have been getting
spineless
on my
then? Are
shit
you
before
spineless?
The argument that
How
she
does that make me
presented
spineless?
because
To
she
join
didn't
in?
verbatim
Yo, Steve,
say
don't you
that
think
girl's
like
a
Kelly's
prostitute.
being
That's
dogpiled right now?
Obviously,
you know,
but nobody gives a shit when it's me. They actually just go harder. Like the shit that Destiny said was out of line. Obviously,
How
he
was
thinks
it out
I
of
said he was a
line?
pedophile. He thinks I said he was a pedophile, but I didn't.
That's
and he
what
should have
everybody took it
clarified
as.
that
That's
before
what
he
everybody
got
took
on
it
here.
as.
Literally the
It was great.
implication.
If that's what you meant, it was funny. Please, just stick to that. It was actually good. You know what I mean? That's what I took it as. You know what I mean?
No.
And I agree. But like, okay, wait, hold on. You said that he found her in like
It
some
doesn't
garbage
make
can.
sense that you would be a pedophile because she's not 3 years old now.
Okay, but you kind of insinuated or implied that he has this attraction towards the young
No,
woman.
I didn't
You know what I
even
mean?
say that. I said, how does it feel like hanging out with
I
someone
mean, you wouldn't
who
be
was
wrong. This nigga ain't never
in
touched a woman that's
fucking
30.
nappies when you were an adult, and that is true. That
yeah,
doesn't,
okay.
And that was
How
to make a joke at how
can you
annoying and
deny-
immature she was being. Like, it has
Kelly,
nothing to
how
do
can you
with
deny that?
pedophilia.
That people are gonna
Fucking
understand
hell.
that. Take
For
that as-
Zena, why do you have a problem with Kelly? I'm confused. Like, why are you going at
I
Kelly?
don't.
thought
I
you-
just can't believe that people don't think I'm autistic when I'm not understanding the hidden meanings
Okay, you're not
behind
autistic.
things.
Stop doing that shit. None of you's
Because-
autistic.
No,
honestly.
how the fuck did I not notice the pedophile? Do you think I would willingly call Destiny a pedophile if I had the option?
No, but you know
knowing
what
he
you're
would
doing.
say in
But
response?
you know what you're doing, Kelly.
Yes,
you make
'cause it would be
backhanded
funny.
comments. No. You know what
You
you're
give
doing because
yourself
you make
enough
you're
plausible
backhanded comments that
deniability
you
to
know
be like,
people
oh,
are
One at a
gonna
time,
take.
please. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Thank you.
She makes these comments that she knows people are going to take a certain way just so that there becomes an argument like this so she can derail it to be like, oh,
No,
didn't
I
say
did
this
not think you would think I
verbatim.
was saying he was a pedophile. That's
You
literally
said
not true.
you know people are going to take that as a pedophile comment. You know people are going to take it like
No,
that.
I
But
don't know. That's the point.
Okay, it's
I
a misunderstanding.
literally
Zena,
don't.
Kelly, it's a misunderstanding. We could take it as a misunderstanding. We don't need to stick on this topic for too long, you know what I mean? And we don't need to assume what she thought, Zena, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
these
you
are
think she
all
would have known.
fucking assumptions. Maybe people should fucking clarify with
Like
each
I
other
said.
before
Yes, yes, yes.
assuming
Like I said.
everything.
And maybe we should be
Like I
careful about
said.
what we say also, maybe.
No, Kelly's the
possibly.
type of
Like I
girl to be
said.
like, oh, Steven raped someone and then he drank a root beer, and then if you repeat it, you say, Steven raped someone and he drank a Sprite. And the thing that Kelly will
this
focus
R word
on
is
and be
crazy,
like,
man.
oh, I never said that he drank a Sprite. Why would you ever insinuate that I said something like that? I would never.
Are you a child in diapers right now?
Yes.
No. So how the fuck could he be a pedophile unless he's got a time machine? It doesn't make sense. He can't defy the laws of physics, so he's therefore not a pedophile.
Let's say that's
I don't
true.
think
Wait. Let's say that that's true. Then why would it matter how old I used to be in the past and how old she used to be in the past? What would even be the point
Because
of
it
that
was
comment?
a joke to make fun of her being
Right.
Oh, it was a joke.
Okay, wait. Okay,
Oh, it was a
okay.
joke.
Do you not see her perspective?
Oh, it was a joke.
Did you not see
I
her
didn't think
perspective at all?
of the ultimate answer. It was a joke.
It could
Bro.
have been.
Am I not okay? So is it not valid to make a joke about someone being immature in that way? Like, what do you mean? Are you trying to imply that that's
Oh
not
my God.
valid? Like, what? You're just
You know
you're not
how
actually
people are
saying
taking
anything.
it, even while hearing it. even while hearing it repeated back to you, how people are taking the comment, Kelly, you won't even say, damn, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I could see that now. Okay, I take back my comment. Instead, you want to literally sit here and justify
so just
what you're
because
saying.
other people make assumptions or incorrect, and I have taken back some things, by the way, but I'm not taking back the pedophile one because that one's wild. I'm sorry. There was nothing to suggest that I was saying he's a pedophile. He can't defy the laws of physics. That doesn't make fucking sense. She is an adult now. I'm saying it's clearly a joke about her being immature. If that, I'm
okay.
actually,
Overall, no, Kelly.
like,
Overall,
lost.
if we were trying to wrap this up, overall, do you think that you're more in the
One
wrong than
makes
he
more
is?
sense. The
Do you
whole
think
one,
you're-
I can understand how people got that impression.
Okay. That's
He
good.
can't be a pedophile because she's not literally a toddler.
Who cares about the pedophile comment? Why are we sticking on this? Let's don't even give a fuck if you call him a pedophile. You know what I mean? He'll
Hey,
probably agree with you.
I don't care at what he said afterwards.
Oh, Abba came back for you, Kelly.
Yo,
Get ready.
Destiny, this is actually your fault. All of this is literally your fault.
Why?
It is your fault for keeping people in your orbit that slut shame your co-hosts or the people you bring on, and it's also your fault for keeping people in your orbit who decide to joke about you being a pedophile and make you look terrible online. Yeah, that's your fault.
Yeah,
This is all you're doing. You're enabling these mentally. You're enabling these mentally ill people. Nah. You're enabling these mentally.
9,000 U.S. models. Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. God damn.
Come on in and like farm
shit,
because you
bro.
don't
You're
have any
doing
arguments
fucking
of your
gymnastics
own.
on his step right now. Fucking hell, spare me, Abba.
You know, reason number 99.
Honestly,
why
if you were
Kelly-
any other chat, if you came in anonymous one day, I swear to God, you'd be seen as a tier 5 fucking schlerper, bro. Holy shit, we get it. Liz, Steve, it's your fault. Grow a spine. You're letting all these fucking imbeciles around. God damn,
Why
this
do you
nigga's
let her
40 years old.
disrespect
He
you
can
like
speak for
that?
himself. Goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. But
Listen,
Kelly,
I'm just here along for the ride, okay?
How the fuck have I disrespected
this is
him
free
more than he
content for him. Everybody
disrespected
wishes for
me?
this.
It is. That's true.
He called me
True,
abusive and a liar.
You
And tried to
are.
say that I called
And a
him. No,
pick-me,
I
and
am
a pick-me.
not.
You are.
Where the
And a pick-me.
fuck
He didn't
is
lie.
that true?
Well,
Do you think that being
if it
called
looks like a
abusive and a
duck
liar
and
is
it quacks
worse than
like a
being
duck, it's
accused of being
probably a duck.
pedophile?
I can't hear when you're both
But like,
speaking at once.
do you
Fucking
think?
hell.
I said, do you think being called a liar and abusive is worse than being accused of being a pedophile?
But I didn't say he was a pedophile, and I didn't mean to accuse him of it. Jesus fucking Christ! It doesn't even make sense.
apologize. He wants an apology.
I don't want an apology. I don't care. I'm fine.
Come on. He doesn't want
I
an apology.
took back in a situation where it made sense, right? I said I didn't mean to imply she was a whore, and that's actually my bad. That the way that I
Nice.
phrased it, yeah, that's my bad. And then I got called stupid for apologizing for that. So I can't fucking win either way.
Okay,
but in
let's
this
move on.
situation, it doesn't make sense because she's not actually a
think you just-
toddler.
I think you just got called stupid for the fake apology because you absolutely did imply and mean to imply that she was a whore.
No, because
With
those were
context
5
of that-
hours before, Xena. They're not the same conversations.
No, and instead of just being a real ass bitch,
I'm really
like, if I was
glad that
gonna call
everyone
you a
lives
whore,
inside of my
I'ma
head
just
and
call
knows
you a
what I
whore.
think about things. It's great to be
Well, hold on,
with what I think.
Wouldn't that just mean? Wouldn't that just mean that you're?
Like, if I call
Wouldn't that?
somebody a hoe, I call them a hoe.
Wouldn't that just mean that you're a horrible communicator if everyone's internalizing?
Yes,
what
I
you're
am
saying?
horrible at communicating.
Then stop
100%.
talking.
Okay, so then maybe
No.
your mastery of the English language is lacking, and then you should just think before you talk, like Lav.
Okay.
Yeah, you remember how
calm
Lav
down.
used
Call
to
him a
never
nigga,
think
man.
before
Just
she
say it.
spoke?
Fuck
I
this
feel like you have the same problem. You don't really think before you speak, and you have to apologize afterwards. I didn't know that I was slut shaming her. I didn't know I called him a pedo. But literally, everyone internalized that, and instead of accepting it off the top, you just argue for hours
Can
like
you
an
explain
idiot.
how that makes sense that I called him a pedo when she isn't a child?
Can you explain why everyone internalized it that way except you?
Yes, we say everyone like it's everyone when I don't know that it's everyone for a
Mods,
start.
put a poll in chat right now.
I mean, they're gonna agree, aren't they? With Destiny and Abba, they'll just agree. It's a meaningless poll.
We are all stupid. Kelly is just the only smart person.
That's it.
We are all
Exceptionalism.
just so stupid.
Xena, silence.
Oh.
No, like I fuck with you, Kelly, but I'm gonna keep it real because
Do you? Because you're just accusing me of a bunch of shit that other people are saying and you're not adding anything.
Because you're
Guess what, bitch? If my friend shot somebody, I'm gonna tell my friend, bitch, you shot that person. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, nah, you didn't mean to. Nah, you good. I'm not a kid. I'm not gonna kiss nobody's ass. I don't care.
Just
who I
out
fuck
of curiosity, did not a few people ever misspeak and just don't understand that there are implications behind the things that you said? And you
When
just
the
didn't
hood meets
realize.
the streets of London.
Like, am I the only one that does this?
I'm corrected, I'm gonna handle that. I was corrected. If I misspeak, and I do it quite often.
Yes,
I say a
and
lot
in
of shit
that
out of
one
context,
situation,
but I'm
I
gonna
said,
admit it.
yeah,
I'm
I
not
should have been more careful with my fucking words. What else can I do?
Yeah, why are we sticking on this topic? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Who gives a fuck?
pedophile thing. It's about anything she says in general, where she always backpedals everything she says off of focusing on the wrong subject of, oh, like the girl said, oh, I didn't say Sprite, I said root
Oh
beer.
my God.
When the whole subject was about rape to begin with. That's what she does.
This
She
fat
won't.
nigga.
And
Zena,
that's
you
the
probably
issue.
shouldn't give examples. They're not very good.
That is a good example, Kelly, because it happens all the time. Just like now, you said, "Oh, Darius thought I said that he raped somebody." I said sex pest. My argument was sex pest. Why did it come down to
Rapist is a lot fucking worse.
On this website, leak
It's
your
not
IP
like
address.
nitpicky.
Snake.io.
It's a
You
lot
implied
worse.
and said that he sexually harasses people, then called him a sex pest.
Somebody
Of
find
course,
me
that's
the
implying
IP address.
somebody's a rapist.
There's literally logs of you saying, yeah, he's a sex pest. So why are you even
But I
making
don't
this
say he
argument?
sexually harasses people. But I don't say he sexually harasses people. That's the difference. I
I'm
can
not
say
going to
my
go
ex
into a
nigga
fucking
is sex
Darius
pest.
conversation because it'll fucking summon him, and I'm not in the mood
Not
for
the
that.
point. My point is just off of what you said, Kelly.
Look at the pillow
Anytime
talking right
you
now
say
happening on
something,
stream. Crazy, bro.
Yeah. It would be good, though, at this point, if everyone knows what I am like, but maybe people could just take me at fucking face value instead of trying to look for hidden implications.
We
in
all
the
know
face
you're
value,
an
you're a
insufferable
fucking
bitch.
cunt.
Everyone hates you.
Kelly, are you just threatening
Brilliant.
that there's a young? Are you just threatening that there's a
Wes,
young?
bring the
hot
mic
bitch
closer to your mouth
on
and
his
the food kind of farther away, please. You can barely hear me.
Losers that try to, like, farm karma from dogpiling are losers.
Come
Oh,
on,
I've
Kelly,
always
are
hated
you
you.
just
I'm the original
there's a
DOG,
hot
bitch.
bitch with big titties on his
No,
stream?
you're definitely a loser.
This literally
You're
started by me
definitely a
asking if that was the British girl who was wrong about ADHD medicine. Like, this is.
And we still don't know what I was wrong about.
Yes,
She don't
I linked
remember
it. I
anything.
linked it in chat. I'll send it to. I sent it to Destiny too.
What was it about?
I didn't open
What did
it.
I say
I
then?
sent you the VOD.
That was wrong.
I'm not gonna watch a 10-hour
Kelly,
VOD.
Kelly just wants to.
VOD.
Kelly just wants to be the only big titty hot bitch. That's why she's mad right now.
You just want to pull your tits out to get a couple more views, okay? Don't get on her. You're not much better, you filthy slag.
First of all, Wes, I'm not gonna sit here and hate on nobody.
You're disgusting.
What are you talking about?
Everybody in the last day has said worse things than I've ever fucking
Yo,
said
sis,
in my
yo,
life.
Zena, why your titties look like they deflated?
The
Why your
fucking
titties
Kelly
look so
Jean
deflated?
Trialed by and judged by a fucking bunch
like
of
it, all
idiots
my
who've said worse things than I ever had in my life.
Your titties look like African, like tribal women titties. All right, you need help with them. Them things fucked up, Zena. My titties look better than yours, bro.
Viral for your saggy ass titties. Mine go
Went
viral
viral because you pulled your tits out? Would you really think that's going viral, buddy? You were just the one of the whores who was stupid enough to pull her tits
Next time I
out.
should just say they're a whore.
Kelly Jean, if you want people to
Because
listen to
that's
what you're
all I'm
saying, maybe you should
apparently
pull your
learning
tits
from
out. It
this.
works for Zena.
10K in 3 days on my fucking OnlyFans.
All right, John Zerka, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ,
In just 3
dude.
days, and it's still going up. Like, shut your fat ass up. Go
You're
tremble,
so
nigga.
desperate. Dude,
Nigga,
you'll
you
you'll
begging
go
for
around
news all the
anyone for
time.
clout and just show your
Oh, Wes.
Don't forget
Thirsty
how
in
you
the
begging for
DM.
news.
I beg for what?
Nigga,
Still don't
there's
think
hella-
anyone's a whore, but I will be careful not to make that implication. But I
Hey,
would
Kelly
like it
Jean,
stated,
I think
don't
you're a
think
whore.
Anyone's a whore. Of course
You're
you
a
do.
disgusting whore.
I
I
know,
hate
that's why you
you.
haven't been here the entire time.
I hate
He fucks
you.
lady boys in
Brilliant.
Thailand. He literally fucks men. Like, relax.
Oh, we're getting transphobic in this bitch
Yeah, that's
now.
fucked up. That's
Damn.
not LGTV friendly. Take it back.
I said relax. You fuck men. So why are you talking
I
about
don't
women?
fuck men. I fuck male to female transitioned women.
Okay.
Yeah,
So why
they're
you talking about
women.
You, what the fuck? The ones with the inverted penis? Bro, stick
No,
to
I
the
gotta
penis.
ask, is it because people are bothered about the, like, anyone who is okay with, like, mild sexism / slurs or whatever, but they feel like if you're bothered by extreme stuff, you shouldn't allow mild stuff either?
Quit.
Is
Are
that
you dumb
why all
cunt?
this
Kelly, do
anger
you
is-
wanna
When are you
squash
gonna
our
shut
beef?
the fuck up?
No, I'm asking a question.
And I
Kelly,
wish
do
you
you wanna
weren't.
squash
I
our
wish you
beef?
weren't speaking.
I don't have a beef with you. I try to ask, like, are you gonna come on Kick or Keep then? And I
Shut
just
the
got
fuck
fucking
up.
spoken over. Shut up.
I want to punch you in the head. I support abusing women when it
Squad
comes
don't
to you,
mean
you
chat. Squad
fucking
don't mean
ugly
chat. Wait,
cunt.
I take it back. I take it back. I take it back.
God, I see you in IRL. I'm fighting you. I'm
I
punching you
don't
in the
have
head
a
as hard
beef,
as I
but if
can.
you say I say
I'm
something
making
wrong,
the beef,
be
you
prepared to
ugly
say
cunt.
what the fuck it is. Wes,
I'm
you have
making
no
the
right
beef.
to talk on anyone's
I'm
appearance
beating
looking
your
the way
ass.
you do.
And I'm putting it on God. Next time I see you, I'm beating your fucking ass.
Stop, Wes. You're joking.
Clip
Stop.
it, chat.
Wes,
Clip it,
stop.
chat. Clip.
We're not making threats on the stream, okay? Chill. Jesus.
Oh,
I'm
you believe this
threatening.
nigga, bro? He walks
just
like
gonna
one
go
fucking
I'm
mile
beating
a year.
Caronto's ass too.
If apparently it's better to just
Bro,
say
you're fighting the ground every
insults, then I'm
step
just
I'll
gonna
fight
say
both
the
you at the
insults
same
from now
time.
on.
Go ahead, sling
Easy,
some
bro.
beef.
Wes, you are a fat fuck. Shut the
Go!
fuck up.
Bro,
You
Wes,
got me
you
with
get
that
around
one.
by rolling, bitch. You're not fighting anybody.
Carontos, how about you
Relax.
stop
Take it easy.
fucking nut hugging? She can fight her own battles. You
Nah,
fucking
I enjoy talking with
sexist
you,
piece
man.
of
Come
shit.
on,
What do you
come
think? She's a small, weak
on.
woman who can't fight for her own?
Listen, don't
Fuck
accuse me
off.
of the Lil Steve strat. You know
Fuck
what I
off.
mean?
They should replace Somalia with a McDonald's. It'd serve Africa better. Fuck you.
Relax. What? It'll be the only McDonald's your fat ass has not been to. But like, come on, let's be civil, and let the ladies come together. Because I think they don't have a beef. I've been listening to this the entire time. I just think it's nobody wants to say I'm sorry first. You know what I mean? That's
I
the
tried
problem.
to. It didn't go down well.
Because
Wait,
it was disingenuous. Because when you're
what the
apologizing,
fuck else am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to get on my fucking knees and beg for forgiveness?
no. Because
Maybe.
while you're apologizing, it's disingenuous because you're also justifying and saying, but I wasn't implying that. Instead of just being like, all right, you know what, I said it. I wasn't in the right of mind that day, or I wasn't in the mood, and I was just pissed off. I'm sorry. Instead, you're saying, I didn't say that, and still apologizing. So therefore, it's fake because you're not actually apologizing. When you won't even take accountability
Zena,
for the fact that you called her
I
a
try
prostitute.
to explain these things to you. The stuff with just to go on his stream, yes, that was 5
I
hours
forgot.
later.
I'm just
Yes.
so retarded.
No, it's not that you're retarded. Okay, it's just they're two different situations. The two different
But it's
situations, and the things that were said in Discord and chat were not me calling her a whore. For fuck's sakes.
Okay. Can we be
I feel
done
like
with
I'm
this
losing
now?
my fucking mind.
Can I get a 10-4 on the who's Destiny's new girl? Who's the new chick? I haven't met her.
Her name is Anna. She's hanging out. Are we good?
Wait, is she a content creator?
Can you give us a bit more than that?
What's
Can you
going
tell
on?
her to bounce up and down? Can she bounce
If you're letting her in your home, you're kind of endorsing her. Tell us about her.
Everybody's been to this nigga's house. I'm
You
surprised.
I've
guys-
never been to
listen,
his house.
If you want to introduce yourself or whatever you want, plug your whatever the fuck you want to do. Go
No,
for
no.
it.
You sell us on her.
No,
You brought
I'm not
her on
here
your
to-
stream.
You talk to her.
You've
She
been
can hear
defending
you.
her
You
the
brought her
entire
on
time.
her
Sell her.
on your
Come on.
fucking stream. You gotta support her.
I don't
Yeah.
have to do anything. She's right here. She can introduce herself. She's not. Well,
Hello, new girl. What's your name?
My name's Anna.
Nice
your
to meet
name?
you. Wait, Anna, isn't that the name of the crazy chick?
Huh?
What was the one who was like the crazy one who lost her fucking mind? Not the same girl? Different girl?
Well, there's still time yet.
Way different girl.
Are you mentally ill, Anna? Do you have any diagnoses?
Do you?
No, actually, I don't.
I have ADHD.
I guess I have a dependency
he's
on
obese.
food. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a diagnosis.
Like an eating disorder? Like, do you have binge
Yeah, I
eating?
use food as a coping mechanism.
Let's unpack that. What made you start doing that? Was it like a traumatic event, or have you just
Oh,
always
just a
been
childhood
drawn
of parents on drugs and not being taken care of, and so instead of
so
doing
you like
drugs,
didn't
I
have like
food is my
access to
heroin.
like you didn't have access to like healthy foods, and now that's what you're drawn to, or what?
No, it was just like more like I was given shit food, and then I started to like the shit food, and then I
Okay.
used food as a coping mechanism.
No, yeah, I get that. Are you okay with the position that you're in, or do
Why
you want
Tell me
to?
about you. Why are you therapizing me? I'm trying to get to know you. Everyone knows me.
Okay.
I want to know about you.
Well,
Why?
what do you wanna know
I feel
about
like
me?
that was a very strategical swap there, and you tried to flip it.
also,
on me,
just so you
but-
know, once I die in the Snake game, I am moving on. So, just giving you guys a heads up.
You didn't respond to my direct
I
message.
said I have
Steven.
ADHD.
Oh, that's it. No BPD.
Y'all
No,
got
no anything crazy.
No crazies.
Are you new to the internet? I saw your Twitter only has
Wes,
one single
You're,
post.
you're fumbling right now.
God,
You're
Wes.
fumbling. You're fumbling. This
Can I
is,
just speak to her without you fucking
to
retards
skip to the
I've been
interjecting?
quiet for long, man.
Holy
This is
shit!
killing
Shut
me.
the fuck up!
This is killing me. Holy
God
shit.
damn! Not
Okay,
everything
go ahead.
has to be a battle. I just want to fucking know about the
She's
new
not
girl.
Ask some
The
interesting
internet.
shit. I don't know.
I don't know what. I've asked 2 questions.
She has a pretty only face.
Krontos, you've literally run a show into the ground for 6 months straight.
That's how we've
asking
been.
dog
That's why
shit
we've been going
questions.
for a year, buddy.
Okay,
Yes,
so I don't want to hear about my questions when you're
Yeah.
dog shit mentally challenged.
Don't speak about running, by the way.
Carried by
Running,
Destiny's
that's,
questions
you've never
every week.
done anything
okay?
involving
You're
running in
literally
your
a
life.
fucking clown. I'm
don't
not
think
talking to you.
running.
I'm talking to the new girl.
Any more?
Listen,
what was
you
the
haven't asked
question?
anything interesting. I wanted to know where he fucking found her, because the only thing I
I'm
know
getting
is
there.
Kelly
I
saying
asked
he
if
found
she's
her
new
from
to
a
the
fucking
internet.
dumpster.
It
No,
takes a little
I'm
time.
I'm not new to the
She
internet.
has a
but I
sizable
took,
OnlyFans.
I
How
took
do
a
you?
break from the internet for a bit, and then
What's with the wiped Twitter?
Hmm?
Did you like wipe your Twitter out? Are you hiding stuff?
No, if you look, it was made in December. It's
Yeah, that's
new.
what I'm saying. Like, where's all the previous stuff?
I took a long break from Twitter.
Okay,
Just go
what
on
happened?
Reddit if you're looking for what you need to look for, man.
Did you tweet a picture of
trying to get a
Minecraft
free
Steve with a
OnlyFans,
pickaxe at the
that's it.
Mecca? What did you do?
What?
What? Why did you take a long break from Twitter?
What?
Just like it wasn't good for like my mental health at the time.
Interesting. What's bringing you back?
Didn't
Did
think you had
Steven...
any mental health issues.
Kelly.
Here we
Come on,
go.
let the peaceful
I think she said
conversation
it.
go.
You
Hey
don't
Kelly,
have to
are
have
you in
mental
love with
health
Destiny, by the way?
for something to affect your
Who are you
mental.
talking to?
The person named Kelly, because it seems like anytime a woman
No.
comes up, you just seem to hate her.
Again,
like,
no one can give
unequivocally.
another example. Give it.
Why do
I'll
you
burst
hate
when you
every
ask that
single
question.
woman that
Somebody
Kelly
take
that he
Give me
interacts
another
with?
example
Kelly?
of that. Wes, go on.
Why won't you just answer the question I asked you? Why are you hopping around that? Are you in love with Destiny? Yes or no?
I just said no, and I asked you to give me another example
Okay.
of when
Well,
I've
why
been
are you
apparently
lying in
hostile
front
to
of
women.
thousands of people?
What do you mean?
Don't you think
I'm
you should
not
be honest with yourself and
lying.
everyone else?
You're a retard.
Don't you think we should be honest? I don't think we should lie. I don't
Also,
lie
it's
to
okay
everyone.
when you call
being
people
lying about
retards, but
10
when I
times.
do it, it's deflecting. Really
When
interesting,
did I
Miss
say
Kelly
you
Jean.
can't call me a retard?
Tell the truth, retard. Are you in love with her?
Fucking
With me?
retard
Are
every other
you?
word.
He said, "Are you in love with
Kelly,
Destiny?"
are we gonna
Kelly
have an
Jean?
enemies to lovers arc?
No. Why did all the girls do this? Lav does the same thing. I don't
All
like
the
Lav
girls?
either, and I don't
Wow, you know
like
everything about
but I don't-
Destiny's
I
girls,
don't
huh?
want anyone to die.
You know everything
want
about every single girl that
misfortune to
Destiny's
fall
ever
on you.
interacted with?
No, they just.
Why do you know
carbon
so much about
copies,
that?
these
Is it because
lots
you're?
are the
Oh,
same.
they are. I thought
Are
you
we
said there
gonna
was
stop
this
once
is the
the
3
Right.
minute.
Well,
Okay,
but-
yeah, 3 minute warning. 3 minute warning. Just letting you guys know that I'm absolutely super done with this.
Just
Even
don't
if
come
Ava
and
joins,
backbite
I'm so
into
cutting it off.
anyone's fucking
Kelly,
cult.
you have to admit, it was
This
like
free
you were
content,
low-key
Steve.
waiting for her to... Wait, it was like you were low-key waiting for a slip-up for you to hop on. That's why you said, I thought you said you don't have any mental health issues, like, just because she said something wasn't good for her
Come
mental.
on,
And that
man.
doesn't-
Stop
that
the
doesn't
fucking
mean
high
I'm-
school argumentation lines, man. Come on. Listen,
No, that
listen.
means she has a problem.
Everyone
That
has
means
been
that you're
chatting shit on me for the last
someone to
2 hours
slip up.
or longer.
You're waiting
Am
for
I
Kelly.
not allowed to
slip
take
up
shots?
to point that
Kelly,
out.
can I ask you a
Fucking
question?
hell, no one's assisting me, are they?
Kelly, can I
What?
ask you a question? If I pay and arrange for it, will you take a polygraph test?
Okay, brilliant.
No, a real question. Will you pay if I pay and arrange for it? Will you take a polygraph test?
Sure, it's going to be disappointing for everyone, though.
Really? Okay, I'll do it. Where will you send me? Like what city you live in?
Oh,
So
this
I know-
nigga's trying to pull up on you.
No, just give me a city so I know where to research. I'll find a polygraph tester. We're gonna get down to the nitty gritty about why you seem to have problems with every single woman that Steven interacts with.
Yeah, every single one, but you can't give me fucking examples.
I'm sorry, I'm not a fucking DGG
Not gonna be
encyclopedia.
every single
Ask
one, but
DGG.
you can't give examples.
They can bring up 20 names they want
Like,
to. I'm
you
sorry,
keep
I don't know
making
names.
these claims, and you're not the only one, by the way. Who's made
Okay,
this
if
claim
everyone's
and
making
can't
the
give
claims, there's
examples.
probably a reason for it, right?
Maybe
It
it's
seems every
fucking
time a new girl
bias
shows up,
and
you show up.
memes.
Oh, it's bias. It's just that everyone seems to think the same thing.
Yes,
it's just
because hating
everyone's
on me
crazy and
is
you're the only
funny.
normal one.
No, it's because dumping on Kelly.
I don't
is
think it's people
acceptable
hating
and
on you,
funny.
bro.
What
I
do you
don't think it's
mean?
people hating on you. I just think people are like,
So
why are
why
you
can't
always
anyone
so
give
negative?
examples?
Why are you so hateful towards every woman that he interacts with?
And
Why
yet
do you
no
despise them?
examples.
And that's what I'm saying.
And yet
Is it because
I like
you
a
love
lot of
them?
them, and I like
One more
consider
minute.
some of
Keep
them
going.
friends.
Okay, you like them? Give me examples then.
You want me to say the ones I like?
Go ahead, give me some examples then.
Sure, Pixie. I met
Can't
hung
even
out with
give
her
me
a
an
couple of
example.
times.
Classic,
Saw
classic
Erudite
Kelly
TwitchCon.
Jean.
I spent more
Damn,
time
Wes,
hanging
come on,
out
you're being
with.
too obvious. You're being too obvious.
Spent more time hanging out with Melina than Destiny, so I guess I'm in love with Melina.
Oh, are
what
you
is
a
this
young
like?
Where is
Swedish
he? Did he
boy?
hear that? Yo, let's see. Did you hear that? Come back. He fucking. He walked away when you said that. That would have been fun.
I
Listen.
like Straighterade. I like Joe. I like both Annas are all right. I like Ukrainian Anna a bit more. No offense to the other Anna.
You know why you like
Not
them? Because they're
this
no longer
one,
here
whatever.
fucking your man. If they were still on his cock, maybe you
fuck
wouldn't
are
be
you
about him
talking
anymore.
I just
Oh,
gave you a
shit.
bunch of women that I like, and I can give you a
Yeah,
long
you
ass
like
list
them
of
now
men
because
I
they're
don't like.
no longer hopping on Destiny's penis, but when they
I'm
were,
pretty
you
sure people
suddenly
just
didn't like
say
them.
I'm
She can't be
sexist to wind me
misogynistic.
up.
She has women friends.
Kelly Jean, all the people you just listed were names I was going to list.
Streamerwords.com/nominations. Vote Kicker Key for the best stream series of 2023. Ladies
I was
going to
list all those girls because you had problems with all of them when they were.
Time's up.
All right. Anyway, I lost a lot of respect for Dave Chappelle because I feel like Dave Chappelle was bringing up contracts in a really dumb way. Remember this, guys? We were talking about 2 hours ago.
Professional way to say no. But in your head, you're like, I can't believe this is real.
Many of you already know her. She's a 68-year-old pistol-packing grandma who is quickly becoming box office gold. You know her from last year's smash hit, Diary of a Bad Black Woman.
Well, he is a drag queen. Dave Chappelle was decapitated in front of us. And until we deal with that, until we deal with the fact that a devout Muslim who doesn't eat bacon was accused of being a crackhead.
Huh?
Until we establish the fact that they said that he went to Africa to smoke cocaine.
Huh?
When we know they don't have running water and food over there. When they don't have...
What? They don't have running water or food in Africa. Interesting statement. Okay.
To smoke cocaine.
Huh?
When we know they don't have running water and food over there. When they don't have...
It's been a while. Depends where you go, but okay.
When they don't have paved roads over there.
Okay, that's not true. They have paved roads. Some places they don't. Yo, Cat, yo, listen. What you doing right now? Hey. Yo, me and my fellow Africans are being It's true some places. Just chill out, bro. You lying.
He doesn't
walk
on water. He doesn't walk on water.
Guys in South Africa, they have running water in a lot of places, okay? Sure, guys not staying in the fucking slums.
I mean, you go to Nigeria, Senegal, you go to a bunch of places.
Depends where you go, but I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Why would you escape? You're going to escape to Africa to do cocaine and crack.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. They don't got the good stuff over there. All the good stuff is here.
You talking about somebody who has a wife and children, 5 children, and lives on a farm? That
is true. The way that they treated Dave Chappelle. I don't remember when he said he didn't want to do the deal with Comedy Central with $50 million. They said he lost his mind because he refused the money because he didn't want to do a role that made him uncomfortable. And they shamed this man like crazy. I'm not going to keep playing the video, but I just want to talk about this topic just a bit. And this was Hollywood at the time. Hollywood came out with a meta, and once the meta was established, they just tried to put every black person into it, right?
Yes,
like, once the duo of black and white guy happened, then they had the Asian and the black guy. Yeah. The really funny guy and the really serious guy. And they always want to repeat it. And once the black man in a dress took off, they're like, yo, how more, right? And then a lot of people took it like this super emasculated, not realizing they just saw it as a money trend. Now, some people want to believe it's more nefarious or whatever it is. I just think it's mad corny and tacky. And all the black people who jumped on it just so they could have a chance, super corny too. There's a lot of things. What's the corniest job you've been offered?
Oh, it's when I was a dancer. Dancing in bars is the worst shit ever.
Why?
Dancing fucking leopard prints.
Okay, I'll tell you what it was for me.
Yeah, like I'm saying, the Hollywood thing, I always found that it was really very weird. The Hollywood, I don't know. There's something I find very often weird about that, the way that you want to portray it, especially in big medias and to a lot of people and stuff like that, to all the people out there. I don't mind if it's like it's weird. I don't mind if it's in the theater setting or whatever. Maybe because the distribution is less and doesn't care. The distribution is less and it looks very less insidious. It's in the Hollywood sphere, it's really weird. It's more, the way Hollywood is made, it's more than just, haha, it's funny. There's a message. There's often a message or like a...
Why is Destiny watching this, LeMayo? I think we were talking about Cat Williams. Then we got onto your guys' video about the Cat Williams chat. Then we went to Dave Chappelle for a little bit. And then we did a 3-hour Orbiter brawl. And now we're just finishing this because I feel like I'm committed.
Where do you want to try to go with this? Like, I look at things like, for example, every black people that have been winning Oscars and stuff like that. It's always been in a role where we talk about pain. It's always when we see black pain that you win an Oscar and stuff like that. So it's like, I don't want to go and engage into that. It's been a discussion that's been going on for years. The Hollywood thing, putting me in a dress, I wouldn't do that. And I think it's weird. And I understand why people kind of frown about it and kind of are weirded out about it. There's something about, and it came from the way black people feel about that. Oftentimes comes from slavery. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. I'm talking about people here, like all the Americans talking about that. There's a lot of baggage that comes from that, where they would try to do bug breaking, which is what they called it back then, emasculating a man that was like just standing against authority and stuff like that. They would break.
Is there any evidence that like buck breaking was like a real thing for slaves? I can't. My mind is so poisoned because of the fact that the only person I've heard bring this up was that one crazy, that crazy black nationalist dude on Twitter. I don't remember his name. Somebody will say it and I'll be like,
and it's kind of a way of breaking them. People make that link with Hollywood.
Oh yeah, Tariq Nasheed, yeah.
The people that are in power and the people that are trying to make it and they try to make that link. So because of those reasons, yeah, I have to see. I am biased about that, and I feel uneasy about that because of those reasons.
And I think if you ask most of them, be it Jamie Foxx or Mark Morton, and you really sat down with them and they were giving you a hard time, I think they regret doing those roles too.
Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes did it too.
He was. Right?
No, I don't want to know.
Yes,
I don't want to.
Yes, you do.
I don't want to.
And you need to
because I need to stop.
Him and
don't ruin my childhood.
Him and Patrick Swayze was in a whole ass movie in a dress. It was Tu Wong Fu. What was it? What was that
making the community look bad? You need to stop. What is up with black people getting on these platforms and feel the need to air out our dirty laundry, bro? All this to say, those are my thoughts.
Wesley.
If you go put on a dress as a dude, just make sure there's a good reason, okay? Don't do it for some change.
Swayze.
Or some strange. Anything else? All right, that's it for today.
214, thanks for everything. 214. Editor, put 214 there.
Love. Wesley Snipes, stop your tax evasion. We still love you.
Okay. Hold on, I've got like 2 open links. One sec.
Do you have any idea who shot Suge?
I'm pretty sure Suge knows who shot Suge.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
so when he comes out of sedation, I'm sure anybody who gets shot will tell you who shot them, right?
Yeah.
But if the police say nobody shot him, I believe nobody shot him. And if nobody shot him, that's the same nobody that shot Tupac. And if nobody shot Tupac, it's the same nobody that shot MLK. And if nobody shot him, that's the same person that shot Malcolm X too. It's a lot of nobodies out there, and nobody minds if nobody comes up missing, right? That don't bother nobody, does it? Certainly doesn't bother me.
Do you have any idea who shot Suge?
Wow. High intellectuality. All right. Last one, because I'd never known about any of this shit, so.
Usher to wild parties. Yeah, you heard that. Diddy used to take 14-year-old Usher to wild parties. Yeah, you heard that right? 14.
Diddy introduced him to the adult lifestyle right away, telling Rolling Stone, you'd open a door and see somebody doing it, or several people in a room having a you never knew what was going to happen.
And by the way, I never quite experienced anything like that. Hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, damn, pause, but like, check this out. Back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. As soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna let you rock this every time. Right? It's gonna be yours. So, let me tell you, it's a little dusty, but you know.
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you all scrambling and scraping.
Okay, I don't care about this either. Okay, financial advice, and after that, we're going to,
Let's go.
I'm so confused by what Destiny's unpacking. I thought this was an Epstein stream with some orbiter drama. Now I realize he's on cat. What was in our title today? What were we doing? It was going to be Trump for the Iowa Caucus, and then we're finishing the Epstein stuff, and I need to figure out, like, new, like, directions to research stuff in the future. I don't know if we should keep doing conspiracy theories or not, but
How to get high credit card limits. Let's go.
oh yeah, the Houthi thing.
So the first thing you want to do, how to get high credit card limits. Let's go. So the first thing you want to do is you want to sign up for QuickBooks. Then you want to go ahead and send yourself an invoice. Since I have multiple LLCs, I'm going to send my other LLC an invoice for $2,100, and I'm going to put the limit there, and I'm going to put how much or what it's for there, and then I'm going to send it over. Once I receive the invoice, I will then pay it off with the credit card I want to increase my limits with. It will then deposit into my bank account. Once I get the money in my bank account, I will then pay off the credit card with the same exact money. Once I pay off the credit card, I will do this a couple times, and I will then call my bank and ask them for a credit limit increase because my limits are too low. A bonus is that QuickBooks will also give you funding because it looks like you're making sales on their platform.
Okay, hold on. Couple huge issues with this.
What you want to do is you want to sign
Some are practical, some are legal.
up for QuickBooks. Then you want to go ahead.
So step one, we're paying for QuickBooks. Okay, so we're already spending some money, which is okay. I mean, you're gonna use a software for bullshit, managing invoices or whatever. Hello, hold on. Do you have to pay a monthly fee for fucking QuickBooks, or do you just pay? Is it a one and done thing? But anyway, okay. So one, we're doing QuickBooks. Okay, so we pay for that.
Go ahead and send yourself an invoice.
Two, we've got multiple LLCs, so we're paying at least an initial filing fee. I think every state, or maybe most states, have you paying yearly fees for these. I think.
Since I have multiple LLCs, I'm going to send my other LLC an invoice.
So we also now have to have multiple bank accounts, and we need to have multiple LLCs. So we might be paying monthly fees on a checking account, business accounts for all these. Maybe we've got enough deposit in them, it doesn't matter. And we're paying whatever monthly or yearly registration fees for whatever LLC bullshit. And then Our QuickBooks subscription, but okay.
For $2,100, and I'm gonna put the limit there, and I'm gonna put how much or what it's for there, and then.
Okay, I think this is two separate crimes. I think you've got an accounting fraud and a tax fraud crime here. Would it be tax fraud? Might not be tax fraud. Might just be accounting fraud. You're sending an invoice to a company that you're not actually paying for a good or service. Invoicing companies around like this and then accounting fraud on tax returns later. This is going to be some sort of accounting fraud. 100%. This is a fraudulent behavior, so it's illegal.
And I'm gonna send it over. Once I receive the invoice, I will then pay it off with the credit card I want to increase my limits with.
Okay. Another issue is be careful with the types of invoices that you pay with credit cards. Some will charge you a cash advance fee, some won't. You're probably going to be okay. However, you're going to need to pay for some service that allows you to bill credit cards. You're going to lose a percentage fee to the service, and then you're going to lose a percentage fee to whatever the credit card transaction fees are.
I want to increase my limits with. It will then deposit into my bank account. Once I get the money in my bank account, I will then pay off the credit card with the same exact money. Once I pay off the credit card, I will do this a couple times, and I will then call my bank and ask them for a credit limit.
Okay, this is all a waste of fucking money. Okay, don't ever do this shit.
Increase.
Like you're losing so much to like monthly, like yearly fees on your LLC, whatever you're paying for QuickBooks, all the little transaction fees that you're losing between all of these businesses have to be set up to take and spend like credit cards, and like this is a nightmare. Why the fuck would you, if you have enough money to do this convoluted bullshit, you're probably not worried about your credit limit. Like, it's a waste of time.
For a credit limit increase because my limits are too low.
Yeah, this is stupid. Why would you waste your time doing this bullshit? This is just a waste of time.
A bonus is that QuickBooks will also give you funding because it looks.
Also, careful. When she said QuickBooks will give you funding, no. Well, listen, I'm about to talk about shit. I don't even know what this is, but I already know what it is. When it says they're going to give you funding, what it means is they're offering to loan you or advance you money at an interest rate, okay? This is not just like they're giving you money. This is like a loan that you can take. PayPal does it as well. But like what like if you have the ability to set all this other bullshit up, like why do you need some bullshit advance from QuickBooks or PayPal? It says loan right there. Does it? Oh, loan amount, total interest cost. Yeah, this is like why, like the fuck is the point of all of this? This is such a waste of money.
It's like you're making sales on their platform.
I wonder what the rates even are for this.
You're making sales on their
9, and that's a 9% interest loan on $40,000. In today's interest environment, it might be okay. I don't know what a personal loan would go for today, actually, an unsecured loan today, although it's an advance from these guys, but damn, that's not like an awesome loan, okay? And also, if you get audited, you have to kill yourself. Because if you get audited, all of these invoices are fraudulent. All of the accounting and everything you're doing here tax-wise is also, depending on how you're doing this, is also fraudulent. If all of these are LLCs and all of these are, I guess they would all be pass-through entities. I don't even know how that would look. I don't even know what the fuck that would look like. This is so convoluted and stupid. Like all this is so stupid. Okay, fuck all this shit. Quoted tweets show what she's using the increased limit for. Oh, these are called circular transactions. They're illegal and a punishable crime by financial regulators in most countries. Nice. Hold on. I'm sorry. Rage Pope, I don't know why you just typed that. You are way smarter than this. Destiny, it would just be shuffling stuff around, which is fine. The fraud is lying on the bank forms and stuff when you're doing the loan applications. That is you are absolutely dead wrong. That is a financial crime. If I have 2 LLCs, I cannot just, there is no reason why you can't shuffle money through LLCs. It's only fraud once you start representing it as a real transaction. Yes, that's what the invoicing is for. Yes, correct. The invoice is what makes it fraud. If I want to withdraw money from an LLC and deposit it in another one, depending on the businesses, if anybody will actually get everything, that's fine, of course. If you own the businesses and you're representing the transactions correctly, that's fine. But you can't, let's say for instance, let's say that I have the Bridges podcast, okay? And let's say that I want to hold $30,000 in the Bridges bank account, okay? So let's say that I'm, 50% owner, half with Kyla or whatever, and I want to deposit $30,000 in a bank account for Bridges. That's fine, I can do that. There's no problem with that. But if I made that business invoice me and I do like $30,000 in labor or some shit, and I'm like, oh cool, and then I just like click and I pay that to the thing or whatever, I think that's fraud. That is accounting fraud. 100%. That is a crime. That invoice is not real. You're billing for non-existent services. There's also, I'm not 100% confident on this because we have to run all of these lines of exchange down. There's also going to be a different tax treatment for those things as well, right? If I take money out of my business, if I take money out of Destiny GG LLC, if I take that into my bank account, if I take that as a distribution, I have to pay income taxes on that. And then if I take that money and I deposit it somewhere else, I don't know if me just depositing money in a business checking account, I don't know if I can write that off. So that's a taxable event when I withdraw it if I take it as a dividend from my business. But if I invoice it from one business to the other, that's not a taxable event. I don't think you can just move money around. I don't know if you actually, hold on. Now I'm trying to evaluate your original question. I don't think you can just move money from one business to another. Actually, no, you absolutely can't. No, you cannot do that. If I wanted to move money from Destiny GG LLC to the Bridges LLC, I think Destiny.GG LLC would need some sort of actual engagement with that business. I would have to have like a business account opened like in the name of both of these businesses for them to be able to transfer money to each other. I don't even know if you could do that legally, but there's no way that I could just send money from one to the other. I would have to withdraw it as the pass-through entity, the owner of the business, and then I would have to send it to the other business, and these events would all be separate. Yeah. Distributions from LLCs aren't a taxable event. The taxable event is recognizing the income in the business. I'm pretty sure you're just wrong, but I don't think that's, no. When you take money from an LLC, I mean, unless you do it by accident. Like if your LLC is paying you, then it's a taxable event because you're getting paid wages, whether W-2 or 1099. And if you're taking money from the account to yours, I'm pretty sure that's a distribution. That's a taxable event. I don't know how you would take money out of a business or a pass-through entity. That's why it's called a pass-through entity. It passes to your taxes, right? I don't know how you would take money from that and not be a taxable event. Distribution of taxable events for the partner receiving the distribution. Yeah. You said a distribution, which is different from a wage paid. Well, yes, because that's how I'm going to get money out of a business. I'm going to take a distribution, right? I can't. I'm pretty sure it would also be illegal. Fuck. Careful. Okay, we're in business corp taxes. Okay, so if I wanted to take $40,000 from my business and my ordinary monthly paycheck is $10,000, I don't think I could just write myself a paycheck for $40,000 that month. I don't think I'd be allowed to do that. And you wouldn't even want to do that because the tax event is worse technically, right? You would take it in the form of a distribution. Or there might be other more extravagant forms of like options or whatever of getting money out of a business bank account. But an invoice creates a profit on the profit and loss. To move money, it wouldn't be an invoice. It would either be a loan or a disbursement, which doesn't hit the profit and loss. It just reduces equity. Yeah. That's why I'm saying doing it via invoices sounds hella disingenuous. That's not how you move money from one business to another, unless a business is actually purchasing goods or services or engaging in some sort of like transfer of like goods and services or purchase. Yeah, I'm just re-saying the same thing. Yeah. The invoices alone aren't fraud. However, the invoices are used to secure debt. That's fraud, not necessarily tax fraud unless they're reported as a related party transaction, source, and financial auditor. The invoices alone aren't fraud. Isn't making an invoice and misstating the reason of the invoice, isn't that alone a form of accounting fraud? I thought that was part of the New York charges against Cohen, was that when they entered those things, they're misdemeanors, but I thought it was still fraud. The invoices themselves are considered fraudulent. Wait, actually, we can just look this up. If I create a fake invoice to take money from my company, is that fraud? Hold on. Destiny, it all depends on what other taxable event you have. If you have negative income on a business for a year, it could be a better way for you to realize income via another business wage or bonus payment rather than offsetting long-term capital gains. This shit gets super complicated. That's fine, but nothing that you just said allows you to move money directly from one business to another in a way like this. You can offset You can offset losses based on like what you're realizing in terms of like taxable income or gains or whatever the fuck. But that's not moving. Anything that's even remotely similar to what that one woman is talking about is fraud. Absolutely. I think the act of moving the money through the bank makes it wire fraud. I don't know. It's only fraud if there is a third party that is relying on the financial information that is built on those invoices. I don't believe you're right. No way, because things are gonna start hitting your profit and loss sheets that are not real. They're fake. Those are fake things. Like I can think of reasons in my head why you would never want people to be allowed to do this. Let's say that I have one business, okay? Now we went from orbiter drama to tax time, so get bored, losers, okay? Let's say that I have one business here, and this business made $1 million. Let's assume these aren't pass-through entities. Let's assume that these are proper corporations that are making money somehow, okay? I don't know how it would be structured exactly, but who cares, okay? So let's say that this business makes $1 million, and let's say that this business makes, $1,000. Let's say that these are my net earnings at the end of the year, okay? Well, hold the fuck on. Why the fuck would I do this? I'm going to make this business invoice these guys for $500,000 in services. So now, at the end of the year, I can show, what would it even be? These guys would be able to say that hold on, wait, let me think about this. I'm mind fucking myself. No, it would be the other way. They would invoice them for $500,000 in services. So then these guys would be showing $501,000. It's just crude. But these guys could show $501,000 of income. These guys could show $500,000 of income. And now you've like equalized the profit and loss between your businesses. And assuming you're on a progressive tax system, which you are, like bringing the income brackets down on both of these would be beneficial to you. There's no way that this would be like a legal transaction, that I could just make arbitrary invoices if no real goods or services are being exchanged between the two. And now I've like equalized the income between all my businesses. Destiny, a withdrawal or distribution is something an owner could do from their initial capital investment plus any retained earnings they have. Don't blink. Hold on. Aren't you an accounting guy? I don't know why you're disagreeing with me. Nothing you're saying has any relevance to what we're talking about. I agree with you that if you wanted to transfer money from one business to another, you would withdraw the money from that business and then send it to another. You wouldn't do this with invoices, though. And you wouldn't do it from one business to another. This tax system is exclusive to the U.S. The TikToker is a British woman. No shot. This, whatever I'm talking about, probably applies to almost every single reasonably set up tax system. Wait, somebody said that they were responding to another investment thing? And you definitely wouldn't do it with invoices that reference services that were never rendered. That's clearly fraud. Yeah, of course. Are American businesses really on progressive scale? No shot. I don't know. What are the corporate tax brackets USA? Is it just a flat tax? Oh, it is a flat tax. You still wouldn't be able to do it for a plethora of reasons, but well, hold on actually. Is there if a business will pay a tax on profits, the appreciation of the business itself for the owners and people with equity in the business, those are considered capital gains, I think, right? And a short-term capital gain is taxed as ordinary income, I think. Am I making that up? Or is it the max capital gain, or is it the max ordinary income bracket? Short-term capital gains brackets. Okay, yeah, short-term capital gains brackets are, so the appreciation of capital or the appreciation of your equity in a business, which I think would happen if the account was growing, right? Because the total valuation of the company is growing or whatever. Yeah. Sometimes it works with two pass-throughs where one is passive activity and the other is not. Sure. But, I don't even know if pass-throughs are allowed to hold money in a bank account at the end of the year. Are you technically? is a pass-through tax entity allowed to hold money in a bank account end of year? Wait, why did it say this? I guess you could, I'm actually asking a question of tax convenience and not actually like the tax law. Technically, I think I try to drain my accounts at the end of the year because I don't want to fucking pay any, I just want to like have it easy. I guess technically you could hold money in it, but there's probably a form on your Schedule C? I don't actually know. Where you write down like how much money is left in the bank account and then you would pay the difference. That would be added to your, maybe that's what it's added to the Schedule C? Whatever the fuck bullshit at the end of the year, whatever. But if you just drain it to zero every year, then you don't have to fucking worry about this shit. But maybe, yeah. Companies should profit all the time to more advantageous places, but to be deductible, it needs to be ordinary, necessary, and arm's length. Sure. Holy Jesus. I have like 30 fucking, my God. There's no reason for pass-through entities to distribute funds. Schedule Cs don't have balance sheets. Well, the reason is so that you don't have to worry about it. Because it just makes it easier if you drain it. But also, I don't need to hold money in my LLC because my business doesn't really buy things. I only buy things from your mom. Oh! What's a good way to learn financial literacy for someone who doesn't understand any of this? If you are a W-2 worker, you should do your own taxes. It's not that hard, and you can learn a ton of stuff just by engaging in doing your taxes. Start in March. Start at March 1st. Well, when do they send all your old W-2s? I don't know. Whenever you get them, as soon as you get your W-2, start even if you download TurboTax something, like even answering the questions and then looking at I don't think they have 1040 easies anywhere, right? 1040s or whatever at the end. Yeah, I think doing your own taxes, if you're a W-2 earner, they're very, 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 very easy. They're super simple to do. I highly recommend doing it. It gives you way more knowledge on how the tax system works and everything. Like, yeah. Oh, your Schedule C is only Schedule C is only if you're doing sole proprietor shit. I don't even know what the fuck schedules are when I tax anymore. If you do pass through from a is it an 1150S? I actually have no idea. I don't do my taxes now anymore. Fuck, I don't remember the name of it. Oh, I guess we can just look it up. Taxes. 2021. Is that the last time I paid them? Just kidding. Never mind. I don't even have the same one here. Oh, 1120S maybe. Pastors are 1120S, 1065, and 1041. I think it was just I don't remember when I pay. I gotta do that. Fuck that shit. Okay. Simi Wacko. What? 1120s and a Schedule K? Wow. Tax accountant in YouTube chat disagrees. Who? What's their name? The IRS is a free version of programs like TurboTax. You don't need to pay for that. Okay. They might now. Me, Mr. Cool Dude, 203. What do you disagree with? Mr. Cool Dude. How much money have you saved in taxes moving to Florida? Probably a fuck ton. I'm in the disagreement chat.
Claiming he's blocking me, but unblocks me. Unblocked me on Twitter. Unblocked me on Discord. Constantly
Okay, move them out. Who are you in Discord? What's your name? Illuminous. Hello, what's up?
Hi, cool. Okay, so your statements about pass-through stuff. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. 1 second. Okay, so your statements about pass-through entities, right?
Uh-huh. Which ones?
Okay, so pass-through entities would be either you're a sole proprietor, which you're a Schedule C, which means that you haven't incorporated your business in any way.
Yeah.
You're literally just like, hey, I record this extra income that I'm not a W-2 employee for, and that's on my Schedule C.
Gotcha.
That's a pass-through entity. A S corp is another type of pass-through entity. So you incorporate your business, but technically all of it is still running through to your personal taxes. We good so far?
Maybe. Are S corps always pass-through entities?
Yes. The difference between an S corp and a C corp is the pass-through element.
Okay, gotcha. For an S corp, I know that you can do if you form an LLC, would you call that incorporating?
So, funny enough, LLCs technically are not incorporation with the IRS.
Correct,
They're
yeah.
incorporations with your states.
Yeah.
So the IRS actually doesn't give a fuck about LLCs.
Gotcha. But you can file, I think it's 2553 to do the election to have your LLC treated taxably as an S corp, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Gotcha. Go ahead.
But as far as the pass-through nature, the IRS does not give a fuck about LLCs.
Gotcha.
You can have,
yeah. It basically doesn't exist in the eyes of the IRS, and it doesn't need to because all of it should be flowing through to your 1040 at some point anyway, right?
That's correct. We call that a non-recognized entity, the LLC element. Yeah. Okay, so distributions from from a pass-through entity, whether that's an S corp, a partnership that's not incorporated, or your Schedule C, those distributions are not taxable. You can take capital out of your business and put capital into your business at any time without there being a tax consequence. You have to document it, and documenting it inappropriately will cause you to fail an audit, but there's no tax consequence to you taking money in and out of those pass-through entities.
Is this true? Isn't this only if you've made an initial investment? Like if you have, somebody in chat said have basis. Like if I take out,
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So
you can't. What you cannot do, for example, is take out a bunch of credit, and then with no original basis in the company, take out all of that capital and then have zero basis. That is illegal, and that is a form of fraud.
Okay.
So
when you
correct.
say, okay, hold on. I think I might be talking about tax things, but what I'm really talking about are like accounting practices that I do. I might understand what you're saying. So when you're saying if you take a distribution from a company, that's not creating a taxable event. When you say that, what you're saying, I'm saying you, but the tax law is really, well, all of that money is flowing through to something anyway. Taking it out as a distribution isn't creating an extra taxable event or something. That's what you're saying,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay,
Because
gotcha.
the way that
Yeah, and I understand. When I say that, what I mean is that like all of the money at the end of the year comes from my business in either a W-2 wage that I pay myself, or when I take the quote unquote the distribution, but all of it is flowing through anyway. But that distribution you take is a taxable event in that it's flowing through to your 1040 like it would anyway, is what you're kind of saying, right?
Well, kind of. So the thing that that's going to cause tax for yourself personally is the amount of profit. So at the end of the year, let's say that, I start a business with $100,000. I do really good, and I make another $100,000 extra. I have $200,000 at the end of the year. I will get taxed on $100,000 of income, and that's what flows through to my Schedule C, for example.
Well, but isn't that kind of weird? You'd still, I mean, even if you're not getting taxed, couldn't you still call it a taxable event? Like, if, for instance, I'm showing losses on investments at the end of the year, if I sell an investment, I'm creating a taxable event, even if I don't have to pay tax on it because my losses are greater than any gain that I make from selling that investment. No.
That's true, but the timing is unimportant then. Because for example, let's say that I, like most business owners, for the first couple of years, I dedicate a bunch of capital and time into a business. And it actually takes a lot of time for that to grow into something. So I don't want to take any money out, even though each year technically I've made a profit. I could not take any money out of that at all. In which case I still pay taxes each year that I make a profit, but maybe I'm sitting on hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in the basis of my business that whenever I decide to take that money out, that is not taxable.
Gotcha.
So I could spend 10 years and then every year off the profit I am paying taxes, but that money, I haven't actually taken any of that money for myself. It's
Can I ask a question? Let's say that, so I'm thinking of let's say I'm thinking of smoothing out my tax curve. Let's say that I'm thinking I'm going to make $1 million this year, and next year I'm going to make $100,000, right? Yep. If I were to just throw $500,000 into my business to acquire some, I guess, basis, wouldn't the money that I put in the business all ultimately flow through to my 1040 anyway, because it's a pass-through entity? Like, how does that work?
Right, because it's not so you're saying that you're putting money into the business as opposed to taking it out? Okay, so Yeah. So once again, the other side of distributions not being taxable is that infusions of capital are not taxable either. So, for example, what you're really describing, what you would want to do in that situation where you have a bunch of profit this year and you think you're not going to make a lot next year, what you would want to do is somehow reduce your profit for this year.
Yeah.
So the way that a lot of people do this is with this stuff like this is the classic when you buy certain cars that are over a certain weight, you can depreciate the entire value of that car in a single year, which is why it's very common. I used to work at a car dealership. People come in December and they're like, well, I need a new car for my business anyways. I don't want to have so much profit sitting on my books, so give me a $50,000 truck. That way this year I still have an asset that I can use, but my actual like profit is less. So what you want to do
For
is
that,
some way to increase the expense to the business.
Okay,
But that has to
depreciation
be
is
a
gonna
real expense, as you're
yeah.
kind of saying. You can't just make up fraudulent bullshit. It has
Mhm.
to be an actual expense derived from something you either acquire or some service that is real.
Okay. Wait, hold on. What is your background for accounting? I'm just curious.
I've been in the general accounting world for about 10 years, and I've been doing taxes for the past couple of years.
Gotcha. When you say general accounting, does that mean you're like working for like a public accounting firm, or?
No, what it means is that I got out of student loans because I fucking hated it, and the next thing I could do without a real accounting degree was, when I didn't have an accounting degree, was to work in payroll, and I worked in payroll for a long time, then bookkeeping for a long time, and yeah, so now I don't work for a CPA firm, but I work for a tax preparation firm.
Gotcha. Oh, can I ask? Oh, wait. How do you acquire basis in a pass-through entity?
By adding in capital.
How do you add in capital if not
So
just by
whatever the
sending
first
money
money
to
that
it?
you
Yeah.
take, whenever you open up your business and you're like, this is the $50,000 I'm gonna use to start my business, that is your basis.
And I can't ever acquire more basis in the
You
future?
can add more capital into the business.
And-
Or you could, what other ways that you can add basis that are not cash basis is you could add assets. So for example, if you own a building.
Or my
and
question
you
is
wanna-
like, because here's my question for like the acquiring basis. Like, how would I add capital to a business that doesn't just immediately flow back to me at the end of the year? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, and I apologize because I said it twice now, and I'm not trying to be condescending.
You're fine.
But
yeah.
like the adding back in, as far as when we talk, when you say it coming back to you, we mean
Yeah.
this as causing additional tax, but increases to your basis, meaning that you've added money, added capital to the business, or added assets to the business. That's not taxable. That's literally just you being like, hey, I own this stuff and I'm giving it to myself. There is no taxable event there.
I guess what I'm confused about is like, it feels like is there any possible way to get basis from a pass-through entity? Because it feels like anything that you end up like capitalizing that business with, like, is passed through to you anyway. Does that make sense? What I'm asking? I don't know if my question makes sense. Does that make sense?
Once again, the way that you would add basis to the business would be literally your the basis also increases with profit. So for example, you had that $100,000 business and then you had a $100,000 profit year. You now have $200,000 of basis in that business. So from your initial capital infusion, and then now with the taxable income, you have retained earnings. So that all increases your basis within the business.
Gotcha. And when you're saying that it doesn't create taxable events, when it flows through to your stuff, what you mean is that like all of it is eventually flowing through to the what is it all considered? All the pass-through income, is it all considered a distribution at the end of the year, or?
No, yeah. So yeah, and I know it's confusing because it's going to be important to differentiate between distributions and profit. But yeah, like
what is the difference between those two? Actually, yeah, I'm curious. Yeah.
Yep. So profit literally is just like the difference between how much income and expense your company had in a given year.
Okay.
Distributions are when you actually get the money.
Okay.
Like, are you familiar? You're familiar with unrealized gains in stocks, for example. So we don't do this with stocks, but they proposed this before. But imagine every year you got taxed on whether or not your stocks went up and down.
Yeah, of course. That's why wealth taxes are fucking retarded. Yeah.
Right, but stocks we don't do that with generally. But like technically, even though you got taxed every year, you never got that money. It's still all sitting in the stocks. So like the distribution part would be like you actually like getting the money from the stock. But as with the stock, it is a taxable event at point of realization, at point of actually selling the thing. When it comes to money you take from your business, you've been taxed all along the way.
Okay. My brain, I just had a brain blast. Okay, so I think I understand. Okay. The way that this was explained to me in the past and the way that I've said it is that when I take a distribution for my business, the reason why that's tax advantaged as an S Corp or LLC is because I don't have to pay FICA taxes on that. I only have to pay state and federal taxes on the distribution. The way that I'm explaining that, though, is technically not correct. What's actually happening is I pay state and federal taxes on the profit of the business, and then when I take the distribution, I'm just not paying any taxes on that. That's what's actually happening, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
I understand.
Now,
okay,
now
I understand.
what you're also describing, because when you have an S corp, so the government actually is like, oh, wait a second. You could just like make a bunch of money and distribute it to yourself untaxed. Like that's kind of fucked. So there's actually a requirement that if you have an S corp that's profitable,
You have to pay
take
yourself
a reasonable distribution.
Yeah.
Sorry, not a reasonable
A
distribution.
W-2
reasonable wage.
Yeah.
So that's like, hey, yeah, on $100,000, I'm going to get taxed not just my regular income, but also FICA and Medicare on top of that. So yeah, like they hit you at a whole bunch of levels. So yes, you could get a wage from an S corp that you might be required to take because it's profitable, and that would be taxed as wages. Then you would have the profit of that S corp that you're taxed on each individual year, regardless of whether you take money out as a distribution. That would be like regular income. And then below that, anytime you want, as long as you have basis, you can extract money from that business as a distribution. It is not a taxable event that will increase your taxes in any given year.
Gotcha. And the reason why you're saying that's not a taxable event is because you're already paying taxes on the profit and loss of the business itself, basically.
That is correct.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. There's a question I have about if you're already paying money on the profit and loss of the business, does that mean that you could theoretically pay money on an unrealized gain or no?
You're talking about like for stocks and stuff like that?
No. I'm talking about for the business. So like, let's say theoretically I invest, I don't know if this would even be allowed, but let's say that I invest $100,000 or I put $100,000 into a business that does investments or something. When the LLC invests in other things and then that stuff appreciates in value, how do I account for that appreciation on my taxes? Like,
if they hold it as an asset, so that okay, I am less familiar with that because now you're talking about the tax situations for the businesses as opposed to I am more on the partner side for the personal return.
Okay.
Because I've treated this different. I mean, I can Google it quick if you want me to and see if it's reasonable. But
I was just kind of curious. I don't really buy assets or trade stuff in my business, but I was just kind of curious.
Almost always we treat securities as being basically the rule generally is that you still treat it like you would for an individual unless there's some particular reason why you wouldn't. So off the top of my head, it's ringing a bell that like if and I remember this for real estate, not so much with stocks, but basically like if you have a business where your business is like the trading of real estate, you may have to pay taxes and realize gains on assets as they are at the end of the tax year, because that's like your business. In the same way that a business that has inventory has to account for either the value of the historical value of that inventory or what the fair market is now if it's like appreciated a bunch.
Gotcha.
So yeah, those rules I'm less familiar with, but generally speaking, you would still treat it like you would for an individual, which is only at the end when you actually realize the gain would you pay, taxes on that thing.
Okay. Is there any other tax advice or financial stuff we talk about you think I'm incorrect about or I'm not being clear on?
I didn't hear all of it, but no, especially the thing about the whole fraud thing. Yes. Like this is, you have to actually prove, that these are valid services. And especially if there's any whiff that not only are these not real invoices, but these are invoices specifically for the purpose of you like committing financial fraud to get additional credit. Yeah. You will be fined by the IRS. You will have your license taken away. You will go to jail for fraud. It's a big fucking deal. So don't fucking do that. No, as far as I know, that's all I can think of.
Gotcha. Wait, fuck, hold on. I'm almost done. I'm just thinking of weird questions. If my business appreciates by $100,000, How do I even do it? How do I even do the valuation of a business? Here, okay, I'm asking a two-part question. I'm going to ask the question, then I'll give you an example, and you can explain to me. So the first question is like, how do you even do appreciation or valuation? I'm sorry, of like a pass-through tax entity that doesn't like usually hold assets, so like my business. And then here's my question. Let's say that so let's say this year I think I'm going to make a lot of money. Let's say that I go down to a car dealership and I say, hey, I'm going to buy a $500,000, I don't know, Lamborghini or some shit. Okay. And I buy that with my business. So I capitalize my business with $500,000, and then the business itself acquires the vehicle for that much money. If the business,
you said two different things. Well, you
What'd I
said
say?
the business buys it, but you're not increasing capital because you took money from the business that was cash and then it became an asset. So the total amount of capital has not increased.
Oh yeah, so that's what I'm asking. So then if that business is getting a $500,000 infusion and then it buys the car for that $500,000 at the end of the year, how does the business, since it's a flow through, is like the valuation of my car? That was my question basically. Like, does the valuation of the car flow through to my? Yeah, how does that work? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you were like, hey, the business doesn't have this money, or for some reason
I can't write off like a $500,000 loss on the business because I just bought the car. I can't do that, right?
I guess what I'm trying to understand is why would you use your personal funds as opposed to the business funds?
Well, because if I acquire like $500,000 in basis in the business for that capitalization, does that come off my taxes personally or no?
That's what I'm saying. That it doesn't come off your taxes.
Then fuck that. Never mind. Okay.
Any capital infusion is not a taxable event.
Gotcha.
So you being like, hey, so if you were saying I don't know why this would happen, but you can have weird situations. Let's say that you like had an extra $500,000 of profit you wanted to reduce.
Yeah.
But for some reason you didn't have $500,000 in cash in your business. That would be a weird situation because you made that money already, but now it's gone, and somehow that wasn't expensed for it leaving. But let's just say that's the situation. Yeah, you could take $500,000 of your own money, put it into the business. That's a non-taxable event, but you are increasing your basis, and then that business buys the car for $500,000. That is now an expense to the business that, if it follows all the other rules, could be fully expensed in that year instead of being treated as a depreciable asset that had to be depreciated over 7 years, for example. But the big caveat with cars is that it has to be business related and it has to be exclusively business use.
Yeah, I understand. There's a lot of like very technical things, especially for like your home office deduction and stuff like that. Like you can't buy things that you have like ordinary use for. Like if you buy a really nice suit, I believe ordinarily by IRS rules, you can't write stuff like that off, or like a nice haircut for a business event, because these are things that you were using in your personal life as well. Same thing with like
I'm not sure about the haircut rule. That sounds kind of wild, but yes,
I think the haircut rule is true. You can't do things to your body to like improve yourself, or like get on tea, or get like nice haircuts or makeups or whatever done, and then you're like, oh, this is for my business for a thing, unless you're literally like cosplaying or something. I think you can make
I was gonna say, unless it's directly related to your business. So for example, if you are a model, I bet that you probably could write off certain types of like beautification expenses.
Possibly,
haircuts, I'm not sure exactly, but once again, the whole principle, and this is what they're going to judge you on, is like, is this a legitimate expense? Does the business actually use this for business purposes?
Yeah. And exclusively for business purposes, right? Depending on the thing.
Well, or proportionately. So the home office thing is a great example. If I have a home office and half the time I use it as a home office, or half the square footage of that home office I use, sorry, not half the time. It's usually about square footage.
Correct,
like,
yeah.
Let's say like it's half of the room is my office and half the room is my bedroom. I can only expense the amount of like the square footage of that side of the room.
Yeah, but that 50% that you're writing off has to be used exclusively for business. So if you use that office as a personal computer as well, you're technically not allowed to write any of that off by the letter of the law, I believe.
Yeah, once again, when you get really messy about some of that stuff, it does get messy. But yes, like as the guiding principle, you must justify its business use.
Yeah. Okay. Jesus, what a weird screaming outside my thing. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions right now. Wait, there's one other guy that wants to come in real quick. I don't know if he disagrees with you or not. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Prom Tech, what do you want?
All right, so just real quick, because you keep asking something that doesn't make much sense. Just because your business is a pass-through, that doesn't mean that every money that comes into that business automatically passes through to you, right? Because even though it's a pass-through entity and all the income will pass through you, if you make any sort of like investment into it, i.e., you deposit $100,000 just to buy a car, for example, that's not income that's coming back to you. The business never recognizes that income. You don't have to pay taxes back on it at all.
Yeah, which is a similar way of saying capital infusions are not taxable events.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
hold
but
on,
I
wait,
think
wait,
that
wait,
you're
wait,
being
wait.
too technical for
Wait.
Steven to follow.
Excuse me. Okay. You're saying that if repeat what you just said. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So what I mean is, because you keep going back to I drain my account at the end of the year, so on and so forth. But your bank balance has nothing to do with your actual income for the business.
Yeah.
Which means that if you put in $100,000 in your business, that's not income because you're not really that's not income generated. You're just putting money back into it, and just because it's in your bank account.
Okay, wait. I'm just going to stop you
mean-
real quick, just so I understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So the reason why it's not income is because capitalization for an LLC or S corp is not going to be reported as a profit, right? Is that why?
Yeah.
Okay.
In general, just
well, yeah,
but that's for anything.
Just that, yeah, like basically that. Okay, sorry. All income. The way we would define income generally for a business is like the deposits that are made into that account. Like if you're a cash business, for example.
Wait. Okay, hold on. And I'm so sorry because you're using accounting terms. I just make sure I understand. When you say deposits that are made, you mean that like money that the business is earning? Because I feel like my capitalization is a type of deposit, but deposit doesn't mean okay. Deposit doesn't mean
what I'm trying to say is like literally like a deposit meaning like, hey, $2,000 came into my checking account.
Gotcha. Okay.
So but to be clear, it's $2,000 came into my checking account because someone gave me $2,000 for X or Y reason.
Yeah, via like a 1099, for instance, would be a deposit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. But a
I just wanna make that
capitalization from another business owner, or a capitalization that would not be considered a deposit, right?
Exactly. It's a deposit, but it's not income.
Yeah,
it's not
okay.
income, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
A loan is the same thing. For example, a $2,000 loan that you receive is not income. You wouldn't recognize that as income in your books.
That's correct.
Okay. Oh Jesus. Hi. Okay. So if let me just talk to you something to make sure I understand this. Okay. So let's say that I capitalize my business by $100,000. Okay.
And by that I know that I'm not trying to be pedantic.
No, we can be pedantic. I just want to have a good understanding because some of the understandings I had about this was not good before. So go ahead.
Yeah. So the term capitalize typically means to take something that is not already an asset or a liability of the business and to make it that. So when you take like a repair, like a roof repair, for example, would normally be like just maintenance, and that's an expense. To capitalize it would be to treat that repair as its own thing, as an asset. So what you are
okay. So when I
about-
say capitalize the business by $100,000, what I'm creating for the business is it's both an asset and a liability at the same time. Like I'm creating the $100,000 asset with a
no. You need to clarify what you mean by saying
you are depositing an additional $100,000 into the company. You are adding capital to the company. That is a capital infusion.
Okay, I'm doing a capital infusion into the company.
Yes.
Okay.
To be clear, I just want to clarify. When you say no, because the problem in Luminos is that you're going very technical.
Okay,
and you're not addressing the
I'm a
issue
tax person. The whole thing is
I'm a tax person as well. I'm an accountant.
Okay,
I've been an accountant for about as long as you have. I think maybe a year or two. I've been 12 years doing it. But the only thing that I'm getting at is that when Destiny says like I'm capitalizing 100,000, you're right with what you're saying, but that doesn't address the actual issue, which is when you say you're capitalizing $100,000, what are you actually doing, Destiny? Do you mean you're putting in $100,000 cash to your business? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay, then that is adding capital, is a capital infusion as he's saying, but that's not the same as capitalizing, for example, a roof expenditure. Like those are two different concepts.
Can you explain what it means? Okay, and then explain that, and then Illuminus. I know you explain this, but okay, but now I'm just getting this in my head again. Okay, when you explain what it means, what does it mean to capitalize a roof expenditure? Yeah. Say that again.
Okay, so for example, if I fixed my roof actually like this last year, right? But if whenever I was repairing it, I would pay $500, $600. They would go repair it. That's whatever. That's a regular repairs and maintenance.
Okay.
But when I paid $20,000 for my roof, now I'm adding value to my house. Essentially, I'm adding capital to my house. That's no longer an expenditure. I can't take $20,000 off of it. But what I can do is say, okay, I added $20,000 in value to my as an asset. So therefore, I can take a depreciation for it year to year.
Okay, wait.
Okay, can I just a quick second, Destiny?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Is it going to be about this particular example, or do you want to leave?
No. I was gonna say that I think we're getting hung up on a word when we were good with the idea of what it means to add capital to the business.
Well, yeah, we were, but now I'm also curious about this. Why would you
Okay,
capitalize?
that's fine. I just wanted to.
Oh yeah, I
we're
understand.
getting
It's a different thing.
into the weeds, and I just wanted to make sure that's where you wanted to go with that. But that's fine. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Can I re-explain what you're telling me, Promek, and then Illumis? Okay. Is the reason why you would capitalize something? So let's say that I spend $20,000 on a particular thing. Rather than saying that I spent it now, if I capitalize it, does that mean that I've like taken that $20,000 and then I've like added it to some kind of like asset sheet, and then I depreciate that over some period of time so that I can regularly deduct that expense over some number of years to smooth out the tax curve? Is that what it means when we capitalize something, or am I completely off on that?
Yeah, no, you're generally correct. It's just also important to keep in mind that the reason we do it is not just because of that, but it's because the IRS has certain standards to where certain expenses, it doesn't make sense for you to take the whole expense. You'd have to capitalize it because the IRS determined that to be the case.
Yeah, so it goes both ways. Sometimes it is like a tax advantage thing, but like oftentimes it's literally like, hey, we won't let you deduct all of that in 1 year because you haven't really used it up in that year. This is a thing you're going to see the benefit from for like a decade from now. So you really can't treat that as like a thing you've used up in that year.
Understood. Okay. And then for some things, like I think the IRS will let you depreciate cars all up front or over time for certain schedules. It just depends on the particular asset. But if I made like a $50 billion in my machine factory 1 year, I couldn't buy $40 billion of machine parts that are going to last for 30 years and deduct all of it immediately so that I can like have a really good year. And then like they would probably say, well, you have to do this on a schedule probably, right? Depending on the thing.
Yeah, depending on the thing. They're actually pretty fast and loose about it's like section 179 allows you to like fully depreciate the asset. Yeah, it's actually, unfortunately, from my opinion, it's actually way easier to basically decide how much you want to depreciate in any given year. But yeah.
Okay.
You can cheat
that. So then rewinding. Okay. So capitalization. Okay. So rewinding. When you wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Fast forwarding again. Wait, how do you personally capitalize a roof repair? Are you taking, when you talk about now doing like a deduction or depreciation, is that against your like basically your standard individual 1040 taxes? Is that like?
Well, no. To be clear, I at the personal level do not capitalize my roof. That example is more so if I was using my house as a rental property.
Yeah.
Then my rental property basis is 135. It's my cost basis, not the value, but whatever. But I'd have to add that 20,000 there, and then update my depreciation by the roof amount.
Oh, okay, so capitalization only applies for like business related stuff. Individuals don't do it, right?
Well, individuals do it if they run a Schedule C, like you,
which should be business. It should like you shouldn't be able to capitalize your personal house and throw that on a Schedule C on some sole proprietorship, or basically, right?
No,
okay.
because
it's not a business, your personal home.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right, back to capital infusion. Okay, capital infusion. I transfer $100,000 from my bank account to like my LLC's bank account, and I say I've infused like $100,000 in capital, right? Is it so? Is any taxable event whatsoever created all here or no? No. Okay, so then the only taxable events that are really created for that particular business when I move money back and forth is really just the profit and loss of the business, correct?
Right, and in that sense, the moving back and forth is immaterial to the whether or not there's a profit. Yes, they're separate. They're like separate things.
Gotcha. Since it's a flow through, it literally cascades down every single time it goes back and forth, so it doesn't really matter, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Is there anything else I'm missing? Promtech, do I say wrong things about taxes or whatever that I'm unclear on?
I think that it's a lot of things, but for the most part, you're correct. The problem is that sometimes you try to be too sort of I want to say the word arrogant, but it's not. That's not what I mean. What I mean is like direct and sort of like cut with it.
Like I'm overgeneralizing something, or you think I'm not being specific enough? Oh,
you're trying to simplify something that can't be simplified.
Give me an example. Like for something like what do you think is something I talk about where I
like when you're talking about the capitalization thing or the tax fraud thing, for example, in the invoices thing. The reason it's fraud is really because you're paying it with the same credit card at the end of the day. Obviously, the creating an invoice that's fake is fraud in itself, but the IRS is not really going to flag you for that if you're paying it yourself. I.e., if I'm paying myself $2,000 for bullshit, the IRS is not going to care because they're both going to hit me anyway, so the tax consequences of that are irrelevant.
Well,
what it becomes...
Yeah, I think that's why I
automatic-
think I called at the end. I think I was like, I'm not actually sure if this would be tax fraud if all of the entities involved are like flow-throughs, but I feel like there'd be an accounting fraud here, no? For lying about the invoices?
Yes, but again, that's if
you get caught.
Technically, yes, but the IRS and no entity will actually care if it all is going to you anyway at the end.
True, but if you end up getting audited, could you theoretically get fucked if they like check any of these invoices and they see you're just writing invoices between businesses, or?
Yes and no, because if I'm managing that company, then how do you know that that wasn't actually management fees, for example?
Well,
like you can't prove that the invoice that I gave myself wasn't for management fees. Obviously, if I put that I went to a party and I did something that's provable and they can prove that I didn't do that, then that's different. But depending on what you put on the invoice, you could get away with that pretty.
Yeah, and this is where I'm gonna like insert myself in like the I hate that it is like it's not easy to commit fraud, but the tax law is relatively open that you can, as long as there's some plausible deniability to a lot of this. There is some play, but I guess what I would wonder, like Promec, if you've had this situation, like I understand that because it's going onto the same credit card, it's probably not going to hit an audit flag. But if they were audited, isn't there a penalty specifically for? I mean, I know that any fraudulent monies gained, there's a penalty on that income. I thought there was another additional penalty that they can put on you specifically for like for fraud for the purposes of credit. Is that not true?
Yes. No, to be clear, when they paid it with their own money because they received that money from the credit card, that's fraud to the point where the IRS would get involved and you'd probably go to jail. Because that level of fraud is defrauding technically not just your LLCs, because technically you're defrauding your LLCs, but you're also defrauding the lenders, essentially, all the credit card companies and all of that, and then they get all their piece as well. So it cascades to multiple people get affected by it, and so you would definitely like see not just penalties, but that would probably consult jail time.
Right. Yeah. So basically, this kind of goes back to Destiny's thing. One, if you like, if you're not doing on the credit card, that means you have like the actual cash to like be like playing around with like where these charges are. You probably have enough access to cash, so you don't have to be worrying about like your fucking credit limit. And then if you are like a super like wealthy individual that like can play some of these games, you probably have a whole firm dedicated to playing this game. So the people that TikTok or whatever that is that was like advocating to, those people will get fucked. Those people will absolutely destroy their lives if they try to like mess around with that shit.
Sure. Or at the very least, I feel like you're just like losing a lot of money to processing fees and shit for no reason. Like if you're paying like $1,000,
depends on how much you care about the credit. It depends upon like
I've never in my life, I could be wrong. I'm about to make an overgeneralization. I've never in my life seen something where you spend money to increase your credit score where it seems like a good idea. I've never seen
only
that
if it's like a short. Like once again, if this person's already committing fraud, I can see them literally just like racking up credit to the point where they have 6 figures of credit from several sources. They extract a bunch of money and then they like GTFO.
Sure.
That's I mean, you're already committing like financial fraud. Why not just like go for broke?
That's probably the main like goal to this, but to be clear, there's also another aspect to it, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned like a couple of weeks ago, which is basically that it costs me, for example, let's say I do these back and forth, and it ends up costing me about $1,000, but I've gained like $10,000 in the credit limit. So that $1,000 cost might be worth it if the asset that I'm buying, I needed that extra $10,000 to get. Right, because
I can kind of understand what you're saying. Like, I think I could agree in theory, because arguably you're like spending $10,000 to gain $10,000 that could maybe be leveraged in the future. But the only problem is it seems like all you're increasing are credit card lines, which are like exorbitantly high interest rates, like some of the most worthless credit that you can have access to. Is this really like benefiting you? Like,
it doesn't benefit someone who has a good enough credit score to get a loan at any point. But it does benefit someone who doesn't have that and then has a business that they can claim is making money.
But yeah, as a lot like the long-term financials will also catch up. Like this is not something you can keep on doing.
Yeah, for sure.
Like a substantial financial cost, and the more that you leverage that credit, the more obviously that you're going to pay interest on that leveraged amount. So yes, this is once again speaks to a desperate person in a desperate kind of situation.
And to be clear, further, like you couldn't do this with the same credit card more than once or twice. by the third time you try to do this, a credit card will sort of flag that, hey, you seem to only pay this company this much money, and we investigate it, and that company is owned by you. The credit card company will catch on at some point.
Would the credit card company care though, since you're paying fees and everything on the transactions, or?
The credit card company will care because they're afraid that you're going to run away with the money.
Oh, because you're artificially boosting your limit, and you might just take it and run. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, and they have their own regulators that, like, if they see fraud and then they didn't do anything about it, they can also get fucked. So it's a liability for them all around.
Okay. Is there anything to be said for does the gross revenue of a business matter at all? Is there anything to be said for artificially increasing that? Like if I'm doing these types of transactions back and forth, and I could show that, like, oh well, look, this LLC actually does, you know, like $10 million of business a year, but all the business is just business I do between my own LLCs fraudulently, like invoicing each other. Is that not like a type of fraud or good? Or is it only when a third party is involved? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I think I already said my answer, so you can go ahead, Promac.
Yes, it's fraud if you do that because you're misrepresenting your income essentially. But the bigger concern with gross revenue is more so that certain states, for example, in Texas, it's like this: you have to pay a franchise fee, and that's based on your gross revenue. So if you're essentially inflating your gross revenue, even though you're not taxed for that amount at the end of the year, you are paying a fee for it, and that can be quite costly. So it's not only fraud, but it's also really dumb at the end of the day, unless you're trying to secure a very specific contract that would require you to have that much revenue.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, anything else from either of you guys?
I don't think so.
I
I just got mad when you kept on saying LLCs were distributions were taxable, so I like freaked out in YouTube chat. So I apologize for screaming.
Yeah.
But
No, that's all good.
talk.
What I'm saying is I think has to do with more my accounting practices than the actual tax thing, because the taxable event is the profit and loss. It's just the only time I see the profit is when I take it all as a distribution. But the reality is I don't have to take it as a distribution, or if I do take it as a distribution, the taxable event was the profit and loss, and I'm just getting it in my bank account now. Is basically what you're saying, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay, that's good to know also for me too. So, yeah. Okay.
All right, cool. Thanks.
All right. I love you guys. Wait.
Later.
Fuck.
For me or for the other guy?
I guess for you. Yeah. I freaked the fuck out like 2 weeks ago because I left a huge sum of money in my bank account for my LLC, and I thought it was going to be fucked because I didn't actually transfer it to my main account for my tax purposes or whatever. But now I realized that me worrying about that was retarded because the taxable event had already happened, which was the profit for the business. I never actually needed that to hit any of my consumer accounts because it doesn't matter because it's already taxed, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. That's good. Well, good.
All right.
I learned something. Thanks.
All
I
right.
love you guys.
Bye.
Bye. Fucking. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. What's up?
Can you check Discord and tell me if that's right? I'm just gonna overnight it because it gets here at like 4 to 8 a.m.
Hold on. I wouldn't do this because it feels like, and I've complained about this on stream, so I'm not just making this up. Every time I try to overnight anything using Amazon, or I do like the deliver at like 12 to 4 a.m. or 4 to 8 a.m. or 8 to, they always put it in some random fuck spot, and I don't get it for like 2 or 3 days later. You can try it if you want, but I've had, and I've complained about this, I've had every single time I've tried to get something ordered in like 8 hours or whatever, do that like that next day delivery shit for Amazon, it always goes to some super fucking random spot for Amazon. I don't know why. People in the chat are saying it happens too, that like,
I've never had that happen.
oh, you can try it if you want, but there's no guarantee that it'll wind up here, so yeah.
I'm just a girl. I don't want to go out by myself in the cold dark.
Wow, the cold dark? You're not a big, brave woman? We could try after stream, maybe. By done in time with their stuff available, but yeah.
Can I have the headset?
Here you go.
Thanks. What'd I miss?
Lots of tax talk.
People were tagging me on Discord and telling me to tell you to stop talking about the tax stuff.
No, we love taxes here.
Who is this person?
TC Brady, he's a memer. Test.
The Malaysian flight was like a big murder-suicide.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. It's so interesting. I don't know why you won't watch it.
Alright, maybe I'll get to it.
Politics will be here tomorrow, but I won't.
Yeah. Test. Nope. Hello. Wait, it should work for you. Does it not?
I hear you. I don't hear myself.
Oh, because I have your mic turned off.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
Do you still play Oxygen Not Included? No, I haven't played many games since I started taking drugs.
Yemen will be there tomorrow, and I won't.
Well,
so.
you know what won't be there tomorrow is one day off the Iowa Caucus, okay?
What caucus?
The Iowa Caucus last night for Donald Trump. I've had a pretty big crush on a close high school friend. Do I tell him? Yeah, dumbass. Or get a friend to tell him. See what he tells the friend.
No, tell him, and then if he says that he doesn't feel the same way, be like, my cousin took my phone.
True. Or say, oh my god, I was dreaming. I woke up and I sent that. Or I was drunk. That's the go-to.
LOL, I didn't mean to send that to you.
Yeah, just kidding. Are you gonna try this? Wait, what? I don't know what's. Look up and see something that's like close to us. You look washed out. No, you're right. I saw that earlier.
More like washed up.
Good one. Camera. There's a setting that I used to have to change all the time. I don't remember what it was. Oh God, what was it?
There's a Target 3.5 miles away that closes at 11.
Oh, there we go.
So.
Okay. I don't know why that setting changed. Good luck.
But if you look at like what the pilot did, it's like.
Is it crazy?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll get there.
Without me.
Maybe. Or we'll see how fast we get through these topics.
Okay.
All right. Last night we had the Iowa Caucus. Oh, the Houthis? Yeah, I'll do that one after the... What do I have? Caucus and last day of Epstein stuff. Probably go to Epstein stuff. Yeah.
What's a caucus?
So, do you know what a primary is?
Yeah.
Caucuses are like primaries, but I think everybody like raises their hand and they count like that. It's basically like a primary, but it's run like way more kind of town hall-y. It's roughly the same thing, but a little bit more kind of like kooky, but... Trump won. This was no surprise. 51%. DeSantis here, 21.2%, and Nikki Haley, 19.1%. I think Ramaswamy has already canceled his campaign. Chris Christie's already dropped out before this. I think Ramaswamy dropped out after Iowa. I think he announced. I don't know who these two guys are at all. I don't think they matter. But let's see. We'll just read some of this. Wait. This isn't actually an article. It's just the 5 takeaways from the Iowa Republican caucuses. NPR. After a year of campaigning, more than $120 million in ad spending in Iowa, the caucuses have come and gone. And the result was what everyone pretty much expected. Former President Donald Trump won in a landslide. So what's it all mean? Here are 5 takeaways. 1, Republicans have been saying they're still with Trump. Believe them. Trump won by such a large margin that the AP was able to call the race at 8:31 p.m. ET, just half an hour after voting began. It was able to do so because it conducts a massive voter survey, and then it compares that to key precincts of the state, which showed Trump with an insurmountable lead. So much of this race has been a race for second place, and that held up. Trump finished with more than 50% of the vote, had the most enthusiastic voters in polling, and they showed up, despite predictions that they might not because of record cold weather and high expectations that he would win. The GOP base is pretty much all in on Trump. Oh, and then number 2. Okay, let me turn this a little. Okay, number 2. Trump's criminal indictments have only helped him, at least with the GOP base. I don't think this is proven at all, but okay. The GOP base is pretty much all in on Trump's election lies and conspiracies. According to media entrance polls of Iowa, GOP caucus goers sponsored by CNN, NBC News, CBS News, and others, just 3 in 10 said they believe Joe Biden was legitimately elected. This is consistent with polling we've seen with Republicans. 2/3 said even if Trump was convicted, he would still be fit to be the president. That mirrors what the NPR PBS NewsHour/Marist poll found earlier this year. This is that's a poll. However, be careful. When we say 2/3 believe it, that means 1/3 might not vote for Trump. And remember, when we're talking like polls like this, or when we're talking like voter bases, right? 2 to 5% is a huge amount of people. Yeah, like that's a huge amount of people. That makes you like unelectable. If you were to lose like 5 points off your voting base, that's like an insane amount of voters that are gone. But legitimate could mean a lot of different things to different people, though, right? No. It means one thing to Republicans, that the election was rigged, that the ballots were stuffed, that polls were, or not, that the actual place where the ballots being run were rigged. They mean rigged. That's what they mean. DeSantis will interpret his second place finish as a reason to keep going, but a path to the nomination for him looks closed off. So much of this primary campaign has been about the race for second place, but politics is not grenades and horseshoes, and even if coming close mattered, this wasn't a close finish. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was barely ahead of Nikki Haley, and more importantly, he lost to Trump by 30 points. That's the largest margin in Iowa Caucus history. Previously, the widest was 12.8 points. DeSantis is vowing to stay in, but it's hard to make the case for a path forward for him. Consider that he and the super PAC supporting him spent millions of dollars on campaign ads. He visited all 99 counties, got the endorsements of the state's popular governor and its most influential religious leader, and it still didn't matter. Damn. In fact, his support only went down from the beginning of the campaign. He topped out just shy of 30% in June, and he never improved. DeSantis modeled himself after Trump and tried to sell himself as Trump without the baggage, but Iowa Republicans just weren't buying it. Didn't want to move on and went with the original. Now he's going to likely have to balance this campaign with his future in politics. Trump is the head of the party, and if DeSantis wants a future in it, he's probably going to have to curry favor with Trump. And there's an argument that staying in and denying Haley a one-on-one race with Trump might be a way to do it, at least for a while. Haley finished, the stakes for Haley in New Hampshire just went up. Haley finished within a couple of thousand votes of DeSantis, and she denied Trump a clean sweep of all Iowa's 99 counties. She won one county, Johnson County, in the eastern part of the state by 1 vote. But the stakes now for Haley in New Hampshire in a week have just gone up. Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire, Haley said during her speech Monday night. She said the question for Americans is very clear. Do you want more of the same, or do you want a new generation of conservative leadership?
Do you think Haley would have a chance of beating Trump?
No.
Like, even if they were one?
Absolutely not. If DeSantis drops out, some of those voters will go to Trump. A few might go to Haley. Some might just not give a fuck anymore. Trump's like fan base right now is not, they're divorced from like politics or policy or anything else. They're all in on like a Twitter account. It's like they're completely divorced from everything else in the world. So it's very hard to imagine anybody else right now in the Republican Party standing up to Trump, unless Trump does something significantly crazy or wacky over the coming year, over the election cycle.
Do you think there's a chance he'll get banned from running?
No. Ultimately, that decision is going to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court right now is a 6-3 conservative-leaning court, and the idea of removing Trump from the ballots like that on a wishy-washy amendment, probably not going to happen. Almost certainly not going to happen. Do you think Trump's chance of winning will be influenced by how the current administration is handling illegal immigration? No. Republicans' views of illegal immigrants are also completely divorced from reality. So it doesn't really matter what Biden does. It's not going to do anything. Are you going to bet on the general election? If I knew an easy way to do it, I would. Could I do it now? Predict it. Be cute to put money on it, I guess. I think Biden will win. I'm pretty sure he will. I think the most it's let you put is $850, but why not? So we can register our prediction. 2024 election winner. Trump is at 46 cents right now. Wait, did I buy shares of this a long time ago? I don't even know. Okay, hold on. Upload document for quick deposit. Ugh, do I have to do that? Hold on. How do I... Oh, view market. Hold on. Maybe I'll try to do this tonight if I can. You don't make much money here because this site is meh. But Yeah, I think Biden is a really good buy here. I would go. I'll try to do 850 on Biden tonight if I can. What about all of Trump's felony charges? Could we really have a presidential candidate with 91 current charges? Republicans, again, I'm trying not to sound biased, but like it's true. Republicans don't care. They, like if he gets charged with anything, that means that the deep state is after him. If he gets acquitted, that means that the deep state was after him, but they failed. If he gets convicted, that means that the deep state's after him and they falsify charges. If he gets like convicted and there's like no jail time, they'll say it's because they knew it was bullshit. If he gets convicted and there is jail time, then they want a revolution because they're trying to like lock up the future president. Like none of that. What's happening, here's what could happen, is the charges and the indictments and everything relating to that could radicalize the Trump fan base, but it might peel people off the outer layers. That's what I think might be happening. I wonder if you can find out like number of people that support Trump, or is there a way to see how many people identify as Republican for the last like 3 years? When you say 850 on Biden, you're saying 850K or $850? $850 is, I think, the max buy-in for any individual market. I guess I could do 850 on Biden, yes, and 850 on Trump, no. So $1,700. How are you so confident on Biden winning? Everything looks so bleak for Biden. I'm confident because I think that most of the economy stuff is bullshit. I don't think any of it is real. I don't think it's very real at all for all the people that are complaining about it. I think it's largely Twitter bullshit. I really do feel that way, and I think that as the election rolls around, I think they're slowly starting to realize that, and I think people will continue to realize that, especially because we've got almost a year to the election. And then I think that there's going to be big ticket issues that I think are going to come up again when the RVD campaigning starts. And I think abortion is going to be one of those really big issues. I would be shocked if abortion is something that isn't like harped on as a huge campaign issue coming into the next election cycle. That would be shocking to me. But I could also see Biden wanting stuff in Israel and wanting stuff in Ukraine to wind down by then as well, because that might be a big, but we also don't care about foreign policy that much. I'm not sure. That'd be my guess is going to be abortion is going to be a huge issue. Well, actually, let's see. What do No, I don't care what Americans care about, because they're going to pull and they're going to say shit like the economy or whatever.
And Trump is like fully against abortion?
Yes, he said we should lock women up in jail that have abortions.
Hasn't he made people get abortions?
Don't. It's a Republican thing. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, another potential scary thing though. I think the biggest like lottery, what am I thinking of? Like a random spooky surprise thing that could happen for Trump would be as people closer to him are deposed, if those depositions leak because they can no longer cite executive privilege for talking to Trump, something from that might come out that would be shocking.
Like what?
So, for instance, during January 6th, a lot of people that spoke to Trump directly that was closest to him during the riots and everything, when they were being interviewed by the J6 Select Committee, which was a House of Representatives committee put together to figure out what happened on January 6th, a lot of them cited something called executive privilege, which I don't know what it actually means, but I think it means like if you spoke to the president, you have to talk to anybody about it. Like, fuck you. Like, that's just a conversation I have with the president of the United States. I don't have to talk to you, even if you're subpoenaing me or whatever. Like, I don't have to say shit. But that executive privilege can be lost for I think like criminal court if somebody's trying to depose you, meaning get you to have a conversation basically and answer questions under oath before trial. And Jack Smith is now deposing people who previously cited executive privilege. So if one of them have something, like if Mark Meadows has something to say that's really incriminating about Trump that we didn't hear about before, that could be really scary for Trump. I think that would be like the biggest area that I would look for like a surprise, like, oh shit. Like if I'm not saying this is a fact, but like if Mark Meadows were to come out and say like, yeah, when I went into Trump and I told him about Ashley Babbitt, Trump told me, I hope 10 more people get shot so that they'll finally break in and kill Mike, right? I'm not saying that's a quote that he has said, but I'm saying like something that theoretically could exist and we might find out in a deposition, and that might be like a really like, oh shit, like a really bad thing. But maybe also, maybe not, maybe nothing comes out from those, who knows? But that's like the scariest like spooky surprise box I think right now for Trump stuff. Trump has a real chance of dying before the election. I don't think he'll die before the election.
Do you think that'll affect like his fans or his ability to run?
I think it could. I think a lot of his fans won't care and they'll get radicalized, but I think it'll peel people away from the outer layers. Who'll be like, oof, that's like pretty not good. Mm-hmm. Turning into a culture war election. Even if the economy is doing well, people see Biden as weak. You're the best voice to make Biden look strong. Right-wingers know you are too, and that's why they pacify you when you talk about politics. Maybe. I don't think Biden looks weak. I don't know if I agree with that, but we'll see. Who knows? Or it's hard when people say he looks weak. I don't know what they mean by that. I think I do know what they mean by that. I think when they say he looks weak, what they mean is that he's just not like punchy enough and he doesn't insult people enough when he gives speeches and stuff. I think that's what they mean when they say it looks weak. Because Biden is stronger literally in every single part of the executive office than Trump. Like he makes him look like a retarded child, unironically. Trump had no legislative accomplishments that he could brag about besides maybe tax cuts, while owning both houses of Congress. Trump just there's almost no part of the job that Trump could say that he was strong on. He really wasn't. Maybe the Abraham Accords. But like in every other part of the job, Trump was weak. He didn't unify his own party. He didn't unify his house. In the off term, like the fucking Republicans can't even hold on to majority leadership that they have the majority leadership of. They went like almost a month with no speaker. It's just like it's wacky and wild to say that like Trump's leadership was strong when he's probably one of the weakest presidents I think we've ever had. To have that much of a margin in terms of owning so many different parts of government being that ineffective, that's wild. But what matters is what people believe. And if Trump has like punchy speeches and statements, that's why I'm saying like Republicans right now are very, very, very divorced from policy. Although I think most people are divorced from policy, but even more so than normal. I think I shouldn't say Republicans are conservative. I should say Trumples are divorced from policy quite a bit. So, let's see tonight. The economy stuff may be BS, but that doesn't change the fact people still think it's shit, even though it's not. It doesn't matter. The reality will catch up. And I think it's starting to. I think there's already been some polling that it's the economy, consumer sentiment is starting to increase and everything after the holidays. So,
do you think the Israel-Palestine stuff will affect anything?
Americans just don't care about foreign policy that much. We'll move on from it. We just don't care that much.
But what about like the tankies that are like super...
Tankies don't vote. Young kids. No one cares about them. That's a super minority of the left. They have no voice in politics. She argued that America deserves better because majorities dislike both President Biden and Trump and don't like they're both 80 or approaching it. It's not a bad argument. Now she needs to show that in a more moderate state where independents can vote, she can give Trump a real run for his money. But there are some red flags for Haley going forward. Her win in Johnson County is indicative of the problem she faces. The county, home to the University of Iowa, has the highest percentage of college degrees in the state, and look at the group Haley won in the state overall. Moderates, those who said if Trump was convicted, he'd not be fit to serve as president. Those who foreign policies are a top issue. Those who said that inconsistent was part of the MAGA movement. Those who thought Biden legitimately won in 2020. Those who said the candidate quality that mattered most to them was having the right temperament. And those with advanced degrees. Those are hardly the majority of Republican Party rank-and-file voters. Plus, Trump won independents and those who said being able to beat Biden was the candidate quality that mattered most. So the electability argument Haley's been trying to make didn't resonate in Iowa, and her team spent a lot of money trying to drive that message home. If she can't prove it to New Hampshire voters by winning or finishing a reasonably close second, it's going to be tough for her to convince donors and supporters that she should continue. 5. Caucuses just don't feature high participation. Turnout was low in these caucuses compared to the record-setting 2016 turnout. Only about 110,000 Republicans caucused with 99% of results in as of 1:30 a.m. ET. That represents less than 15% of the total number of registered Republicans in the state. Perhaps not surprising in the record cold, but Trump got almost 900,000 votes in Iowa in 2020. Put another way, almost $124 million was spent on campaign ads in Iowa by the Republican candidates, more than any other state by far. That translates to about $1,124 per person who showed up to vote. It's pretty amazing for so few voters to play such a prominent role in the presidential nominating process. Too bad Dustin didn't do his own research on the vaccine. Dominic Piscitelli. If you want to hop in and chat, feel free to join the disagreement thing. Sorry, okay. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Okay. Dustin, you're wrong about the economy. Real wages are back to what they were in 2015. Wage growth has outpaced inflation, but we're so far from even. I don't know if that's true, actually. if real wages are not where they should be right now. This is only going back to 2014. I need is there a good article on like real wages right now for the United States? Real wages, real wage growth with Noah Sampson.
Was he the one that had the
No opinion. Was he the one that had what?
the beef with Vosh?
Yeah, actually, I think maybe yes, but that's not the guy that I was thinking of. I don't know why. I don't know why I use that. Oh, use Fred. You're right. I need to get better at looking these numbers up. Fred, real wage.
Bless you.
Thanks. Calling out the double standard strength, real strength, fake strength on Biden / Trump is a good omni pill. The left is a huge missing gap here. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Trump can't win without expanding his voting coalition, and all that happened hasn't helped his coalition. It's continued to deteriorate. Maybe you can argue it's not too significant, but he hasn't grown or becoming more appealing, only hurt his appeal with his own marginal voters. I don't know if Trump needs to grow his coalition. I think people just need to mobilize the voters on their side right now, I think is like the important thing. That'd be my guess, but I could be wrong on that. Wages here, bud. Just putting it on the top of your inbox. Oh, Akana Boy, if you want to come in and give your opinion about that, knock yourself out. Somebody make a graph of real wages versus home prices so we can end that stupid talking point forever and paste it in every Twitter thread about how Biden sucks. Maybe. Shut up. Okay. Wait. Employed full-time, median, usual, weekly, real earnings. What would we want? Annual? This is from 79 to 2000 and this is for 16 years and over. Let's see. Real wages. What would you want to oh, it's in adjusted dollars. I imagine you would want to plot this against productivity to find out if wages are growing appropriately. Is that what you do? Wage growth has outpaced inflation while Biden was president. Cumulatively, I doubt that's true, but we can read this real quick. Surprise, wage growth has actually outpaced the crushing inflation of the past 2.5 years. The economy appears to be doing better than a lot of people might realize. That the second part is probably true, but I don't know if it's actually... Did I make a Fortune account? Bro, fuck me. Archive.ph. This is a month ago. The average American might not have much faith in the current economy with the cost of living increase over the past few years, and persistent recession warning bells, and has many reasons for that. From January 2021 to October 23, national average wage and salaries grew by nearly $15,000. According to an analysis from Democrats on the U.S. Congress Joint Economic Committee released Monday, that's over $35 more than the increase in inflation during that same time period, the Democrats say. I'm curious how that analysis is done. Yeah, kind of boy, you can join in if you want. Wages and salaries run faster than prices since January of 2021. What are they using for prices? Consumer units, annual values. Is consumer units, does that imply like CPI or what? Average wages and salaries per consumer unit. What is a consumer unit? Consumer units are annual values. The 20-year value for the number of consumer units is an estimate based on applying the growth rate in the number of consumer units from 2021 to 2022 to 2022 value. Consumer units are defined as all members of a housing unit who make collective expenditure decisions and who are used here to align with the methodology used in the state inflation tracker. Doesn't this imply that this just has to do with spending? This sounds like it just has to do with how much people are spending, not necessarily if it's outpacing inflation. No, that's what it sounds like there, unless I'm misunderstanding. Destiny, if it is hard for men to give women HIV, as you said earlier, why do some countries have 20% of the population HIV positive, super gay, or... Well, okay, so let's see. I believe it's HIV transmission, Wikipedia. Let's just look real quick.
I read somewhere that to give someone an STD, like through spit, you have to swallow 2 gallons of their saliva. Is that true?
That's going to super depend based on the STD. Certain things are, I don't know about spit, but like for instance, when it comes to like gonorrhea or chlamydia and you have sex with somebody, my understanding is that's like even for male to female, that's like a 50% chance of transmission. I believe for gonorrhea and chlamydia. For other things, it'll go down a lot more, but okay. So this is the average per act risk of getting HIV by exposure route to an infected source. So blood transfusion is a 90% chance of transmission. We've got, if you're getting fucked in the ass, it's a 3% chance per act. If you're fucking somebody, it's a 0.03% chance. If you're getting fucked, it's a 0.0 for vaginal. It's 0.05 to 0.3% per act. If you're fucking, it's this, and then if you're oral, it's this or whatever.
Really?
Yeah. Damn, the variance on this one is huge. My understanding, I think, is that for HIV, I think does it have to come through blood? Or does it exist in semen or sperm?
In high school, they just gave us abstinence instead of sex ed, and the way they phrased it was like all STDs are like 100%.
Yeah.
Like any sexual contact, you'll 100% get it.
Yeah. Okay. So blood is the number one way to get to transfer HIV. Or I think blood might be one of the only ways to get HIV. The reason why for anal or for gay people anal, the reason why it's more common there is because there's more like micro tears and shit that happen when you fuck somebody in the ass. And the reason why it might be higher in African countries is because a lot of people have HIV, a lot of people have foreskins, and then a lot of people have sex that all have HIV. So the chance of spreading it just as a numbers game are higher. One of the only legitimate reasons, quasi-legitimate if you say it, one of the only reasons why I think getting a circumcision, you can argue there is a benefit. Nobody seems to know this argument, but foreskins are more prone to micro-traumas while having sex than a circumcised penis, because on a circumcised dick, the skin keratinizes and shit on the head of the dick and all that. Foreskins are more likely to introduce blood into another person via micro tears than not having a foreskin. So that's one of the reasons why in African countries where HIV is ravaging populations, people say, well, maybe circumcision is good here. Not a really great argument in Western countries where HIV is incredibly rare, but that would be one reason why you could argue in favor of it. But okay, sorry, who joined? Was that Econo Boy?
But I joined in. Seems like you switched from real wages to
HIV wages
and AIDS.
What do you? I'm curious. What's like your feel on the vibe session right now? What do you think? Do you have a strong feeling about it?
Yeah, I think that it really is mostly vibes in the sense that I think that there's a real behavioral sort of effect that prolonged excess inflation has, where people, they kind of just see prices going up and they just hate that. Right. And it doesn't really, the surrounding context of everything doesn't necessarily matter as much. And those effects are probably magnified because we have essentially 2 generations of people that really have never had prolonged periods of, excess inflation, right? Inflation's been sort of controlled pretty well for the last, 40 something years, essentially like that, with the great moderation and everything. I think that the one caveat to that I can consider is that because of COVID stimulus expiring, I can see some people, whether they realize it or not, kind of not liking that, obviously, because their sort of real discretionary incomes go down. And this is the point that people like Matt Brunig have made, where he's like, well, if you look at, I think he uses disposable, and he's like, well, if you look at real disposable income per capita, and you look at that over time, well, that's actually gone down significantly for a lot of people because all of these COVID era stimulus benefits expired. And I think that could definitely lead to some some sort of dissatisfaction whether people would link it or not, because
Can I ask real
we
quick?
did.
When you talk about that COVID era stimulus, does unemployment insurance, does that show up in like median real wages or anything, or is that like not counted at all? Do you know?
It's a good question. I don't think it would show up in wage data, but if we're talking about consumption data, or I think disposable income should happen. So the graph that Matt Bruning will trot out is, I want to say it's percent of people who experienced a drop in their disposable income over time, right? Which is kind of a real wonky way of saying that there was a lot of people who had a momentary drop in their disposable income because of expiration of sort of pandemic era assistance. And the only reason I mention that is because the U.S. really did so much stimulus that, I mean, we did so much stimulus that I think inequality was at like a 40-year low. Like, that's how much government welfare we were giving out. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, and it's also not necessarily a bad thing that it expired. It's just that outside of basically people behaviorally just hating price increases, I just really can't think of anything else that would explain all of the negative sort of consumer sentiment.
Did you ever read? There was a super interesting article, and I don't know how much of this is like recentism bias, but I think it was the Noah Opinion guy who wrote an article that companies have gotten really good at extracting maximum value out of customers in ways that they didn't before because of mobile apps and like AI, and that might contribute to something. So for instance, somebody might have spent $100 10 years ago on fast food, and today with with real dollars, so adjusted for inflation, they might spend like $110, and you're like, okay, well, it tracks, like, they're spending a little bit more than they used to, but it should be fine. But that $100, 10 years ago would have been like, people are buying double cheeseburgers, they're buying $5 value meals, et cetera, et cetera. But $100 this year is just like 2 orders on DoorDash where you're buying like the triple deluxe ultra uber cheeseburger with the added $9 milkshake and the $15 in extra fees. So even though people are spending more, the spending is increasing because companies got so good at extracting more value out of people. Yeah. Do you think there's any? Yeah. A lot of these arguments are like, oh, this is probably a thing, but then you wonder, like, is this affecting like 0.5% of the cent? Yeah, exactly. What's the effect? Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say, right? I think that so maybe this is just a function of my getting older and becoming more mature or something. But I think there's probably something to be said about the role of technology in society, and how part of the reason why income effects are real is that technology is just so good that you want to make more money and get more technology, and the technology allows you to consume more and more productively. And you're kind of in this like vicious cycle where technology provides huge convenience, but also you have to work more and longer to get that technology.
Did we ever talk a long time ago about like feeless trading on apps like Robinhood?
I don't think we ever had a conversation about that.
Gotcha. I think there is a good argument to be made that frictionless buying and selling of stock is probably not a good thing. That sometimes introducing a little bit of friction for these transactions might be okay. I feel like when it comes to stuff like DoorDash and Uber Eats, this is something where I legitimately it is mind-blowing to me. If you make less than like $70K a year or something, and you've ever bought something off of a mobile app, like a delivery app, that's insane. I think I spend about $30 every morning on my Einstein Bagels delivery. It's like 1 hot chocolate, 1 cookie, and 1 orange juice. And I think that costs me like $25-$30. I live in a more expensive area, but it's like, it is insane how much money people can spend, and like, not people that shouldn't be wasting that much money. Like, that's wild to me.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. I guess I'm not sure if it's a generational thing in part, because I don't think like poor boomers and Gen Xers are doing this, right? I at least not that I there's a lot of poor Gen Xers and boomers in my family. Like, none of them are using all this, sort of social media or like DoorDash, like Uber type shit. It's all millennials and Gen Zers, right? And so that might be like a disproportionate amount of where dissatisfaction comes from. And I don't know. The problem is that it's like, it's really not like, if the problem is that like psychologically speaking, technology and sort of the increased costs thereof, like the cost of convenience, but the role of technology in creating that convenience is increasing over time. but that's also bad for our mental health. It's like, well, what? I don't know what to do about that problem, right? Because it seems like that probably is a problem, but technology is also good. But you don't want to like stop technology, right? Right. So
well,
I'm not sure.
It's just, yeah, I think that the only scary thing is like when we say like stop technology, right? Like there is a stronger feeling sitting at a poker table or a blackjack table, like getting up, going to the ATM, putting your card in, timing your things, seeing your balance, paying the $10 fucking ATM fee in the casino, taking your money out, going back, asking for chips. That whole process probably introduces a lot more discrimination than like being in a mobile
like online gambling,
and you push the button and your wallet is reloaded, you know. And I wonder if
I don't know,
like,
at this point, like honestly, with all the problems associated with social media and stuff like that, like the only thing I can think of is like we just need to regulate access to that kind of stuff. Like it has to just be for older people.
That's never happening, right? I agree with you, but like that seems intractable right now. That we're gonna make social media or some of these apps only available to 25 and older.
Not necessarily 25. I mean, I don't know. Like I've seen like Haley got a lot of shit because she said all people on the internet shouldn't be anonymous or something. Like that was her proposal. I think that's probably never gonna happen. I don't know. I mean, the idea that like a lot of social media, I think it's technically 13 up already. I mean, the idea of maybe saying, maybe it should be 16 and up or something like sort of incremental thing like that, I think could make some sense. It's always a matter of enforcement. I mean, there's people younger than 13 on Facebook, obviously. So,
no thanks.
I'm not sure, but
sorry, go.
Yeah, so it's a hard issue to solve. I mean, yeah, those are but in terms of the vibe session, I think those are the two big things. I think that you're seeing consumer sentiment tick up a little bit. I think that a lot of that is just that it seems like the data has shown that.
Shit. I'm so sorry. I'm interrupting. It was super rude. Hold on.
No worries, but.
Sorry, there was like green on my waffles. I don't know if it was mold or not, but they're jalapeno waffles. Okay, I'm so sorry. Repeat what you were just saying.
Jalapeno waffles.
Yeah.
Goodness, interesting. Now I think there's some good data to show that the consumer sentiment that's tied to this inflation stuff, where people kind of see prices going up and they just sort of intuitively hate that. I think there's decent evidence to show that that's a little bit sticky, and so that's why we're in this weird transitionary period where it's like, man, like inflation's pretty much like it's not taken care of, but it's like 90% solved at this point, and real wages are like really ticking up and unemployment's still low. Like, why are people still so pissed off? Seems like some of the answer is that it just takes a while for people to kind of get over price increases.
The lag between consumer sentiment and the actual economy state. Yeah.
Right. Especially because it's not like 8 months was that long ago, right? When we were having these rapid increases in prices. And so it'll just take, I've seen about 6-7 months. That's why some people have said, well, that's why consumer sentiment's recently increasing, because it's been about 6 months since, we've had these crazy months of inflation. It's only 3 or 4% since then or whatever on an annualized basis. And so that's why you're seeing people kind of realize, okay, prices have kind of stabilized, gas isn't so expensive as it used to be, things are kind of going back to normal, and it turns out full employment is pretty good for us in a number of ways. I link you a bunch of stuff about real wages as well, because that was one thing that was like, man, this is fucking completely unexplainable. Like, real wages are kind of seemingly just entirely going up. The kind of people who people complain about, like Republicans who will say, inflation's the worst for the poor. Those are the worst people who are affected by inflation. It's like, well, throughout the pandemic, lower income people, their wages were the only ones that did increase in real terms, right? Because of so many people in those markets leaving and going into generous assistance programs. But even as they come back, right, those wages have maintained pace, it seems. And so it's like, man, it seems like almost everyone is better off in a real sense today. I saw a Twitter thread even today. I tried to find it and send it to you, but I couldn't find it. I scrolled past it at some point. So that's my thought. I think that really there's a good argument that the that people in general will, assuming that everything kind of stays course. I mean, anything, obviously COVID happened. I mean, anything could happen, right? But assuming that things stay the course, I think that economic sentiment will probably continue to improve over the next sort of
Yeah, that's what I'm
6 to 8.
assuming. As long as nothing happens, it should continue to rise. So we're on like a good track, hopefully, for the election.
Yeah, I think so. It's not really clear that I'm not really sure what. Well, I guess you're never sure what could cause a recession until it happens, but there's not really any clear reason why we would have a recession. So hopefully we don't head into the 2024 election in a recession. If there is a recession, Biden will almost certainly lose because presidents just don't win when there's recessions. But yeah,
I would agree with you in general, but everything about this election is so wacky. Because presidents also generally don't win from prison, right? And that could be Trump. Who the fuck knows, you know? Right? Or don't win when they're, you know, yeah, who knows?
That's fair. I mean, I think that Trump, Trump's a pretty unique candidate in a number of ways. So who knows how that'll shake out? It seemed like I don't know. I thought the Iowa results were kind of interesting. It seemed like the Iowa results showed that the essentially ultra conservative members of the party just really love Trump.
Yeah.
Right. And the party itself seems to have become more ultra conservative over time as Republican primary voters have gotten older, and which is interesting because I saw an interesting change in polling which showed that at the very least Iowa Republicans had gotten older, but they'd also become less evangelical. But they were still much more in favor of Trump.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends on what you mean when you say ultra-conservative. I don't think Trump is like a conservative, barely. He's got a couple of conservative things, but like he's very much like a post-Tea Party-ish candidate. And I don't think there's much like in relationship to the psyche of a Trump voter as there was to like a Bush voter. Like I think that there's something new or different.
That's true.
You know?
Well, it's just about self-ID, like ultra-conservative change in meetings over time. So it seems like when you poll people who would say like, if somebody says on a poll, I'm very conservative, they're very much more likely to be supportive of Trump. Whatever that means, right? Obviously, like
I understand
the
what
old
you're,
school sort of, yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it's different with the Trump voters because they can be ultra-conservative. They're not switching to another candidate. They're not switching to another ultra-conservative candidate that shows up. Like they're very much like all in on Trump, like the celebrity, I think.
Oh no, that's what's interesting though, is that it seems like for, I don't know, like even in this, it seems like the media is very desperate to paint this primary as competitive when by all accounts it just doesn't seem like it is. And in 2016, people said the same thing where like people said, oh, these super conservative voters, they're going to realize that Trump isn't really conservative and they're going to vote for someone else. And it's like, bro, that just hasn't happened. Trump's been the leader of the Republicans for a decade now. Right? Like people aren't waking up.
Well, no, I think that did happen. I think that statement was actually exactly true, but something happened that people don't realize. I think a lot of people wake up and they realize Trump isn't really that conservative. But what I think the truth is that all the really conservative people weren't that conservative. That's something we've kind of known about conservatives for a long time, right? That if a conservative has like a secret abortion or some shit, it doesn't really affect people. Or if ultra conservatives find out that Trump is like paying for abortions or fucking porn stars, they don't care that much. So I think
you
people,
mean personally speaking?
Yeah,
okay.
Personally, I think that they, they realize like Trump's probably not that conservative, but they themselves don't really care that much about these values, right? Like if you
obviously,
if you're like a religious person and you look at like Donald Trump, like compared to like that's a no-brainer between Trump and Biden. If you care about like moral family values and blah blah blah, like it's not even close, right? Trump is like he's actually like a despicable human being, like evil from like a religious point of view based on how he treats his wife and family and everything. But like they don't really give a fuck about that, you know?
No, yeah, I wasn't thinking from a personal basis. Like obviously there is like no moral consistency that I can find of like a conservative Mormon like father of 8 voting for Trump. Like it makes no sense on a personal moral basis. But obviously, a really conservative Mormon guy, for example, he might just say, well, I'm pro-life and Biden's anti-life, so I'm just going to vote for whoever the fuck isn't Biden and has the best chance of winning, right? And
yeah, so, that's fair. That's possible. Yeah.
It's obviously that's kind of. I mean, a lot of the bases of the parties are very idiosyncratic, I guess would be the word, right? Like you see a lot of people are just single or like handfuls of issue voters where, some people are super pro gun, so that's why they vote Republicans. But on economic issues, they align more with Democrats. Or
yeah, but I don't think
somebody.
I don't think that's
Yeah.
the case for Trump, though. Like, I don't think that they are voting for him because of those. Like, well, at least he supports like pro-life. Because if Trump drops off, I don't think that these same voters are going to enthusiastically switch to the next pro-life candidate. I think a lot of them are going to disconnect from politics for a little bit. I think it'll happen, at least for an election cycle.
So you think? Well, I don't know, but I mean, by that logic, Trump's the most. You wouldn't say Trump's the most electable Republican, though, right? Like the polling doesn't seem.
When you say electable, like wins the general.
That's what you're saying.
Yes,
like
I
if
think
Trump
so.
wasn't on the ballot.
I think Trump
really,
is.
you think so?
I don't think Trump can beat Biden, but I think Trump would be the only one that could beat Biden. Yeah. Do you really think that like the people, if you look at 100% of Trump voters, do you see 80% of them happily voting for Haley?
The issue is that there's a lot more moderate independents who would vote for Haley than there are people voting in the Republican primary that overwhelmingly support Trump. So I would agree. Obviously, there's going to be some marginally, call it like marginally attached people who say, if Trump's not the candidate, I'm just going to bow out of this. But, and I don't know, I still trust the polling even after all these years, I guess. The polls show that if Haley was the candidate, there's like an overwhelming swing in favor of her versus Trump because there's just so many more moderates and independents who are like, I'm just not going to vote for Trump because he's crazy.
When they conduct those polls, are they taking into account people that wouldn't vote, or are they just asking, like, who would you vote? Because I think if you asked a Trump voter, who would you vote between Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, like 95% of them would say Nikki Haley. But if you find out, like, how many of them are you even going to bother voting, I think a lot would drop off.
Maybe. I think it depends on the poll. A lot of times polls will have, like, a I wouldn't vote option or, like, I would just sit it out. I'd have to look into the swings. But that's what I saw was that if you look into the aggregate polling, whatever the methodologies are, it seems like it's clear that it's not true with DeSantis. So I think like by the polling, Trump is more electable than DeSantis for various reasons, I guess. But Haley seems to be particularly electable within the Republican Party for I mean, obviously for various reasons. But I would disagree with that. I think that Trump is definitely a hindrance to like optimal Republican electoral performance. I wouldn't say he's the best person to.
Well, he's like he's like destructive because he's not a party person.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and I don't know. Some polls there have been some interesting polls out. Like some polls have shown that obviously with economic sentiment getting better, we would expect that Biden would do better, which is good news for Democrats, obviously. But there've been some pretty crazy polls that I've seen of hey, how would you vote? And then how would you vote if Trump is convicted? Like not actually thrown in prison, but like he's found guilty of just a thing. And the swing on that is like 10 points. It's like Biden is like plus 10 points, whatever the results are. Just add 10 to Biden's numbers and subtract, the same, I guess, from Trump. And that seems almost fantastical. I have a hard time, perhaps I'm too like partisan brained. I have a hard time believing people would be so motivated by a conviction in that case. But
wait, you're saying that it would swing in favor of Biden or in favor of Trump?
Significantly in favor of Biden by the polling. Yeah, I'm very surprised. It's not that I'm surprised that there's some movement. Obviously, I'm just I'm surprised that the movement that I saw, because it was literally like, oh, Trump is +3. What if Trump's convicted? It goes to Biden +10. And I'm like, man, I'm kind of a little surprised that there's so many people that respect our institutions at this point in the country.
I mean, conviction
I would have thought
maybe
a conviction wouldn't matter.
I'm gonna go wash my hands and brush my teeth real quick. Hold on, I gotta put these things back on. 1 sec. Or you can chat
washing
with
his hands and brushing his teeth.
Watch it, because I'm on this Invisalign shit. So every time I eat, I have to put it back. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, DGG, it's just you and me temporarily. Let's see. Oh, shit. Can't go to the big screen. Big screen, sorry. Talk to us. Biden needs to go full dark Brandon. I don't know about that. Honestly, I'd be pretty surprised if he's not even brushing his teeth. He's lying. Wow. Unbelievable, Destiny. Just sitting there eating your pancakes or your waffles, ignoring chat. Jesus. If you're on Invisalign, why don't you just drink shakes instead of eating solid food? Dumb fuck. True. Exactly. If you're on Invisalign, you should just drink all of your calories for 18 months or however long you have to be on Invisalign. Conaway, do you agree that inflation steals productivity gains from common folks? I'm not really sure what you mean by productivity gains in that regard. I'm not really, I'm not sure how like prices increasing faster than normal would just like cause workers to become less productive. Maybe there's some motivational effects, like you see prices going up and you're just like, man, what's the point of being working anymore? But I don't know. That doesn't sound. Maybe that is true, but I don't know. Anyway. I think she's just best in a really weak field because no competitive Republican wants to run against Trump. I don't know. I mean, is Nikki Haley a particularly like weak candidate? I mean, on paper, it seems like she would be quite a strong candidate, right? You know, former governor of a state, obviously, you know, South Carolina. You know, has the foreign policy experience, ambassador to the United Nations. So, I mean, on paper, it seems like she would be quite a strong candidate. I mean, obviously, you never really know how somebody's going to poll when they actually get into the general election, or frankly, when they just start running nationally. I mean, that's why I never had any faith that like Ron DeSantis would beat Trump in the primary or even come close. He just seemed like, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things. I don't have a study or a chart to show it, but Ron DeSantis to me always seemed like the kind of guy who just didn't really have the legs for a national audience and probably wouldn't appeal to a national audience, especially relative to Trump. So at least that's how I felt, and it turned out to be right. So DeSantis with a bit more charisma beats Trump. Well, yeah, but that's like saying if DeSantis was a different person, he would beat Trump. Like, well, yeah, of course I would agree, but come on, let's be real. So stop nominating these old fucks. Well, hey, listen, dude Manzer, you got to get you and your young friends to go out and vote. Otherwise, you know, naturally, there's going to be a lot of oldies. So the question with the announcements is, what does the average person think that doesn't pay attention to this stuff if they think it's politically motivated, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I get what you're saying. I think that's fair. I mean, the independent voter is not really particularly well informed. I mean, to be fair, the average partisan voter isn't particularly well informed, right? And so if people kind of just passively see on the news, oh shit, like Donald Trump's been found guilty of a crime, a lot of them are going to switch sides. I'm just saying the thing that surprised me was that there were so many people that made that choice. I honestly would have thought it wouldn't move the polls very much because, you know, I kind of just figured that 45% of the country would vote for Trump quite literally no matter what. It turns out the number wasn't 40%, or wasn't 45%. It turns out the number was just 40%. So I slightly overestimated, but the swing in votes was crazy. I mean, obviously, if Trump got 40% of the vote in a general election, that would be like Biden would win like 40 states if that was the case. It would be an incredible landslide. So naturally, that's still a pretty big deal. I don't know. I'm surprised. So. Immigrants are bad because they come here with lots of money and only spend it on rent is a really weird Canadian talking point. Dude, Canadians are so upset with immigrants. I don't know if this is a coordinated campaign or who's responsible for this, but like there has to be someone or some group of people or, you know, some media conglomerate. I don't know much about the Canadian media landscape that has like poisoned you guys' water into thinking that immigration is the reason your housing is so expensive. You guys' housing market is, and I've said this before on my stream, the Canadian housing market is worse than the American healthcare market. And I will die on that hill. Y'all's housing market is untenably terrible. And it's not because of immigrants, for God's sakes. I mean, it's obviously just because of all your zoning and building restrictions. So, kind of why I doubt 2024 will have the same turnout as 2020, which I don't think works in Biden's favor. I mean, honestly, that's very difficult to say, right? Because it seems like both candidates ran a turnout race in 2020, and Biden just happened to finish at the front of the line in that race versus Trump. And so, I personally speaking, it's not clear to me necessarily if turnout goes down, if that necessarily favors Trump over Biden or vice versa. Naturally, I mean, I think the typical assumption is that a higher turnout race tends to benefit the Democrats. But you got to keep in mind that Trump and his base is not exactly as traditional as the normal Republican base. So obviously voter suppression, stuff like that, probably still helps Trump because his base still isn't quite as diverse, obviously, and disproportionately impacted by stuff like that as the Democratic base. But to be fair, I think that Trump could definitely still lose in a lower turnout environment. So Let's see. Because of mail-in voting, which were 60% Democrats, Trump had 30%. I mean, I don't know if mail-in voting is the reason why Biden won. I mean, certainly it probably increased turnout, but I don't know. I think that when you're talking about Biden getting 81 million votes, breaking a record, and then Trump getting the second most votes of all time, it seems like probably it wasn't just that people could mail in their ballots, right? So. Pierre P is a grifter too. Like, I don't know much about Pierre. Okay, you guys are nominating. I don't know. We'll see how Canadian politics turns. For those that don't know, the Canadian Conservative Party, it's currently being run by someone who looks and acts very much like Ron DeSantis. It's kind of uncanny. So they have a Canadian Ron DeSantis who's attempting to take things over. So let's see. Boy, did you see that? Did you see that happened to Argentina's housing market after Milei gutted rent control? I did not. Heat death. What did happen? Boy, what's your plug? I'm just a boy in everything. U-Day. I started a 3 Wonks podcast. You can look that up as well. That's just a little side thing. Boy, thoughts on Kelly? Honestly, I was very passively listening to the drama. I feel like intra-orbiter drama, it's it's almost like listening to just some random playlist on YouTube, right? It's not really something that I actively listen to while I'm at work. It's just kind of noise in the background. So I didn't entirely follow what was going on. Boy, you seem lost on Canadian politics. How dare you, sir? I follow Canadian and British politics relatively closely. Come on. What is a boy reading? YouTube chat. I'm reading the Kick chat. Aren't we supposed to read the Kick chat? Because all you YouTube DGG plebs, apparently, you're not supporting the Destiny Kick deal. That's why you put the Kick chat on the screen. I'll try to pay attention to both. I don't know. Taiwan #1 says, at Boy, stop ignoring this article. Shows the economy is very bad still. Yeah, is that right? Kick chat is better. Look, it's not that I hate YouTube chat or anything like that. It's, I'm a YouTube streamer myself, so. Let's see. Oh, Taiwan #1, you're being unironic. Real wages are at 2015 levels. Well, I definitely don't agree with that, at least based on the, cursory Google search of, real median wages in the Fred database. I think you'll find some interesting data. So, boy, basically units for rent instantly doubled and prices went down 20%. Things are still progressing. Yeah, we had a podcast on 3 Wonks about Malay's Argentina, and there's an interesting case to be made that even though Milei is like a completely insane person, he's doing shock therapy in a bit of a different way than is traditionally prescribed. And so I would never advocate for voting for Milei. And I don't think Milei ultimately is even close to an optimal way to solve Argentina's economic problems. But there is a chance that Milei sufficiently rebalances enough stuff in the Argentinian economy that it's net good. It's just that obviously an anarcho-capitalist being in charge of anything is probably not a good idea. So, it's a serious risk. Serious risk, if you ask me. Boy, what do you think about Brexit? Honestly, Brexit's old news at this point, friend. I mean, that was 2016. Fuck, that was 8 years ago. 8 years ago when the Brits decided they were done with the European Union. Obviously, I think it's bad. I think in general, the European Union is a good project for mankind, and we should expand things like that and not really try to limit them or close ourselves off. So, let's see. What do you think about the Jewish tunnel in New York, where the Hasidic Jews were digging tunnels or whatever? I never got the actual story. There's like a million stories for why that's happening, but I haven't really looked into what is up with that. Boy, I disagree with you about the Canadian immigration not affecting the housing market. So obviously, I would never say that immigration doesn't affect the housing market. Obviously, it's the case that if America had 30 million people all of a sudden in America, more so than it had before, obviously it would be the case that things like housing would become more expensive. You might have, longer waits for healthcare and things like that. Obviously, that could happen in immigration shocks, but as far as I'm understanding with Canada, I mean, Canada's not really facing an immigration shock. You guys are just letting in a decent number of immigrants. And at the end of the day, immigrants are not the reason for housing becoming unaffordable in an entire country, right? Especially if you wanted to say, oh, like New York City had 1 million immigrants all of a sudden. Like, yeah, I could see New York City obviously having more expensive housing, but if an entire country has had housing prices increase by like 500-600% over the course of a decade and a half, that is not because you let in a bunch of immigrants, right? It's obviously because your housing market is built to prevent building. So
really,
Destiny, there you go. I've been talking to econ with your fan base, but what do you think about Canada's housing market, Destiny?
It's gonna come down to building more units, and they just don't seem to be able to do it. It does seem like they have particular territories where it seems like a majority of the population growth is through immigration, so I can understand them being asked about that. They can try to like cut down on the immigration, but they just need to make more. It's always like the dumb. It's like everything except for building more shit, right? Like it's always anything. It's like we need to have a vacancy tax. I thought I read an article before that they put a hardcore vacancy tax, I think in Vancouver, and they brought like 52 units online afterwards. It was like, because people have this idea that like Chinese people buy units and they just never go inside them and they just like appreciate value and that's how they make their money. But like how could that be competitive when you could also be turning these into like cash flow, right? You'd want to like rent these. Like it's just dumb. Yeah. Everything housing is dumb.
Yeah. NIMBYs are, I think NIMBYs are the group of political activists that trigger me the most of like any group of people. And I think the reason like a NIMBY triggers me more than like a white nationalist, not because a NIMBY's ideas are worse than a white nationalist, but NIMBYs actually have real power to enact their sort of ideas, right? And the result is always just that basically housing just becomes really, really expensive and unaffordable for people. So.
You know, it was interesting. I didn't even consider this because sometimes you get like so into the numbers that you don't realize, like sometimes you forget what you're actually looking at. It like, do you know what the change is on like the average, how do you phrase this? Like, do you know what the change is for the average homeowner's like housing price or whatever, or the average American's cost on rent, like the average change, or like what the average person's change is over the past like 5 years or something? Have you ever seen it phrased this way before? Do you know what I'm getting at?
Just like how much has rent increased in price?
Yeah, or it might. I don't know if it's restricted to just homeowners or not, but like people will like go through like the increase in housing, the increase in mortgage, blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, the actual answer is zero. It doesn't change because people aren't always buying new houses. And then if you looked at like the actual like average rate that people were paying on their mortgage, and you look at all the people that refinanced during the low interest period, you look at the fact that just because housing prices go up doesn't mean homeowners are paying more, because most people already own their home or are paying a mortgage on a home that's not. Like, right. It's not responsive to rate changes, right? These are 30-year fixed mortgages now. That even when these mortgage rates bump, and then everybody's like, "Oh, look, you're destroying that. All the homeowners are fucked now." I was like, "No, they're not. Most of them haven't changed anything at all. They just own their homes and they sit in them, you know." Yeah, and I read that there's a whole Twitter thread like breaking down like home, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's true." I didn't even consider that, I guess. But a lot of those gains you don't see, because if you're sitting in a house and you're paying like on a 3.75% interest mortgage, and then all the rates are going up, and you're in like a way better position. It doesn't feel that way. You're just paying the same mortgage, you know?
Right. I mean, especially it's fun when you have a guy who lives in $1 million house who says, "Oh, I'm paying $500 a month more because my property taxes went up," and it's like, dude, you live in $1 million house. Like, you're gonna pay a lot in property taxes. Like, what did what did you?
And it's hard because like taxes are an immediate like realized loss, but you're not really realizing any of the capital gains in the house unless you're either actively borrowing against it or selling it at some point, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the story for some of the conflating graphs that you see, like if you look at I don't know, like fucking percentage of income dedicated towards a housing expense, or if you look at the ratio between like housing price and median income or something, it's like, oh man, what's up with this? Like, it seems like on average houses aren't really significantly less affordable than they were in the 90s. But I think the explanation for a lot of that is that I think urbanization's increased quite a bit since then, and so there's more people living in densely packed areas, and because of NIMBY policies preventing building in so many urban areas, these pocketed examples of housing becoming a lot more expensive, which is like all these major cities essentially, coupled with the fact that income inequality has increased over time, which is to say that like lower income people have an especially hard time buying a house than they used to.
Well,
especially given where they live.
I don't
right?
know
That's
if
kind of
this
what-
is figuring out all of that is so hard. So one of the things I started changing on my stream like a year or two ago was that like I try not to repeat anything anymore without looking it up, because I found that there's a lot of stuff that I took for granted that that I've repeated like very adamantly sometimes in arguments that I repeated. There's actually just not. There's no basis in reality at all. I don't think there's any basis in reality for saying that people could easily afford homes in like the 40s and 50s. I don't know if there's ever been a basis for that in all of U.S. history. Have you ever looked at that before? Like old home ownership rates, or that idea that like, oh, boomers or these generations could so easily just like work a minimum wage job and buy a house, support a whole family of four. I don't know if that's ever had a basis in reality at any of those ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought it was. I just assumed.
yeah.
I would assume like, oh, home ownership rates in the 50s. I don't know. They're probably like 80% or 90% or something. But that's not true at all. I think home ownership rates. I think today they might be the highest they've ever been, or maybe in 2020 or right before. Maybe then they were the highest they've ever been in like all of U.S. history. Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't think. I think there's decent evidence that housing has become less affordable for like a number of groups of people. Right, that's the thing, right? The sort of population-wide statistics are not necessarily as useful as answering that. Yeah. Because obviously in the U.S. you've got like entire regions of fucking Montana that have houses that are listed at low prices, but nobody wants to live there. But obviously those are included in averages, right? And they bring down, although medians aren't skewed by extremes. Obviously, like having hundreds of thousands, millions of units of homes in like rural or sub-suburban areas that are lower priced, but also in less demand areas are
true. But you can also
skew those statistics.
But you can just look at like home ownership rates. So like Gen Z and Millennial, I think, are both on track or have surpassed the home ownership rates of Boomers and Gen Xers when adjusted for age. When you looked at their home ownership rates at those time periods, is my understanding.
That's true. I think I've seen the same thing, but I think one of the issues with that, I don't know, it's confounding because there are also statistics that show that like millennials and Gen Zers are like so much more likely to live with their parents for a very long time compared to younger generations not older generations, not younger generations. And again, I think that the reason for part of that is that inequality has gone up over time, right? So again, I think that you're just what you're. Yeah, I think so, because I think that's why you get both stories.
I think
right?
There's something else that's interesting that could describe both stories. I'm making this story up right now, and you can tell me. Maybe we can go look and try to find this.
Okay.
Right? I think that both things can be true, that people live with their parents for longer and the home ownership rates go up. But I wonder if the reason why is because you're tanking more initial financial fuckery by going to school more. Right? That if I go back and I look at the 1950s when college attainment was probably way lower, I bet those people moved out from their parents a lot sooner. But what they could afford, probably not that great if they've just got like GED high school jobs. Whereas today, you might have to live with your parents, for 5, 10 longer years, maybe 23, 24, 25, 26, maybe late 20s till you move out. But once you move out, you've got a college degree, you've got a degree job, and now your median earnings are high enough that you can afford a house like way quicker than you could in the past. Maybe? I don't know if that's true or not, but
I mean, maybe. I think part of it's also that the requirements to get really good jobs, like education inflation or degree inflation, is real as well, right? That people, like you said, like people are spending, or at least there's a huge chunk of people who spend longer in school than they otherwise would if they were living in the 1950s or something like that. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, more people getting educated or anything. But I think that to me, at least, that's the piece that explains to me why you see these confounding stories. And I don't know, I'm looking at least it seems like when homeownership rates by age for generation, I just Googled this real quick, and it seems like there's definitely like a structural difference between millennials and Gen Xers and baby boomers and stuff on
what do you mean by link
their
me.
homeownership rates? Yeah, sure, I'll send it to you. I just Googled this real quick. I haven't reviewed this article. It's just a graph. But it looks like millennials, like the oldest millennials are a little over 40. And by this same time, it looks like there was maybe 65% of baby boomers owned a home, but about maybe 55% of millennials own a home at the same age. So
okay, you're looking at millennials and home ownership rates. Okay, so like for this, I agree that millennials definitely got fucked a little bit. But why? Do you know why? You know why?
I'm sorry. Well, I assume you're going to say what the housing crisis or something.
Exactly, yeah. Because a lot of us, I'm 35. I think I graduated in 2007. I think a lot of millennials came into that market in literally the housing crisis. So I think you'd expect to see it be pretty fucked initially. But then once we've moved through the housing crisis and the recoveries have happened, it seems like the rates are about on track, or at least they're bumping like Gen X's. Yeah, and then who knows, like in 5 to 10 years, if that would continue. Also, millennials are probably front-loading debt a bit more as well versus boomers, because millennials need more education. So I would expect to see this like continue to approach. It looks like it's on track to approach, if not Gen X, hopefully like boomers as well.
I wonder how temporary housing affordability is as a problem in the first place. And what I mean by that is that, like, there's going to come a time when boomers are going to be like mostly dead. Right?
Oh yes. And this is fuck you.
Like,
no, stop talking. This is my secret theory.
My take.
No, this is my take, and I haven't had anybody talk about it. Okay, the ghost take is that housing actually doesn't matter, because once all the old people die and we have that huge demographic shift downwards, all of their old fucking homes are going to come online, and all the problems are going to fix themselves.
Right. That's kind of. I mean, like, genuinely speaking, with birth rates being, it's hard to say, because like, there's also going to be a lot less people who are able to work on and maintain those homes. So like maybe the housing stock quality will go down significantly. So who's to say like how affordable housing will be in such an environment? But I think it's fair to say that certainly when we, 30 years in the future, when most boomers are dead and like birth rates have like completely collapsed, because there seems to be, people just don't want to have kids as much as they used to. There's just going to be, decreasing populations pretty much across the world. I mean, the only differences would be in maybe countries like America, where we let in a lot of immigrants, but are we really going to let in like so many immigrants that it completely replaces the boomer population? Like, probably not. And so I'd imagine there will be sort of structurally a decrease in home ownership prices just because of that. And not only that, but obviously all those boomers are going to, a lot of people are going to inherit houses from their boomers and, Gen X parents and stuff. And so,
yeah, but there can't be that many to inherit, right? Just like mathematically, right? Because there's so many fucking boomers, and there isn't as many of the younger generations, right? And even if they do inherit houses, that's downward pressure on demand for future housing stock, right?
Well, I guess a lot of them would go to the state, right? Like, I don't know what happens to your assets if you die without heirs. I guess the state just like takes it, as far as I'm aware. I don't know what actually happens, but
probably. But if the state takes it, at the very least, at least the land is still zoned for housing.
Right. It would go to the market. Like, the state wouldn't just own an empty house. They'd probably just liquidate it and sell it to someone. And so, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's my take is that I think the reason why a lot of people in these major cities complain about housing being unaffordable is because obviously they don't want to live in like a rural area where there's not really any work or things to do.
Mm-hmm.
And also inequality's gone up over time. And so, relatively speaking, like lower income people aren't as able to afford what we might be able to consider like a normal sort of lifestyle that they would want. So, because that's one thing. Like, I watched a video, this guy normally makes pretty good videos. I can never pronounce his name right. No. It's like History Civilis or something like that.
Oh, okay.
He makes videos typically about ancient Greece and Rome. For some reason, he decided to make a video about the history of work. Mm-hmm. And he talked about how, he basically said capitalism is the reason why work has become so terrible. And he said, back in the 1200s, people would they would work really hard for a couple days, and then they would have like a couple days off, and we would have Saint Mondays off. Like, Monday was a day when people just kind of fucked off and didn't really work very hard, and they would typically go home to their house and have their little subsistence farm or whatever. And it's like, dude, the reason why a fucking like corn picker's wage from the 1200s could afford the 1200s year level of lifestyle,
yeah,
is because there wasn't shit
sucked.
To buy.
Yeah.
Like, there was no, the reason why, like, in a relative, like, what we would consider a nice life, that standard has gone up over time as technology's gotten better.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously, in theory, you could work at McDonald's and like live in a mud hut in the woods and not really pay a lot of bills, and you'd have a decent amount of discretionary income, even if you just worked at McDonald's. But if you want to have like electricity and heat and the internet and all these other things that a car, right? Those things are going to be that's where you're going to need that $20-$30 an hour job or something to be comfortable. So
yeah.
All right, anything else you want to talk about, Destiny? About to head to the gym.
Nothing. Wait, where do you live again?
I live in Texas.
Do you say what city?
The only affordable city in the whole country, Houston.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Hey, it is the most affordable major city. So if you want to, no income tax. So you want a affordable, you see in Florida, you get no income tax, but you got the expensive cities. It's expensive as shit to live where you live. Okay.
True.
But in Houston, you can buy a mansion for whatever, $500,000 if you want. So.
Wow. I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
There you go, bud. All right. Well, I'll talk to you later. Good talking.
All right. I love you. Be careful. All right. Someone else. Somebody said, Destiny, you're wrong. There's not going to be any houses on the market when the boomers die. Their estates will just sell their houses to BlackRock Street, State Street, or Vanguard. Yeah, that was a myth. That was a rumor. That's never been a thing. That everybody that tells you that the major investment firms or whatever are buying up all the houses, they all lie to you. None of that is true. It is fucking retarded. Hi, what's up?
I believe in Bob Lazar.
I don't know who Bob Lazar is, but who's Bob Lazar?
I don't know.
What, is that like a meme from my chat or something? Just going to tell you to say that?
No, look it up. It's aliens.
Oh boy. Oh, I don't do alien research. That's the one thing I don't fucking care about. Oh my god.
What about 9/11?
How we did all that research. Official story is almost certainly true.
We should do one little conspiracy before I leave.
I'll think about it, but probably not. Because I still have to do the Houthi thing. Hassan was interviewing a Houthi private. Anna's supposed to talk to Bellarama. Do you mind camera? Bob Lazar is the UFO alien guy. Is that the guy that I bet $1,000 to? Or is it somebody different?
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear-
Yep,
Hi.
loud and clear. What's up, buddy?
Hi, buddy. How's it going?
It's going great.
It's going great. How was your New Year's?
Very new, very much another year. Yeah.
Did you do anything fun?
I don't think so. I think I just ate dinner and streamed. Did I stream on New Year's? Was I out of town, guys? I don't know. It's not, I probably just streamed, I think.
Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you did something that you really, really enjoy and love.
Thank you. Me too.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. What do you want? I got important politics stuff. And I scheduled this talk. What do you need?
This is nothing political. This is just a conversation.
I know, but I want to know what it
Okay.
was. Yeah. What was it?
Okay, yeah. So, I listened to your conversation with Abba, and I thought it was a very, very interesting conversation that you guys had. And, some of the takes that I took from it was that you kind of like value sex and the mechanics behind sex and just the intention behind every sex move to like the highest level. And what it seemed to me from my point of view, you kind of like assume that that's what a lot of other people also value as the highest thing, as the highest priority.
Not the highest priority, but I assume that men cared a little bit more about like the fun of sex than they actually do. Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is where I actually kind of disagree. I feel like
Wait, disagree with what? With most men, or with my my incorrect assumption, or what are we disagreeing with?
I disagree with your take that most men actually care about the mechanics of sex and stuff like that. And I don't think that the majority of people, men and women included, actually do care about that. So
Well,
I
yeah, I mean,
agree
the polling data in my chat seemed to show as much, and all the red pill people I talk to seem to think the same thing. So, yeah, that seems to be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like majority of the people actually agreed with Abba compared to you.
What was Abba's argument?
People have sex for a whole bunch of weird, like, emotional or whatever, some philosophical reasons, and they don't actually care as much about, like, the sex itself, which I thought was kind of strange, but yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why I brought this up is because, I talk to a lot of people, and as you know, like I'm kind of like a booba streamer on Twitch, and I have OnlyFans and stuff, and I have a lot of guy friends, and I have conversations with guys, and I've noticed that a lot of them, as they kind of like grow up and stuff and have a lot more experience and in a sense of mature, a lot of them do start prioritizing more things than just mechanics in sex and stuff like that. When it comes to
Sure.
like
Hold on. Wait,
long
real quick. Can we not do the autism assessment of my position? That is clearly not what I believe, and I don't think you believe that I believe that. So more honestly, right? My position is that I assume that people like have a high value in the good mechanics of sex. Much the same that I'm not going to tell you that, oh, a woman is okay with you shoving 5 dry fingers into her pussy as long as you love her. I would never summarize your position that way, because that would be fucking retarded. It's equally fucking retarded to assume that my position is people only care about the cold, robotic, mechanical enjoyment of sex. Obviously, I don't believe that. Obviously, they'd be fucking retarded. But go ahead.
Then what do you believe in?
What do I think? I think that it seems to be the case that for a lot of actually, I don't know for men. I'm not sure actually. I would have to start digging a lot around to figure that out.
So you don't actually have a stance on it.
I have feelings. I think that a lot of people. I think a lot of people view sex as like an emotional relationship builder thing. I think for a lot of guys, for the casual sex part, I would assume that was a mechanical thing, but I think it's just a bed notch thing. Like they just want more people to fuck. And then yeah, I'm not entirely sure. And then other guys don't seem to care that much about the actual sex at all. But it's more like saying that they're able to have sex is important or something. I'm not sure.
Do you agree that a lot of guys actually care about who they have sex with, like the person that they have sex with?
That's a kind of a interesting question. What do you mean by that?
Like, for example, when speaking to a lot of my friends and, a lot of my viewers and stuff like that, they cared a lot about, like, the person that they had sex with. And typically, majority of them they kind of have a, like, high standard when it comes to their looks, the attraction and stuff like that. So they want to be able to have sex with, like, the hottest person and stuff. So
for guys, I don't necessarily think that matters as much now.
You don't think for guys, when it comes to like long partnership, you don't think it matters the attractiveness level of the girl? Because I feel like a lot of the guys would rather have sex with like a girl who's like 9 or 10 out of 10 instead of a girl who's like maybe average or below average, but might be excellent at sex.
Here's
then why do guys cheat on their 10 out of 10 girlfriends with like 5 out of 10 girls?
Sometimes, yeah. Or I think that sometimes like if a guy could choose between like a 9 out of 10 girl and a 5 out of 10 girl, he would really want to choose the 9 out of 10 girl. But I feel like it could be the case that if a guy wants to cheat, or not cheat, if a guy was given the option of fucking 1 10 out of 10 girl 10 times, or fucking 10 6 out of 10 girls 1 time, I think a lot of guys might gravitate towards the latter option, I think. But it probably depends on where in your life you're at too. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I feel like when you're saying like a guy would actually choose to fuck like 10 girls instead of 1 girl who's 10 out of 10, you're typically referring to like a much, much younger age where they actually kind of, similar to you, value sex as like one of the highest things instead of actually, perceiving like partnership and loyalty and etc. as
Sure, so to be clear, those guys aren't valuing sex as a higher thing. They're just valuing body count or number of partners. I don't think that has anything that's not congruent with my position at all, but those are people that are just looking for a lot of partners.
Do you value body count?
No.
You don't? Then why do you have sex with so many people?
I think it's a function of it would be nice to have long-term partners, but when you fall into a rhythm with somebody that is a lot of fun and clicks in a lot of ways for a long-term partner, usually that person ends up in another relationship, and then they're monogamous and you kind of lose access to them sexually, so you have to find somebody else.
So this is where your open relationship versus monogamy comes in. Okay, gotcha. So in regards to, I'm sorry, what was your name? I want to answer your question in regards to cheating.
Anna.
Anna, I feel like in regards to cheating, the reason why a lot of guys actually cheat especially like, they might have 10 out of 10 girls, but they typically cheat with like, average looking girls or girls like a little bit less, whatever, is I don't even think it has to do anything with the girl. It more has to do with their own insecurity. They want to get validation, and they believe that getting validation from like fucking multiple women is like, that kind of increases their self-ego. So I don't think it necessarily has to do with their attractiveness level. I think it has more to do with just their own insecurity, with their ego boost, and etc.
That's valid.
I bet my guess is going to be if I don't have any stats on this. If you look up numbers, you can find something right or wrong. I'm curious. My guess is going to be that the vast majority of cheating, probably for men and women in like real relationships. When I say cheating, I mean real cheating. So you've been dating for like a year, not like you're BFGF for 2 months and the guy cheats. Like in an actual relationship.
Yeah.
My guess is going to be that most cheating is probably opportunistic on both sides, meaning that when you're around somebody enough, the likelihood of the cheating increases. So for a guy, it's probably going to be a coworker or a member of the friend group that they see a lot. And it's not going to be like this intentional, like, I'm going to run to the club and look for people to try and fuck or anything like that. It's probably going to be opportunistic. That's my guess. It could be wrong. I don't know if there are numbers on that, but.
Do you think that guys and girls cheat for the same reason?
I think there is a healthy amount of overlap, but I think that both genders can lean towards different types of cheating. But like the idea that like women cheat emotionally and men cheat physically, that is a massive retard cope. I don't believe in that at all. I think that people,
Why not?
because I think men can absolutely cheat emotionally, and that can be a huge component, especially of like a friend or somebody that you see pretty commonly at a workplace for sure. And I think that women could absolutely cheat physically because they see a guy who's just like super hot, you're messing around at work, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think that can happen. I think that they lend themselves differently, especially lifestyle wise. So for instance, if you have a world where all of the men are working and all of the women are at home, that might lend itself towards women being like, I might get more emotionally attached to somebody else because they talk to me more, blah, 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 versus men just like, well, I've got somebody who's an opportunity, fuck it. But I think that both styles can cheat very, very, very similarly. I don't think there's a huge difference in the cheating.
I kind of disagree with you because I feel like when it comes to like sexual experiences, women tend to be more emotionally involved. So even if we're talking about like career-oriented women who's not at home and who's talking to her coworker and stuff like that, I feel like typically she's gonna see him from a different perspective or different point of view and potentially consider cheating on him if she's not actually getting something outside of her, if she's not getting something within her own relationship. So if there is no like emotional intimacy or lack of emotional intimacy within her relationship, she's gonna be like, oh, this person that I'm hanging out with at work a lot more is giving me this attention, talking to me, spending more time with me. And so I still feel like for women it's still gonna be mostly emotional.
What about the guy that the girl?
Women are more likely to cheat if they feel like they're not being satisfied emotionally, and men are more likely to cheat if they feel like they're not being satisfied sexually.
I feel like I kind of agree with Destiny in a sense where if a guy sees an opportunity to cheat and not be caught, he probably will take up on that opportunity. I don't think it applies to most. I don't think it applies to all, but probably a lot of guys.
So here's like an easy question.
Because I know girls that like will stay in. Sorry.
Here's like an easy question, right? When we say that like women need to be more emotionally involved to cheat than men, who are men cheating with when they cheat on their wives?
With
women they have
typically
easy access to.
Well, yeah, but with women, right? So, and don't they have to have some level of emotional access there, or?
Well,
yeah,
what do you mean?
If a man is like not sexually satisfied in a relationship, I feel like he's more likely to cheat. Versus, I know there's women who are very not sexually satisfied in their relationship, but as long as they're emotionally satisfied, they'll stay in. And that's not like always the case, but I feel like a lot of the time it is.
I'm not sure.
I actually
disagree.
I disagree. I feel like even if a guy is sexually satisfied, some of the guys will still cheat, even just simply because the opportunity presents itself.
I also think
I don't think it has to do anything with sexual satisfaction.
Yeah, and I also think that like because relationships are so complicated, I feel like evaluating sexual satisfaction, I think, is really, 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 really hard. I think it's a really complicated question. Not even just because of like the sex itself, but like, for instance, let's say that man and a husband, wife and a husband are not a man and a husband, wife and a husband are married to each other. And let's say that like the sex is like really bad. and then as a result of that, like somebody goes to cheat. I think the question is, and I try not to get to the infinite like merry-go-round of this, but the question is like, why is the sex really bad? Like if the sex is really bad because one of the partners is like super neglecting parts of the relationship, and then the other partner is just not as motivated to fuck, or they just don't have sex as often, then you can say that like, well, let's say husband never does the dishes, never does his chores in the house, never does anything in the household. Wife is losing attraction towards him because she feels like she's taking care of an overgrown child. Wife isn't giving as much sex to the husband. Husband eventually cheats on the wife. Well, why did the husband cheat? Well, the husband cheated because they weren't having sex. So it was because he was physically unsatisfied, but why weren't they having sex? Well, it's because he was failing in the household in some way, right? I feel like it's hard to draw like one reason for why sexual dissatisfaction might happen. I feel like it's a really difficult, not to say it can never be measured, but I feel like it's hard to measure.
I agree. No,
Okay.
yeah. No, I agree that sexual satisfaction is hard to measure, but I feel like typically you can actually still pinpoint to a root cause and stuff like that. And typically you see a lot of cheating occur when like a wife is pregnant or she's taking care of the children and stuff like that. When the attention goes away from the husband to something outside of him, like children and pregnancy, whatever, I feel like that's where the cheating occurs the most.
That might be true. When are husbands most commonly cheating on wives? Let's see. Women are most likely to cheat on their spouse in years 6 through 10 of their marriage, while men are more likely to cheat after year 11 of their marriage. There's even a day of the week when someone is more likely to cheat. The factors that played the largest roles in cheating were gender, religiosity, and marriage length. I wonder if there's anything relating to infidelity and pregnancy.
So are they saying just getting tired of the same pussy? Is that their claim?
Yeah, but again, like, what does that mean, getting tired of the same pussy? Is it that you're actually getting tired of fucking the same person, or is it you're getting bored of the person or bored of the relationship, or is it that, like, conflict is, like, mounting and not being resolved, or I feel like that's, yeah, I don't know what the actual answer is, but, like, studying any of this is really, really, really difficult. This says, pregnancies are very common in affairs. Oh, this is people you fuck getting pregnant. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I have one thing. This gets brought up a lot, and it's just hard for me to. I'm going anecdotally, and it's hard. It's so hard to study this stuff. There's not like good studies or data out here, but like people will say things like women cheat emotionally and men cheat physically. I hear that over and over and over and over again. But like men absolutely get obsessed with women at work. Men absolutely like fall in love with women that they're just supposed to be friends with benefits with. Like that emotional connection, I feel like is super prone to happen if anybody's having sex, whether it's on the male or female side. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't disagree with you because, you know, one thing I've noticed, especially when it comes to my friends and stuff like that, and through the conversation with a lot of my viewers, is that guys seem to actually fall in love quicker. But the issue becomes is that as the relationship progresses, they fall out of love quicker as well. While it might take girls a little bit more time to actually like feel the love for the guy, but then once they do, it lasts longer. But for guys, it starts fast and ends fast. So maybe that's why you're saying like, of course, for the gentleman, it's also going to be like emotionally involved. But just like you said, it's going to be like maybe 3 months into that affair relationship, and then they're going to be like, I kind of miss my wife. You know what I mean?
I just super disagree, but I don't even know how I would quantify that in terms of like falling in love like quicker or not. I feel like that could. First of all, what do you mean? Yeah, I don't know. Fuck, I don't even know if this is worth arguing over.
No, say it. Go ahead.
Well, I guess the first question would be like, what do you mean by falling in love? Like you've decided like I want to do a long-term investment in this person.
Well, you don't have to be in love with someone to cheat with them.
Well, sure, but I'm saying like, what do you mean to even fall in love when you say like men fall in love quicker than women?
Like, for example, when it comes to a lot of my guy friends and stuff, again, this is anecdotal and stuff, whenever I talk to them about their like new partner they're dating, all of them are like, I am in love with her. And I'm like, whoa, you've been literally talking to her for a month and maybe going out with her, and yeah, you had sex with her, but it's only been like technically a month and you're already in love with her. And they're like, yeah, but it doesn't seem like typically they end up committing and you know, trying to progress into the relationship, like into a long-term relationship with them, because they're just like, oh, this happened, you know, it doesn't seem like we're working out, and they get very easily dissatisfied and they just fall off.
I feel like this can happen. So here's like 3 reasons why I'd wondered if this has happened. So falling in love with a new partner immediately. So one is obviously there's an infatuation period, and I feel like that men and women can be super prone to that.
Like a honeymoon phase?
Yeah. I feel like experience and emotional maturity are 2 big factors here, and I'm curious for the guys you're talking to, like, are these guys that are in their like first relationship or that have very little relationship, and they just say like, oh, I love this person after knowing them for 1 or 2 months?
Correct. They don't say
but
it
then
to the
what is
girl
the-
specifically, but they are comfortable sharing that with me and stuff like that.
But
I'm
then,
like,
and then
well,
what? The girls
yeah.
are there with the guy, and they're like, "Oh, I don't know if I love this guy."
Typically, whenever I talk to the girl, she might not necessarily phrase it as in a sense of like I'm in love with him, but she does invest more emotionally. That's from my experience. Like she might actually try to work for that relationship. She might try to connect with the guy more. So she actually puts more effort, while the guy might say, "I'm in love with her."
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like all of it is so generalized. I could totally see this going so many different ways. Like, for instance, I've heard of a lot of things of like putting in a lot of effort early. So one of the memes, for instance, is that like when you first start dating a girl, you know, she's giving you anal and blowing you like every fucking 2 hours, and she's like so blah blah. And then like, oh god, now that you're married, no more blowjobs. Your wife sucks, right? And then I've also heard the flip side of like, I met this dude, he was like super shredded, I like loved him so much, and now like 12 months into our relationship, like he doesn't know how to wipe his ass anymore, and he's like a fat fuck who hasn't been to the gym in 6 months. So like I hear stereotypes both ways. I don't know which one is like more true or not true in terms of like who puts less effort into the relationship or themselves as a relationship goes on. That's just hard. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the. I've heard so many stories both ways. I don't actually know like who's worse in terms of investing in terms of like long relationship. Yeah.
I feel like, you know, when it comes to relationships, both individuals try to invest a lot in order to kind of like get their foot into the dating world, right? You like, for example, after the breakup, the guy and the girl actually go to the gym and get shredded and the girl gets an ass and the guy gets the abs and stuff like that. They put so much effort. They, you know, get a whole makeover and stuff. But once they settle down in a relationship, a lot of them, as people say, let themselves go. So it seems like a lot of times it's just everybody puts an effort to kind of like get the mate, but then after they get it, they just like, whatever.
Potentially, yeah.
Like, I already got it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't see
Yeah.
that being like hardcore gendered, I guess.
What I have noticed is typically what happens is from the gentleman's from the girl's perspective, a lot of gentlemen, like for example, you know, woo the girl in a sense of like, oh, let me bring you flowers, let me bring you coffee, let me take you out to a nice restaurant and stuff like that. So they put in a lot of effort into like trying to get the girl, like try to impress her. But then once they get into a relationship, a lot of girls complain about how they don't go on the dates anymore, how he doesn't bring her flowers, how they don't have the pillow talks and stuff like that. So while the girl, it typically has to do with her looks, while in regards to a guy, it typically has to do with his actions.
I mean, like typically, yeah, I guess this is going to depend on the guy again. I don't know any guys that are in long-term successful relationships that are bragging about just how good their partner looks.
You think like it's a given that your partner's gonna look like shit?
No, I think that like to have a relationship, you need more than just like good looks. Good looks is a good reason to fuck somebody. I don't know if it's a good reason to have like a relationship with somebody. Unless you're like in a very like tradcon type like family style where you're gonna have kids soon and like she's like a housewife and she's supposed to take care of kids or whatever. But even at that, she's gonna need more than just good looks.
I kind of disagree because one thing I've noticed that a lot of people actually break up after their partner like gains weight or, you know, doesn't take care of themselves.
Well,
A
physical
lot of people are
attraction
like,
is a
I'm
big-
no longer actually attracted to you and I don't want to have like sex with you. I don't want to be intimate with you because you let yourself go and you don't look like the same. Like I don't have the sexual attraction towards you. So I feel like the looks are still important.
I didn't say that the looks aren't important. And there's going to be a threshold how much weight you can gain for your partner not wanting to be with you anymore. But I think that like but I don't think that's, you need more than that. It's like necessary, but not sufficient. Like that might be an important thing, but that's not like the only thing that's going to get somebody into a long-term relationship with somebody, I think.
No, I agree. But it's something that could actually break up the long-term relationship.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Yeah. So that seems like a sufficient for a successful long-term relationship. Because
Necessary.
if
When I say sufficient, I mean like that's all you need. Sufficient. Necessary means it has to be a
Oh.
component of it, but sufficient means that's enough. Yeah, I don't think it's sufficient for a long-term relationship. It's necessary. You have to have some form of attraction to your partner, almost for sure. But
Yeah.
not. But I think there has to be more than that for long-term relationships. I think, yeah, for on the guy or
Okay.
the girl side. I think.
Okay. No, I agree with that sense. Okay. So to go back to the conversation you had with Abba, I have a point to bring to you. So, um, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said when it comes to relationship, one of the things that you value the most is like the sexual chemistry and the mechanics of sex in your relationships. Am I right?
Yeah, I think that's a make or break for me. Yeah.
It's a make or break for you. Okay. So don't take this the wrong way. However, I have noticed that a lot of virgin guys, a lot of guys who actually haven't had a lot of sexual experience, no sexual experience at all, actually share that opinion with you in a sense where, like, for example, a lot of the virgin guys that I've spoken with and stuff, they associate sex with like that ultimate kind of like the highest value in the relationship. You need to have that. That has to be like amazing in order for that relationship to work and stuff like that. That's why a lot of them actually consume a lot of porn. How do you feel about that?
I don't think anything you said mapped onto anything that I said there.
He never said it's the most important. He just said he values it a lot, and I think a lot of people value it a lot because if you don't have good
But
sexual chemistry with someone, then how?
But Destiny actually never confirmed that he values anything above that.
Wait, value anything about what?
About above just like the sex and the chemistry and the mechanics of it.
That I never that I never what? Valued anything else?
Valued anything above that.
Well, I just said it's a make or break for a relationship, right?
So isn't that technically speaking the highest value thing you put it in?
But then what's wrong with
wait,
that?
wait,
Like if
no,
you're-
wait, no, that's not what that means, right? So like for instance, like hygiene is a make or break for me. That's not the most important thing. If a girl has bad hygiene, I can't. We won't be together. But that's
So
not.
what's the most important thing for you then?
I don't know if I have like the most important thing is probably romantic chemistry. That's another make or break, and that's probably one of the biggest defining factors of if I would be like in a relationship with somebody or not.
Can you elaborate on that?
Like, do I feel like is this somebody that when I wake up with them in 4 years, do I still feel like a really strong desire to like cuddle with them and to be cute with them and to like use like cute pet names with them? And if I think about them, do I like miss them in like a romantic and fun and like physically and emotionally intimate sense? Do I feel like I can share things with them emotionally? Do I feel like they're pretty judge free compared to anybody else? Like, do I feel comfortable like talking with them about anything? Do I feel like they support me and like the lifestyle I want to live, the endeavors that I'm trying in? Do I feel like they can help me? Like, all of these things are like big components of like romantic chemistry. Like, do I feel like I have a closer bond? Like, are you the most important person in my life that you would go out of your way for and that I would go out of my way for? These are like big components of like romantic chemistry.
So you actually do value like intimacy and the emotional kind of like attachment over the physical.
Oh, I wouldn't say over. I don't know. I think.
Well,
hold
I
on,
feel
wait,
like
wait,
you're
wait.
trying
I'm
to
sorry.
avoid the question.
No. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Okay. You're asking me, okay, you know what a car is, right? 4 wheels? It's like you're asking me, like, do you think that the front left wheel is the most important wheel in the car? And I'm like, well, no. And you're like, but you need that one to drive. You said that if you don't have that wheel, you can't drive. I'm like, well, correct. It's like, okay, then that's the most, I'm like, well, no, the front right wheel is also really important. You're like, well, can you drive without that wheel? No. Oh, so that's the most, like, I don't know how I could, like, what straw is the one that breaks the camel's back? If you've got a billion pieces of straw, like, I don't know, there are tons of parts of a relationship that are important parts that have to be there. In my opinion, sexual chemistry is one of them. Romantic chemistry is one of them. Yeah. So.
No, I don't disagree, but I feel like it's first of all, it's a weird comparison comparing car to a more complex emotional attachment or human emotional attachment. I think it's a really weird comparison.
It's not weird at all.
And second, yeah, I think it's weird.
Okay.
And second of all, it is.
It's not.
And yeah, but it is.
Go ahead.
And second of all, I think when it comes to a relationship, there's such a thing as a priority, right? And for some reason, you're having a hard time prioritizing one thing over another. You're saying you have to have all of it, but I feel like there's such a thing as a priority. So what do you prioritize in a relationship?
I disagree. I think these are women tricks that they use to mind fuck guys. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the most common way that a woman will mind fuck you with this priorities argument is, it is in 3 weeks,
Yeah.
your best friend is going to graduate. Okay, with a degree in neuroscience, and all of your friends are supporting him, and they are happy that he's graduating. He defended his thesis, blah 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 blah. And then your girlfriend is like, "Oh, well, in 1 week, I just found out that my family's having like a special dinner." And you're like, "Okay, well, like our friend has been studying for like years for this. We all want to go support him." And the girl's like, "Oh, what are you're prioritizing your friend over me? Oh, I'm not your number one priority in life." No, I think that's bullshit. I think that priorities are fluid. I think that they shift in different periods of time. And I think that what you need at any particular point in time is going to change based, like dynamically responding to a given environment, right? When if I had a wife and she was going through cancer, our sexual chemistry, the priority for that in the relationship would tank. It would be almost non-existent because that's not what she needs at that given point in time. There's going to be way other things relating to like my housekeeping abilities, my consideration for her, my willingness to go out of my way for like these things are going to be way more important. So I don't know how you can say like, if I were to ask you to rate the priorities, like these are going to change dynamically based on what's going on in their lives.
Not necessarily true. You're talking about, so there are certain priorities, certain, in a sense, values that actually build the foundation of your relationship, right? So in case of your wife having cancer, your priority always remained the same in a sense where like my wife's health and well-being is a priority over our sexual life. That's what you're in a sense saying.
Yeah, but
And
like the
wouldn't
amount
that
of
always
sex.
be true? How would that change? How will her well-being, her health will change at any time given?
Yeah, but if it changes, let's say that I was going to marry another girl and I found out she just doesn't have a vagina. It's just like an empty space there, right? Well, like her health and well-being or whatever involve her not having a vagina. We're not sexually compatible. I probably can't be with this person, right? So I'm gonna need somebody that has a vagina to fuck. I don't think that like just because my health or her health, like.
Wait, that's actually a really stupid example
Well, not
because why would you even marry that person? She would never be your wife, right? Because
Yeah, I agree, because that would be a disqualifier, right? But does that mean
Yeah.
that if I choose not to marry a person because we're like sexually uncompatible, does that mean I'm prioritizing sexuality over like health? Or
in a sense, repeat that one more time.
like because I'm making a choice there where I love this person in every other sense and I want her to be happy and healthy and shit, but we don't have the sexual compatibility, does that mean that since I'm choosing her and I have all these other qualities I like, but she doesn't have the sexual compatibility, am I prioritizing the sexual compatibility then over everything else because me and her aren't sexually compatible?
Why does everything have to be ranked when in a real relationship it's just like a culmination of all the traits that you like and
Yeah, like what is the
like
ranking,
you're
I
weighing
guess?
Oh, I think there is such a thing as actually ranking because, for example, in a lot of relationships, you might love someone, but let's just say one of the biggest disagreements a lot of people have is children. Let's just say a man doesn't want to have children, but a woman wants to have children, right? It's just incompatible. And for a lot of people, that's going to be a very high ranked thing. So even
I don't
if they
think-
love each other,
Wait, real quick. I don't think that is a highly ranked thing. I think that's a really, really lowly ranked thing. It's just a deal breaker.
Wait, what do you mean by low rank thing?
As
If it's
in-
a deal breaker, how is that a low rank?
Sure. Like hygiene is a very low rank. That's not like of all the quality, because there's a lot of people on the planet with good hygiene. There's a lot of people on the planet that want to have kids. That's not going to be like a high ranking thing for a relationship, but it is a deal breaker.
Again, how can something that is a deal breaker be like a low rank thing? I just don't understand. If it's a deal breaker, if it doesn't allow for your relationship to work, continue, how can that be a low ranker?
Because if, like, when you ask me, what do I want in a relationship? Like, maybe the first thing I say isn't someone that brushes their teeth every day. Like, that's not the first thing that comes to mind. But if I'm talking to a guy and I find out that he doesn't brush his teeth every day, that's going to be a deal breaker for me. And that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm placing hygiene above everything else, but it is going to be a deal breaker if a guy has bad hygiene.
Yeah, like I would never say that like one of the coolest things about my partner is that they brush their teeth every day. I would never say that. That's never going to be like high ranking. But like if they didn't, that'd be a deal breaker. If you want, we could take a step back and like, what do you mean when you say ranking? What does rank mean for you when you're ranking a thing?
Yeah, so in my opinion, when it comes to a relationship and when you decide who you want to be a long-term partners with, there are specific values you have to share. If you don't share those, the relationship is simply not going to work. It's going to fail and you just won't be able to continue it.
Yep.
And in my opinion, one of those values involves whether or not you want to have children,
Wait, can
whether
I
or
ask
not you.
before you give examples? So, what's the difference between like what you just said there for your rankings? These are values you need to share for relationship work. What's the difference in your mind between like a ranking high or low of a value versus just like a deal breaker? Because it sounds like what you're describing are deal breakers. We might be talking
So
about the
for
same thing, we're just using different words. But go ahead.
Fair enough. So, for example, when it comes to the hygiene thing that she brought up, like about a guy brushing his teeth or whatever, right? The hygiene thing. The hygiene thing is one of those things that um, I could actually tell the person, like, hey, I think you need to start brushing your teeth. It's something that I'm not finding attractive to, and you need to change that. And it's something that it can be easily changed. But I feel like there are certain things, such as kids or finances, that are just um, they're not so easily changed. It's either yes or no type of thing. So, like,
But
for
you
example,
can
when you talk,
compromise, and that's what relationships are. You come to like
sure,
compromises
I
and
agree with you. A
agreements.
relationship is all about compromises, but I feel like in a lot of cases, what I have noticed talking to my friends just from experiences is when it comes to children, a lot of times it's not compromise. When it comes to finance,
Sure.
it's
Wait,
not
wait.
a
I
lot of
agree. I agree.
compromise.
Wait, I'm just trying to get just real quick. I'm sorry. What is the difference
Go ahead.
between a deal breaker and like a thing you prioritize or whatever? I'm just trying to figure out the difference between those.
So I guess when it comes to, for example, I'm gonna talk about hygiene. You could date a person, and once you start dating them, you might notice that they actually don't wash their ass. And whenever they're wearing underwear, there's a skid mark or whatever, right? And so once you start dating them, you could be like, hey, you don't fucking wash your asshole. So why don't you, I'm telling you as a girlfriend, go and wash your fucking asshole, right? And we can work on that and that can change. But I feel like when you're talking to two mature individuals, they already have set their values in regards to having children or not, and they typically will not change. They will not improve on that because there's nothing to improve. It's a yes or a no. It's either yes, I want it, or no, I don't want to have kids. And those are the type of things that you can't necessarily compromise because again, you already set because those are such a strong values. Those are like the highest priority.
Okay.
Some
we might
you-
we might have like some level of conceptual or conceptual agreement maybe, but we're just like using different words. Do you think we have an actual disagreement? I can't tell. Or do you think we have a semantic disagreement here? Like we're using different like, words? Do you think we have like an actual like conceptual disagreement? Like we actually disagree on something?
So I think from your perspective, all values or whatever can be compromised.
What do
At
you-
least
no,
not
wait,
maybe
what?
from you, but from Anna's. Like a lot of things, just everything can be compromised. Everything can be worked through.
Well, that's
In
not.
my
Wait. That's not true. I don't. Obviously, I don't believe that.
I didn't
That's
say that.
well, like let's say for instance, like let's say that like I can think of like a ton of things. Like somebody might be paralyzed completely, unfortunately, which is sad.
Okay.
Some people might be like morbidly obese. You're like, I can't. I'm not attracted to you. Some people
Yeah.
might be the wrong sex organs. Right? You're a guy or you're a trans or whatever person. Like I can't do that. Some people there might be fundamental incompatibility around things like hygiene or wanting children or the country you want to live in or the hours you want to work or like delineation of house chores. Like these could all be like things that where there's no compromise. I don't think you can compromise on everything. Compromise is going to be a matter of like how far do both parties want to move in their comfort zone, you know, for the sake of enjoying the positive traits of the other party, right? That's what compromise is, yeah.
But I don't believe in like the whole ranking thing and having like one specific thing be most important over some like everything else because if you
Do you think the conversation about children is going to be more important than the conversation about hygiene?
Yeah, I never said it wasn't, but you were asking
so
him.
that's
But you were
actually
saying
highly
that
ranked.
he values sex more than like romantic stuff, and that's how this whole thing started. So, and back to the car analogy, like I think I agree with what he's saying. It's like a balance.
Yeah, I don't know. Even in that question is like a hard one. Is the conversation about hygiene going to be more important than the conversation about, you said, having children?
Or finances. Like, for example, a lot of people would be like, hey, you have like $200,000 in student loan and I don't have any student loan. And if we marry, you know, like it's going to be both of our, like in case they don't do prenup and whatever shit, right? It's going to be both of our responsibility in a sense. And if I get divorced, I will probably have to pay like 50% of your student loan. So for a lot of people, or if you have like a bad financial habits or whatever, for a lot of people, that's going to be a complete deal breaker, right? So finance and let's be honest, finances, adultery, children, and stuff like that are some of the biggest causes of divorce and stuff.
But I feel like
so
these are
I think like I would agree that those are deal breakers, but they're also like not that important to me. Like somebody having bad finances, that would be a deal breaker for me. But I don't like care if the person I'm dating makes a lot of money. That like doesn't matter that much. So it's like a deal breaker.
I think that's a difference, right?
I know a lot of these
not
issues
making a lot of money versus having a financial, irresponsible financial habits are completely different things.
Having really responsible financial habits gets you almost nowhere with me. Like, there's never been a girl where I'm like, she's like, oh, like, I have an 850 credit score. I'm like, okay. Like, I don't care.
Oh,
but
what
if you
if
were
she
like,
has like a $200,000 in student loan debt and stuff like that? And
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So, like, it could be like a
doesn't-
deal breaker, but that doesn't mean I'm
Uh-huh.
prioritizing, like, their financial habits. Like, I don't, like, you might be the most, well, like, you might use QuickBooks for your own fucking, like, your own job to manage your own money.
I feel like a lot of these things are things that
No,
come
no,
up,
no.
like, once you're already in a relationship with someone. Like, I don't feel like a lot of people talk about children and like finances and stuff when you're just meeting a person and figuring out if you want to be in a relationship with them. I think people value like sexual compatibility and romantic compatibility over stuff like wanting children and finances.
I
and stuff.
disagree. I feel like I would not want to waste my time with someone who actually doesn't want to have kids, and I want to have kids and stuff like that. Like even if we're sexually compatible and stuff like that, right? Like if we're just not compatible in that value, I wouldn't want to waste my time spending time with them or like investing in them.
Yeah, but I agree, I understand that. But like, if you had like 10 guys, I don't know if like them wanting to have kids, that's not like boosting somebody a ton in your eyes. It's just making it so you'd be willing to date the guy because they want to have kids, right?
Right, but if somebody who is not willing to have kids, I'm going to be completely dismissing them. It's
Yeah.
just simply, even though they might be like amazing, compatible sexually and intimately and stuff like that, I will completely dismiss them because our values just don't align, and I'm not willing to compromise in that sense.
Okay,
There's
I
certain
like.
things we just will
I
not
feel like we.
compromise
I feel like we agree on all of this. Could restate. Do you think we have any disagreements here? Clearly, I don't think everything can be compromised. I don't even know why you would think I would ever think that. That's absolutely retarded. There are going to be some non-compromisables.
You should do retarded. Yeah, no. I don't think you disagree with me. I think Anna does.
No, I doubt it. Do you think?
I no.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement over here on this side of the aisle.
Again, I just think there is a ranking. I think there are certain things you will not compromise on, certain things you are willing to compromise on, and I
Can
feel
you
like
give me, wait,
people
real quick, I'm curious. Can you give me a ranking of like top 3 or top 5 things for a relationship for you?
Yes. Willingness to have children, the financial aspect of it. You have to be aligned on the finances. You have to be aligned on potentially what will happen to your parents in case they age and in case of they depend on you and stuff like that. In case of disability, stuff like that.
So when you think of like
things
the
that will
partners,
drastically impact your life.
okay, okay. We just
But
have
it
way
just sounds
different
like
views
you're
of,
looking for someone who has a similar like moral system to you.
or even just like none
Similar
of these
values,
things.
yeah.
Sure.
I
Okay.
agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
If what you're saying is true, then we view
Raising
relationships.
children religiously or not religiously, etc.
Okay. If what
Yeah.
you're saying is true, that might be the case. We just view relationships way differently.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay. All right, the next question.
Also, I would
have-
say one stronger statement. Also, I don't think you view relationships like this at all. I don't think this is true, but
How do you think I view relationships?
because
Dustin?
nothing you listed is like really that exceptional. I don't know if none of these things are like that good. None of these things would make for like a really good relationship. You're giving like super fundamental basic things that like maybe 1/3
those fundamental basic things can be actually the end of your relationship if you don't actually agree with those aspects at the beginning of your relationship, and those happen. So a lot of times couples actually avoid these serious conversations, right? Because they're afraid that their significant other will leave, or
Yeah, I don't
they
disagree.
they don't want
You're
confrontations.
describing deal breakers. You're about to do a huge description of deal breakers. I agree with you, but like the
Mhm.
pools of all the guys you're going to be choosing from,
Yeah.
all of them are going to have all of these like fundamental traits there, and you're not going to be choosing between these traits. Like this guy said that he would take care of my parents for 5 years, but this guy said he'd take care of my parents for 8 years. You're never going to be choosing between these traits. These are prerequisites just to get you in the door for considering a relationship. And then the other things that I think I mentioned before, things like romantic or sexual chemistry, or things like your lifestyle hobbies or similarities for how you spend time together, or love languages, whatever. These are going to be the big things that are going to be the most important deciders between men in your life. Not like, are they willing to have children? Because that's like half the guys in the United States. Like, I don't think.
I completely disagree with you. That's why these examples are the reasons why a lot of people divorce: adultery, financial.
You're about to
issues,
describe deal
and
breakers
children.
again. You're describing deal breakers again.
I
Yeah.
think there's a difference between things that you find to be deal breakers and then just like basic compatibility.
Yeah. Like you're just describing deal breakers over and over again, but you're never choosing between people. I don't think there's ever going to be a time in your life where you're choosing between multiple guys and you're choosing on deal breakers. Like I don't think you're going to ever be like.
I promise to tell you. I'm gonna promise you. If I had a choice between two guys and everything else was the same, except for whether one of them wanted to have children and not,
Yep.
I would choose the one that wanted to.
That's
have
great,
kids.
but what I'm telling you is you're never going to have to make that choice, because if the point where you're choosing between who you want to spend the rest of your life with, the guy that doesn't want to have kids never made it past the first date. You're never choosing on these grounds. You're choosing between the guy that makes you feel the happiest, that wants to spend the most of the kind of time you like to spend together, that shares the most hobbies, that tells you the words you like. These are the choices that you're making it on, because you're not thinking, by the time you've narrowed it down to two guys.
About the honeymoon
even
phase.
then, once
You
you
literally
get to-
fucking talking about the honeymoon phase. No,
Not
you're
talking about
the honeymoon
nothing.
phase where
Literally, hold
everything
on.
is good,
Literally
where everything is
nothing I
happy.
said. Literally nothing I said had to do with the
Once
honeymoon
you get
phase
to
there.
the point where
Typically,
you're
you
having
don't
the
actually
serious-
start talking about these conversations until you are actually in the relationship and you actually considering committing or not, right?
Wait. You don't
So
have what
when-
conversations?
Once, yeah.
Wait.
serious
What?
conversations. What do you mean?
You have these conversations like in the early stages of dating, maybe before you even
Yeah,
are
like
dating each
maybe
other.
like 3 months or 6 months and stuff like that. You don't have it on the first or second date, right?
But to go on the first and second date with someone, you have to first of all have like physical attractiveness, and then you'll probably
I don't
figure out
dispute
if
that.
you'll probably
100%.
figure out if you have
Sure,
like
but-
sexual compatibility before you even reach
100%.
these.
Yeah, or I'm just saying
I
that like
agree.
I'm just saying that like when it comes time for like choosing like guys to spend the rest of your life with, you've already gotten all these serious conversations out of the way. That'd be my guess.
No, typically what ends up happening is, I'm just speaking from my experience and from my friends' experience and stuff. Typically, the first few months, you actually just, have sex with them, just have the honeymoon phase, like, oh my God, this is so amazing, butterflies and candies
And
and
if
stuff
that
like
stuff
that, right?
doesn't go well, would
But
you
then-
even have those conversations with these guys about
Or even
other
just-
stuff? Like about like the
No,
more
you
serious
don't.
stuff?
I agree with you.
So then
After the
how is
honeymoon
that-
phase.
So then how is
But
the fundamental compatibility on like sexuality and personality and romantic interests not more important than these deal breakers? Because if you're not compatible with these
because I
guys
know
and
that when
they
it
won't
comes
make
to a
past-
relationship,
But
yes,
if they won't-
because
if
I
you-
know
they
when it
won't-
comes to a serious relationship, hold on. When it comes to a serious relationship, I'm gonna be looking for just beyond amazing sex. I'm gonna be looking if I'm actually compatible with them on a value sense, if we share the same goals, if we're actually striving for the same things. If
Well, yeah,
not,
but if you're on like the second date with a guy and you realize we're just like not compatible sexually, we're not compatible romantically, you won't even make it to the point where you're having to have these conversations about.
I think you're
what
missing
would you
my
do-
point.
What
Yeah,
would
wait.
you do
No,
about?
no.
Or here, well,
You're
let's
missing
read
my
it.
point.
Wait, yeah,
You're
okay,
missing my
wait.
point.
Just refocusing. I'm sorry. So for these like huge deal breaker, long-term relationship things,
Mhm.
at what point after you're dating a person do you have these conversations?
typically it ends up happening after the honeymoon phase. So typically honeymoon phases last what? 3, 6, 1 year or whatever. And that's when typically people start having these serious conversations because they start meeting the friends, they start meeting the family, a little bit more serious conversations come in. And that's when you actually decide, oh, is it time to break up?
Okay,
And
I
typically
think-
most relationships do break
I think
up.
I think I agree with you conceptually, but our time scale is dramatically different. I agree with you,
Okay.
but these conversations for me, these are happening, I would imagine like 1 to at the most 3 months. The idea that I would be with a girl for a year before I find out if she wants to have kids, if she wants to have, even 3 months is pushing it. But before I find out if she wants to have kids, what her financial situation kind of looks like, or whatever, like these are really important things to me. These conversation topics are coming up like pretty early, I would imagine.
I mean, I agree with you. It's just there's a lot of retarded people out there. But yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay.
Typically, for
'Cause the
me,
idea, like,
from
you-
my experience, it's been a month.
Okay, sure, that makes sense. So, so in a month, yeah, but then that I think I don't think that we disagree much. I don't know, actually, I'm not sure.
But wasn't
I
the
think
whole
that like the issue is that like you're never. I don't think that you're ever gonna have a point in your life where you're having to choose, making difficult choices between guys because of whether they want to have kids or not. Like, but like that's gonna be like
You are so fucking wrong at that. Like, I can't even believe you're saying that. You're so absolutely fundamentally wrong at that.
Okay.
For so many people,
Mhm.
it is one of the highest values,
Mhm.
whether or not they want to have children or not. And if the other person says no, why would they compromise? There are certain things that are just uncompromisable. But we're
You're
talking about
misunderstanding
getting
what,
into
sure.
a relationship
Yeah,
with
wait,
people.
yeah,
like,
wait.
once-
Hold on. I understand what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying. Okay, if that's the approach that a person is taking, that person should, by buy razor blades and cut their throat and kill themselves. That's the stupidest fucking
Wait,
thing in the world.
wait.
If you are not
really?
finding out,
Well, you know what,
if you're
there's certain
investing,
things-
if you're investing that much time in a person and you haven't hit any of the basic deal breakers yet, you are wasting your time. And more sadly, you're wasting their time. They deserve somebody better that's going to be more upfront and have those conversations earlier than spending a year with somebody and then the person drops on them. By the way, I need to have kids or else we're breaking up because that's not compatible with me. Like the person, I'd imagine that person be like, why the fuck would you?
Everybody is confrontational as you. Majority of people are not fucking confrontational. Majority of people are pussies. Okay.
Okay,
So
that's
they don't
fine.
have
And those
to
people shouldn't be
have
wasting other people's times. That's fine. Or they can pair up with themselves and then they can
I
spend
agree with
3
you.
years in a relationship. They're like, oh shit, I just found out that my partner owes $500,000 in debt to a loan shark and we've been married for 3 years and now I'm having these serious conversations. Like, why wouldn't you not? I can understand if you're like 20 or you're like in college or if you're like in high school and you're dating, like, fuck it, you know, that makes sense, sure. But once you're like past like 25 or 30 or you've got a few relationships you're about, these conversations about what do you want the rest of your life to look like, they should be coming up like pretty early. Otherwise, why the fuck are you wasting anybody's time?
I agree with you, Destiny, but the thing is, you fucking assume that everybody is at the same level of confrontation and same level of comfort as you are. I literally had a friend, again, I understand this is anecdotal, who literally brought up the conversation about kids after they got engaged, all right? She called me and like, hey, do you want to have kids? I'm like, I want to have that possibility open. She's like, my fiance said that he doesn't want to have kids, and I don't know how to feel about it. She never brought that up, and they're getting married. Do you see my point?
Wait, so she didn't know before she entered the relationship with him? So then it's not one of the fundamental things that you need to know before you enter a relationship.
Well, she's going to say
with
it's
someone.
fundamental because then she's going to say that she ended the relationship over it. I understand the
She
argument you're
didn't
making,
end
but
the
it's just like, it's just such a...
That's not a trait that you need to get into a relationship with someone. That's
She
like what the
didn't
whole thing-
end the conversation. She didn't end the relationship. Instead, what she did is she actually just she completely ignored her actual wants and just completely give in
Well,
to
wait,
the
if
guy.
you said if that was
The
something that she was,
desires.
if that was something that she was open to, and then she finds out that the guy doesn't know, it sounds like she's not
Mhm.
ignoring it. She's just like, oh, well, that's the direction they went. Like for me, like if I'm with a girl, hold on, I'm open.
Hold on.
I'm open to the possibility of having more kids, but if I end up dating, but that's not like a huge thing for me. But if I meet a girl and she's like, listen, I really want to have 2 kids, like a few years in the relationship, okay, fine, yeah, sure, I guess I really want to if we're both able to do it. But if a girl's like, I don't think I ever want to have kids, like, okay, fine, that's not like a huge thing for me. Your friend could have been the same way, no? What's the difference?
Because she actually brought it up as a concern.
What do you mean as a
The
concern?
whole point of the conversation was like
Oh,
what
wait,
we
wait, hold on, let me
prioritize when
drill-
we're entering relationships with people. So if she
Sure.
didn't bring this up until after they were engaged, doesn't that completely negate the point that these are like fundamentals that you need to enter a relationship with someone? These are conversations that come up after.
Or we're not. The
you're in a
argument isn't necessarily if they need to enter the relationship, but just like what's required to like continue the relationship. But I'm just curious. I don't understand. Like,
But if it's that important, wouldn't it come up sooner?
yeah, what it sounds like
You
she
would
was.
expect, right?
Well, but
I
it sounds
agree
like
with you would expect.
it sounds like she's
Go ahead.
okay. It sounds like she's okay. Like not having kids. Why couldn't she just be flexible on that?
The reason why she couldn't be flexible at that is because when she brought up to me, she stated that she wants to have that option open, right? And then the next time I talked to her, she's like, you know, like maybe he's right. Like, maybe I don't want to actually have kids. Maybe it's actually not gonna bring me, like.
Hold on,
that
can I ask? Is
emotional
it
fulfillment and
possible?
stuff like
Is
that.
it
Go ahead.
possible that she genuinely felt that way? That she didn't have a strong position on that, or do you have to be binary one way or another on that?
I feel like at her age, she should have known. And she
How
probably
old
does
is she?
know. Similar age as me, Destiny.
Okay, do you think? Wait. Do you think
my
that should I have a firm position on if I want to have kids again in the future or not?
I think you already have the firm position.
I don't.
For
I
you,
just told you I could go either way. I'm 50-50 on it, 100%.
Yeah, so you're telling me that you could give a 0 rat's ass?
Correct.
It's going to depend on your partner. So you already made that decision. For her, she actually didn't make that decision. For her, she was like, I don't know what I want. I think I want to have that option, but she wasn't concrete. She was wishy-washy about it. And she just allowed her partner to make a decision for her. I think those
May I
very
ask a
fundamentally
question?
do
Or
different
wait, hold on. Let me
things.
just drill down this. What's wrong with that? Like being the case that she just would let her partner choose because she doesn't care that much. Like, what if somebody said like, I don't know how I feel about where I live in the future. Like, if my partner has a strong decision on it, then I'll probably just go with my partner. What if somebody says that? Like, oh, and the partner's like, oh, I want to move to Washington. Like, okay, what's wrong with that?
Because I think it's an extremely retarded take because children can change and alter your life to such a
So can
significant
where you live. Who
degree that you
cares?
cannot be wishy-washy.
You absolutely
No,
can be.
I
No
I
offense,
don't
but like
dance with you.
cockroaches have kids. Anybody can have kids. They're not that special. Sorry, they're not. Anybody can have kids. Like, yeah, they can change your life or whatever, sure. But like, you could have them or you couldn't. Like one way or another. Like,
Fucking retarded take because talk about how much you invest into your kid. When it comes to human kids, you invest a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of resources and stuff like that.
sure, that's
And
true of where you
especially with
live. It's true of
everything
houses. It's true of businesses. It's true of pets. It's true of dogs and cats. Like you invest a lot in a lot of different things. That doesn't mean that you have to feel like you have to do one way or
There's
another.
a reason why a lot of people choose to have only one kid because they believe that's what they can afford, but they still want to have that one kid.
And there's a
You
reason why
cannot
some people
just
fuck with
fucking-
no birth control and they're like, you know, if we have a kid, fuck it, we'll do it. Who cares? Like some people might not have the strongest. Just because you have a strong position doesn't mean you have to have a strong position on that. I don't know why. Why would you think you have to have a strong position on that?
The world would be a better place if fucking people actually took a responsibility deciding what they technically want from life.
No,
instead of
hold
being
on. It is no,
plastic.
hold on. It's not. The world wouldn't be a better place if somebody like made a resolute choice. It's whether or not they take responsibility for what happens afterwards. That's the important part. If somebody's open to it, and if it happens, they're fine, and they go down that path, then that's fine. But like, I don't think somebody has to be like, have a resolute 100% like concrete decision on do I want to have kids or not. Like you can probably be open to it one way or another. I think that's fine. That's
I
totally.
disagree with
You
you.
know what I don't
I feel like
get?
you need to know or not because it's such a significant decision. It can alter not only your life, but it could also impact somebody else's life, aka your child. So I feel like it's a very irresponsible thing to say.
Okay, you're wrong. What was your question?
You're wrong.
If like you started out by asking Steven, how come you place like sexual chemistry so high up, like you rank it so high, and then your other like rankings are willingness to have children, financial aspect, like all of this. I'm just saying, how would you ever get to the point where you're talking about your like financial beliefs and your willingness to have children if you're not sexually compatible or if you're not compatible in general? Like I feel like these basic aspects are more important than these deal breakers, and that's what the difference is.
No, I don't disagree with you. And I think you're absolutely right. You need to have that initial attraction. I think you need to have that initial sexual compatibility and stuff like that. But I feel like in regards to the long-term partnership, those are just never enough. You need to have more than that. You need to have foundational values.
Yeah, but I
You
don't
need
think
to have-
anyone's disagreeing with that. I think, but I
Yeah,
thought,
I agree.
think
We're on the same page.
that when you said, when you were asking him like, oh, you value this to get, I think the implication was like getting into a relationship. Like he values sexual compatibility when he's getting into a relationship. But now like we've kind of like shifted the goalpost to like wanting to have children and like this sort of stuff. Like
So
I think
to
they're
clarify-
two different conversations that we're having.
Yeah, so to clarify, from my perspective, from the conversation I observed between Stephen and Abba, is that Stephen actually finds it as a sufficient, but he said that he doesn't. He finds it just as a necessary take on it. He doesn't find it sufficient. So from when I was listening to that conversation, to me it seemed like if that is if the mechanics of sex is not good, even if sex is mediocre, he's not going to be satisfied.
True. That's true. That is true.
There you go. Yeah, that's my point.
No, that wasn't your point. Earlier, you made it
That
seem
is
like
my
that was
point.
the only thing that I needed to sustain a relationship.
You literally wait. Didn't you just say that if you didn't have a good mechanics in the sex, you would actually completely dismiss the relationship?
Yeah, that's a deal breaker, but it's not enough. It's not enough to keep a whole relationship going.
Unless he's gonna keep the girl in the closet and just have her as a sex slave, like she's obviously gonna need more
No.
traits and like.
Hold on, Steve, but what if, okay, here's
Yeah.
an example. What
Go
if you
ahead.
actually have a girl that
Uh-huh.
you're compatible with, but she's mediocre at sex? What will happen?
I don't know. I don't think I would maintain the relationship. I think that's an important quality for me.
That's my point. So, like,
Okay, but
you
if I
have
had a girl that
everything else,
wasn't,
but
if I had a girl that wasn't good at anything, but she was really good at sex, I wouldn't date her. I would need other things too. Like she'd have to be intelligent. She'd have to be.
who would you prioritize between the two? So a girl who's mediocre at sex, but 10 out of 10 or whatever, super attractive, shares the same values, or actually a girl who's very good mechanically, as you claim, but she doesn't share. Who would you actually choose?
Choose for wait. Choose for what? Choose for what? Choose for friends with benefits or choose for a relationship partner?
Relationship partner.
I would choose the person that has like the greater levels of overlap with me for sure. So it'd probably be the person with the worst sexual mechanics.
Or you could just
Fair
look for
enough.
someone who like
But that-
meets all your requirements.
Yeah, but that's also going to be true of things like hygiene. Like I would choose a partner with bad hygiene that hits every single category rather than somebody that just is really good with their hygiene but doesn't like overlap anything else.
Yeah, and just to push back on you. I feel like if people just like always try to find somebody that they're 100% compatible with, they're always gonna end up alone. To be
Sure, but I'm not
honest.
looking for.
There's
You're not
certain
looking.
things that need to be compromised.
Yeah, you don't look for things that you're 100% compatible with. You don't have to be 100% compatible on everything.
Yeah.
You're just making sure that you're not hitting any of your deal breakers. So things
I
like
agree.
being aligned on like children, finances,
Mhm.
where you want to live, family values, probably religion. These are things that you have to be like aligned on. These are like deal breakers.
But if it's coming down to like two people who both have something that you really like and something that you really dislike, like I'm sure you could find someone else that has a bit more overlap and like a bit more of a compromise, if that makes sense.
Maybe, depending. The deal breakers are no compromise, but there are going to be other things that you can compromise on. Personally,
someone who-
I would like to date somebody who is. What did you say? Or did you say you agreed? Yeah, like I think I would
I
probably
agree.
gravitate to somebody that's atheist. That's a pretty important thing to me. I'm pretty atheist, but somebody being religious, that wouldn't be a deal breaker for me. I would
What
probably,
about agnostic?
what a loser! I would never date an agnostic person.
What?
What?
Why is it a loser thing?
Because it's just a loser. Because that type of person probably has a ton of other incompatibilities with Mel. They probably they lack compatibilities with me as well. They probably don't have confidence. They probably don't like commit to things very well. They probably don't take strong positions in conversations. They're probably a pushover, probably type B, probably a beta. Agnostic type personalities are people that are too afraid to commit to any particular position, and then they end up being like some fucking wishy-washy fucking loser that like doesn't want to make anybody mad but doesn't like actually commit to anything. Fuck agnostic.
Like,
people.
Have you ever considered that there's majority of the things a gray instead of black and white destiny?
Yeah, and if
There's a lot of gray
spirituality.
areas and things.
Oh yeah. Oh, but there couldn't be a gray area on whether or not we can have kids though.
No.
Well, then there you go. Well, it looks like we're in agreement. Fuck agnostics.
Honestly,
okay?
If you're like, if I was looking for a partner, I'm one of my main criteria isn't going to be someone that has good hygiene and someone that wants kids, because that's literally like half of the population. I'm going to look for someone, first of all, that I'm compatible with, and then those are deal breakers that come in later on.
Yeah. Again, I think we agree on majority of the things. It's just I think the examples we're using, like for example, hygiene. Again, I'm gonna just reiterate, hygiene is something you can work on, but there are certain compromises you cannot work on. You cannot compromise. It's just a deal breaker. Oh,
Sure.
just
Okay. Okay. So what else do you
Sure,
think we
sure.
disagree on, or is there any disagreement here, or do we disagree on anything?
No, I think this is good, but I have another question for you. So, in your opinion, just from your perspective, do you think guys value more the mechanics in sex, or do you think the guys value more the attractiveness of a person they're having sex with?
I think based on everything that I've seen and heard, at least in communities, I think it's probably the attractiveness.
I agree. Okay. I thought you were going to disagree on that. Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Most guys suck at sex. Seems like a lot of guys don't give a fuck about like the actual stuff happening in sex, and they just want the person they fuck to be really hot so they can brag to other people about it.
Mm-hmm. What's your stance on it? Like, if you were to choose between a very attractive girl who's 10 out of 10 versus a mechanics girl, like, who would you choose?
I mean, as long as the person's not fucking hideous, always the mechanics part. I fucked enough hot, boring people
Really?
to give a fuck about that anymore. I don't really care at all. It does nothing for me.
But no, that's fair. That's fair. But I guess my question is, if you were to pick a 10 out of 10 girl, a 9 out of 10 girl who's mediocre at sex, wouldn't you actually be able to think, oh, I can educate this girl. I could take
No.
my time.
No.
You don't think those girls could be educated?
It's possible in a long-term relationship, but like it's gonna super depend on the attitudes of the person. But like we're getting into more nuanced territory of like sexual dispositions and everything. Like you could technically have somebody that's like really bad at sex that gets a lot better at sex as a relationship like improves.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that when you're talking about somebody that's like really bad mechanically at sex because they're not that interested in it or they don't care to learn. I mean, like if you're telling me like because you're changing it. Stop making those stupid face at me, okay? If you're here's what you've done.
No.
Listen.
Shut the
If
fuck
you
up.
if
You're
you
the
change
one who
if you
literally
change the
fucking-
question if you
You're
change
the one who.
go ahead, go ahead. If you change the because now this is what you've done. Here's what you're saying. Would you rather fuck a 5 out of 10 girl that's really amazing at sex, or would you rather fuck a 10 out of 10 girl that sucks at sex but could become really amazing at sex? Well, obviously, I would choose the 10 out of 10 girl that can become really amazing at sex. Obviously, that's like not even a hard question.
You are literally the fucking person who, in a lot of his conversations about sex and stuff like that, said that a majority of the time, the sex improves in a long-term relationship. The sex is actually better when it comes to long-term partner because they learn about your body, they learn about your wants, their needs, and they actually able to make you more satisfied than like a hookup and stuff like that. So
Yeah, if they've got but there's also like a disposition towards sex that like enables that improvement, right? Like there are some people in long-term relationships that never get better at sex, so they don't care that much about it. And there are some one night stands that are really good at it because I really care a lot about it. Like, it would depend
Yeah,
on the
but I
disposition
feel
of
like
the
you're
person.
just making a presumption that a person who is mediocre at sex will never improve in sex.
It depends on why they're mediocre at sex.
Majority of the time, really good-looking people are mediocre at sex because they don't have to try.
Or because they don't care about sex that much. Usually people are mediocre at sex because they don't care that much.
Or you might just not be sexually compatible. You might be into different kinds of sex. You might have different preferences, and that's just not something that you can.
We're not talking about sexual compatibility. Well, I understand what you mean, Anna, but when Destiny says like maybe they actually don't care about sex and stuff like that, it's I feel like it's a very presumptuous take. Like, why, if they're willing to have sex and they understand that sex is important,
willing to have sex? Who the fuck cares you're willing to have sex? Plenty of people are willing to have sex. Question is like, do you care to like actually have empathy for a partner, figure out the things that they like, and then like modify your behavior accordingly? Like, that's what matters for good sex.
Sure. So Destiny, do you actually believe that like a lot of people who don't have a lot of sexual partners simply don't care about sex? Because
I know. Hold on. Hold on. That was such a stupid question.
No,
Wait.
it's
Hold on.
not.
No.
It's
That was
actually
such a
like a
stupid
legit
question. Stop.
question.
No, it's not a good question. People that don't have a high body count don't care about sex. That doesn't make any sense, given that like the best sexual partners I've had in my life are probably some of the lowest body count people, just people that I was in long-term relationships with. Like, that doesn't make any sense. The question doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have any correlation with body count. It has a correlation to do with, or it's causally linked to how much do you care about sex. Like, you want to make your partner feel good, and you want to feel good, and you're willing to like be empathetic and listen to your partner, and then learn the skills.
But you
and do
are
necessary
making
things.
an assumption that people who are mediocre at sex don't care about sex.
Not all the time, but sometimes. Like, there are some people that might.
You are literally making that assumption.
Okay,
You make
yeah,
that
I am.
generalization.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, I did. Yep.
Yeah.
I think that if you're mediocre at sex, it's because you're always being mediocre at sex. You just suck shit at it, and somebody should kill you with their dick and choke you to death.
Wouldn't you want that?
Yeah. So, okay, so for people that are actually sexually experienced, okay, I don't know, maybe you have no partners, okay, I don't know what your love life is like, okay, but when you have sex with certain people, some people just don't seem to care that much, okay? They lay there, they don't even masturbate on their own, especially for a lot of women, they don't even try to get off, they don't care if they have orgasms or not, they're like, oh, whatever, I'm just here to have sex, and hopefully the guy likes me, or blah, blah, blah. Some people, so they might not masturbate, they might not do anything, they might not care much about, have a preference in positions, because they're just there to have sex, right? These people, in my opinion, it'd be really hard, or at the very least, I'm unwilling to put in the effort to, like, have a person be good at sex like that. There might be somebody else who's like really bad at sex, but it's because of lack of experience. But they're like trying to ask you questions for what feels good. They stroke your dick weird because they just don't have the rhythm down, but they're trying, or like their mouth is like kind of toothy, but they're like giving it a lot of effort. Like, there's a person like you can tell they want to get better, and they will. If they stick at it and you're communicative, they will. There's other people. If you're a girl and you've been with a guy, right? There are some guys where, the guy goes down to eat you out. He shoves like 5 dry fingers in you, and he's just like pushing his tongue into your inner thigh, and he doesn't know where the fuck your pussy is. And you might say to that guy like, "Hey, listen, could you like try this thing? Like, it would feel a lot better, right?" Some guys might go like, "Oh, sure, like tell me." And another guy might go like, "Oh, you know what? Just forget this. Let's just fuck. I don't want to like if you're gonna start blah blah." Right? There's different, yeah.
I understand. Here, I see where my point, where my issue with you is. My biggest issue with you is that you assume that's majority of people. Majority of people, Destiny, to be honest, don't care about sex. Majority of people that I've spoken to, majority of people that I know, my friends and etc., my viewers, they don't actually care about sex itself.
That might be
It
the
seems that
case,
you're
but
putting
that it
so
also.
much effort, so much emphasis on sex that you believe that everybody else.
Okay, I don't want to. I understand what you're saying.
Way.
I understand what you're saying. Okay. I don't want to get into, it's hard to do it anecdotally because it depends on so many different things, and it might depend on the groups you talk to. So for instance, I find that predominantly people that work in sex work don't enjoy sex that much. I don't know if that's because they do sex work, that they've like stopped enjoying it as much because it's also part of their job, or because they don't enjoy it that much, they found it easier to commoditize it, and then they go into sex work. That might be the case. I've met a lot of girls that are amazing, and I've started asking more now from the red pill chicks just because I was so fucking curious. I've been with a lot of girls that are super amazing at sex, and I ask, these are girls sometimes in fucking open relationships, and I'm like, I'm so curious. This one girl I was talking to, who's like, I think she's 32. She's like in a poly relationship, and I was like, how many partners have you had? I'm so curious because like everything we do is like really good. She's like 9. And I'm like, there's no shot, right? For a lot of the girls that I've had the best sex experience, their body counts are really, really, really fucking low, but they love sex. They super enjoy it. So, I mean, like when we talk about like who are the people that we talk to and who like sex, a lot of the girls that I talk to really like sex, but that's also because of the circles that I run in. But if you're in different kinds of circles, especially maybe, but it might be different types, sex worker circles, a lot of them really don't like sex. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there. I don't know if there's like a correlation there or if it's just the people we talk to, but sure.
That's it. But think about it rationally. The people who actually like sex, as they claim, and they have a low partner, like body count and stuff like that, maybe the reason why they actually love sex is because of the partners they're having sex with. Not because of the sex itself, but maybe because of the partners. That's why they actually don't go and just fuck around everyone. They actually have a very specific number of sex partners.
Okay, you
And
can
they
say that
just
if you
enjoy
want,
having
but
sex
they
with
have
those
no problem
people.
having sex with me for the first time and being like really communicative, really responsive, very empathetic, like high skilled in terms of what they're doing, unless maybe they all just love me the very first time I have sex, or they're just somebody that really enjoys sex and they like having sex and they just, you know, are good at it for those reasons. But
With all due love and respect, but I feel like you gotta be a little bit careful when you're talking about a lot of people having sex with you, because like, do they actually want to have sex with you as a sense of enjoyment because they're
I don't think, as much as I wish it was the possibility, I don't think that you can inspire good sexual performances from people just because they might like worship you. I don't think it works that way, unfortunately. It's not from women. Maybe from men it does.
Some
but
people
not
are
from
very
women.
good at faking it. A lot of women can fake orgasm, and a lot of people can fake certain things.
You can't fake being good at sex. Faking an orgasm is not like being good at sex.
Porn star can be really good at sex without enjoying sex, just like you said.
That's if you were fucking a porn star, that might be what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. I'm saying I don't think you can fake like being good. Also, no, a porn star can't fake being good at sex. A porn star probably is good at sex because it's their job.
No, I understand that, but it's like you're kind of like insinuating the fact that when you say talking about a lot of people who wanted to have sex with you and they were really good at sex and stuff like that, you're insinuating that they actually enjoyed the sex itself.
I don't know if they. It's
That's not
possible
what
they
I'm
didn't
saying,
enjoy it. Hold on, it's possible they don't enjoy it. I guess like you could theoretically like.
Yeah, that's my point.
But we're not talking about that's a fundamentally different conversation. Of like, is the person enjoying sex? Yeah, you don't have to enjoy sex to be good at it.
Wait, no, I understand that. But you're saying that a lot of those people who are really good at sex. So my point was, let's track back. I'm getting a little confused. My point back was a lot of people that you claimed who were really good at sex typically have very low number of partners.
Surprisingly low.
really
Yeah. There were
body
some that
count.
had high body
Yeah.
counts. I'm just saying surprisingly low body counts.
So,
but-
so I understand. So my point is that, and they said that they claimed that they actually enjoy sex.
Mhm.
But what if they actually misconstruing it? What if they actually not enjoy the sex, but what if they actually enjoy the sex with that specific number of partners, with those specific partners and stuff like that, which help them maybe get good at sex themselves, but they don't necessarily enjoy the sex, they enjoy the sex with that partner. I think that's what
I guess
you're
that's
missing.
possible, but what you're describing, we're mapping onto totally different things. Like they enjoy the sex, and that
Are
like
we?
yes, we're not like having like I've put like 50 candles in the bedroom and we're a missionary with Barry White playing in the background, like gazing into each other's eyes, like fucking for 15 minutes until we have like I both say I love you at the same time while our sexual organs are pulsing. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they perform very well, they give very good head, they like move on top of me very well, they're like able to take a lot of dick without getting started. Like there's like a lot of like actual like mechanical proficiencies that are existing here that are at a very high level, and they're like manipulating my body really well. They're reacting to or responding to my body really well. It's not just like, oh my god, I magically know how to do all these things because I like you. There's like a practiced, mechanical, empathetic, like responsive, dynamic thing that's happening between two people that are having good sex. And it's not just because it's a low body count or just because they like the person. There's a separate practice skill for that.
Have you ever fucking considered that the reason why they might be very good at sex is because they were actually very dedicated to that one specific partner? They learned how to please them, so they actually were communicating.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
That's all part of the practice. Yes.
So it's not just because they enjoy the sex, but because they actually had that one specific partner they enjoyed the sex with, and they actually were open in communicating and stuff.
No.
Okay.
I mean, like there can be like a loose correlation, but not necessarily. Like if a guy
I feel
is
like you're
really,
trying
really
to rationalize something that's irrational.
That's fine. You have sex in some special godlike place, but there's like no anything for it. Like in my opinion, it's similar to a massage. And the argument that you're giving me is like, well, this guy loved me so much, he was able to give me the best massage because he loved me so much. That's not true. There are skills to massaging people. There are good places to press your thumbs into. There are good ways to move your hands up and down. Just because you really love someone doesn't mean you can give them a good massage. Some people really love you and they suck at it. They stick their fucking thumbs into their spine all day. They don't know like what fucking parts to squeeze. They suck at it. Like how much you love somebody. Maybe if you love them a lot, maybe you're willing to invest like the effort to learn the skills and like be responsible and all that. But that's still a skill that you have to acquire. Loving somebody doesn't make you good at giving them a massage. And some people that have no concern for you whatsoever can give you a really good massage. That's what I'm saying.
Destiny, when a majority of people actually choose a partner or choose a sex partner, they actually don't prioritize the mechanics of it, the intention behind each mechanical behavior, whatever. Or, like her like stroking it in a specific way and then writing me in a specific way. A lot of people, both gentlemen and women, when they go into it, they don't prioritize it just like you do. Instead, they prioritize something else. They prioritize, especially, for example, when it comes to women, they prioritize, is this, I'm going to use the red pill word and stuff, a high value man and stuff like that, right? They're willing to actually compromise and be like, okay, sex doesn't have to be important. I will still choose this guy because he brings some sort of other sort of value besides sex, and maybe hopefully we can actually improve on sex, get better at sex. But nobody actually chooses a partner. Majority of the people I know, I think you're the fucking exception, majority of people don't choose a partner just based on a fucking sexual mechanical thing.
I never said that. I never said the majority of people. I never said the majority of people do. I'm just saying that like that is like, I would say the majority of people or a lot of people have like bad sex. But I mean, I don't think that's like a deal breaker. It's probably like quantity of sex is probably more important than quality of sex. If you want to look at like relationship success, that'd be like my guess. But like, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think I agree literally at the front of this conversation that it seems like most people don't really care about like having really good, mechanically good sex that much. Like it just matters that you're having it.
Why do you think you value mechanical sex so much?
Because I really like sex. It's really fun for me.
So why do you prioritize fun so much?
How am I prioritizing it? What am I?
Bruh.
What?
You're like, oh, me specifically, me, Destiny, aka Steven, prioritize, the mechanical, the sexual act, the intention behind it because it's fun. That's literally you.
Yeah, because that's true. I enjoy it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, but why do you think, don't you agree that majority of the things that are like really fun can actually be bad for you, are bad for you and stuff like that? And we shouldn't actually prioritize fun as the highest value, as the ultimate form of happiness or whatever.
That's wait, you think it's not like he's shooting up heroin and being like, heroin is...
Wait, that's a whole different thing. If I was prioritizing mechanical sex as the most important part of a relationship, as the only thing I was searching for, then I agree with you. But I've never said anything remotely close to that.
No, but you actually prioritize it as just the initial state of a relationship.
I don't think I even said that. Like here, I really like music, okay? Music is really fun for me.
Okay.
If I was picking a partner based on our compatibility on music, the mechanical proficiency would be really important. I love all people, I love lots of people. I don't think it would ever be a deal breaker for me. But if a woman's like, oh yeah, like I play guitar a little bit, it's like, okay. I don't really value that almost at all. That sounds mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to tell me. That I don't value that. But if you have a really high mechanical proficiency and we can actually like, do music together, that would be amazing. But the mechanical proficiency there is going to be really important. We have to like be on the same level of being able to like musically be compatible with each other, right? If you just like do music, like okay, whatever. I mean that's cute, but it's not going to be like an important thing for me. Is that okay for me to say, or is that a horrible thing for me to say?
Hey, it's your life. You do you, boo.
Okay, but when I say like I think mechanical sexual compatibility is really important, now it's like a huge problem. Now we've stepped into like a huge issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have your priorities fucked up, but you do you.
What is my fucked up priority?
I genuinely think that you, for example, the reason why you choose to be in an open relationship, the reason why you choose to be fucking a lot of women, the reason why you,
Okay, wait, stop. Because if you want to just like criticize all of that, that's fine. But it seems like you were just like trying to. I don't know why we didn't just open the conversation with that. I think open relationships are immoral or whatever. That's fine. Like you understand that. Like,
wait, open relationships are what?
Are bad or whatever. We could have just started with that.
But you think it's me saying that, or you?
Yeah, you're saying that. I'm asking you specifically. Why would it be bad if somebody has like, oh, I want to have like really high levels of like sexual mechanical compatibility with a partner? That's really important for me. Why is that like a bad thing?
Because you are actually prioritizing it above anything else. It sounds like I know you're saying it's
to him. I'm not. No, hold on. I'm not prioritizing it over everything else. Where do you get that from?
Like he said before, it's like the car thing.
Do you think? Wait, do you think that
one of the wheels that makes the relationship? But
I
it's
think
not
for Destiny, it's a core value. It's a core value in a relationship.
Wait, I don't think I've ever chosen a partner because we had high sexual chemistry or whatever. Or because just because we had high sexual mechanical compatibility. I don't think I've ever done that in my life for a relationship partner. Really? I could run through my partner, my first girlfriend / wife in high school, my serious relationship. We were both virgins, so I don't think I made that decision there.
You were young, probably naive or whatever, but now you actually know what you want from life. You
Sure.
are more experienced.
Okay.
You actually have, you're more self-aware and stuff like that. So you can technically use your first ever relationship. Nobody fucking knows what they're
I
doing.
was running through
during
all
their
of them, and
first ever
usually
relationship.
you start at the beginning because time goes in one direction. Okay. My next girlfriend was my.
Typically, yeah, I understand. Typically, people started at the beginning, but they actually.
Do you think my
people
relationship with
very
Melina was
different
only
from the
based on
first-
like our mechanical sexual compatibility?
I think more than that. I think also her just believed that, or her agreement to an open relationship and stuff. I don't think it would happen with
Do you not think
Milena
I
if
couldn't
she
find
wasn't
like
open
a?
with open relationship.
You don't think I couldn't find a ton of girls that want to do like an open style relationship?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I think I don't think it's a lot. And also, I think there's many other factors involved in it. You know, Milena was a good looking girl and stuff like that. There's other factors involved in it. But
Why would I give no offense to Melina, okay? But like there's a lot of really good looking girls that I come into contact with. Why the fuck would I fly somebody out from fucking New Zealand and go through the whole marriage green card process? You're saying because we had high mechanical sexual activity and because she looked good? Not to sound rude or mean, but like you understand, you have any how many fucking people DM me and everything? Like, bro, if I just want to choose like a fucking 10 out of 10 chick from fucking LA and live with her, that could be way less hassle and trouble than, no offense to fucking Melina, which is a whole process of like bringing her fucking to the United States.
Naive to assume that a majority of women would be willing to live the same lifestyle as you would want.
You don't think I could find a trophy? Hold on. You don't think I couldn't find a trophy wife that I could give a $10,000 a month allowance to that would just sit in my apartment and fuck me sometimes? You know what a sugar daddy is, bro? I could find so many hot chicks that would be absolutely okay with it. And I tell them if you want, you can go fuck other dudes as well. You don't think I find a ton of women? They're like, fuck it, I do this arrangement. You really don't think so? I could put in an ad for that and have like 110 out of 10 girls in any fucking major city in the United States. I'm not creepy. I'm not a rapist. I don't smell bad. I'm like a 35-year-old dude. Hey, I don't get you. Who cares? I give them a lot of fucking money and do whatever fucking arrangement I want. What are you talking about? You don't think I can find that arrangement?
There's a
I bet I could pay you enough money to do that. What state do you live in again? Absolutely I could. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a difference between being able to find that arrangement versus actually wanting that arrangement.
True.
You wouldn't want that,
Yes,
okay?
correct.
Oh,
because there were a lot of other qualities that Melina had. Things related to romantic chemistry. No, but the first two that rolled out of your mouth were two of the easiest things to find, which is somebody that looks good and we have like some sexual compatibility.
No, I said that there is a lot of other things that included it. One of them being she was a pretty good-looking girl and stuff like that.
This is like one of the lowest things on like my priority fucking list for like dating partner. Yeah, keep going. Fucking bunny ears. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you in a video game if I ever see you again. Really. Okay.
It's a kitten.
I'm just saying, these are the things that rolled off your tongue that you seem to have this idea in my mind, okay, that like,
I feel like, again, you are just being emotional about it.
I know, but here's what's happening. You want me to tell you the whole macro point of what's happening? Here you go, okay? Here's what's actually happening, okay?
Oh, God.
What's happening is, and I understand this, part of being an enlightened 35-year-old white man is that and having 180 IQ, is that my mind is huge. And I can encompass fully your brain. I know everything that you're thinking, everything you think I think, and everything you want to like. I can understand it, okay? You want a person, thank you, yes, okay.
Yeah.
You want to have a guy that you vibe with on some level and that shares these important decisions in terms of like children and finances and you know, like all of that. These are important things, and I understand that. But the problem, however, the problem is that when you try to envision my mind, you can't do it because you're 25 IQ, woman, bunny ears, Hispanic, whatever, like lives in like deserts, like all these reasons, okay? Your brain is not capable of understanding my brain, okay? So when you look at me and I say, you know, I think that like sexual compatibility is like really important. I really like mechanically good sex, that's like important for me. And your mind, you're like, oh my God, he doesn't care about like all of the other parts of a relationship, and he's probably masturbates to a lot of pornography and goons all day, and is only going to be with a 15-year-old girl that is super sexually mechanically proficient and won't even think about like the important parts of a relationship. Like for some reason your mind goes there because it shuts down as soon as I say like mechanical importance is one, which is I think that's what's happening. And I understand. I understand that. I understand.
I'll give you one thing. You're
ahead.
100,000% right that I have a hard time understanding an autistic mind.
Okay.
100,000%, yes. And
I am
think
artistic.
that
Thank you.
agrees.
I'm very artistic.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And And I think your chat agrees with me. That's why when you take the when you took the poll yesterday with Abba or 2 days ago, majority of your chat actually agreed with Abba instead of you. Interesting. So maybe
They
like,
agree that they have similar preferences.
you who's a fucking
If I was to
weirdo
ask
and
my chat, I'm
abnormal.
curious. Here, my chat's here. If I ask my chat, what is the reason why I said I was with Melina for 5 fucking years? How many times have I said this on stream before? Privately to Melina, privately to other people. Maybe we've even talked about this privately. I don't know.
Lifestyle.
What?
It suited your fucking lifestyle.
It's
With
what?
all due love
It's
and
what?
respect. It's the reason.
Wait, you were saying, yeah,
maybe
go
I
ahead.
shouldn't. Okay, fuck it. I think you and I are decent enough that I can say that.
Yeah, say
I
whatever
think
you
it
want. Do it.
Oh God, I feel like I'm gonna get killed. I just think that it suited your life. She was, in a sense, like maybe a high valued woman and stuff like that. You know, she was very, she was known by a lot of people. She was respected by a lot of people, and she was very independent. She was a go getter, but she was also pretty, and she was considerably speaking a very high valued woman, and she was willing to kind of like live the lifestyle that you wanted and stuff. So it was a very good compromise, and more than that. So
Okay. So not to sound mean or rude, okay, but you're delusional, okay? So number one, and thankfully,
Fair
a lot of
enough.
people in the chat are saying this, okay? The reason why I started living for 5 years is because up to the very fucking end, I had incredibly strong romantic feelings for Melina. Meaning that I missed her when she's not here. I like hugging and cuddling her and being like physically and like emotionally close and intimate with her. These were the reasons why I stayed for that long. Everything else you just said is not only not an important thing for me, these were actually things that were always working against our relationship the entire time. So for instance, when you say high value, you're implying like valued by society. I'm not trying to be mean or degrading towards any partners I've had, especially because I want a partner who's just like this. Melina was not a high value woman because we were in an open relationship. Everybody constantly made fun of me and said that I was a cuck and that she was a slut.
Dead.
What?
Definitely. Only Red Pillar is dead.
You think
Only
that
Red
any
Pill-
other person... Hold on. What? First of all, the last year and a half of my content was Red Pillars. Secondly, you think anybody else looked at Melina as a high-value woman when we were in an open relationship?
I feel like, to be honest, she's a very desirable woman. I would feel like, yeah.
Okay. I think that the things that make Melina
I might
a
be wrong.
desirable woman are traits that I value. Most people don't give a fuck about them in women. Okay, so the fact that she was a streamer,
I disagree with you. A lot
That's
of
fine.
intellectual guys who actually,
yeah, a lot of other like actual high value males, not the ones that pretend they are in the red pill space, might, but these guys aren't the
I agree.
majority of people on the internet, right? Most people are going to look at traits. So the fact that like she was a streamer, I had a lot of streamers that would talk to me and they say like, "Do you really like that Melina's a streamer? Doesn't that kind of feel weird? Or are you ever threatened by the fact that she's growing? Like, doesn't that make you feel a certain type of way?" No, I don't. So that was a trait that like people wondered a lot about. The fact that we both slept around a lot was something that people wondered about our word. Look at all the drama with like Sneeko and all this other shit. We're like, "Oh yeah, she wanted to fuck me. Your girl said this, blah, 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 blah." Even if it wasn't true and Sneeko was the one being thirsty the whole time, right? All of these things constantly worked against me. The fact that she was pretty, oh, well, that's not your wife. That's our wife. Yeah, she might be pretty, but she's pretty for the whole town. She's for the streets. Like none of these things that you say. And then the traits that I value, things like her being independent, that's not good. That just means that she can leave you at any point in time. Or the fact that she is like investing a lot in her career, that's not good. It means she can't be a housewife when she can, like she doesn't even need your money or she's going to
Okay, but you're talking about fucking retarded guys. Can you talk about intellectual guys who would actually find that as valuable, like a fucking woman?
Why would I pick a
like-
partner based on what a minority of guys in my space find attractive?
Because you are a minority?
Yeah, but do you really think I'm choosing my partner thinking like, God, at least I know there are some other enlightened
You're definitely not
atheists like
choosing a
me.
partner based on the fucking red pill propaganda and stuff like that, right?
No, I'm picking them based on all of the other qualities that I think are
Yes.
important in a partner. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we're on a fucking same page. So that's my
No,
point.
when you say high value woman who's pretty, I think you said pretty like 5 times when you were trying to describe what a high value woman was.
Bro, I fucking said that she was like very ambitious, very outgoing. She was very
And pretty,
good at socializing and stuff like that.
and pretty. You
What's wrong
brought
with
that up
being
over and over again because I think in your mind you're either projecting
Yes.
what you hope guys think, you're projecting what you think, or you're just saying this for some reason. You think that one of my choices for Melina, like a high part, was the fact that she was like pretty. By the way, not to be mean to either of
No,
you, I prefer
pretty along
brunettes.
with
So
something
it's not
else.
even like that wasn't even like a determinative factor. I'm like, oh well, at least she looks
And
pretty
yet
good. Like,
you married a blonde. Fuck you.
I didn't marry
And
a
yet you
blonde.
married-
I didn't marry a blonde.
Yeah.
I married 2 blondes technically. 'Cause my first wife was blonde as well. So I'm just showing.
Yeah.
I'm just demonstrating. Like, yeah,
prefer
things that I
brunettes,
think that
and
I think
yet
are
I married 2 blondes.
exactly. Yeah, physically
Yeah,
attractiveness.
yeah.
I prefer fucking
Yeah,
Asian
yeah.
women or Hispanic women or fucking women of
Totally.
color, minorities, or
Totally.
strong Black African queens, or like these are probably
Totally.
more than like blonde white chicks. Okay.
I love the self-awareness. Yeah, totally.
Sure, but I'm just saying like these aren't the choices that I'm making. Like, oh, she's pretty, she's so pretty, she's so pretty, blah blah blah. Right? It's just, I'm just saying, like, these are, yeah. Anyway.
Do you think there's a potential that, like, you know, marrying or being with Milena and stuff like that potentially have, you know, like risen up your value in a society and stuff like that, and so it kind of made you more desirable to other women and stuff like that? Do you ever believe that?
To other women? Maybe a bit, yeah.
Okay. So maybe that was also a potential reason why you chose her.
You think I'm making, you think at any point in time ever, I'm making the
Mhm.
decision to be with Melina because I think that other women might look favorably upon me if my current girlfriend is hot.
I think that that does play a role in it. Yeah, I do think that
Even if one of the
you-
biggest issues in our relationship was the fact that Melina was like deleting other women out of my life. It was like working against me probably more than any other aspect of our relationship.
Okay.
Did Melina ever message you for anything, by the way?
Wait, why? No.
Oh, okay, just curious.
Wait, why?
I'm just wondering.
Why would she message me about me and her got along? She was super nice to me, personally.
Okay.
Oh God. Okay. Let's. Anyways, so
No, I get annoyed that like I don't like this idea that just because you guys have all become satisfied with having horrible sex lives, or just because you're okay with like not even knowing how to make yourself come, that when you run into a person that thinks that like sexual mechanics and showing love to a partner that way and like having a high proficiency there is like something that you value, that all of a sudden makes that person some hedonistic fucking loser that has no other like valuation, or I'm sorry, no other values for any partners or relationship. I think that's an incredibly shallow and disgusting view of other people that have a slightly different view of you on sex. I don't like that. I think that's really cringe.
Do not come.
I think you are a very hedonistic person, but I don't look down on you because of that.
Okay, that's great. And I think you're shallow, and I think it's sad that a lot of people like you commit to having dog shit sex lives with partners that don't even know how to fucking give head because you don't actually give a fuck about any of it, because you just do it because you think you have to, because that's part of like a woman's job in a relationship. I think it's really sad. But, you know.
I think you're projecting. I think you're
What
getting
part
a
of what I
little
just
mad.
said is projecting when what I just said was the opposite value of everything I believe in for relationships? How does it even make sense?
You're presuming something about my sex life. You're presuming that I don't care about sex. That is not true. I do care about sex, but I would care about sex more with a very specific partner and stuff like that.
I understand. So while
I
some
would
people care
prioritize
more
that.
about like the number of orgasms they might have in a month, you care more about the number of candles that are lit in the room when your partner's fucking you missionary for 2
Fuck
minutes
yeah.
before they blow inside of you and get you pregnant because kids are
Yeah,
important.
I care
Gotcha.
about the
Okay.
actual relationship aspect of it
Mhm.
instead of just sexual aspect of it.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
And a
Because
partner that
that's what
cares
with
enough
the
about their
vibrator, I can
And
get
it's
fucking
impossible
more
to have
than
a
that.
combination of
partner
the
that
two?
cares about how
They're
their other
mutually
partner
exclusive?
feels, a partner that cares about how their other partner feels or finds ways to like pleasure them and make them feel good, that's not actually caring about the relationship. What's actually caring about the relationship is laying there and just like having the sex. That's the caring part.
In my honest opinion, if you actually care about your partner, you actually care about their satisfaction. So in a healthy, good relationship, you would actually attempt to learn, attempt to satisfy, attempt to actually learn about your partner's body and etc. We're talking about a healthy relationship, Destiny. When I talk about a selfish, narcissistic relationship where one partner just fucking lays there receiving all the pleasure and not being able to provide pleasure in return. We're talking about healthy
That's
relationships.
awesome. Okay, I agree with you. That's great. It took you a long time, but so cool. So you fully came around to my
I don't think
position.
so.
You fully came
I
around to my
disagree
position.
with you.
just said that if a
No.
partner loves the other person, then they
Mm-hmm.
will increase their mechanical proficiency because they do care about their partner's pleasure and they do want to find ways to make them feel good. Cool. I'm glad that we could wind up at the exact same spot.
But
after
guess what?
3
No,
hours of-
no. We're on a different page. It's like I decided to like maybe date a partner or be with that partner, not because they were really good at sex, but because, you know, had other values and
Mm-hmm.
I was willing to be like, okay, I will educate them on the mechanics of it. So the mechanics were kind of like lower in a priority list, very much so lower.
So sexual compatibility isn't allowed. Like he's not allowed to
because
have that as one
there's
of the
a difference
priorities. As
between
like
a sexual compatibility versus mechanical. There's
What
a
is the
very
sexual-
big
wait, what else does sexual compatibility mean?
You have to think that the person is good at like the mechanical aspects of sex for you to be sexually compatible. I don't.
Or what does sexual compatibility
What
mean
does
for
that
you?
mean?
What does it mean for you? I'm curious.
Sexual compatibility means I enjoy having sex with that person.
No, wait. Why though? What is that? You're just describing a thing. Like romantic chemistry means that I feel romantic feelings
Mm-hmm.
for somebody. What does it mean to have sexual compatibility with somebody?
So majority of the time, the sexual compatibility with that person, for me, I'm speaking for me, and for a lot of other women that I know, again, this is anecdotal, but it means simply enjoying the sex with that person. Doesn't necessarily mean
Why
the
do you
mechanics
enjoy it?
is
Why do
good.
you enjoy it? What are
Is
you
it because
enjoying?
sex is good?
Emotion. I wouldn't say the sex is amazing, but the sex is good because it's bad with that person.
Wait, why is it good with the person?
Like,
No,
it
wait, let
feels
me drill. Why is it good with the person? Why does it feel good? Why is it, yeah, what makes it feel good?
I think you're having a hard time comprehending it, and I've repeated myself many times. It's because of the emotional aspect, the mentality of having sex with that person.
Okay, so if we had a really strong emotional attachment, okay, I take your panties off, okay, and then I put my 1-inch micro dick and I thrust against your belly button a few times and I fill it up with cum and then I walk away, but like we have a strong emotional attachment. That's good sex to you. Because we had strong emotional attachment, and you saw me orgasm at least in 10 seconds.
I'll be okay with it.
Girl, that's not
okay,
good.
That's fine. No, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So you have no idea. You don't care about sexual compatibility at all. That's just not an important thing for you.
I do. No, I do.
No, you don't.
No, I do because
No.
I actually value the emotional aspect of it more, the mental aspect of it. I actually enjoy having intimate sexual relationship with that person. When it comes to actually improving on sex,
You don't even know what it means to have intimate sex with someone. You don't even know what that means. You don't know anything about sex. You have no concept of it. This is the equivalent of a woman who gets beaten the shit out of by her husband saying, I think that the romantic intimacy of our relationship is really important because I know that he feels really good every time he cracks his knuckles across my face. And I value that. That's what you're telling me, right?
Destiny, with all the love and respect, in my previous relationships, I started dating individuals, right, when the sex wasn't amazing. The sex mediocre and stuff like that. It was whatever, right? But then as the relationship progressed and stuff like that, I educated them and they were able to satisfy me. That's how fucking majority of the relationships work.
Yeah, but you're not telling me what that means.
For the first time, it was absolutely awful. Like, would you?
It wasn't awful. It was mediocre.
That's what I'm asking.
Or
Like,
just
what
asking-
if it had been absolutely terrible and you wouldn't have
Here,
would you have wanted
sure,
to
Anna.
improve?
Here's the deal, Anna. One time I kissed a guy and there was no sexual chemistry. Even when I kissed the guy, I was like, ugh.
I'm just curious
there you
what
go,
makes
I
it
didn't take
yeah,
them.
but what made it
I understand.
What made it good or bad?
It was more just like the connection with that person. I just didn't connect with that. So like even the making out with that was kind of like, bleh.
But if you connect with someone and then they're just absolutely terrible at sex, like micro penis comes in 2 strokes, like is it?
First of all, can we like be careful with the micro penis? It's like such a small percentage of like men in America. Or
Can
in
you
the world
engage with
have
the
micro
hypothetical?
penis?
Can you engage with the
I'm not,
hypothetical?
it's not so much that. I'm just curious, like,
Unrealistic hypothetical, but okay. But no, even if the sex was bad, but I still like the person, I would still keep on giving them a chance. I would not just end the relationship just because the sex was bad.
And what if they don't improve? What if they don't improve after like months and months of you trying? Like they just 2-stroke Andy done.
Well, that's a problem. But in the initial stage of a relationship, I would still date them. What do you mean? I would still date them.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Okay, hold on, just okay.
I feel like I'm being pretty simple.
Well, to be
You
hold
guys
on,
are
wait.
trying to overcomplicate it and just like, sure, go ahead.
Well, the conversation is basically like we're both saying like how much do we enjoy getting massages from our partners, and then I'm asking you like what makes for a good massage, and you're like, well, as long as they have a good emotional connection. That's fucking retarded. You don't have an answer for the question because you don't care about the massage. You just like the fact they're massaging you, which is fine. It's the same view that a lot of guys take of sex.
No.
When you say what makes for good sex, well, the
with
girl's
you.
hot, and then can you give me one thing? What do you mean when you say you enjoy sex with somebody? Can you give me an answer?
Do you know the difference between you and I? You fucking assume that a person needs to be right away good at sex.
Never said that.
You need to have.
Never
yeah,
said
you
that.
did.
Then why don't you say one thing that makes sex good that doesn't involve emotional or connection? Can you describe anything that don't use those 2 words?
As you actually progress in a relationship, you date that person, they learn more about the body, your specific body, they improve on that specific aspect, the sex gets better.
The mechanical aspect. That's what I'm saying though. Now you're agreeing with me.
No, I understand. But again, it's not the initial stage of a relationship. You fucking talking about it as it's like, I'm dating a person and right away the sex has to be amazing.
Okay,
oh
so
my God.
I literally said
you guys are. You guys
said
are fucking are. You guys talking
Bella,
about the
I
fucking
literally
micro-
said Bella, I literally said the exact opposite earlier. I said that you might get somebody that's like super enthusiastic and they're trying really hard, but they just don't know what to do and they're toothy and their hands are. I literally said the exact opposite of what you're claiming that I now believe.
What I said is like, it's okay if they're really bad at it or mediocre at it because hopefully over time they will improve. And as the relationship progresses, if they don't improve, fine. But typically, they learn more about your body. So they learn more about your wants and desires.
But then I feel like then we have like the same position. You're just getting there in way more words than I.
No, I think the biggest difference, again, Anna and Steven, is that you guys are saying that the mechanical aspect of the sex needs to be present at the initial stages.
I literally just gave you the exact opposite thing again. Do I need to repeat
no,
the same thing?
you guys fucking talked about a micro penis smacking me in the fucking pussy and him coming within the 2 minutes.
Yeah, but a guy
and
with a
you're
micro
you
dick.
can continue dating him.
But a
and
guy
I'm
with
like,
a micro dick. Yeah, but a micro dick can do a whole bunch of other things. You can get a fucking cock sleeve, you can get a fucking vibrator, you can give good head, you can do, there's a million other fucking things a guy could do. I was just giving that example, like, is this really good sex to you? Because the only thing you would tell me is emotional connection. I'm like, wait, what if there's nothing else happening besides the emotional connection? Hence the micro penis coming in your belly button.
Wait, I have a
To see
question.
if there was like any other thing that you would give. It's like, oh, well, he could do this or that. But you just don't have.
Yeah, well,
I have a
sure, but it
question.
comes with over time
Whatever.
because at the initial stage of a relationship, you don't like.
I don't know why you say
want-
initial stage of relationship. You're okay. We're broken on this. It has nothing to do.
No,
I have one last
I
question.
think you're just fucking dismissing because you completely understand what I'm saying. It's just you want to fucking dismiss it because
So let's say
goes against your agenda.
You start talking
what
to
the
this
fuck
guy
you
at the
talking
sex.
about?
Agenda?
You start talking to this
Oh,
guy
whatever,
that sex is
stand for
mediocre.
him.
You're talking to this guy
Sorry.
that sex is mediocre, and then you guys build an emotional connection. The sex gets better.
No. I need the emotional connection before I actually have sex.
Okay,
with him,
you build an emotional connection, and then the sex is good. And then let's say that you lose the emotional connection, but his sexual abilities remain the exact same. Do you then view the sex like does the sex?
No, I will break up with that person.
But
because
is the
emotional
sex
connection is more
objectively
important.
less good? Does it feel less good now that you don't have the emotional connection?
Yes.
Like it physically feels less good even though he's doing the exact same thing.
Yes.
So then like
Because-
the mechanical aspect doesn't matter at all to you.
Well, that's why I actually don't even do hookups and stuff like that because, yeah, like I feel like the emotional aspect of the relationship actually adds to the sexual intimacy, the sexual experience, and enhances it. Instead of just like, jerking off and whatever, just getting fucking dopamine rush and just, getting off, there's something more intrinsically just satisfying.
I agree.
having
I
that
agree. I understand what you're saying, but you're the one with the agenda,
Yeah.
not me. I'm just like talking about these things as they are. You're the one with the whole fucking idea of the world of sex and special, and I'm a hedonist and blah blah. I haven't made any of those accusations until you started making about mine. For you, I don't care how other people enjoy sex. You're the one who's got like my view of sex has to be baked into my whole fucking worldview and my agenda and all those things. Like, I enjoy sex. I think mechanically, I think it's fine, and I think that you don't care about sex that much. That's why you didn't give like any fucking
No,
answers
that's not
related to
true.
sex. Like, yeah.
I feel like in order to have a long, good, satisfying, healthy relationship, sex is very important, Destiny. Yeah. do
I
believe
understand, but I think good sex is important. You don't. That's fine. Which is also
No,
fine.
I
That's a
do.
totally legitimate thing. That's fine. You can have that
fucking-
opinion.
You
There's
know
nothing
what?
wrong with your opinion.
You
That's
so
fine.
Don't speak for me. Don't fucking put words into my mouth. I actually do believe in good sex with
But
your
you have
partner,
different
But you didn't even say-
definitions of
you didn't
good
say-
sex
you didn't
because
give a
you
single
require an
definition of
emotional
good sex.
connection, and not everyone does.
Or
No,
not
no.
even that. You didn't
Hold
give
on,
anything
hold
of
on.
like what is good sex. You didn't give any definition of it whatsoever.
Okay, typically for women,
Mhm.
majority of the women will be actually orgasms. They don't orgasm through vaginal intercourse. They orgasm through clitoral
Oh,
stimulation,
cool.
right?
So there we go. A partner that's invested in getting you off. Okay, thank you for giving like one answer relating to. Thank you. Good job. It only took us
Yeah,
how
and
20
that
hours into the
typically
conversation.
fucking comes as your relationship progresses and they fucking learn about your body and you teaching them about your fucking clitoris and how to fucking get it off.
Okay.
Oh my god.
If they care.
Well, if they love you, they would. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends. Maybe a guy thinks his job
Unless
isn't
you're
to
a
make his
fucking
girl
selfish-
orgasm. Maybe a guy thinks his job is to provide protection and resources, and it's the girl's job to orgasm and get the guy
my
off.
God. Yeah, true. That's why a lot of men who go down on a woman are not real men, huh?
Maybe.
But okay, my other question, I don't know if you actually responded to that, but would you agree that a lot of like virgins and incels would actually agree with your stance that like when it comes to relationship, the mechanical sex is so important?
No.
But why are we demonizing wanting to have good mechanical sex? Like of course, like the
Oh,
emotional.
anybody's
Of course,
demonizing.
you are. I think the emotional connection stuff, like it's fine. But I want a partner that's gonna make me feel good. Like, what is wrong with
no,
that?
I think you're putting words into my mouth. I don't think I'm demonizing it.
Okay.
Okay.
But I think also the answer is no. I think virgins are going to be way more aligned to your point of view, 100%, of course. Because virgins or
From the
incels,
conversations that I had.
that's great. But for
Typ-
virgins and incels, it's one of the most misunderstood thing about virgins and incels, that they're like obsessed with like having this crazy fucking sexual experience. The reality is that
is that why they actually overconsume porn?
don't really care. Don't think it's relevant. I think that for an average
Really?
incel or a
Wait,
virgin.
wait. Really? So you think it's irrelevant that they overconsume porn?
Yep, I do. I think that
How
for
did
the
we get
average
from
incel,
porn
wait,
to
hold on,
porn?
wait.
For the
average,
Are you fucking kidding
I
me?
don't care. I don't even know if that's true. They have a porn addiction. If that's like a thing that like tracks with the data. The average incel or virgin is not somebody that's obsessed with having a sexual experience. If they're an incel or a virgin, like a late stage in life virgin, they're usually somebody that's missing some type of emotional or romantic connection. That's what they're looking forward to. More
Associate
than
the
anything else.
emotional connection with sex, with the act
That's
of
great.
sex.
You're a woman who's speaking out, no idea what the fuck she's talking about. I don't know what else to say. That what you're saying is just dead wrong. If you talk to an average
I don't think
incel,
so.
that's great. You're wrong. I bet my whole life on this, my whole life savings on this. That an average incel is not somebody who's like, God, I didn't fuck a girl. God, I didn't fuck a girl. I didn't fuck. Because if it was, they would just buy a prostitute. What they're thinking is, oh my God, I don't even know how to talk to a girl. I miss like the emotional warmth of getting like even like sit with a cuddle with a girl, and I want to fucking kill myself because I have no girl that even likes me. That's what they're thinking about. Not I want to have sex with a girl.
They associate the emotional aspect of a relationship with sex. They see the emotional aspect is through sex. Okay.
Okay, I
If you
disagree.
actually fucking have a conversation with them, they're gonna
I
be
have
like,
plenty.
"Oh, I'm an incel. I'm an involuntary celibate or whatever." It's like, and they talk about majority of the time the sexual aspect of it because they believe that that's the only way you can actually get that emotional attachment, the emotional bondage through sex.
Then why don't all of them just buy prostitutes?
Why don't all of them buy prostitutes? Because a lot of them can afford prostitutes, and a lot of them do buy prostitutes, and they realize it's not enough. That's the whole point.
But
They
you
also
just said that
consume a lot
they're
of
going to get
porn.
the emotional connection through sex, so why don't they follow?
No. I didn't say they get it. I said they think about it. They associate it. Their perception of emotional connection is incorrect because they equate it to having sex, and then they realize that it's not it, and then they still remain celibate.
I don't think they associate it with having sex. That's just part of like a relationship that they're missing. But it's part of the totality of like being in a relationship with a woman. That's like the thing that they are obsessed over. It's not just
There
the
is
sex
a
part.
reason why they overconsume porn. It's because again they associate that emotional attachment with.
Or maybe they just because they just want to come. Is there even evidence that guys that are incel are more likely to overconsume porn? Aren't the largest consumers of porn people in relationships? Well, you think you would know that if you're making the claim otherwise, right?
From the individuals that I had a conversation with, because I'm a booba streamer.
Do you want to bring any of them in
I
here
have
right now?
OnlyFans and
Hey, bring
stuff
any of them
like
here right now. I guarantee you they will agree with me if you want to bring any of them in here.
Well, I don't think I can, but
Why?
agree with you in what specifically. I can.
They're
ask
gonna
them
say
what specifically.
Destiny's right.
Mhm.
Actually, the emotional
In what
part
aspect?
is way more important. The emotional part of the relationship is way more important than the sex part. Or this might be something that you've heard because your girl brain, so you don't understand it. What they might say this, okay? And I can understand them saying this, and I'll explain this. They might say, actually, Destiny is completely wrong. The sex part is the most important part. And what Destiny doesn't understand is the reason why the sex part is the most important part is because if a woman is willing to have sex with you, that means that somebody has like accepted you and your body and made herself vulnerable and available to you in order to have sex with you. So they're saying the sex is the important part, but it's not actually. Again, it's what I just said earlier. It's the like emotional, vulnerable, romantic connection. Sometimes they might think that they can get that through sex, but they don't think about that like how you're saying I think about that, where they're like, God, I'm an incel, but if I could just meet a woman that gets the best head ever, that would be fucking awesome. Well, the thing is like, I wish a woman like loved me enough to actually share her body with me because I'm 32 years old and I've never had that experience before. So they might like be valuing sex there, but not like in an upset, like in the way that I value sex. It's in the way that you value sex, ironically enough. Not that that makes it good or bad, but that's what they're looking for.
No.
Yeah.
Typically, what happens is when they overconsume sex, overconsume porn, they start perceiving sex as a porn thing, right? That's what typically happens. They have a unhealthy understanding of what sex should be and what it is. That's my whole point, right?
Here.
Well, I don't even know if some
We're,
incels
like,
might,
moving the goalposts.
or even some incels might view it that way, but like that's not because they're an incel. That's just because they haven't had sex. I think if you haven't done anything ever and you keep consuming something, you might get a warped view of it. But again, I'm pretty sure most of the people, I think
a
that
virgin would actually start associating the emotional bondage through sex only.
I don't think that happened. I don't think you watch porn and think there's an emotional connection there.
If that's the only thing you experience, why wouldn't you?
Because why? Because nobody's being emotional when they have porn sex on Pornhub. You're not seeing like an emotional connection.
They don't see an emotional connection.
Bring the
with
incels
porn.
in. Message them. Bring them in right now. Let's go. Do it.
Wait,
bring
who?
one. Bring in an incel. You said you talk to incels. Bring them in. I guarantee you they'll agree with you. 1
I don't
billion
talk to
percent.
incels. I talk to virgins. Very different things.
Well, bring a virgin in. I guarantee. Well, a virgin is.
No, who the fucking online is? That's
You're the one
I
that's saying you talk to all those fucking virgins all the time. I guarantee. Okay. Well, listen. The next time you do a stream, you should have a virgin or incel call-in thing. Okay. And you should ask these people like, hey, you guys should call in and tell me like, what are you missing? It's funny because again, incels are called involuntarily celibate. But it's not actually the celibacy that's bothering them. It's the lack of like closeness to a woman in a relationship. That's like an experience, a special part of the human experience that they feel like every person should be able to have in life, but they missed it, and now they don't know if they can ever get it. But it's not just the sex part. That is a part of it, but it's like the emotional relationship bonding experience with a woman, somebody of the opposite sex.
I think we're kind of on the same page where I agree that an incel who's self-aware, maybe a little bit healthy or virgin, would agree with you on that sense. But I feel like majority of them are unhealthy, and because of the overconsumption of porn, that's the way they start.
I don't think porn. You know what? You want to know what a big meme is? I don't think porn actually matters that much for literally any of this. I think it's like one of the biggest fucking things that people obsess over because they've got weird religious hangups on it, or they have a whole bunch of insecurities about their own lives or bodies sexually, and so they want to blame like every fucking thing on porn. I don't think porn has almost anything to do with any of the problems that we have with people dating each other or talking to women or anything. I think none of it is impacted by it, like almost like 1%. I think that things like social media, the prevalence of like internet shit everywhere, not porn, but just the addiction to internet stuff everywhere. I think that the increase in education, meaning you got to live with your parents till you're 25, 30 to fucking move it out. Like all of these things I think are what push people off of relationships a billion times more than just fucking masturbating to porn. I don't think porn has like anything to do with any of this. But you know, maybe that's just my opinion. What do I know? I started masturbating to porn when I was 12, so maybe my brain is just fucked.
Disagree with you, but I think the overconsumption of porn can have an effect.
I think
We're
it's
talking
like
about the
very,
overconsumption of porn.
I think it's very minimal.
Exactly. You think it's very minimal?
I think it's very minimal. And you know what? I bet if it affects anybody more negatively, I bet it's fucking women. Okay? You know how many fucking... I'm so curious. If you were to talk to all the fucking incels or guys on the planet, how many of them... I feel like women are always more hardcore. Maybe it's just me. I feel like every
what
fucking...
do you mean by hardcore?
As in every new fucking woman I have is like, fucking choke me, will you spin my mouth? Can you fucking do blah, blah, blah. Like every fucking woman is like this. Every single one, okay? Why are they getting affected by it more than... And I feel like if you talk to the average incel, I don't think if you talk to the average incel, the guy's like, yeah, I just really want a woman that can wrap my fucking fingers around her throat and watch her the life drain from her eyes while I fucking drill her fucking puss. Like, I don't think that is like the average incel. If anything, I feel like women's fucking fetishes and shit are more influenced by porn than fucking men's are. But also, I don't fuck all men, so I could be wrong.
Let's calm the fuck down. Okay,
so
you are
calm.
wrong in the sense.
Okay.
Here's a reason why you're wrong.
Go ahead.
Majority of women actually don't consume like the men to women porn and stuff like that, where you fucking see his dick going inside her pussy and his balls fucking hitting her ass. Okay, they don't actually watch that a lot.
You know what? I bet women
Can
on
I
average...
finish my fucking sentence?
Finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm about to
I
contradict it.
appreciate
Go.
you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Majority of women actually watch erotica or lesbian sex. There's a reason for it because there's a sense of a little bit of a safety, a little bit of an intimacy and stuff like that. Now, in regards to the choking aspect of it, when a girl feels very comfortable and safe with the dude, she would like to sometimes act as submissive, right? And she wants him to be like a dominating, like a little bit more of a masculine, like choke me and stuff like that. But typically when it comes to consumption of porn, women consume lesbian porn.
My
or
bet,
erotica.
first of all, I seriously doubt
That's
that
why,
many
by
women...
the way, hold on. That's why erotica books are actually more popular with the ladies and stuff
Cool.
like that. Because
Women
they
on
like to
average,
imagine.
you know what I bet my life on? Women on average consume more hardcore porn than men. 100%. I know that to be true. Number one. Number two,
Do you have a source for it? Because why are you saying it as a fucking claim? Like it's a
yeah,
factual
I can give you a
claim.
source for it. The source
ahead.
the source for it is what you just said. It's because erotica, which I read a lot of, by the way, is heavily and predominantly consumed by women. Have you ever read erotica that women read?
Yeah.
It is
So like
almost
50 Shades of Grey.
Sure,
I've read
it doesn't have to be 50
Yeah.
Shades. It could be literally any
Whatever.
popular erotica author. It could be for books that are written. They are always written, almost always, from a heavy male dom point of view. The woman is going to be some self-insert that almost says nothing or is kind of like wishy-washy or whatever. There's going to be some super strong male lead, okay, who's like kind of a bad boy or he needs to be reined in or is trying to do something with a girl, and then it's their relationship as the fucking book goes on. Then finally, like, this girl is like tamed this like super bad boy dude who's like super aggressive and dom and has all of these like like CNC kinks and everything related to the relationship. This is like 90% of erotica, okay? And this is like the vast majority of what women consume. And I would argue that those types of things, the things that you read in those books, look at again, I don't want to, I mean, you brought up 50 Shades of Grey, right? The hardcoreness of like 50 Shades of Grey and the types of kink play that engages in is way more hardcore than the average like blowjob or like vaginal to penis fucking porn that a guy watches.
So here's where I'm going to disagree with you. I understand when you say, oh, when a woman reads erotica, a lot of the erotica books and stuff like that do involve like a hardcore stuff. But women like to read that because in their head, they actually imagine it in a, like, if you actually read 50 Shades of Grey, I don't think you fucking did. I did because I was curious about it. Typically, with the hardcore stuff, there comes a lot of vulnerability and a lot of intimacy. Like, for example, a guy beats her ass or whatever with like a belt and something, and then he's like, I'm so sorry for hurting you. He gives her a hug, he apologizes. Typically, women actually fantasize more about that after aspect of it. It's like, oh, the guy hurt me, but then, you know, like he apologized, he this and that.
I
and
don't
the
think
guy,
they're climaxing
hold
at the
on.
point he apologizes.
Hold on. Even when it comes to like Christian Grey, who's like in the 50 Shades of Grey, he's supposed to be dumb. He is the fucking pussiest dumb on a planet Earth, right? He is so pussy that he actually fucking doesn't even do dumb things to her. He does it in a very gentle, in a very soft, intimate way to her. Because again, like, I disagree with you. Whenever women read about erotica, about choking, it's not like, oh, I'm gonna choke you to fucking death, that you fucking start tearing up, your eyes go red and stuff like that. Women don't do that. It's more of a softer version of the hardcore. It's like, just like in real life, when a woman asks you to actually choke her, she wanted to choke her, but not in a degree where she actually suffocates.
Can you hold on? I'm just so curious, okay? Why do you think women prefer like dom sex acts in bed? Can you give me the explanation again?
Why do women prefer dom sex, whatever?
Yeah.
In bed. I think it is in a sense of just like living in that feminine sense, being just feminine, being just like, you know, with a masculine guy, feeling. But they only do it typically with like guys they actually feel safe with, because they know it's never going to get to a point of like pain and hurt. So they're willing to actually.
Okay, but you can just have like you can have like
and
normal sex with a guy who doesn't do any of the dom stuff, like, and he won't hurt you. Why the dom stuff?
I think again to experience that masculine, feminine side of things.
Okay. Earlier you said they just like the aftercare.
No. I said typically in the 50 Shades of Grey, the hardcore stuff is very soft because typically, like it's a very, very soft version of the dom, and then he follows up with a very emotional aspect of it. It's kind of same with kind of like sex in real life. Like she might choke you, but then you still want to like cuddle with him and stuff like that. Still want to have that emotional aspect. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You don't think that scenario
Maybe I
is
didn't
more?
explain it properly.
Well, because earlier you said they like the aftercare stuff more. I was curious. Do you think that type of sexual like kink that play is more extreme than just watching like missionary sex and porn, or no?
I like majority of the people, women, from my experience, from the people that I know, they don't actually watch that. Just like from the guy's perspective.
Yeah, but I'm just asking like what's more hardcore? What do you think is like a little bit more hardcore? Like just like sex like straight like boy girl scene where there's not like slapping or choking about, or reading like 50 Shades of Grey?
I think the missionary, the boy girl stuff is more hardcore than the 50 Shades of Grey.
Even if
I
it's
think
just
women
vanilla
are more,
sex?
Yes. I think
Why?
I think because typically the vanilla sex is still filmed from the guy's perspective.
What does that even
No,
mean?
I feel like it's filmed from like a lot of angles. And
yeah, but typically like that's why they don't even show the guy's face and stuff like that,
that's
right?
point of view, but there's like
hold on. Let me
person
finish my
angles.
sentence. Hold on. It's filmed from like, you know, you don't even show the guy's face and stuff like that. It's targeted towards guys. So you actually see a lot of more penis to vaginal intercourse. You actually see that more direct and stuff like that. You actually don't see a lot of like kind of from the outside perspective. You only see very close to a girl's face, her vagina, and his penis and stuff like that.
How does that make it more? How does it make it more hardcore? I'm just curious. Like for that, let's say POV. How does it make one more hardcore than the other? Because isn't 50 Shades of Grey, for instance, written from the woman's perspective?
Yeah, I think the reason why it makes it a little bit of hardcore compared to like the 50 Shades of Grey and stuff like that is because of that, the point of view, the point of perspective and stuff like that. When you're actually having, when they're not showing the whole perspective, it's kind of harder to separate yourself from that.
Well, in
And
50
when it
Shades of Grey, I haven't read this. Do they write from Christian's perspective a lot?
No, it's from the
No, they
woman's.
from the girl's
So
perspective.
why is it? Because I feel like you're just being sexist now. I'm just curious. Why is the ordinary like pornographic like boy girl
Because
scene?
ordinary boy's perspective is from the guy's perspective instead of the woman's perspective.
Yeah, but why is one hardcore and one isn't? When the 50 Shades of Grey is more hardcore sex acts.
Because from the woman's perspective, it's
So just because
weird,
it's a
but
woman's perspective, that makes it not hardcore, or
makes it feel safer in a weird sense, like more intimate.
Even if he's physically harming her, and in the like pornographic material, like they're just having vanilla sex.
So when you
like,
actually
it feels
read
safer
50
that he's
Shades
like
of-
tying her up and hitting her and stuff.
Yeah.
So from a woman's perspective in the 50 Shades of Grey, because it's speaking from a woman's perspective, she actually doesn't experience any pain until she actually agrees with him that he could hurt her. And then you see from a woman's perspective that it hurts. But whenever you're actually reading the book and it's her perspective, even if he's like slamming her, he's doing it very gently, in a way she's actually experiencing pleasure and stuff like that.
Okay, I just don't understand. I don't understand how any of this makes it more hardcore or not. So is it it's hardcore because in one it's from a guy's perspective, and it's not hardcore when it's from the woman's perspective. The acts
Okay, think
themselves don't
about
actually.
why do you think a lot of women don't consume a lot of straight porn and stuff like that, like a
They
boy and
do.
girl porn?
I think a
No,
lot. I
they
think the
actually
majority.
consume more
Yeah,
lesbian
don't argue with her
and
point. I
erotica.
understand. Yeah, I think that women probably look for slightly different things. I think pornographic material, like straight ordinary porn. There's some porn that's geared towards women, but like the angles and what's being shown and what's being valued in the arrangement. So like a huge dick and like a hot woman that's like making the right noises. These are just the things that are valued by men, and then that's shown. But it's not because it's more hardcore. It's just because it's shot from like the male point of view.
I think it's just like probably the penetration aspect of it can make a lot of women uncomfortable.
I disagree. But I don't think that I just don't think this has anything to do with it being hardcore or not, though. It's just interesting that it's considered hardcore when it's the male point of view. But even if it's actually more,
it's not considered hardcore. Don't get me wrong. I completely understand. Like hardcore would be like a dude like fucking her in the ass while choking her while her eyes are like red and stuff like that. I understand that technically would be considered more hardcore, like on a scale and stuff like that, than a typical regular vanilla boy and girl porn. But compared to that, erotica would probably be considered even less of a hardcore. Do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of in a weird way, kind of like a spectrum thing.
I just don't see. I don't
He shoved his
understand.
large
that.
member in her
Sure.
tiny little ass while he choked her and he slapped the shit out of her. Versus just like a boy-girl scene where they're just like doing missionary third-person point of view. Like just because there's a visual aspect, that means that it's more hardcore.
Books that are written from erotica books that are written from a female perspective are going to be more
He shoved
popular.
his big member into my
Or I
tight
just
little
don't
hole. Like,
understand why any of the when I think of hardcore. Wait. So just real quick before I get my definition, what is your definition of hardcore? Because it's like your definition is like male perspective.
Typically, that's a good question, actually. Typically, my definition of a hardcore, if I were to think about it, would be in a sense of kind of like minimizing the line between pain and pleasure. Like, pain and pleasure would be very much so kind of going
Gotcha.
together
Okay,
a lot of time. You know what I mean?
I feel like hardcore. I feel like this is broad strokes, and you can get into the weeds. This is great. I feel like hardcore tends to be something where you're introducing sex acts that if both sides haven't like negotiated responsibly and are aware of the limits of both sides, could induce high degrees of pain. So I would generally say that like missionary sex or oral sex is generally not very hardcore because like
I agree.
Yeah, because you're not gonna be hurting somebody. Throat fucking somebody or face fucking somebody is more hardcore because if the partner's not like sending you unaware, you could hurt somebody, right? Painful could be like, yeah, okay. But I just don't agree with the perspective that like a porn video of like a boy girl like just like fucking that's less hardcore or that's more hardcore than like 50 Shades of Grey, which I think is by definition fairly hardcore because it's pretty extreme kink play, but like the people have high trust, so they're not going to hurt each other, but it's like kink play. They're not supposed to actually be hurting each other. Even in porn, that's supposed to be true. You're all supposed to be consenting, like paid and everything adults. Like,
But didn't you just actually say that true definition of a hardcore is like actually causing like non-consensual, like doing something that you wouldn't want?
No. I said that hardcore is doing something that has the potential to introduce a lot of pain if not done carefully. That there's like a lot of negotiation because now you're introducing acts that, if not done correctly or with both parties consenting, could be very bad, very painful. So like consent, non-consent is very hardcore because if you fuck it up, you're just raping someone. That's really hardcore, right? Or like extreme body stuff. Like there's a lot of, depending on the fetish you go into, is like extremely hardcore.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say that like normally just like oral or vaginal sex is not generally hardcore because it's like these are like pretty ordinary sexual acts. It's, like you'd have to fuck up a lot to hurt somebody. It's not very hardcore.
No, I totally see what your point is, and yeah, by that definition, I guess 50 Shades of Grey would technically fall into the hardcore, like porn and stuff like that. I don't know. There's just something different between, I guess, seeing it being acted on versus imagining it in your head, I guess.
I agree with that, but I would say that like if
Yeah.
I was taking like young boys and young girls and I wanted them to emulate anything, I'd probably want them to emulate like a
Why
boy
do you
girl.
always have to say young girls and boys, by the way?
Because we're talking about like, I'm assuming when we talk about like porn consumption and shit, we're not talking about like 40-year-olds. You're talking about like poisoning
I
people's
see what
brains
you
and
mean.
expectations of like adolescence, right? We can make it 18
Mhm.
if you want, right? But when you're talking about them consuming porn, you'd probably rather have them watch standard boy-girl scenes than rather them try to emulate what they see in 50 Shades of Grey, even if that's a PG-13 movie. Because the potential for abuse, because it's more hardcore play, could go really wrong if like a bunch of 18-year-olds try to do 50 Shades of Grey versus they're like, oh, in a Pornhub video, this one girl like spun around on this dude's dick while she wrote him. Let's try this. Like I think one has like a much higher propensity for abuse because it's more hardcore. That's like by definition almost what hardcore is.
Well, I guess you actually kind of, in this case, you're a little bit intermixing the difference between the like boys and girls and stuff like that. Like I feel like boys are more likely to go into hard porn and stuff, like hardcore porn and stuff, and actually view sex in that aspect instead of girls. So like if we're just talking about girls,
I feel like
they
when you pull people, like almost universally, women have more hardcore fetishes. They tend to prefer things like choking. They tend to prefer things like restraints or BDSM. They tend to prefer things like it's almost, I'm pretty sure like in all the pulling, like women lean heavily more towards like consensual, non-consensual than like men do.
I agree, but I feel like there's again context behind it. They wouldn't just do it with anyone. They typically do it with someone they feel completely safe with, and somebody who will like respect their, respect their boundaries and stuff like that, and would be able to respect them saying no, stop, or
Of course, that doesn't change what I just said, but of course, but you still have the preference. There's nothing bad about hardcore stuff.
No,
of
no,
course, you would prefer to do it with people that you
definitely don't
trust,
disagree.
right?
Mhm.
Sure, but okay. Any other questions? I have to leave pretty soon. It's fucking late.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I guess one last question that I have is, well, I had more questions, but that's fine. I guess one of the questions that I had is, so you know how AI is becoming advanced, and hopefully in the near future, AI is going to be even more advanced, and let's talk about like AI robots and stuff like that. So let's just say that they create an AI sex robot who's able to satisfy all of your sexual desires, be very good at the mechanical aspect of it.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? In that sense, would you consume it? And if so, would you actually be willing to choose that over IRL women?
Depends on which IRL women.
Wait, to fuck or to be in a relationship with?
Yeah, if you're saying like just for like for friends with benefits,
fuck.
yeah, for fucking,
Yeah.
probably, yeah, sure, fuck it. If they're like better than like the ordinary woman, sure, fuck it.
But would that prevent you from actually seeking a relationship from outside? Like because
No,
you're
because a
so...
relationship isn't just sex.
No, I understand that. I understand that relationship is not just sex, but because you're so busy focusing on the mechanical aspect of the sex toy, will that, do you think, prevent you from like, seeking out a relationship, and then let's just say you have sex.
If
and
I
the
drink
woman
a lot of
doesn't
water,
satisfy you as
yeah,
much.
I'm so sorry. You guys with this view on sex, your view on sex sucks and it's toxic as fuck. It is really bad. Like because you just have a warped view of it, and you're the way that you obsess over it is just so unhealthy and like terrible. I cannot imagine ever. I cannot ever imagine the idea that I'm having so much sex that I just stopped caring about like romantic connections. These are like some of the most important, most unique, most like cherished connections you can have with people in life. Just because I'm fucking a lot of people or find a good masturbation robot wouldn't satiate my desire to have like a warm and loving connection with a woman. That's insane to me. That wouldn't even remotely cross my mind. The idea that like, oh my God, like I found this, I got the auto blow 74 million and now I just like don't ever value like the warmth and compassion and the touch of a woman, like ever. It wouldn't even cross my mind. The fact that it's like the front of yours is so questionable.
No.
to me.
It was just question. It was just literally.
It wasn't just a question. You already assumed the answer. Yeah, but go ahead.
No, I didn't.
Of course you did.
Fucking legitimately
You literally
didn't.
came into this conversation thinking I thought that sexual mechanical skill was the most important part of a relationship. Why would that not
Because
already be?
that's how you fucking phrased it.
No, it
during the
wasn't. I've
conversation
never
with
phrased it.
Alpha.
I've
Yeah,
never
you
phrased it that
fucking
way
did.
before. But go ahead.
Okay, whatever. But I guess to add to it, what if the AI robot is actually designed in a sense that it could actually also satisfy your emotional needs and stuff? What about that case?
Well, then it would get a lot harder, I think. Right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Would you do, like you personally, do you think you would?
Me personally, I don't think so, but I think for a lot of people, you'd start to run into issues. I think women already run into this issue to some extent. For instance, women have extremely fulfilling relationships with a lot of their friends. They don't actually need a lot of the emotional connections that men need from relationships because we don't relate to each other the same way that women do. And I think that's why there's like a 50% higher rate of women that are okay being single versus men who aren't okay being single. Men hate being single. Like men, I think the last numbers I saw was like 24% of men are comfortable being single forever. It's like 37% of women. I don't know what those numbers are now. That was like an older figure. But like, yeah, I think that's part of the reason why is because women get a lot of those things like friendships and connections, emotional shit from their friends and stuff, and they're fine with it. Whereas guys don't have those connections at all in their life. That's why sometimes you run into women that go on first dates with guys and the guys start like fucking trauma dumping or they treat them as their fucking mom or it's like for the first time in their life, they've got something they feel like emotionally invested in them. Yeah. So I think that if guys were able to find that in some other fucking AI robot or some shit, I think that would be scary, that people would start dumping a lot of like time and investment into that and they would just say fuck it and they wouldn't pursue like other romantic things.
But based on what you said, do you think that women would actually, if that sort of AI robot thing existed, do you think more women would consume it and more women would be prone to being lonely compared to men? Or do
I
you
think that both sides would. I don't know.
Itself...
I don't know who would have a bigger problem with it. I think both sides would have big problems with it. I don't know at the end of the day who it would lean more towards, but
yeah, but I mean, it seems like the women are more willing to socialize and go out and actually seek out potential romantic relationship compared to guys who are like willing to actually stay in.
I don't know what you just said. Wait, say that again.
So women are more willing to, it seems like, to actually go out, socialize, participate in social events.
Absolutely
like
not. You're so wrong. That is one of the wrongest things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Elaborate on them.
Like a guy will be single and he will like sit there and rack his brain forever trying to think of like, oh, fuck, I don't want to go to a bar. I don't have any friend groups. Like maybe blah, blah, blah. They'll like start consuming pickup artist videos. They'll be like, what the fuck can I do? They'll go buy clothes or try to think like all these random fucking things they can do to go and meet a woman. Okay. A woman who's single can be on some like, I don't really like being single. I kind of want a guy. Here's my 50,000 match on Tinder. I'm not gonna meet him. I don't think I want to. Fuck it. I'm just gonna like talk with my like friends tonight and like boom. Women, like almost every single woman in the United States right now, like I'll meet women who are single, who are amazing women that I know that are super fucking awesome. Like, why the fuck are you so single? You complain about being lonely. And like over and over and over again, it's like, I don't know. Like sometimes I chat with a guy and I don't really feel like going out and meeting him, and it's like, whatever. And I'm like, the fuck? Why would you not go out and meet him? And they'll say some shit like, I've just had like a string of like really bad luck. And I'm like, what do you mean by a string of bad luck? And they're like, well, over the past 3 years, I've had like 4 or 5 really bad like first dates. I'm like, you've had 4 or 5 bad first dates over the past like 3 fucking years? And that was enough to discourage you from the 50,000 potential suitors on your phone right now? What the fuck? I think women put in almost no effort considering how easy it would be to fall into a relationship if they would actually start sorting through for the same way that guys do. But
do you think women have higher standards? Way too high of a standard?
I don't think they have high standards. No, I just think that I think that without going down this whole train of thought, because I was talking about before, I think the issue is that women have like dramatically evolved over the past 60 years in the United States, and they've done a really good job at acquiring a lot of like the male traits, and they still have a lot of the female traits. And I think the problem is that most men are just dog shit. They're just not worth anything because they have like kind of the masculine traits, but the things that you needed from men the most in the past, you need a wedding ring so that you can get some dick, and you need a guy that works so that you can like move out from your parents' house. But now you've got birth control, and now you've got employment opportunities. opportunities, and you're graduating, you're killing men in school. Why the fuck do you need a guy, right? And then guys are like, well, fuck, I don't know what to do. I'm too emotionally retarded to learn anything, and I've spent my whole life saying that female traits are for losers and queers, so why the fuck would I learn any of that shit? So then you turn on Andrew Tate, and then some guy that's like 5'7" deludes himself for the next 3 years into thinking he's going to become some hyper masculine alpha male that can hunt down women, even though the reality is he's just too emotionally retarded to even entertain a conversation. There's just no proposition value for women to get into relationships with the average man, and nobody's like helping the average man acquire the skills they need to become like dateable, because no average guy wants to hear that he needs to be a little bit more feminine, because that sounds like gay shit. So I think that's the issue. And right now I think it's unsolvable, because people on the left don't want to talk to men because they hate men because they're fucking weird, and people on the right don't know what it takes to even get a woman, because most of the red pill people you want have body counts in the low double digits. These guys aren't even fucking that much. They sell you a fucking lie. Most of the body counts, here's a statement I'll make: 95% of the body count of every single red pillar that you are hearing about is coming from after they were already famous. Anybody can fuck when they're famous, but like, yeah, that's I think that's the issue. Yeah, like the question is, if you ask a guy why would you date a woman, a guy will give you a million fucking reasons why he wants to date a woman. If you ask a woman why would you date a guy, an average guy, the reality is the value proposition from the average guy today, especially under 30, is like non-existent.
So you don't think women would actually ever like be like, oh, I know that guys can't provide value, so I'm actually going to like lower my standards, because when you're talking about value, you're talking about standards and stuff like that. So you don't think women will ever get to a point of them lowering their standard and actually being able to still date a guy who maybe earns less than them, or
it's not about earning less. It's what do you get? What do you get from dating an average guy today? A lot of them are emotionally stunted or retarded. A lot of them don't know how to do any work around the house. They're not out earning you. Like, what do you get from dating like an average guy today? What are you looking for? What do you get?
Partnership. But
yeah, you don't need it as a woman. Who the fuck cares? Yeah, you get it from your friends, and you work and you do like other shit. You can travel. Like, what the fuck is the point? You have cats and dogs and like girl outings for that. And then if you really want to fuck a guy, you can go on Tinder and grab some dick. Like, what is the
I guess
proposition?
maybe for the purposes of having children, maybe?
Yeah, but like having children used to be like the thing for you to do as a woman, because it was literally the only fucking thing you could do. But now children are competing with being engineers, being doctors, traveling the world, like doing 50 million other fun things. But you can still, like before, like children was like the next thing you did after you moved out from your parents' house, because you need a man to do that because they're the ones that are working. And now I guess like the family's the next thing. Or what are you gonna do? Sit in the house and be bored all day? Like, you have kids, you do that. But now there's a lot of other things competing for women's attentions for having kids. And the reality is that like having kids is a lot of work, and it's a big decision, and there's other things that are fun to do in life too that women now have access to. What do you think? What is the average value proposition for you for dating like an average guy? Like, would you lower your standards to be with some dude that like can't fucking wash the dishes, or some guy that's like an emotional schizoid?
Or you got caught up. I don't know. Maybe it was
what's
my
the value
intuition
proposition that you think an average guy offers you? Like, just an average dude. Like, what would you lower your standards to?
Lower my standards. I guess like when it comes to me, I know that there's a lot of really great guys and stuff like that who are emotionally mature, but they might earn less than me and stuff like that. And so I'm willing to be like a breadwinner and stuff like that, I guess, in exchange for the emotional partnership and kind of like the assistance around the house, I guess. Like, there's not a lot expected from, I guess, both in today's day and age. You know what I mean? Like if you're actually earning pretty decent, you can just order food and stuff like that. You can have a cleaner and stuff like that, and etc. So
I feel like you just. I feel like the things.
It falls. Go ahead.
I feel like the things that you just said are kind of reinforce my point, where it's like you're like, I could be with a guy that earns a little bit less. I just need him to be like kind of emotionally mature, can like be like a partnership in a relationship. But like these are exactly the kinds of soft skills that men don't learn and won't learn and don't want to learn, and they suck, and they're for women and they're for losers. That's what guys think. Like they don't.
Yeah, typically what I've noticed is the emotional maturity comes with actually trying to be in the relationship and growing within the relationship. Like, I've noticed a lot of guys actually mature more once they experience a relationship aspect. Like, once they get a girlfriend, they like their perspective changes, their understanding of a relationship, their priorities, and etc. change. And a lot of people are kind of like not being in a relationship is just keeping them stagnant in that mental state.
Yeah, I know.
So
I
I
understand
feel
what
like
you're
it's
saying.
kind
I
of like
agree
a
with you,
vicious
but like,
cycle.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that is the vicious cycle, because what you're saying is like, I need a girlfriend so that I can get like my
Yes.
mom to give me emotional training wheels, because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And then that's why
In a
another,
sense,
yeah,
yeah.
and that's why for a lot of women that are like 21, 22, 23, it's like, fuck, I don't want to date a 20-year-old dude that I have to like be the mom to, so I can be like his training girlfriend for his real relationship when he actually grows the fuck up. Like, why the fuck wouldn't I just go get with a 30 or 35-year-old dude who's like already got this shit figured out? And that's why like a lot of young guys, yeah. But then when the young guys look to training, they look to like red pillars who are giving them literally the most like Sahara Desert pussy drying advice possible, because no woman in her entire fucking life has ever been across the table from a guy at dinner and seen in his glasses like the reflections of an Andrew Tate video on his phone and been like, finally, the guy that understands me, the one that watches, you know, Fresh and Fit and Donovan Sharp and Rollo Tomasi, this is the guy that's going to finally like get me. Like, I just don't think that ever happens. But
Maybe honestly, I feel like maybe if a lot of more guys actually went to college, because colleges I feel like is majority of people, college is the place where they actually experience their first serious relationship or their first take on a serious relationship and stuff like that. And with decrease in guys going to college and increase in girls going to college and stuff like that, there's this, you know.
yeah, I agree. That's a big issue.
Inequality.
But I don't know if we can have that conversation right now. Like, we need to send men to college because we just affirmative action the fuck out of women for 60 years. And now I don't know, like, if people are ready to have that conversation about men. I do agree with you, though. But there's also, like, a lot of toxic, like, masculine standards. Like, over COVID and shit, women were allowed to go to school because guys were the ones that were expected to stay home and take care of their families and shit. So guys, like, education over COVID dropped even more. And that, like, none of that is rebounding or recovering. And it's just fuck. But I do agree with you there. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any final
Well,
thoughts, questions?
I had more questions about like you know the OnlyFans and stuff like that, but we can have that conversation some other time.
Sure.
What?
Listen, if you want, before 6 tomorrow, I'm free. So, or you can DM me. We can set something if you want. Okay.
Wait, before 6 a.m.
Before. Is that what you think I said?
I don't know. You're crazy about work, so who knows? Who knows what you do?
Okay, damn it. We'll set it up. Okay. Be careful.
Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Also, you're judgmental. Fuck you. Bye. Okay. Tomorrow, guys, August, I'm going to read the fuck out of this Houthis thread, okay? It's going to be such a good YouTube video for you because it's going to be so fresh and relevant. I know how much you want me to read this. It's going to be amazing, okay? It's going to be such a good YouTube video. That's a 500,000 view, one-day YouTube video. I can feel it. Okay, it's absolutely going to happen, okay?
Next time I visit, can we talk about conspiracies?
Yeah, I'll have the MH370. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll have that one memorized.
You better don't watch it without me. I'm gonna be heartbroken.
We'll see. I'll think about it. Okay. Check LSF, please. What's going on LSF? Hassan, a Houthi terrorist on stream? Wait, really? Hassan asked Houthi pirate whether they watch One Piece.
Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
Oh, اوكي. اول شيء بقول لك انه ممكن هذا السؤال يكون شوي اهبل، بس بسالك تعرف شو هو ون بيس؟ عمرك سمعت بون بيس؟
اكيد يعني منذ الطفوله وانا اشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Anime is what's it called? Fuck. What's it called when it's not allowed? Halal? Or is that the opposite of allowed? Or is that Jewish? Fuck me, I don't remember.
Is it Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
Oh, haram. Oh, and he has been watching it. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been watching it since he's a kid? He looks like he's really young though, probably in his early 20s, so he's probably only halfway through.
Sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
God, he's so fucking cringe. He's like such a cringe fucking loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fucking fight in Yemen, and then all of us would fucking volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe, LARPing loser fuck. I cannot believe, like, nobody in the history, no fascist ever could have dreamed of such an amazing representation of socialism as the most anti-American, like pro fucking Islamic terrorist, Turkish fucking immigrant loser that is like cheering on attacks on merchant ships as this fucking multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood. Like, it is the most unbelievably, hilariously stupid way to envision socialism and socialist advocacy. Like, this would be shit that you would make in like 1990. This is some shit you'd imagine. Like, oh, like, what are socialists in the future? Like, oh, I bet they're probably gonna be some fucking spoiled fucking rich kid living in West Hollywood talking to fucking Islamic terrorists that are cheering on terrorism, probably. I bet that's what they like. And you'd be like, Mom, shut the fuck up, okay? Socialists are real people. What you're describing is a caricature of a socialist. This wouldn't actually fucking happen. Come the fuck on. Like, and here we are. Jesus Christ. My God. Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. Be careful.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Amor y paz.
What the fuck does that mean?
Peace and love in Spanish.
Oh, did you just memorize that for that? You don't know how to say that. I'm just kidding.
I
Okay.
know I know how to speak Spanish.
Love you guys. Be careful.
Bye.
Wait, who are our hosts? You said Tom, Turkey Tom, After Dark, and who's on Kick right now? As a woman around here, thanks for taking on / breaking down Kelly's abusive text. It was incredibly based and helpful to point out what's unhealthy, shitty female behavior. Super appreciated. True.
Peace and love.
Also, listen, as much as I like fighting with Kelly and all that, Tom Dark Tommy, what the fuck is his name? Turkey Dark. We get 1 day of hate threads or whatever for Kelly, and I might even delete some, and then you're done. We're not doing 15 fucking days of Kelly hate threads. Okay, you guys are unhinged.
Do the CoffeeZilla victims.
The CoffeeZilla victims? What?
That's his new video. It's really good.
Oh, no, I can like host a stream channel. Oh, there
Oh,
we
is
go.
he streaming?
Yeah. And then, what am I looking for? I'm looking for,
Kick.
Oh, Gisticle. Oh, shit. Gisticle's been spending all day transforming into Big Dog. He was Small Dog earlier when he came onto Discord, but now he needs to be Big Dog when he comes back on his stream tonight. So good luck. He's like a werewolf. His transformation is complete. Have fun, guys. Ripperito, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, poppuccino, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. I will catch you guys next stream. Peace out.